Uzumaki Ihu Uzumaki Jukusanai, you two are the most talented children of our Uzumaki clan. Now that Whirlpool Village is besieged on all sides, go to Konoha. Live well children. You are the hope of the Uzumaki clan. It has been nearly a year since Ihu arrived in Konoha, yet he often recalls the words of the clan leader Uzumaki Longming. The Second Shinobi World War raged on. Not only was Whirlpool Village besieged on all sides, but Konoha was also deeply embroiled, unable to lend a hand to Whirlpool Village. Uzumaki Ihu and Uzumaki Jukusanai were sent to Konoha as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, a final seed of hope for the Uzumaki clan. Ihu, another nightmare. Uzumaki Jukusanai heard the noise from the next room and came to ask. It's nothing, sis. I just lost track of time training and tripped getting up. At present, Ihu and Jukusanai reside in the Senju mansion with Senju Gangsho as their guardian. They have lived happily for this past year. Senju Shingshu, as Gangsho's younger brother, perfectly inherited Senju Zujian's personality. He appeared rather simple-minded. Within a few days, he formed a deep friendship with Jukusanai and Ihu. It is worth noting that Ihu and Jukusanai arrived in Konoha in the year 33 of the Hidden Leaf calendar. The very year Senju Shingshu was originally destined to die. Unable to bear seeing this passionate and honest young man perish in war, Ihu reported Shingshu's reckless plan to go to the battlefield to Gangsho. Shingshu received a thorough beating but managed to survive. Thus Shingshu still lives with them. Recently Ihu noticed that Shingshu's goofiness seems contagious. Now even Jukusanai occasionally blurts out things like, I'm going to become Hokage. As a transmigrator who had been in the Naruto world for over 7 years, Uzumaki Ihu thought, I don't understand it, but I respect it. Go back to sleep, sis. I'm fine. Lately my training has seen a new breakthrough. In a little while I'll definitely be able to fuse new chakra. After Jukusanai left the room, Ihu's body began to emit waves of cold air again. The next morning Uzumaki Shueihu sat by the bedside looking at the two Uzumaki children. Children, tomorrow you will go to school. Go to school, make new friends, forget about Whirlpool Village, and grow up healthy in this new environment. Looking at the woman before him, Ihu fell silent. Having awakened the mind's eye of Kagura, he could sense that the old woman's chakra had grown extremely faint. This figure from the era of the first Hokage was far too aged at time, had finally overcome this legend. Looking at the young boy's gaze, she said, You sensed it. To have awakened the mind's eye of Kagura at this age. Truly a genius. This scroll contains the secret techniques and sealing arts of our Uzumaki clan. Take it back and study well. You can come to me if you have any questions. Alright, go back now. Prepare well, you have school tomorrow. Back in her room, Jukusanai was very depressed. Every time she thought of the tragedy of the Uzumaki clan, she felt deeply grieved. In the entire Konoha village, besides the two siblings, only the elderly Uzumaki Shueihu was a clansman. The next day at the Ninja Academy, my dream is to become the first female Hokage in Konoha's history. Jukusanai shouted her dream from the podium in the classroom. As expected, just like in the original story, Jukusanai was laughed at by the whole class, except for a certain yellow-haired boy. Jukusanai, being carefree, didn't notice, but Ihu knew that this yellow-haired boy harbored ulterior motives toward his sister. The teacher's lectures were extremely boring. Especially for children from ninja clans, these were things they had already learned. Ihu then began his daily training, chakra fusion. Although he was a transmigrator, he didn't have his own system. Of course, having no system might be a good thing. Why would a system help you for free? What they seek is surely far greater than what they give. What others give you is never truly your own power. They can elevate you, but when the time comes to reap, they will destroy you. When they first developed chakra, the generous Uzumaki elder tested their affinities. Ihu had wind, water, and lightning. Jukusanai had only wind. At just 7 years old, Ihu awakened the Uzumaki clan's bloodline limit, the mind's eye of Kagura. As a perception-oriented ninja lacking physical strength, Ihu had excellent chakra control. Ever since arriving in Konoha, he had been constantly trying to fuse wind and water chakra. Just a little more. I'm almost there. Fusing ice release. Cold mist began to emanate from Ihu's body again. Jukusanai had become accustomed to this sight. Her younger brother had been training for over a year. A few months earlier, her brother had started to emit cold air, and it kept getting colder. During the scorching summer, Jukusanai stayed close to Ihu almost constantly. His cold aura helped her endure the hottest days. Judging by the progress, Ihu would likely awaken ice release in a few days. As soon as class ended, someone stepped into Jukusanai's minefield. A clueless classmate picked up a strand of her hair and mocked her for looking like a tomato. Already in a bad mood, Jukusanai finally found an outlet for her emotions. Without a word, she jumped on the boy and started hitting him. Ihu had initially intended to help, but after one look he shrank back. Too brutal. Truly savage. Ihu was so embarrassed that he couldn't even bring himself to help. After venting, Jukusanai felt refreshed. As for punishment, as a prospective Jinchuriki who would dare offend her, since she was in the right, she didn't even receive a verbal reprimand. This incident of attempted bullying backfiring. No one could blame Jukusanai. At the same time, Uzumaki Jukusanai's alias, Bloody Red Pepper, resounded throughout the Ninja Academy. That evening in the Senju mansion, the cold aura around Ihu grew heavier until a critical point. A burst of icy chakra erupted. It's done. The entire room was covered in frost, instantly becoming an ice house. In the next room, Jukusanai was woken up by the cold. Ihu? Are you part husky? Look what you've done to the room. My room is uninhabitable. Jukusanai's hair billowed like an octopus, making her appear terrifying. In the next moment, something even more shocking happened. 4 chains slowly extended from behind Jukusanai. Under the stress of the past days combined with her sleep-induced anger, she directly awakened the Uzumaki clan's strongest power. Adamantine sealing chains. Far away, lying in bed, Uzumaki Shuehu opened her eyes. Interesting little ones. Adamantine sealing chains. And ice release. She then slowly closed her eyes and drifted back to sleep. In fact, the entire Konoha was within Uzumaki Shuehu's perception range. From the moment Ihu first emitted cold air, she had sensed the extremely faint ice nature chakra, and had witnessed the entire process of his development of ice release over the course of several months. At this moment, Ihu stared at his elder sister, who looked like a demon. He felt empathy for the victim of the day, especially now that Jukusanai had several chains behind her. I'm going to sleep in another room. Restore this place to its original state by morning, or else I'll show you why the flower. With that, Jukusanai released Ihu, who had been tied into a ball, and drowsily went to a farther room. Watching his sister walk away, Ihu sighed in relief. Jukusanai's state just now had been somewhat off, almost like sleepwalking. If he had been beaten, it would have been lethal. At this moment, Ihu felt wonderful. After fusing ice release, his chakra had surged. At only 9 years old, his chakra level had reached that of a special jonin. If you had Senju Jujien at this age, he wouldn't have had as much chakra as Ihu. Meanwhile, the ice-natured chakra in his body was continuously merging with the Uzumaki clan's sage body. Ha ha ha. From now on, the Senju Jujien Ice Release Limited Edition. It took Ichigo an entire night to clear all the ice from the room, and he had barely slept for a while before being shaken awake. Ichigo, look, I had a dream, and when I woke up I awakened the adamantine chains. Look, Kushina said as 4 terrifying chains emerged from behind her back. The appearance of the 4 chains reminded Ichigo of his sister's terrifying combat power. Sis, that wasn't a dream. Don't you remember? Yesterday you really tied me up into a ball. Looking at the excited Kushina, Ichigo felt speechless. It had taken him 2 years to synthesize ice release, and she had obtained the adamantine chains so easily. At that moment, Ichigo completely failed to realize the impact his own awakening of the Kagura mind eye had had on other members of the Uzumaki clan. After explaining the situation to Senju Nawaki, Ichigo and Kushina switched rooms. The room was filled with the chill of ice release that lingered for a long time. It would probably take a month to recover. And when Nawaki heard that Ichigo had awakened ice release, his expression was priceless. His mouth hung open so wide, he almost couldn't close it. After the shock came intense envy. One day I'll awaken the wood release of the Senju too. Ichigo, Kushina, just wait. I'm the one who will become Hokage. After declaring that, Nawaki ran to the training ground. Arriving at the ninja academy, the moment he entered the classroom, everyone fell silent. It seemed the psychological shadow Kushina had cast on them yesterday was heavy. Sitting at his seat, Ichigo began considering the development direction of ice release techniques. As for the ice release of the Mist Village, my surname is Uzumaki. Ice needles. Or those small ice mirrors. Ridiculous. If the Yuki clan saw that, they'd think I couldn't afford the chakra for my techniques. Give me large-scale techniques, the bigger the better. While Ichigo was busy developing his own ice release, on the other side someone else had already started courting death again. After school, the side character, who had been taught a lesson yesterday, started trouble again. He found his older brother a genin and blocked Kushina with 6 or 7 people after class. If yesterday's Kushina was only slightly stronger than these people, today's Kushina could crush them with one hand, or rather with a single chain. So the situation was this: Kushina was beating people up below, Ichigo was watching from a tree on the left, and Minato Namikaze was watching from a tree on the right. Naruto's taste in girls definitely came from Minato. If you could still appear Naruto, your uncle would definitely correct your taste in girls. How could Sakura be better than Hinata? I will set your aesthetic straight. By now Kushina had finished fighting. She didn't even need the chains. Those guys wouldn't get out of the hospital for at least 10 days. But school bullies all deserve to die. In Ichigo's view, these punishments weren't severe. A small lesson might redeem an innocent person. What are you looking at? Believe me, I'll beat you up too. In Kushina's eyes, the little son was still assisting. Regarding the love-hate entanglement between these two, Ichigo chose to let nature take its course. Even as a younger brother, he had no reason to stop his sister from pursuing her own happiness. If it ended like the original story, he would give his life to save his sister. Watching Kushina below, who had just beaten people up and was still threatening him, Minato Namikaze admitted that his heart was really moved. This girl, like a sprite, had entered his heart at their first meeting. At that moment, Minato didn't know how to express his feelings for Kushina. So, he ran away. That's right, he just fled. Meanwhile, Kushina thought her threat had worked and looked triumphantly at Ichigo. Peaceful days passed like that. Kushina became the boss of the Ninja Academy. Minato secretly watched Kushina from behind, and Ichigo developed his ice release techniques. Until one day Ichigo sensed that Kushina's chakra suddenly weakened sharply, and then quickly ran out of the village. Damn, something happened to my sister. Ichigo quickly grabbed his tools and ran in her direction. On the way he met Minato, who was also heading in that direction. The two rarely interacted normally, but at this moment they showed astonishing tacit understanding. Dodging the traps left by the Cloud ninjas, they chased into the distance. With Ichigo as a sensor-type ninja, it was much faster than Minato finding hair. They quickly caught up with the cannon fodder Chunin that Kumogakure had set up as traps to block the enemy. Both were geniuses. Even though they still had a year before graduating from the academy, they displayed combat power above Chunin level. Minato as a civilian ninja didn't know many techniques, but his small ninjutsu transitions were incredibly smooth, coupled with decent taijutsu, allowing him to kill Chunin. After a period of pursuit, they finally saw four people ahead. 2 Chunin and 2 Jonin. Ichigo looked at the burly man in front. This guy's chakra reaction is much stronger than an ordinary Jonin. He couldn't help glancing at Minato again. With the cannon fodder before that made more than 10 people total. In the original story, how did Minato rescue his sister as a Chunin-level ninja? The leader Otoi looked at the two brats in front of him. So it seems our people behind were all taken out by you. Konoha geniuses, huh? He pointed at the 2 Chunin beside him. You two go back immediately. Make sure this Uzumaki kid is sent back to the village. Minato, stay here. He'll go save my sister. Ichigo stepped in front of Minato. Minato looked at the Jonin ahead, then at Uzumaki Ichigo in front of him. Alright, I'll be back with her as soon as possible. Hold on, I'll be right back. Minato chased after Kushina's direction, while Otoi lightning flickering over his body attacked Minato. Ichigo used the body flicker technique to intercept, forcibly blocking the attack with his arm. Ah, my arm is about to break. Ichigo gritted his teeth against the pain, forcing himself to focus. This road is closed. Your opponent is me. The 2 Korin noticed Ichigo's hand trembling behind his back, blood continuously dripping down. Am I too nervous? Fabu, go ahead and join up with the others to deal with that blonde brat. They'll handle this one. Remember that Uzumaki kid must be brought back to the village. Watching the Jonin leave, Ichigo felt helpless. Hold on, Minato. Reinforcements from the 2 Uzumaki clan members will definitely come soon. I really can't stop 2 Jonin. Alright kid, wanna join Cloud? If you join Kumogakure, I'll spare your life. Ninjutsu money, beautiful women, you can choose whatever you want. Looking at the red-haired youth before him, Otoi couldn't help but recruit him. Members of the Uzumaki clan were rare, especially a genius of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Ichigo looked at the dark-skinned man in front of him, thinking about the people in Kumogakure. Hell, sending me to Cloud would be as bad as killing me. The bodies of those in Kumogakure are full of homosexuals. Ichigo's reaction said his answer. There's no other way, kid. A genius talent that isn't realized is worthless. Today you will die here. Itui's body erupted with even more powerful lightning-released chakra, his entire figure shimmering with a blue radiance, hair standing on end and flowing upward like a super scion. In a flash, he appeared before Ihu, who had Ice Release chakra gathered in his hand. Ice Release Freezing Fist. Ihu was sent flying by the blow. Itui was no better off, the Freezing Fist had shattered his lightning release armor, and the cold energy invaded his body, slowing down the flow of his chakra. Ihu slowly climbed out of the rubble. No one noticed that his hair had changed from deep red to magenta. His wounds were gradually healing, and the quality of his chakra was also increasing. I don't know what's happening, but I feel great. Ihu flexed the joints of his body. Ice Release Ice Crystal Armor. A coat of armor made from highly concentrated ice release chakra formed over his body. The two began a new round of confrontation. But an elite Jonin was still an elite Jonin. Ihu's recovery could not keep pace with the rate he was being injured. On the other side, Aotui felt his chakra flow slowing down, so he sought a swift end, increasing the force behind his attacks. Feeling his injuries, Ihu realized he could not continue. The gap in strength was too vast. If this dragged on, he would surely be the first to fall. Ice Release Ice Dragon Bodyguard. Ice wings spread behind Ihu, and an ice dragon's head wrapped around his arm, covering his fist. Fierce chakra enveloped him, threatening to explode at any moment. Leaping high into the sky, he glided on his ice wings toward Aotui. Dragon Rhyme. The ice dragon on his body exploded, and a massive crystal of ice rose from the ground. Cough, cough, ha ha ha, you little brat. You almost got me. Ice Release is truly remarkable. Among all the geniuses I have encountered, I shall call you the strongest. Remember, the one who kills you is Aotui, elite Jonin of the Cloud Village. Ha ha ha. Ihu lay on the ground, panting heavily. That last move had been a suicidal attack. Aotui was too fast. Only half the damage of that strike had landed on him. If he weren't severely injured, Ihu would have wanted to quip, "What's your relationship with man?" Aotui walked over to Ihu, and was about to finish him off with a single strike, when he heard Ihu say, "You've watched long enough, haven't you, senior? If you don't step in now, I'm really going to die." Ha ha ha, little brat. Don't deceive yourself at a time like this. If someone had been watching from the shadows, they would have acted long ago. How could they wait until now? Are you afraid of death? It's too late to surrender. The Cloud Village has no need for cowards. Young people nowadays are truly remarkable. I thought I had hidden myself quite well. The voice had barely faded when Aotui was sent flying by a staff. Cough, cough. So third generation Sama, why were you just watching? Omo. Cough cough. Don't blame me. This beating was specially requested by Shuihu-sama. You've benefited greatly from this battle, haven't you? Only true combat can unlock potential to its fullest. We also wanted to see how far you youngsters have grown. The third generation smiled at Ihu with full satisfaction. Then is someone watching over my sister? Of course Zilai is there. Don't worry. Your sister will be fine. By now Ihu had largely recovered his mobility. Third generation Sama, I'll go check on my sister. Go. Your sister probably needs your comfort right now. The third generation then walked toward the massive ice crystal, left by the dragon rhyme, wanting to experiment with something. Magnificent. This scale of technique. So it's not my imagination. His ice release can freeze chakra. Sensing the slowing chakra flow in his own body, Yuanfei Risen grew increasingly satisfied with Ihu. This feeling. It's a bit like Zujin Sensei, ha ha ha. In a few more years, the title of orthodoxy of ice release will belong to Leaf Village. Xuanhua Ihu limped toward his sister. Zilai approached holding the jonin he had chased down earlier. You're Xuanhua Ihu, right? Isn't Yuanfei Sensei over there? How did you get beaten up like this? He leaned closer to Ihu. Want to become my disciple? Your good buddy Shueimen has already taken me as his master. What do you say? I know plenty of jutsu. Zilai-senpai, I have no intention of taking a master for now. Ihu directly declined. After all, throughout Naruto, which of Zilai's disciples lived to the final chapter? Aside from Naruto himself, even Zilai himself didn't make it to the end. Such a terrifying debuff. He absolutely had to avoid it. Fine. Your sister and brother are over there. Somewhat disappointed, Zilai pointed the way and dragged the Cloud Village jonin away. Ihu limped forward. Juxinai was in bluffing Shueimen's arms. The long-admiring Shueimen had finally won the bowtie's heart. Cough cough. Have you two forgotten something? Like a brother you fought side by side with through life and death, or a younger brother whose life hung in the balance? Ihu emphasized the words brother and younger brother with particular weight. Ihu, are you alright? It's all my fault, woo-woo. The strong-willed Juxinai hadn't shed a single tear even in the most desperate moments, but seeing the wounds all over Ihu, she couldn't stop crying. There sis. Don't worry. With our Uzumaki clan's vitality, my injuries will be healed by tomorrow morning. Stop crying. I wouldn't feel sorry for you ruining your eyes, but Shueimen would. Seeing Juxinai cry like this, Ihu felt somewhat avenged. Looking at the two of them, his sister's soul had been completely stolen by that yellow-haired guy. Hearing Ihu's words, Shueimen couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Juxinai, however, was bashful. What are you talking about? I haven't agreed to him yet. She gave Ihu a punch and the force knocked a mouthful of blood out of him. Exhausted from the long night, Ihu finally collapsed, terrifying Juxinai and bluffing Shueimen, who quickly rushed him to Leaf Hospital. On the way, they ran into Gangsho, who had also withdrawn from the battlefield like Zilai. Gangsho is quick. Save Ihu. He's seriously injured and unconscious. Gangsho looked at Ihu and sensed a vast life force. This feeling. She immediately used medical ninjutsu to examine him. This feeling. It's like great-grandfather. No, not as strong as great-grandfather and not brimming with vitality like his, but rather full of coldness. He's fine. His fainting must be due to something else. If I'm not mistaken, his body is undergoing a transformation. As for the injuries, any later and his wounds would have healed on their own. The next day. This is my room. How did I get back? My chakra feels even greater, close to elite jonin. Ah, Gangshisis. Come quick. My brother. He's mutated. What's the matter, Juxinai? I've already told you he is in perfect health with vitality surpassing that of ordinary Xuanhua and Shensho clan members. Gangsho remarked, expressing that the boy was even healthier than herself and she could conceive of no ailment. Meanwhile, Juxinai was still exclaiming, Sister Gangsho, Yihu's hair color has faded. Is he about to die? Now Yihu's hair had shifted from magenta to a pinkish hue, the change in color being quite conspicuous. Calm down, Juxinai. Let me take a look. With such abundant vitality, how could he be on the verge of death? Generally, the red hair of the Xuanhua clan does signify their vigorous vitality, but his situation is somewhat unique. Although his hair color has lightened, his vitality has only grown stronger. It must be a bloodline mutation. So far it appears to be a benign mutation. Yihu's chakra quantity and quality now far surpass yours, and such exuberant vitality I have only ever witnessed in my grandfather. Rest assured, Juxinai. Yihu is perfectly healthy now. There's no need to worry so much. I will regularly check his condition. Meanwhile, Yihu was staring dazedly at the mirror. Pink. How am I supposed to show my face like this? Thinking of his future appearance. Run. The yellow flash of Mai is coming. Quick. Run. It's the cold Lord Dashuin. In Yihu's case, hurry away. It's Mui's pink crushed ice. The imagery was too vivid, one dared not even think about it. Upon hearing that Yihu was fine, Juxinai breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, Yihu. Pink is adorable too. I always wanted a younger sister, but unfortunately my parents gave me a little brother. This time my wish has been happy. Indeed, Yihu, who originally appeared somewhat androgynous, now after awakening the ice release his skin became fairer, and with his pink hair, he began to lean toward femininity. Perhaps this is the inescapable fate of those who awaken the ice release. Sis, you comforted me well. Next time please don't comfort me again. Yo kid, you've become quite a beauty. Zilai and Shuemen entered together. Yesterday Zilai had witnessed Shuemen's strength and marveled at his talent, so he took Shuemen as his disciple. Originally Zilai had also taken a liking to Ihu, but unfortunately Ihu refused. Shuemen stepped forward. Ihu, you collapsed yesterday. Teacher Zilai and I came to see you. With that he placed the fruit in his hands on the bed. Having confirmed that her brother was fine, Juxinai tucked away her sibling affection, grabbed Shuemen, and went out. After last night's events their relationship had progressed significantly. They wished to cling to each other every day. Kid, don't be too upset. With your current appearance you could go into the women's bath. Boom! Gangsho punched Zilai into the wall. So deeply embedded that he couldn't be pried out. Cough! Cough! Ihu, you and Shuemen go to the Hokage's office later. Teacher Yuanfei has something for you. Pfft. Zilai passed out. Gangsho felt somewhat helpless but slowly walked over to Zilai, pried him out of the wall of the Chensho mansion, and performed simple medical treatment on him with medical ninjutsu. Upon hearing Zilai's words, Ihu grabbed Buffing Shuemen and headed straight for the Hokage's office. Juxinai, Gangsho and Zilai followed. Juxinai out of concern for Ihu and Shuemen, while Zilai and Gangsho were just looking for excitement. Entering the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was still smiling as always. Ihu would not be fooled by that appearance. The third was now at his peak, living up to the title of Ninja Hero. His combat power ranked among the top in the entire ninja world. After all, in the current ninja world those with cheats, aside from the protagonist, were either mostly dead or not yet born. Shuemen, Ihu, you did well this time. As a reward you may each choose one ninjutsu from here to learn. Cherish this opportunity. The Scroll of Seals is not usually accessible. Ihu was quite excited at the moment. As the saying goes, any ninjutsu without a signature was definitely invented by Chensho Feijin. Any wrongdoing was definitely the doing of Tuanzang. 8 Gates Impure World Reincarnation. All the techniques that would later shake the entire ninja world were recorded in the scroll. Famous scene. Big brother, I've invented another jutsu. Water release. No. They'll go get the Scroll of Seals. Of course the scroll before them was just a catalog. The actual techniques were too dangerous and were presumably sealed in some secret chamber. Juxinai curiously read the jutsu descriptions. Shuemen. Learn this. Learn this. She excitedly pointed at Flying Thunder God. With this, no matter how far away, I can see you instantly. Unable to resist, Juxinai Buffing Shuemen immediately made his choice. Third Hokagesima, I want to choose. The third continued smiling. Are you sure, Shuemen? You are my granddisciple, so let me warn you. This technique is extremely difficult. No one has ever mastered it except Teacher Feijin, who invented it. Shuemen was exceptionally resolute. Third Sama, I believe I can definitely learn it. I beg you. Third Sama, I wish to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. The third nodded. If Mai could truly produce a ninja who could use Flying Thunder God, his strategic value would be immeasurable. Very well, Shuemen. But remember, whether you succeed or not, the Flying Thunder God technique must not be passed on. Now little Ihu, what is your choice? Ihu looked at the catalog before him. 8 gates could be obtained for free from Meitodai Oded Demon Consuming Seal. 4 symbols seal. Reverse 4 symbols seal. This is ridiculous. Aren't all these techniques contributed by my Xuanhua clan? In the end, looking around, either the cost-performance ratio is too low or they can be freeloaded. Third Sama is their ice release. The third shook his head. 70% of the jutsu in the Scroll of Seals were invented by Teacher Feijin. Teacher Feijin had no ice release bloodline, so naturally there are no ice release techniques in the scroll. Ihu also revealed his true intention. I'll choose this. He pointed to a technique called Impure World Reincarnation. I'll use this to revive the second Hokage and have him develop ice release for me. Then we'll have it. Before the third could respond, Gangsho on the side could no longer sit still. It seemed someone had just said they would dig up her grandfather's grave. She placed her hand on Yihu's shoulder, the threat implicit. The third also caught on to Yihu's train of thought. No, this technique is not allowed. Not to mention it's only half finished, or defiling the dead is inherently wrong. Ihu, who had only wanted to try, immediately deflated. Is that so? Then I'll choose Flying Thunder God too. Shuemen and I can exchange insights. That won't count as passing it on, right? Alright. Seeing Yihu's disappointed expression, the third stroked the beard on his chin. I'll compensate you with a water release from the Scroll of Seals. Shuemen, you can learn it too, so you're not at a loss. In the end, Ihu chose the Strength Water Release Hard Vortex Water Blade, invented by Chensho Feijin. After a group of people left, Yuanfei Risen entered the adjacent room. Lady Shuehu, I apologize for troubling you this time. Not only to sense the enemies infiltrating Mai, but also to temporarily seal Juxinai's chakra. Xuanhua Shuehu shook her head. I also want to see how far young Ihu has grown. Monkey, you noticed it too, didn't you? Ihu, the feeling he gives. Yuanfei Risen nodded. He resembles Master Zhujin, though still far from his level. But Ihu is still young, I believe he will become a great ninja. Thus ended the incident of Juxinai's abduction. Ihu obtained 2 strength jutsu. Yuanfei Risen received compensation from Yunin Buofing Shui Men, and Juxinai found love, and Xuanhua Shuihu witnessed Yihu's potential. Everyone had one except for the Cloud Village. Without Xuanhua Shuihu's seal, how could they have silently abducted Juxinai inside the village? Without catching them red-handed outside, how could they manipulate the Cloud Ninja? This was pure entrapment. Cloud Village, aren't you bullying the honest folk? Now only 2 years after the Second Great Ninja War, all villages were recovering. Mai was no exception. This extortion greatly alleviated the war's impact on Mai. As for the Cloud Village, who cared? Don't forget that the second Hokage died during the Cloud Village's rebellion. Such an opportunity had to be seized. Having just finished teaching the 3 in Yuin village, Jiraiya began instructing Minato. Unlike the 3 youngsters, Buofing Shui Men had a very solid foundation. If not for the lack of resources, his combat ability at this point would have already reached the level of a special jonin. In just 1 month, Shuimen's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Jiraiya, when serious, was quite reliable. As a typical late bloomer, Jiraiya understood the shortcomings of civilian ninjas very well. Under his guidance, Shui Men continuously filled his weak spots. Juxinai also trained with Gangsho in monstrous strength. She already had a bit of violent talent. Once she mastered it. Tsk tisk poor Shui Men. Ihu, on the other hand, perfected his Ice Release ninjutsu. With the help of Gangsho, Jiraiya and Shengshu, Ihu also contacted Dashuin. With his assistance, Ihu developed several high-difficulty ice release techniques. Ihu were about to be assigned to squads. Do you think I can be in the same squad as Shui Men? Bored in class, Juxinai asked Ihu this question for the 10th time. Sis, you've asked me this countless times. Don't worry, you and Shui Men will definitely be in the same squad. It was a joke. The Sannin and the 3rd Hokage were all allies. Squad assignments could be arranged however they wanted. Given the current situation, the probability of Juxinai becoming a Jinchuriki was quite high. The adamantine ceiling chains had too strong a suppression on tailed beasts, and the strategic value of the mind's eye of Kagura could only be realized outside. The 3rd Hokage was eager to have Juxinai form bonds with the villagers. Shui Men was a civilian ninja with a clean background, and as Jiraiya's disciple he was one of their own. Even if Shui Men had no initial interest in Juxinai, the 3rd would still play matchmaker. Ihu did not reject becoming a Jinchuriki. The Uzumaki clan was naturally skilled in sealing arts. Thinking about it now, the Nine-Tails in the original story must have been tormented not a little by Xuanhua Shuihu and Juxinai. Probably not even seeing the outside world. Just as Juxinai was toying with the forehead protector in her hand, a voice like heavenly music came. Xuanhua, Juxinai, Buofing Shuimen, come with me. Jiraiya entered the classroom and said to the 2, wow. It was the legendary Sannin, the Toad Sage Jiraiya. These 2 were so lucky. The classroom was in a stir. Just 2 years after the end of the Second War, the reputation of the Sannin was at its peak in Mai. Although Jiraiya enjoyed the crowd's adulation, he quickly took the 2 away. As to why he only took 2 people, no one was suspicious. After all, the war had just ended, many squads were incomplete, and they needed to be supplemented into new classes. Buofing Shuimen was curious. Jiraiya Sensei, isn't Ihu coming with us? Jiraiya shook his head. Ihu has other arrangements. Saratobi Sensei has his own plans. When Jiraiya said this, his tone was full of resentment. Why? Why must such a good disciple be given to Dashuin? At that moment, a somewhat hoarse voice came from the classroom. Xuanhua, Ihu, come with me. The bystander group was speechless, really. Dashuin recalled the scene in the Hokage's office. Tuanzang, risen hand that Uzumaki brat to me. I will surely train him into a weapon loyal only to Mai. In the future, he can become a Jinchuriki. 3rd Hokage, enough. 3rd. Tuanzang, you are too extreme. Ninjas are people, not tools. Ihu and Juxinai, I have my own arrangements. Tuanzang, you overstep. Tuanzang, Saratobi, you will regret this. 3rd Hokage shouted, enough. I am the Hokage. Then he said, Dashuan, among my 3 disciples you are my favorite, but your personality is not suitable to be Hokage. You are too rational. The Hokage is not only the leader of the village, but also its spiritual symbol. If you become Hokage, the will of fire passed down from the 1st Hokage will have no successor. Dashuan, withdraw from the Hokage election. As compensation, I will allocate funds to support your research. I am entrusting Xuanhua Ihu to you, Dashuan. Jiraiya is not suitable to teach him. Gang's house lover just died, and she is not in the mood to teach. Only you are suitable to be his teacher. His constitution is very similar to Master Zhujian. Haven't you always wanted to help Shangshu awaken? Would release. Perhaps he can give you some inspiration. Just as he reached the door, he heard the 3rd Hokage's voice again. Dashuan, no matter when, your research must not harm our own people. That is my bottom line. I understand, Saratobi Sensei. Dashuan left the Hokage's office. Looking at Ihu before him, Dashuan suddenly felt the urge to take a disciple. Ihu, are you willing to become my apprentice? Apprentice? Previously Jiraiya had also asked Ihu, but Ihu refused. Jiraiya was excellent, but as the 3rd Hokage said, Jiraiya was not suitable for teaching Ihu. After all, Ihu's strengths lay in Ice Release and Uzumaki bloodline. Orochimaru, as a research enthusiast, was unmatched in both ninjutsu development and the study of the sage body. Moreover, Orochimaru was truly good to his disciples. Ihu had been to Shengshu's room where there was a whole room full of ninjutsu scrolls, only a small part of which were from the Senju clan. The rest were all given by Orochimaru. Throughout Naruto, Orochimaru had 3 disciples. He raised Shangshu like a younger brother, treated Anko like a daughter, and raised Sasuke like a father. Master Orochimaru, I am willing to become your disciple. After saying that, Ihu performed a master-apprentice ceremony to Orochimaru. Good Ihu, this is for you as a ceremony gift. Orochimaru took out a sealing scroll. Opening the scroll, inside was sealed a sword. This is one of the Kusanagi swords. It can conduct chakra and also has great hardness. That's right, this was the one Sasuke used. Now this sword belongs to the Uzumaki clan. Thank you, master. After saying that, Ihu drew the Kusanagi sword, infused it with Ice Release chakra, and the entire sword emitted a faint cold aura. He swung it into the distance and a sword aura shot forth, striking a giant boulder. In an instant, a block of ice burst and spread from the cut. So strong. Thank you for the gift, master. Orochimaru just smiled. I'm glad you like it. Would you like to sign a contract with Ryuchi Cave? With your talent, you should be able to try senjutsu. Can I, Master Orochimaru? Ihu looked expectant. After all, opportunities to access senjutsu were rare. Then Orochimaru summoned a small snake, and immediately the small snake spat out a scroll many times larger than itself. Orochimaru opened the scroll, and Ihu signed his name and pressed his handprint on it. After you use the summoning technique for the first time, you will be reverse summoned into Ryuchi Cave. Only by successfully gaining recognition from Ryuchi Cave can you freely summon the snakes of Ryuchi Cave. Now let's go to the training ground. Shangshu is getting impatient. Arriving at the training ground, Senju Shangshu had already started training. Shangshu, from today Ihu is your... Hearing this, Shangshu was extremely excited. Really? From now on, Ihu, you are my junior brother. I can also have iced drinks and iced fruits every day like Kushina. Ihu was speechless. You've never lacked drinks or fruits. Don't make yourself sound so pitiful. Let's take care of each other from now on. Orochimaru drew a vial of blood from each of them, left some ninjutsu scrolls, and departed. He needed to preliminarily analyze their physical conditions to customize training plans. Having a teacher who emphasizes science makes training so enjoyable. In the afternoon, Orochimaru came to the training ground with 2 syringes. After half a day of training, the 2 were resting. Without a word, Orochimaru injected both of them. I extracted active substances from both of your blood. They should be beneficial to your sage bodies. Alright, go back and rest first. Let the medicine take effect. Tomorrow morning come here again and I will evaluate you. After resting a bit more, the 2 returned to the Senju mansion. Kushina had also returned home. She had spent a happy day with Minato, cultivating together and shopping together. The 2 had confirmed their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend. As soon as he returned to his room, Ihu couldn't resist using the summoning technique. With a dizzying whirl, Ihu arrived in a room where the white snake sage, holding a pipe in its mouth, observed the young man who wanted to sign a contract with Ryuchi Cave. This chakra, this physique. Young man, do you want to learn senjutsu? The white snake sage looked very excited. Ihu was still quite confused. What? Didn't I come to accept a trial? How did it directly skip to the final step? Our Ryuchi Cave's senjutsu is the most practical. It's not like Mount Myaboku where you can't move, nor like Shikatsu Forest which has harsh conditions. Learning senjutsu here is absolutely the most suitable. White snake sage, why do you want me to learn Ryuchi Cave's senjutsu so much? Although Ihu yearned for senjutsu, the white snake sage's attitude was very suspicious. Sai, never mind. Since you've signed the contract, you're one of us now. Since you've already signed a contract with Ryuchi Cave, you should also know that the entire ninja world has 3 great sacred lands of senjutsu: Mount Myaboku, Ryuchi Cave, and Shikatsu Forest. The 3 sacred lands have always been in competition. Long ago, Mount Myaboku signed a contract with the Sage of 6 Paths, while Shikatsu Forest signed a contract with the first Hokage. Ryuchi Cave has always been inferior to the other 2 sacred lands in competition. In ordinary conflicts, the slugs and toads have joined forces against us snakes. We urgently need someone who can dominate an era like the Sage of 6 Paths and Senju Hashirama to help us escape our current However, Mount Myaboku and Shikatsu Forest are more famous than us. It's too difficult to find suitable geniuses. Unexpectedly today, a genius has come to us on his own. Learn senjutsu. You are the next Senju Hashirama. Looking at the white snake sage, who seemed like a pyramid scheme leader, Ihu hesitated for a moment but still agreed. Then let's begin. The white snake sage nimbly crawled to Ihu's side, bit his neck with its fangs, and injected a tiny amount of senjutsu chakra into Ihu's body. Remember this feeling. Sense the senjutsu chakra. In just an instant, that feeling disappeared. Why didn't you inject more? It was too fast. You are too young. A tiny amount of senjutsu chakra will help develop your sage body, but if too much is injected, it could easily lead to excessive physical consumption and affect your lifespan. Alright, you can go now. From now on you must come here once a week. The white snake sage returned to its seat. What about my contract with Ryuchi Cave? Ihu asked cautiously. From today on, every snake in Ryuchi Cave must obey you. Thank you, white snake sage. Ihu turned into smoke and disappeared. After Ihu left, the white snake sage couldn't contain its excitement. Ha ha ha, after thousands of years my Ryuchi cave has finally gotten a good seedling. A sage body. This time the stinky toads of Mount Mayaboku will be defeated by my Ryuchi cave, ha ha ha. Ihu returned to his room and pinched himself. The experience just now was really dreamlike. Ryuchi cave had been too good to him. At that moment Ihu felt a warm current surging through his body, and he fell asleep comfortably. The trace of Senjutsu chakra injected by the white snake sage, and the active cells injected by Orochimaru were simultaneously fusing and developing Ihu's sage body. Snake Uncle's medicine is really effective. The quality and quantity of chakra have both improved. Even a vial of Shengshi's blood has such an effect. If it were Hashirama cells. Forget it. If I keep thinking I won't be able to resist. Ihu and Shengshu tidied up a bit, ate something, and headed to the training ground. Jukusanai had gone to find Shuimin for breakfast much earlier. Ihu, judging by the look of you, you must have been to the Ryuchi cave yesterday. How did it feel? Orochimaru had received a message from the Ryuchi cave the previous day, thanking him for bringing them an excellent successor. If Wansha ever disobeyed or demanded sacrifices again, they could report it to the Ryuchi cave and the sages would teach it a lesson. Wansha, so I've been sold out just like that. How reckless. Orochimaru was rather curious about what use Ihu was to the Ryuchi cave. The cave's response was that in 10 years, there would be a competition among the 3 great sacred lands over the distribution of Senjutsu chakra, and they needed Ihu's strength to defeat the toads and the slugs. It seems yesterday's elixir worked well. Both of you have increased your chakra. Let's spar. I need to see how far you've grown. Having said that, Orochimaru spat out a snake from his mouth and the snake spat out a sword. Ihu drew his own straight blade and infused it with ice-natured chakra. Shengshu, on the other hand, took out a kunai. His earth-and-natured chakra was not suitable for enchantment, nor was he skilled in swordsmanship. Otherwise that sword would not have been saved until he took Ihu as his disciple. Ihu first maximized his defense with an ice crystal armor. He knew he was no match in a direct fight, so stacking armor would at least reduce the beatings he would take. As Ihu charged forward, the 2 Kusanagi blades clashed. A chill traveled from the blade into Orochimaru's head. Feeling the cold in his hand, Orochimaru's right hand, which held the sword, was already affected by the ice release chakra, slowing the flow of his chakra. Orochimaru thought to himself, no good. Close combat is too passive, my chakra flow will only slow further. If this continues, even I could be worn down by him. He stepped back, sheathed his sword, and performed the hidden shadow snake hands technique. Countless long snakes burst from his sleeves and lunged at Ihu, who sliced them apart with his blade. Behind Orochimaru, Shengshu's voice rang out, Earth Dragon Bullet technique. A massive dragon head lunged at Orochimaru, but the figure in the dragon's mouth turned into a clump of earth. You defeated my earth clone so easily, but it's not enough. Ihu's strategy of increasing defense to gradually weaken the opponent is indeed effective, but it lacks flexibility. The ice armor hinders movement speed. With that, Orochimaru's Kusanagi blade suddenly extended, sending Ihu flying, and then used earth release to bury him. Shengshu, although you have a lot of chakra, your control over it is poor. The earth dragon bullet you just now wasted 40% of its potential unnecessarily. Ihu, your ice release still needs further development. All the ice release techniques we developed before were support or defensive types lacking destructive power. Your ice release has great potential. Make good use of it. Shengshu, you need to practice taijutsu. Once you awaken a bloodline limit, your chakra will surge again. According to my research, with daily taijutsu training in 2 years, your body strength combined with the Senju clan sage body will allow you to adapt to the first Hokage cells and awaken would release. Shengshu felt discouraged upon hearing Orochimaru's words. Will it really take that long? Do I truly have the talent to awaken would release? Shengshu, don't be disheartened. Trust your teacher. In 2 years you will definitely reach the level needed to adapt to Hashirama cells and awaken would release. Then I will guide you in learning the Ryuchi cave's senjutsu. Shengshu, didn't you say you wanted to become Hokage? Even that fool Jiraiya achieved greatness later in life. Why can't you? Shengshu, Naruto, Hashirama, and Kushina. The 4 of them were like mold from the same cast, strikingly similar in personality. A simple word of encouragement was enough to rekindle Shengshu's fire. Following Orochimaru's advice, the 2 began their respective training. Ihu often injected a bit of his chakra into Shengshu's body, stimulating the fusion of his earth water and yang chakra. Ihu's ice release development also shifted toward destructive power. The previous ice dragon protection was only a half-finished product, and other constructed techniques began to be put into action with the help of Snake Sensei. Shuimin had also signed a contract with Mount Mayaboku. At just 13 years old, he was already on the threshold of becoming a jonin. Jukusanai hesitated to sign a contract with Mayaboku because she disliked toads. She only liked fluffy things. One day Orochimaru approached Ihu with a form. Ihu, do you want to participate in the Chunin exams? Although with your strength even an average jonin is no match for you, you still need to go through the formalities. Is that possible? But how can I participate alone? Ihu was somewhat surprised. Shouldn't one wait a few years before taking the Chunin exams? With only jonin level strength, wouldn't it be like walking into death? Shuimin and Jukusanai will temporarily form a team with you. It's fine if your ice release is exposed. The Chunin exams are meant to showcase the strength of each village to deter others. No matter what happens, your teacher will protect you. On the other side, Jukusenai arm in arm with Shuimin walked over. Ihu, sign it. Once we become Chunin, we can leave the village freely. Jukusenai was incredibly excited, flames seemingly burning in her eyes. Alright. Seeing his sister's fervent gaze, Ihu couldn't bear to refuse and agreed. Both Shuimin and Ihu had reached Jonin level, finally meeting the threshold for learning the Flying Thunder God technique. They studied the technique together before the Chunin exams. Tobarama Senju was truly a genius. The Flying Thunder God technique required extremely high spatial talent as well as a high level of sealing arts. One had to use sealing arts to create their own Flying Thunder God mark, seal it onto an object, and then by sensing the chakra on it achieve displacement in a manner similar to reverse summoning. The first step of their training was learning sealing arts. Although Ihu was of the Uzumaki clan, he had spent most of his time developing Ice Release, so the two had to seek help from Jukusenai. One was her own brother, the other her boyfriend. Jukusenai naturally did her best to help. Their studies were interrupted by the Chunin exams. Many unfamiliar faces appeared in the village. All the major hidden villages except the old Iwagakure. Ihu saw many familiar faces: Terumi Mei and Ao of the Kirigakure, future Mizukichi Pakura of the Sunagakure with her Scorch Release, the third Reikage of Kimogakure. How ridiculous, the fourth AI was already 18 and still taking the Chunin exams. Orochimaru pointed to the distant fourth AI. Be careful of him. That elite Jonin Yu and Lord Third killed was once his teacher. Rumor has it he came to Konoha for the Chunin exams specifically to avenge his teacher. Ihu was a bit speechless. I didn't kill that man. The third Hokage knocked him out, and it was you, Orochimaru Sensei, who dissected him to death. It's got nothing to do with me. After feeling uncomfortable for a while, Ihu still accepted the reality. It doesn't matter. My teacher, my brother, my brother's teacher, and my teacher's teacher are all here. I have 17 cards. Can you take me down? If you dare to mess with me, believe me, my older sister will release the fox at your doorstep in the future. Now Ihu was not in the mood to greet these famous people who had not yet opened up. Seeing the look in the third Reikage's eyes standing in front of the fourth Reikage, he knew that this guy also wanted to kill me. I'd better not go out alone these days. -1 also smiled. Don't worry. These days I have developed a special substitution technique that combines the immortal chakra of Longdi Cave. All you need is to use the contract to let the Great Snake contribute a trace of immortal technique and then use your own chakra for the rest. It's safe and convenient. When I go back today, I'll teach this trick to you and Shangshu. -1 style substitution technique. I would call it the #1 survival god technique in Naruto. Snake Uncle finally pulled it off. Combined with my immortal Bodhis chakra, I can only say it's invincible. Ihu was now excited. The sense of security brought by this technique was too strong. If it weren't for Joshinai stubbornly refusing to sign the contract with Longdi Cave, Ihu would have insisted that Joshinai learn it. Back home, Ihu began to learn the -1 style substitution technique. Refuse to roll. No, as long as rolling doesn't kill you, roll to the death. The ninja world is so dangerous, only learning can bring me a sense of security. Uzumaki Ihu. Time soon arrived at the Chunin exam. The first test was to cross the Konoha forest, which was filled with various dangerous beasts, some of which even had the strength of a jonin. Ihu and his two companions signed a life-and-death disclaimer agreement and entered the forest. With Shinla Sinyan, the entire Konoha forest was like a sand table to Ihu. Where everyone was and where the powerful beasts were was clear at a glance. Wait, this feeling. Ihu led the two towards the wrong direction. The two who trusted Ihu immensely followed without suspicion. After walking for over 10 minutes, a large snake appeared in front of Ihu. Are you a snake from Longdi Cave? Take us through this forest. Ihu was not polite to the snake. Yes, Lord Ihu. The giant snake showed no resistance to Ihu. Ihu had been to Longdi Cave many times, and any snake with a bit of strength recognized him. As their ancestor said, our Longdi Cave's immortal arts have had no inheritor for a long time. This kid is the hope for our Longdi Cave's rise. Out there, behave obediently or else I, the ancestor, will not let you off. Joshinai was very excited on the snake, even though she had been so reluctant when asked to sign the contract. Wow, this is so fast, so exciting. The giant snake swiftly shuttled through the forest. The three sat on the snake like on a roller coaster. Ihu silently recorded the snake's chakra. Such a fast and steady snake was rare even in Longdi Cave. The first test, which had a time limit of 2 days, was completed by Ihu's team in only 2.5 hours. If they hadn't chosen to detour to avoid unnecessary battles, they could have been even faster. After reaching the finish line, Ihu couldn't help asking the giant snake, "Do you have a name?" Lord Ihu, in Longdi Cave only the most powerful snakes have names. My strength is not enough. The giant snake looked a bit dejected. If you don't mind, how about I give you a name? I haven't been acknowledged by the great snakes in Longdi Cave yet. How about you be my contract snake? Room and board included. Ihu tempted the giant snake. Can it be? Lord Ihu, I am willing. The giant snake quickly nodded. Then how about Fabiao Shuriken? Thank you for the name, Lord Ihu. Fabiao didn't care what the name was now. Ihu was a popular figure in the entire Longdi Cave. Signing a contract with him would directly boost Fabiao's status in the cave. Fabiao felt as if he were floating. With such luck, just going out and helping with a small favor led him to the peak. Fabiao, go back first. I'll call you when I need you. Yes, Lord Ihu. With that, he turned into smoke and returned to Longdi Cave. Ihu watched the smoke. Actually, I wanted you to go back to the forest. Never mind. Shuim insists, let's go in. We must be the top-ranked team. The third Hokage and the third Raikage, who were still conversing, were both surprised that someone could arrive at the finish line so fast. After registration, the three left the exam site to prepare for the team battles next week. A day later, the first test officially ended. Among the 8 teams, 2 were from Konoha, 1 from Kumogakure, 1 from Kirigakure, and the rest were from smaller villages. After a week of rest, the second test, team battles, began in the Konoha arena. Kumogakure versus Konohagakure Team 2, Konohagakure versus Kirigakure, Sunagakure versus Kusagakure, Amigakure versus Takigakure. The Konoha Team 2's 3 extras were no match for the 4th Raikage A. After simple venue repairs, Ihu's team and the 3 from Kirigakure stepped onto the field. Ihu initiated the battle, first drawing his sword and charging forward. The sharp-toothed man also raised his blade and clashed with Ihu. Joshinai blocked Zhao Meiming and Shuimen blocked Qing. After a few exchanges, Ihu quickly found the flaw of the sharp-toothed man and struck with his sword, but no blood flowed. The Hozuki clan, the ability to elementalize. Truly an enviable ability. Ihu looked at the sharp-toothed man. Nice to meet you. Gui Deng Mingyue. Gui Deng Mingyue greeted Ihu politely. You don't have to be so polite. It makes me feel bad to attack you. Ihu propped his forehead with one hand, while the sword in his other hand began to spark with electric arcs. Although he was not good at lightning release, it was easy to enchant the blade with lightning release chakra. Seeing the electric arcs, Gui Deng Mingyue immediately switched the battlefield and charged at Joshinai, while Zhao Meiming approached Ihu to fight him. However, Qing on the other battlefield was on the verge of defeat. Seeing this, Zhao Meiming couldn't help but feel anxious. Melting release, melting monster technique. In her haste, Zhao Meiming used her Kekkei Genkai, intending to immediately defeat Ihu to turn the tide. Watching the corrosive liquid surging from all directions, Ihu had no room to dodge. No choice. Ice Release, Ice Wall. As Ihu's words fell, an ice wall rose from the ground and blocked in front of him. Zhao Meiming stared at the ice wall in shock. Ice Release. How is that possible? Pink hair. Could he be a half-breed abandoned by the Yuki clan? While Zhao Meiming was stunned, Shuimen had already defeated Qing. As a sensory ninja, it was already impressive to last so long against Shuimen. For Zhao Meiming and Gui Deng Mingyue, the disadvantage on the field all pointed to Ihu. As long as they took down Ihu, the other two would have no way to deal with Gui Deng Mingyue. The two exchanged glances and chose to simultaneously attack Uzumaki, Ihu attempting to break through. Seeing the two charging at him, Ihu swung his sword and unleashed a blade aura that froze Gui Deng Mingyue. The water elementalization actually accelerated the freezing process, and Gui Deng Mingyue was then eliminated by Shuimen from behind. Now there's only you left. Surrender. There's no need to fight so hard. It's not good for either of us. Not wanting to reveal too many trump cards, Ihu began to try using the talk no jutsu. Are you looking down on me? Terumi Mei gritted her silver teeth. Ninjutsu hidden mist technique. Ichi's verbal assault failed, and it even seemed to have further enraged her. Within the thick fog, only Ichi knew the positions of everyone. Minato and Kushina leaned together, alert to their surroundings, aware that carelessly unleashing jutsu in the mist might harm Ichi. The dense fog was the domain of sensory ninjas. This tactic would normally have required Ao's assistance, but it turned out his two teammates had fallen far too quickly. Through his mind's eye of the Kagura, Ichi gradually approached Terumi Mei, gathering ice release chakra in his hands. The moment he spotted her, he darted forward, aiming to freeze her instantly. Terumi Mei heard the sound and spun around swiftly to counterattack. A clash between lava release and ice release erupted at that moment. Relying on his weapon, Ichi forced Terumi Mei back step by step. Even at a disadvantage, the stubborn young girl never considered surrender. Ichi withdrew his strength and quickly leaped backward, forming hand seals to end the battle with a jutsu. Ice release freezing beam. Lava release lava melting jutsu. After all, Terumi Mei was 2 years younger than Ichi. Their chakra reserves were worlds apart. After 2 jutsu, the little chakra she had left was frozen, forcing her to submit and concede defeat. Excuse me, are you from the Yuki clan? I heard this older sister call you Uzumaki Ichi, but your hair isn't as red as the others. It's a diluted pink. Are you perhaps a blood descendant of our Kirigakure's Yuki clan? After the battle, Terumi Mei approached Ichi and asked the question that had long troubled her. No. I'm a pure-blooded Uzumaki. He pointed at Kushina beside him. She's my full-blooded sister. As for my hair color, it's just an accident. Oh, Terumi Mei felt a pang of disappointment. If Ichi were of Yuki blood, luring him back to Kirigakure would surely secure the Yuki clan support. Then even the 4th Mizukage's position might be within her family's reach. Don't feel down. Come on, let me take you on a grand tour of Konoha. Kushina grabbed Terumi Mei's shoulder and glanced back at Ichi, her eyes conveying a clear message. Bro, little sis Mei is too old for you. Let big sis scout ahead first. Women's friendships could indeed be strange. in one day Kushina gained another bosom friend with whom she could share everything. During this time Kushina kept promoting her younger brother to Terumi Mei. Once she had tried to set Ichi up with her only close girlfriend Uzumaki Makoto. But before she could make a move, a dog named Uchiha Fugaku snatched her away. Kushina, who savored the sweetness of love every day, didn't want her brother to stay a perpetual single dog. Well, the truth was she simply wanted to find Ichi a girlfriend, so he would stop constantly competing with her for Minato's attention. As for the outcome, Kushina wasn't forcing anything. Feelings couldn't be coerced. She was merely planting a seed. Having been in love for over a year, Kushina naturally noticed the spark of interest in her brother's eyes. Bro, big sis can only help you this far. As the individual matches drew closer, Kushina dragged Terumi Mei around Konoha, indulging in endless fun. The final round of the Chunin exams began the day after Ichi was discharged from the hospital. Ichi remained calm. Out of the 12 participants, the chance of facing the fourth Raikage A was less than 1 in 10. But as names were announced one by one, and the last match's participants appeared, Ichi's lingering hope finally died. Uzumaki Ichi vs. The first 5 matches concluded quickly. Both Kushina and Minato won with ease. The highlight was the showdown between Ichi and Ichi looked up at the third Hokage and Jiraiya, who were grinning down at him from above. I think they did this on purpose. There's a conspiracy. A blue aura began to emanate from his body across the arena. I will avenge Fui's defeat myself, brat. Prepare to die. Staring at A, whose fighting spirit was overwhelming, Ichi's mind wandered elsewhere. If I take him down, will he cling to me like he did with Minato? It is well known that the fourth Raikage has been obsessed with Basui Shuemen ever since he lost to Shuemen once. Forget it, since things are like this. If I don't fight him, am I just waiting to get beaten? E, who also focused his mind and prepared for battle. Lightning Release Armor. Ice Release Armor. AI and E, who simultaneously activated their augmenting ninjutsu. AI, a speed-type ninja, struck first with astonishing speed. Relying solely on his physical speed, which rivaled the body flicker technique, he instantly appeared behind E, who and delivered a hand blade infused with violent lightning release chakra aimed at Iha's neck. The speed was so overwhelming that E, who was knocked flying before he could react. Fortunately, the ice release armor on his body absorbed most of the damage. The flying E, who spat out a mouthful of blood. So fast. His chakra is only at the special Jonin level, yet his combat ability is even more outrageous than that previous elite Jonin. Indeed, I underestimated him earlier. The Cloud Hidden's Taijutsu ninjutsu system cannot be judged by chakra volume alone. Ice Release Crystal Ice Barrier. As E, who released his chakra outward, the temperature inside the arena plummeted rapidly. Seeing that E, who could still stand after his full force strike, AI immediately wanted to pursue and finish him off. Unfortunately, E, who had been knocked too far away, and before AI could reach him, the ice barrier was already complete. In an instant, frost covered the entire arena. AI felt his ability to mobilize chakra slow down. Not only AI inside the arena, but all the ninjas in the venue, including the Kages on the viewing platform, also felt the effect. Everyone's chakra was affected by the barrier. Genin with weak strength could no longer mobilize chakra, and some Chunin were also unable to use ninjutsu properly. Ace Fist was about to land on E, who dodged. Inside the barrier, Iha's speed had been greatly enhanced. With this shift in balance, E, who a ninjutsu-type ninja, could actually compete in speed with a taijutsu powerhouse like AI. Don't you understand the buff from a field spell card? Iha's disgusting fighting style was the bane of all taijutsu experts. This barrier further maximized the efficiency of this style. Feeling his chakra constantly freezing, AI was extremely frustrated. The opponent's ice release targeted chakra more than the body, making his proud physical defense completely useless. If AI bore the surname Uchiha, he might have awakened the Sharingan by now. Are you even a man? If you have the guts, fight me fair and square. E, who couldn't help but roll his eyes. Yes, how did you know him still just a child? You've been training for at least 5 or 6 years, more than me. How can you say that with a straight face? Hearing this, Ace face flushed with embarrassment. Though on his dark skin it was barely noticeable if not looked closely. Knowing he was in the wrong, AI said nothing more. Instead, he frantically mobilized his chakra, intending to finish the fight quickly. Ace's body erupted visible arcs of electricity crackling over him, and his hair stood on end. E, who couldn't help but quip from the side. Your hair is still yellow. You look even more like a Super Saiyan than the... Hearing this only made AI angrier. Don't worry, I'll send you to meet him soon. Then you can compare carefully. Lightning knockdown level 1000 dance. With a shout, blue chakra converged in Ace's hand, and in an instant he struck E, who. In his rage, the hand blade infused with frantic chakra shattered the armor on Iha's body. This is insane. This armor can even block strength ninjutsu, yet he shattered it with one hit. E, who looked at the furious AI and thought, this time I've gone too far. At this moment, from the viewing platform, E, who go for it. E, who looked toward the voice. Joshinai and Zhao Meiming were sitting in the spectator stands watching him. This wasn't like an anime where saying something like, I feel the power of friendship, or a power of friendship yell would make you surge with power and take down the opponent. E, who himself had little fighting spirit in this battle. His advantage against Taijutsu ninja made him treat the fight perfunctorily. With many powerful figures watching from above, neither he nor AI could kill each other, so Ihu's motivation was low. But when he saw Zhao Meiming watching him from beside Joshinai, who suddenly felt a strong desire to win. I don't want to lose. Ice Release Ice Dragon Bodyguard. Unlike when he fought the cloud-hidden elite Jonin last time, this ninjutsu was now fully developed. The enormous dragon wings could even envelop his entire body, and his upper body was encased in high-density dragon-shaped ice crystals. This time I won't hurt myself. Dragon Hailframe. Ihu charged toward AI. The point of impact instantly erupted with enormous ice crystals. Although AI relied on his lightning release armor and physical defense to block most of the damage, he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. No matter how strong the body, internal organs cannot be immune to impact. He was still injured. Who was also not having an easy time. Ace Handblade had also struck him upon landing. The Ice Dragon Bodyguard was strong in boosting speed and power but weak in defense. It was equivalent to taking Ace Lightning knockdown level 1000 dance with his bare body. This attack took half of Ihu's life. Come on, Ice Release Ice Oath. In an instant, Ihu's ice release chakra was completely drained while his own power and speed were once again enhanced. The ice wings behind him fluttered. AI was not to be outdone. He drew the last of his chakra and shouted, "Lightning me bomb." However, affected by the ice release ace ninjutsu was a beat slower. In the end, he was punched flying by Ihu, who glided over. The third Hokage stood up and announced, "I declare, the winner of this battle is Uzumaki. Ihu, the victor of this battle will become a Chunin. Congratulations to both of you." The awakened audience erupted in cheers. This ticket was truly worth it for them. The battle between genin was as exciting as that of jonin. Dispelling his ninjutsu, Ihu sat down on the ground exhausted. AI looked over and said, "Uzumaki Ihu, Ayeyue AI, acknowledge you." Having said that, AI immediately passed out. Ihu also held on for a while, then fainted as well. A day later, Ihu woke up in Konoha Hospital. Beside him, Joshinai and Shueimen were being all affectionate with each other. Shueimen was the first to notice Ihu's condition. "Ihu, you're awake. How do you feel?" Recalling the battle a day ago, the weakness from using Ice Oath had now disappeared. This was a life-saving ninjutsu specially developed by Ihu, which greatly enhanced strength, speed, and other attributes by stimulating ice release chakra, and could even rapidly heal injuries. However, it placed a great burden on the body, leaving him weakened for a while afterward. "What are you looking at? She's already returned to Wuin." Joshinai looked at Ihu with a sense of frustration and said, "I give you opportunities, but you don't seize them. My brother isn't going to be a loner forever, is he?" Joshinai expressed that she had already become sworn sisters with Zhao Meiming, but her brother still hadn't made a move. It was really hard to carry him. "Sister, I will see her again." Kushina said nothing more. Matters of the heart were beyond explanation, and a first love struck by lightning was no different from one born of desire. In the Hokage's office, Danzo once again began his confrontation with the third Hokage. "Sarutobi, you must hand over that child of the Uzumaki clan with the ice release to me. Root requires fresh blood." At this moment, Danzo was filled with regret. That sly old fox Sarutobi Hiruzen had hidden Uzumaki Ichi too well. He had known a prodigy of ice release existed in the village, but hadn't taken it seriously, only requesting him from the third once, and then neglecting the matter. After all, Danzo had witnessed the ice release of the Mist Village. It was neither delectable nor worth discarding. Its power was not the pinnacle among bloodline limits. Little did he know that Uzumaki Ichi's ice release would be so extraordinary, a veritable bane to all taijutsu users. "I will take him as my disciple and pass on my legacy. I will forge him into Konoha's sharpest spear." Danzo grew increasingly fervent, but the third Hokage across from him did not believe a single syllable of his words. He knew his old friend too well. No one understood Danzo's obsession with the Hokage position better than Sarutobi Hiruzen. For Danzo, it represented not only power but also the recognition of the second Hokage. He yearned to personally lead Konoha to the pinnacle of the shinobi world. "Danzo Ichi is already Orochimaru's disciple. Your place is too dark for him. Sarutobi." "Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage." Danzo reluctantly left the Hokage's office, muttering, "Sarutobi, you will regret this." The third Hokage tapped his desk and a masked Anbu appeared before him. "Bring Uzumaki Ichi to see me." In the Konoha hospital, Ichi had just finished packing to go home when he turned to see a masked Anbu appear before him. "This can't be a root operative sent by Danzo to forcibly take me to his headquarters," he thought. The Anbu only said, "The Hokage requests your presence at his office," and left without any further delay. Aloof. This one is probably not from Root. Arriving at the Hokage's office, the third greeted him with his usual genial smile. "Little Ichi, you are now a Chunin. Would you like to train in the Anbu?" Seeing Ichi's hesitation, the third attempted to tempt him with material rewards. In the Anbu, you can obtain various jutsu and tools unavailable elsewhere. Moreover, Anbu operatives receive a high commission for completing missions, though you will need to leave the village frequently. However, that is no problem. After a few years, I can transfer you to the Hokage's direct Anbu unit. so you won't have to leave the village anymore. Ichi distilled all this into 2 points: good pay and frequent trips outside the village. Lord Third, I am willing to join the ANBU. The third Hokage had intended to list more advantages to lure Ichi, but was surprised by his swift agreement. Very well, go home for now. Someone will come for you tonight. Returning home, Ichi immediately resumed studying the Flying Thunder God technique, with Minato leaving Kushina quite forlorn. I miss the days when you were hospitalized. That evening, a silver-haired man in a Konoha vest appeared at Ichi's door. May I ask if Uzumaki Ichi is home? My name is Hatake Sakumo and I am here to see him. Ichi stepped out, finding it hard to associate the gentle handsome man before him with the battlefield demon, known as the White Fang of Konoha. Lord White Fang, I am Uzumaki Ichi. White Fang was taken aback. Isn't the Uzumaki clan known for red hair? This pink. A genetic mutation. As the ANBU commander, White Fang was usually very busy with a 5-year-old son, Hatake Kakashi, to care for. He had heard of Ichi's exploits but never seen him in person. Hello. Ichi im Hatake Sakumo. No need to call me Lord, just call me Uncle. Ha ha ha, you remind me of my Kakashi. I should bring you home to meet him. I'm sure he'll like you. White Fang cleared his throat. All business aside, from today onward, I am your ANBU squad leader. During work hours we use code names. It'll take you to get your gear and mask now. You'll need to come up with a code name yourself. Looking at the gentle man before him, Ichi felt a bit disoriented. White Fang of Konoha. The contrast was immense. Uncle Sakumo, aren't you supposed to be a ruthless killer who hacked his way from the east of the Sand Village to the west without blinking? Where is your strongman demeanor? Shouldn't you be aloof? My heroic image of you has collapsed. Ichi composed himself. Oh, Uncle Sakumo. Let my code name be Chinji. White Fang pondered. Chinji? Any special meaning? Don't mind me, just curious. Nothing much, Uncle. I just think a ninja who doesn't aspire to be a Navy admiral isn't a good Grim Reaper, like eating spaghetti with concrete grade 36. Ichi's words became utter nonsense. Hatake Sakumo stared at the young man, falling into silence. I suppose I'm getting old, unable to keep up with the young generation's thoughts. Ichi, let's go get your gear first. They'll come find you a day before any mission. If you have questions about training, feel free to ask. I have some expertise in genjutsu. Under White Fang's guidance, Ichi received an ANBU protective suit, a tanto, and a mask shaped like a cat. Normally, as your captain, I should treat you to a meal on the first day, but I'm uneasy leaving Kakashi home alone. White Fang thought for a moment. Ichi, how about coming to my place for dinner? I think Kakashi will be glad to meet you. Oh, may I? Sorry for the intrusion, Uncle Sakumo. Ichi wasn't particularly interested in the meal itself. More than anything, he was curious to see what Kakashi looked like as a child, and even more so to witness White Fang of Konoha cooking. Accompanying White Fang to the Hatake residence, Kakashi was at home. The 5-year-old already wore a mask. After exchanging greetings, Ichi and Kakashi became acquainted. Hatake Sakumo put on an apron and entered the kitchen. Ichi could not describe his feelings. It was akin to, my suspended heart finally died. White Fang's image was shattered in my mind like an idol falling from grace. With White Fang cooking, only Ichi and Kakashi remained in the living room. A question that had plagued Ichi for over 700 episodes suddenly occurred to him: what does Hatake Kakashi really look like behind that mask? But after a moment's hesitation, he gave up the idea for now. After all, bullying his son on the first visit wouldn't be appropriate. He would wait until they became more familiar. Kakashi suddenly felt a chill, which quickly dissipated. Hey, are you my dad's new teammate? Ahu patted Kakashi's head. Yes, I'm Uncle Sakumo's new teammate. Kakashi tried to dodge, but at only 5 years old, how could he escape Ihu's clutches? After chatting with Kakashi for a while, Hatake Sakumo came out with braised sori. Ihu, try my cooking. I'm quite confident in my sori. Ihu had grown accustomed to the extreme contrast of Konoha's White Fang. Sakumo's cooking was surprisingly excellent. After the meal, Ihu left the Hatake residence. Tonight's blow was rather heavy. He would need some time to recover before accepting it. The next day, White Fang brought Ihu to meet his teammates. Although White Fang was already the ANBU commander, he still fought on the front lines, so he remained the leader of an ANBU squad. Chinji, this is Xiao. White Fang pointed to a woman wearing a bird-shaped mask. He is Feng. A man with a fox mask nodded at Ihu. From today onward, you are ANBU Team 1, Squad 7. On regular days, you can take missions on your own or as a team. If the ANBU has a mission, it'll inform you a few days in advance. And so Ihu began his monotonous daily routine once again. Each day he took on ANBU missions. Occasionally the squad left the village with White Fang. When free, he would go and contend with Kushina over Minato. Ahem. Don't misunderstand. They just studied the Flying Thunder God together. Then there was the habit of freeloading at Hatake Sakumo's house. It wasn't that he couldn't afford his own meals, but watching Sakumo cook in an apron was far more cost-effective. Over the course of a year, Minato and Ihu had both inscribed their own Flying Thunder God marks. As expected, Minato's mark, like in the original, was the Sword of Ninja Love. Ihu's mark was the Eternal Ice Crystal. From then on, learning the Flying Thunder God depended solely on themselves. the comprehension of space could not be shared, only personally realized. Their method of comprehension was to continuously use the reverse summoning jutsu, one tormenting Mount Mayaboku, the other tormenting Ryuchi Cave, draining the sage chakra from both places. Until one day Ihu, who had finally touched the threshold of the Flying Thunder God, returned home to hear news from the ANBU. Captain White Fang's mission failed, causing great losses to the village. Upon hearing the news, Ihu rushed to the Hatake residence. White Fang sat dejectedly at home. This mission had been extremely dangerous, and White Fang had chosen the squad he had worked with the longest. The mission had originally been completed, but due to a mistake by a squad member, White Fang and his team were exposed. To save his comrades, Sakumo abandoned the intel he had already obtained and chose to turn back and rescue them. After the mission failure, White Fang was instead blamed by his teammates. Approaching him, Ihu saw that his eyes were hollow and lifeless, his entire being like a broken down heart, appearing utterly despondent. Ah, it's Ihu. Seeing the once gentle man reduced to such a state, Ihu knew he had to do something. Otherwise White Fang would surely end up taking his own life at home, just like in the original. Uncle Sakumo, the cause of this isn't on you. Isn't the lives of comrades more important than everything? Something you taught us when we first entered the ANBU. Ihu grabbed Sakumo's shoulders, shaking him while persuading him, but the moment his hands touched Sakumo's shoulders, he sensed strange chakra within Sakumo's body. If he hadn't touched Sakumo's body, a normal sensory ninja wouldn't have detected the abnormality in Sakumo's chakra. What is this? Uncle, please calm down first, okay? The you right now is not the real you, your chakra is abnormal. You are being influenced by someone. Uncle, think back. Who have you seen since returning to Konoha? Hatake Sakumo's eyes were dull. After a long pause he said, the third. Hokage Mitokado Hamura, and sure. Aya. Sakumo clutched his head, muttering in pain, sure. Shimura. Danzo. After uttering this name, he seemed to lose all strength and collapse to the ground. Kakashi, who had been nearby, also came over. His father had been dejected these past few days, but his demeanor had been no different from before. If not for Ihu, a sensory ninja, noticing the anomaly, Kakashi would never have discovered the problem with his father's body. Ihu had already been suspicious upon sensing the chakra. Hearing the name Shimura, Danzo only confirmed his guess. Kakashi, watch over your father. I'm going to find a way to cure him. Don't let him do anything foolish. Kakashi nodded. I'll keep an eye on my father until you return. Ihu left the Hatake residence and headed straight for the Uchiha compound. His own sister was as close as a sister to Uchiha Mikoto, and Ihu was familiar with both Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Fugaku. Brother Fugaku, are you home? Uchiha Fugaku came out of the house. Ah, Ihu, what's the matter? No time to explain, brother Fugaku, come with me. After dragging Uchiha Fugaku to the Hatake residence, Ihu explained the situation, hoping that Fugaku could use the Sharingan to restore White Fang to normal. Entering the Hatake house, Hatake Sakumo was still sitting on the floor as before. Fugaku activated his Sharingan and used genjutsu on White Fang, attempting to overlay and neutralize the chakra in his body. At 20 years old, he already possessed 3 tomo, yet he was powerless against this jutsu. The Uchiha clan certainly had hidden Mangekyo users, but Ihu did not trust them. Fugaku only awakened his Mangekyo after the Third Shinobi World War. Uchiha Shursui was only 2 years old. If they could use Izanami on Sakumo now, it would surely save him, but the conditions were not met. At night, Ihu sneaked back to the Hatake residence. Who? Kakashi tensed up and nervously grabbed the White Fang short sword. Ihu walked up to Kakashi. It's me, Kakashi. I'm here to talk about Uncle Sakumo's condition. Ihu set up a ceiling barrier inside the room. Kakashi, if I'm not mistaken, Uncle Sakumo was attacked by Danzo. You might not know him, but if you ever see him in the future, don't believe his words and never go with him. Ihu paused. Danzo's hidden right eye is a Sharingan, most likely from his deceased comrade Uchiha Kagami. The Sharingan's level is too high, oh brother Fugaku couldn't undo it, and I don't trust other Uchiha to handle it. I need your consent for this, Kakashi. I will seal Uncle Sakumo in ice, putting his body into a state of suspended animation. I guarantee that within 10 years I will restore him to normal. Kakashi hesitated. Ihu added more pressure. The effect of the enemy's technique is taking hold. Trust me, this is the best solution. In the end, Kakashi agreed. Ihu was right. What good would his persistence do? His father's mood was growing increasingly unstable. Perhaps if they delayed further, he might lose himself entirely. Ihu took the White Fang short sword and made a cut on his own hand. Unfortunately, after bleeding for a while, it healed. He made many cuts to fake White Fang's suicide. Ihu used a large amount of chakra to forge an indestructible ice coffin, reinforcing it with sealing jutsu. After completing the scene arrangement and entrusting Kakashi, Ihu departed. The next morning, Ihu pretended to visit Shuomao and naturally explained why Shuomo's corpse had appeared in the ice coffin. That very day, the news of White Fang's suicide spread throughout Muyi. All the prominent figures of Muyi attended White Fang's funeral. Regret was etched on the third Hokage's face. He had not suppressed the public opinion, hoping to humble White Fang and pave the way for his own disciple to become the fourth Hokage. He never expected to crush him completely. Shimura Danzo 2 years later also felt a pang of regret. He had originally intended to use the public opinion to humble White Fang, then control him with Kagami's Mangekyo technique during his moment of confusion. Instead he ended up controlling him into oblivion. 3 days later Kakashi and Ihu buried White Fang in the Hatake ancestral grounds. The seal on the ice coffin would alert Ihu the moment it was touched, so there was no fear of grave robbing. After settling everything, Ihu submitted to the third Hokage an application for promotion to Jonin and another to adopt. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage looked at Ihu's 2 applications and felt even more satisfied with him. The more loyal a person, the more controllable they were. As the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi never hesitated to view people through the darkest lens of human nature. Human beings are complex. External shackles can never bind the free heart. Only emotions and bonds can make people willingly accept constraints. The impression Uchiha Madara had left on the third Hokage was too profound. A strong shinobi of Muyi must belong to the village with both body and heart. In the third Hokage's view, Ihu's bond with Muyi was now deep enough. Even if he grew stronger in the future, he would always be Mu-yes Uzumaki Ihu. The third Hokage thought for a moment and said to the Umbu, hidden in the shadows, summon Jiraiya and Uzumaki Ihu to see me. Then he approved both of Ihu's applications. The 2 arrived at the Hokage's office shortly after receiving the summons. The third Hokage was still working, but he nodded approvingly when he saw them. Let's go. We're heading to Training Ground 54. Upon arriving at the training ground, the third Hokage said to Ihu, little Ihu, if you can hold out against Jiraiya for 15. Well, 20 minutes you passed the test. Considering Ihu's pesky defensive style, his defense was too strong. But if Jiraiya couldn't take him down in 20 minutes, he probably wouldn't win afterward. The timer started. Ihu began with his classic ice crystal armor. Always put on armor before a fight. Across from him, Jiraiya looked at Ihu, completely encased in ice blue armor, and felt utterly helpless. This turtle-style fighting was unique in the entire shinobi world. Ihu, how about you take off the armor? We're on the same side. This isn't fun. Jiraiya tried to persuade him, verbally showing no intention to fight. Ihu, we're this close. No need to be so serious. Even if you don't pass with your strength, Sarutobi Sensei will still promote you to Jonin. Jiraiya stalled for 10 minutes with words, then released the hands he had kept behind his back. Summoning technique. As he spoke, a puff of smoke rose and 2 small toads appeared before Ihu. They were the 2 sages Fukasaku and Shima. Ihu was speechless. Hey, isn't this too much? Chatting to stall for time, while accumulating chakra, to summon the sages of Mount Mayaboku. Villainous. Jiraiya entered sage mode with the help of the 2 sages. Ha, this isn't villainous, it's called strategy. Ihu, welcome to the adult world. Wait, Jiraiya-senpai, you better think this through. If you hit me today, my sister will definitely retaliate. Jiraiya paused, then suddenly burst into laughter that wouldn't stop. You? Ha. Do you know? It was your sister. Ha. Who told me to beat you up, because you've been monopolizing the time she spends alone with Minato. So your sister promised me that if I send you to the hospital for a few days today, she'll help me pursue Tsunade. Resign yourself, kid. Today you're definitely staying in the hospital. Of course, Jiraiya couldn't go all out. If he seriously injured Ihu, the She-Dragon Kushina on one side would instantly turn into a green tea, activating the other She-Dragon Tsunade Pro Max Plus, who would punch him into Mu-yes foundations. After entering Sage Mode, Jiraiya only had 10 minutes left, and he couldn't do much to Ihu since he couldn't use his big move. Ihu was injured but not severely. To give Jiraiya face, even with just a few scratches, Ihu checked into Mu. Jiraiya declared, from now on, Ihu, you're my brother from another mother. He'll never refuse anything for you. Of course, Jiraiya didn't expect the retribution, or rather the repayment, to come so soon. The very next day, Ihu found Jiraiya with a simple goal: borrow money. Ihu had adopted Kakashi, and he couldn't keep living with Kakashi in the Senju clan's house. Nor was it appropriate to stay in the Hatake residence. A new life needed a new beginning. Ihu borrowed half of Jiraiya's fortune, half of a cage-level shinobi's assets plus Ihu's savings over the years and the allowance from Uzumaki Mito. Ahem. Actually, most of it was the allowance from Uzumaki Mito. He bought a particularly large piece of land nestled against mountains and waters. That's right. Ihu bought the mountains and the waters together. Jiraiya got the assist from Kushina as promised and had a meal with Tsunade. That's right. Just the 2 of them eating together. Suffice to say, Jiraiya still had a long way to go in his pursuit of Tsunade. The next day, Jiraiya's tragedy continued. Kushina also came to borrow money. Seeing that her brother had moved out, she thought she was 14 and should have her own home. So like Ihu, she first fleeced Jiraiya. Combining her savings with Minato's and the allowance from Uzumaki Mito, she built a house right next to Ihu's. She didn't buy the mountains and waters, so it was much cheaper than Ihu's house. On the 3rd day, Senju Nawaki was outraged. Fine. Everyone moves out, leaving me isolated, huh? If it's just me and my sister in the house, I'll get beaten every day. So Nawaki also bought land and built a house there right next to Kushina's. Nawaki had wanted to fleece Jiraiya too, but unfortunately Jiraiya had nothing left. Feeling sorry for his teacher Orochimaru's lack of research funds, Nawaki borrowed money from Kushina to build his house. Thus only Jiraiya was left hurt. It was said that from that day on, the legendary Sannin Jiraiya was frequently seen at the mission desk with remarkable frequency. Of course Ihu Kushina and Nawaki often returned to the Senju clan's residence to visit Uzumaki Mito. As for Kakashi, Ihu stuffed him back into the ninja academy. At this point Kakashi was already a chunin. Facing Kakashi's objection, Ihu completely ignored him. You know how much of a bluff your chunin rank is. When I became a chunin I could already take on jonin. And you want to graduate early, go back to the ninja academy and settle down. Under the threat of Ihu's words and fists, Kakashi returned to the ninja academy to dominate the weaklings. It was like a dragon returning to the pond. At the ninja academy Ihu also saw the future boss Uchiha Obito. How to describe it? Ignoring the voice and appearance, this person is exactly like Senju Shangshu. Life seemed to return to normal. Ihu and Kakashi lived together after changing houses, but Ihu couldn't cook. Every day 7-year-old Kakashi had to get up to cook for 14-year-old Ihu. Ihu's only role in the kitchen was to provide ice. Sometimes it was unclear who had adopted whom. Ihu still idled around in the umbu every day. With White Fang gone, he was even less likely to leave the village. He spent his days visiting Minato next door to research ninjutsu and developing the sage body with Shangshu. Until a few months later Orochimaru, who had been missing for a long time, appeared before Ihu and Shangshu again. Orochimaru now looked so weak that a gust of wind could blow him over. He was haggard beyond measure, yet paradoxically, his face was brimming with excitement. Seeing Ihu and Shangshu, Orochimaru without a word took the syringe in his hand and plunged it into Shangshu's body. After being injected with the cells, Shangshu instantly lost all strength, collapsing to the ground. After a while he began to convulse and foam at the mouth. Master Orochimaru, I think we can postpone the Hashirama cell injection. The most important thing now is to save Shangshu, Ihu said, pointing at Shangshu as Orochimaru still aimed the syringe at him. At that moment Orochimaru was like a madman. He flashed behind Ihu in an instant and injected the reagent from the syringe into Ihu's body. After lasting a while Ihu too collapsed like Shangshu. When he woke up again, Ihu found himself in a cultivation tank with Shangshu in the adjacent tank. Outside, Orochimaru, who was recording data, saw this and shattered Ihu's tank. Ihu, how do you feel? Orochimaru's hoarse voice came. He was still so haggard. It was obvious that for their sake Orochimaru hadn't rested properly in a long time, or rather he hadn't rested at all. I feel great now. After moving his stiff body, the tube of Hashirama cells had activated the sage body and Ihu's chakra reserves had reached the Kage level. To prevent the Hashirama cells from draining your potential, I heavily diluted the concentration to preserve its effects as much as possible. Orochimaru was quite satisfied with Ihu's condition. This level was just right. It accelerated growth without sapping potential. Shangshu also slowly woke up. With the stimulation of Hashirama cells, he finally succeeded in synthesizing would-release chakra. Although it was still very weak now, at the very least he would become a cage level in the future. Seeing that both had successfully integrated, Orochimaru finally closed his eyes in relief and fell asleep. He could finally rest easy. As the two were still adapting to their bodies, suddenly a puff of smoke enveloped them, and they were simultaneously reverse-summoned to the Longdi cave. The white snake sage looked at them, unable to suppress the smile on her face. Ihu's talent went without saying. The sage body and ice release had autonomously merged. One could say he was a born. Now came someone with wood release. Although his fusion speed and progress were far inferior to Ihu's, he was still a Ancina Millennium genius. The white snake sage wished she could go to Miamu Mountain right now. Yo, Gamamaru just woke up? Haha, how did you know that my Longdi cave has two prodigies unparalleled in 10,000 generations? Ha ha ha. I wanted to keep a low profile. Looking at Ihu, the white snake sage still greeted him. Little Ihu, your body can now fully handle sage chakra. Do you want to learn the sage mode now? The white snake sage looked like an old man coaxing a child. Ihu nodded. As a transmigrator, Ihu knew that within a few years, the third great ninja war would erupt in the ninja world, and he could not afford to miss the chance to strengthen his power. Seeing Ihu nod, the white snake sage immediately bit Ihu's neck. Sage chakra flowed constantly into Ihu's body through her venomous fangs. Little Ihu, feel the sage chakra inside your body. Adapt to it, tame it, and you will complete the sage mode. 3 years of gradual adaptation to trace amounts of sage chakra. Even if it were a pig by now, it would be a sage pig. After a while, having adapted to the sage art, Ihu's hair and eyes turned blue, his entire body involuntarily emitted a chill, and blue patterns appeared on his forehead. The white snake sage stared unblinkingly. Just as I thought, ha ha ha. Finally, Longdi Cave has found a true sage. In the ninja world, only 3 sages have ever appeared: Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Otsutsuki Ashura, and Senju Hash. Their sage mode bore no animal features, not even the pupils became animalistic. That was what it meant to be a true sage. In contrast, sage mode, where pupils turn animalistic or even partial animalization, mimics animal forms to drive sage chakra. That could only be considered pseudosage. Ihu sensed his own state, his chakra recovery had greatly increased, and his perception was also incomparable to before. Combined with the sage art, the range and effectiveness of his perception had doubled. The white snake sage sat back on the stone chair. Little Ihu, now that you have learned sage mode, there are some things I can finally tell you. Long ago, the 3 great holy lands helped the legendary 6 Paths sage seal away his mother. To thank the 3 great holy lands the 6-path sage left behind sealed inheritances. We could only comprehend a part of them, but the remaining sage inheritances could only be obtained by a true sage. In thousands of years you are the first true sage to appear in my Longdi cave. Ihu, you are the hope of Longdi cave's rise. The white snake sage spoke as she led Ihu deeper inside. As for Shangshu behind them, he was taken away by the 3 shrine maidens for training. They were all on the same side. What test? We're already this familiar. It's nothing to pull some strings. It's just that Shangshu still needs time to prepare before he can accept sage chakra. As the white snake sage walked deeper, a plain door appeared before them. Go in. I can only bring you this. Opening the door, Ihu entered a white world. The 6-path sage, namely Otsutsuki Hagoromo, floated imposingly in the air. Successor of Longdi Cave, you have finally come. I am Otsutsuki Hagoromo, also known as the 6-path sage. Ihu remained expressionless. Seeing Ihu's expression, the 6-path sage was taken aback. Was he this calm? Watching others shock upon hearing the name 6-path sage was one of his few pleasures. After waiting and seeing no reaction from Ihu, the 6-path sage continued, My mother once sought to obtain all chakra. My brother and I organized and sealed away my mother. Whether it is my mother or the thing she once feared, both threaten the safety of the ninja world. I will teach you the 6-path sage art, hoping you can use this power to protect the ninja world in the future. Is this an illusion? What the 6-path sage imparted to Ihu was more about the comprehension of sage art chakra, along with the development of certain techniques. After expending his chakra, the 6-path sage's body had become translucent. Young man, I leave the future to you. With these words, the sage's chakra slowly dissipated. Of course, 6-path sage. I will decide the ending of this story. When Ihu awoke from the inheritance, the first thing he saw was the expectant gaze of the white snake sage. Without hesitation, Ihu imparted to the white snake sage everything he had gained that could be learned by snakes. The Ryuchi cave had treated him well, and this was a good chance to repay them. After all, without the Ryuchi cave, he would never have obtained the 6-path's inheritance. As soon as he returned to the shallow layers of the Ryuchi cave, he saw the 3 divine princesses cursing at Shangshu. Tisk, such vile language. Yet it was not entirely Shangshu's fault. Having just awakened, his would release chakra was still as fragile as an infant's due to external stimulation. Learning sage mode at this point was indeed a bit premature. Back in Konoha, after eating dinner prepared by Kakashi, Ihu sat on his bed digesting the day's gains. First was the universal 6 paths technique, sage art Myojinman. Then came the direction for developing sensing jutsu and sage art chakra. Every gain came with a loss. Because his sage transformation was too perfect, Ihu could no longer learn the Ryuchi cave's sage mode. He barely slept that night, constantly entering and exiting sage mode. The most absurd thing happened by morning. Ihu had mastered the flying thunder god technique. Yes, that's right. Through the constant activation and deactivation of his sage mode, he accidentally sensed the chakra on his flying thunder god kunai. Although it required him to stay in sage mode for a long time to succeed, the point was that he had actually used it. Truly, I am a genius among geniuses. Despite its numerous limitations, having used the flying thunder god even once was a good start. He had taken the historic step from 0 to 1. The next morning, without even eating breakfast, Ihu went to Shuemon's house next door to show off dark circles under his eyes. But Kushina's room was closer to the door. Ushuamen hadn't woken up yet, and it was Kushina who answered. That morning, Ihu once again felt the love of a sister. That profound love fists was both heavy and painful. Luckily, he hadn't come too early, or he would have faced not just fists but a few chakra chains. After taking his beating, after rekindling the sibling bond, Ihu shared his accelerated sage mode training method with Shuemen. But unlike the Ryuchi cave's rapid version, the Mayaboku mountain sage mode was extremely time-consuming. Shuemen's path of training grew longer and longer. Having mastered the flying thunder god, Ihu began to take on missions frequently. With the flying thunder god, even if he couldn't win a fight, he could easily escape. Taking missions was partly to repay his enormous debt to Jiraiya, and partly to accumulate merits. If nothing unexpected happened, Shuemen would become the 4th Hokage of Konoha, and Ihu needed to climb as high as possible in the Umbu before that. Once Shuemen took office, Ihu would become the Umbu commander. From then on, he would be second only to one person in the entire village and above everyone else. No one could control him except Kushina. As for Kakashi, whom he had taken in, Ihu adopted him mainly because he was afraid this foolish boy would be tricked into counting money for others. In terms of daily life, it was hard to say who was taking care of whom between Ihu and Kakashi. Over the past 2 years, the Umbu had lost a slacker known as Akiji, and gained a lone wolf nicknamed the Mission Machine. Ihu couldn't guarantee that there weren't any of Danzo's people in the Umbu. Working alone on missions was best for everyone. In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage smoked his pipe, staring at the crystal ball that reflected the Konoha bathhouse. Ihu opened the door to the Hokage's office. Lord 3rd, you summoned me. Hearing the voice, the 3rd Hokage immediately turned off the telescope jutsu, pretending nothing had happened. Ihu, there's an important mission here. None of Konoha's high-level combatants can leave right now, so I have to Ihu unrolled the scroll. The Konoha merchant convoy was attacked by unknown shinobi on the way to the land of hot water. A large amount of goods has gone missing. The third Hokage took a puff. Ihu, find out who hijacked the convoy's cargo. If possible, retrieve the goods. Remember, your life is the most important. If necessary, you may abandon the mission. As for the rank, consider it a rank for now, well evaluate it after you complete it. Ihu nodded. Understood, Lord Third. I'll see to it. Back home, Ihu began to pack his gear. He left the Kusanagi sword at home, preferring the standard Umbu short sword for Umbu missions. It was harder, sharper, lighter, and more compact, even if it lacked chakra metal and didn't conduct chakra well. Kakashi, watching from the side, asked, Brother Ihu, are you going on another mission? Kakashi, this mission might take a long time. I'm leaving the Kusanagi sword with you. It has my chakra sealed inside. Inject chakra into the hilt to activate the seal. If any Umbu come looking for you, don't follow them unless they take you to the Hokage's office. If they try to force you, hit them. Hit them hard. I've left enough chakra for you. If there's anything else, go next door to your sister Kushina, brother Shuiman, or brother Shang. After packing, Ihu set off out of Konoha, etching his flying thunder god mark in hidden spots every so often along the way. After several days of walking and stopping, he arrived back at his homeland, the land of whirlpools. Entering Yuzushio village, its former prosperity was long gone, the entire village lay in ruin. Walking deeper into the village, everything movable had been taken by the invaders. Ihu strode toward the village's center, where a building called the Mask Shrine came into view. Those invaders stole all the texts and secret techniques, yet they overlooked this most precious treasure. Ihu packed up all the masks, intending to bring them back to Konoha as a gift for Lord Orochimaru. He made another round but found nothing left. The Hidden Mist and Hidden Cloud villages had truly been ravenous. They'd stripped Yuzushio bare, almost taking the very soil. Leaving Yuzushio and ending his nostalgic visit, Ihu headed toward the land of hot water. After drifting on a boat for who knew how many days, he finally set foot on familiar land. As soon as he landed, he sensed a familiar chakra moving rapidly, pursued by several other chakra signatures. Ihu immediately rushed toward the chakra, cutting through the entire forest. At a cliff edge, he finally saw the owner of that chakra. Zhao Meiming was in a poor state. She never expected that while on a mission in the hidden hot water village, she would run into the fourth Raikage, that big fool. All her teammates had been killed by him. Now the only chance for survival was to leap from the cliff behind her. Just as Terumi Mei was about to leap off the cliff behind her, everyone suddenly felt a chill. An ANBU operative wearing a cat-shaped mask appeared before her. This attire. Konoha's ANBU. Ice Release. Could it be him? The hair color, feeling the familiar chill, Terumi Mei recalled the pink-haired youth from Konoha. Powerful, handsome, but far too. Both siblings were quite interesting. She wasn't unattractive herself, yet no one in Kirigakure had ever pursued, and the village was full of oddballs. Effeminate men, Shui Wuyue, battle-crazed lunatics, Hui Yifang's shark faces, and so on. An endless list of freaks. At 16, she still had no boyfriend. Would she still be unmarried even in her 30s? Wait, we're in a fight. Life and death. What am I thinking? Ichigo, standing in front of Terumi Mei, had no idea how lively the woman behind him was mentally. Facing the Kumogakure group, Ichigo drew the short blade from his back and silently infused it with a massive amount of ice release chakra. Bullying a lone woman with so many of you. Are all Kumogakure shinobi so shameless? Ichigo taunted while quietly preparing for battle. AI from the opposite side retorted without backing down. Enough nonsense. They stole supplies from our cloud convoy. In shinobi battles, numbers don't matter. Today I'll take you down first, then search for the lost goods. With that, AI charged forward, his lightning release hand blade aimed straight at Ichigo's head, only to be blocked mid-strike by an ice wall. Kirigakure's ANBU. Or Konoha's. Who exactly are you? Ichigo paused, suddenly remembering that his hair color had changed when he activated Sage Mode, and he had grown taller over 2 years. It was normal not to be recognized. I'm just a passing Kamen Rider. Ahem. Ahem. Wrong show. What's wrong, you? Don't recognize me after 2 years, loser. The fourth AI squinted his eyes. Xian. Wha? Who? I finally see you again. Today I will wash away the humiliation of my defeat from last time. AI once again transformed into a Super Saiyan, his entire being like a thunder god, eyes wide with both rage. After dawdling for so long, the short blade in his hand finally reached saturation. Ichigo looked at AI and couldn't help remarking, it was just one defeat. Are you that grudging? These provocative words only stoked Ace's fury further. With a flicker of afterimage, AI instantly appeared before Ichigo, thrusting his fingers forward. Hell stab. 4-finger strike. The short blade blocked Ace's thrust but was riddled with cracks. Seeing this, AI sneered. What happened to that sword you used before? Shattered. Is Konoha so poor they can't afford decent weapons? Repeatedly mocked by Ichigo, the fourth AI tried to gain the upper hand verbally. Ignoring him, Ichigo gathered his chakra, hurled the short blade into the air, clasped his hands together, and detonated the excess chakra infused into it. Ice Blade Storm. The short blade exploded into countless shards in midair, piercing the unprepared cloud shinobi opposite. Even those not hit formed an icy terrain upon contact with the ground, benefiting Ichigo. In several unseen spots, flying thunder god marks had also been placed. AI, do you still want to fight? If we continue, not many of your men will survive. Using the flying thunder god, Ichigo teleported behind a cloud shinobi and pressed a kunai to his neck. Damn it! Schwanwa Ihu, one day I will defeat you with my own hands. Let's go. Find a medical ninja. AI waved his hand, preparing to lead his men away. Ichigo thought for a moment and said, Wait. AI spun around violently. Schwanwa Ihu, are you looking for a fight to the death? No, I happen to know a bit of medical ninjutsu. Special price. Only 100,000 ryo per person. Ichigo addressed the gathered cloud shinobi. In the world of Naruto, a bowl of Ichiraku ramen costs about 70 ryo and a single explosive tag costs 2,000. 100,000 ryo is the price of the most expensive crank or an ordinary brank mission. Ichigo waited for them to bargain, but AI agreed without a second thought. I meant 100,000 per person. Ichigo said hesitantly. AI waved it off nonchalantly. I know. Get over here and treat them. Watching Ace easy acceptance, Ichigo was filled with regret. I knew Kumogakure was rich, but not this rich. I quoted too little. Poverty has truly limited my imagination. Regret aside, bound by a sense of contract, Ichigo still treated their wounds at 100,000 ryo per head. Of course, before treating them, Ichigo first checked Terumi Mice injuries. The Ice Blade Storm's primary purpose was to set up the terrain and place flying thunder god marks. Its lethality was high, but any enemy hit would be frozen, controlling their injuries. As long as the ice was broken quickly and healing applied, they would survive. After healing all the Cloud Shinobi one by one, Ichigo received a total of 1,500,000 ryo in side income. The equivalent of an rank mission. This money comes way too easily. Terumi Mei was deeply grateful to Ichigo. If he hadn't been there a few days ago, she might have died here. If Ichigo had a system, he would have seen the affection up, hovering above Terumi Mei's head. Her already favorable impression of him soared. Ichigo felt a little lost in thought. He too had a good impression of Terumi Mei. She perfectly matched his aesthetic, but the process felt eerily familiar. Meet and feel a spark, fall in love at first sight, silently pine without daring to speak, seize the chance to play the hero, skyrocketing affection, and win the girl. Holy crap, isn't this Minato Namikaze's script? At first Ichigo had mocked Minato for being too timid in pursuing girls. Now it was mock Minato, understand Minato, become Minato, surpass Minato. Of course, while finding a girlfriend, Ichigo didn't forget his mission. He promptly asked AI about the lost supplies of Kumogakure. After cross-checking, the three discovered that the supplies from Konoha, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure had all been stolen at the same location. In the current shinobi world, even the demigod of the Rain Village wouldn't dare openly challenge all five great nations at their peak. So Kumogakure and Kirigakure assumed the other was the thief and started fighting without asking. Terumi Mei had long been exasperated by her brainless comrades. Arrogant, incompetent, dim-witted, and ugly. Having such teammates would only get her killed eventually. The next day, Terumi Mei and Ichigo exchanged intelligence with Kumogakure and parted ways. Entering the Tang country, the duo indulged in eating, drinking, and revelry akin to a pair of deeply infatuated lovers. The region was renowned for its hot springs, and they made sure to experience them personally. It felt far more comfortable than the Muyi bathhouse. Naturally, amidst their romantic date, they also discreetly investigated the whereabouts of the supplies. The traces left behind at the two villages' looted supply carriages were strikingly similar. Who spotted a familiar symbol in both locations, a triangle enclosed within a circle. This symbol. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. It seems to originate from a religious sect in the Tang country, he said to Zhao Meiming. The two immediately began investigating the evil god cult, a sect that had risen in the Tang country only in recent years. Its followers were fearless of death, seemingly devoid of pain, and some had even attained an ability of immortality. Zhao Meiming scoffed at the notion of immortality, but who knew that in the future a follower named Haydn would indeed gain an undying body. After gathering intelligence, they infiltrated the evil god cult and discovered the supplies missing from the three villages in the warehouse. After discussion, they retrieved their own village's share and split the Yunin village's portion equally. Using the snakes of the Ryuchi cave and sealing scrolls, the two emptied the entire warehouse. But an unexpected turn occurred. The burly warriors of Yunin village had also found this place. They immediately clashed with the evil god cult. The cult members first checked the supply warehouse, discovering Hu and Zhao Meiming in the process. In an instant, the duo was surrounded by a horde of followers. Hu stepped forward, placing his hand on Zhao Meiming's shoulder. Ice Release Ice Crystal Armor. Both were enveloped in a suit of blue ice armor, with Zhao Meiming's armor being thinner and lighter. Since acquiring the inheritance, Ihu's mastery over jutsu and chakra control had grown increasingly refined. He believed that soon enough a simple clap of his hands would summon whatever he desired. Hu cautioned Zhao Meiming, the ice armor can withstand up to 3 rank ninjutsu. Don't let them get any. If Hu were alone, he could easily escape using the flying thunder god technique, but transporting someone else simultaneously was still too difficult for him at present. Under the encirclement of numerous cultists, the duo gradually fell into a disadvantage. The space was too cramped for them to maneuver effectively. The attackers' only goal was to draw their blood. If they delayed, any further defeat was inevitable. Who activated Sage Mode, condensed an ice sword in his hand, and after a moment's preparation thrust the blade into the ground. Ice-attributed chakra radiated outward from the sword, freezing everyone inside the building. After shattering the ice encasing Zhao Meiming, who led her and fled outside. Outside, the fourth Raikage was also having a rough time. The opponent's bizarre abilities were too troublesome. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't kill him, and two of his comrades had been slain by the strange jutsu after their blood was obtained. A cultivated Kumogakure's ninja body arts lacking long-range capabilities. The situation soon reached a seeing the enemy's arrogant and twisted demeanor. I couldn't help but think of Ihu's ice release. Damn it! If only he were here now. His ice techniques should be able to handle this monster. Emerging with Zhao Meiming, who witnessed the scene. Yo Yorijetsu, looking quite battered. As eyes lit up with surprise upon seeing Ihu. Uzumaki Ihu. Come help. Ihu pondered for a moment. The Yunin village as a whole wasn't great. They had even sent someone to kidnap his sister once. But he himself was actually not a bad person. Despite his fiery temper, he was straightforward and honest. After fighting twice, Ihu felt a mutual respect and a decent rapport with him. 500,000 Rio. A now beyond caring was deeply agitated by the fall of several companions. 1 million Rio. Take him out for me. Hearing this, Ihu didn't hesitate. The enemy relied solely on his immortality to terrorize others. Yunin's lightning release and body arts were largely ineffective, but ice release was a different story. Ihu pressed his hands to the ground and a surge of cold spread rapidly. Before the evil god cultist could react, his feet were frozen solid. The cultist struck at the ice with his scythe, but by then Ihu had completed his finishing move. Everlasting Ice Prison. 6 pillars of ice rose from the ground, spinning and contracting before converging on the cultist, forming a colossal ice pillar that sealed him away. Ihu further reinforced the prison with sealing techniques. It was only because this cultist possessed nothing but immortality that he was trapped, or any ordinary ninja could have escaped with a body flicker technique. Silently collected his fallen comrades' bodies and said to Ihu, Uzumaki Ihu, I owe you one. I later learned about the Otoi incident. They kidnapped your sister. That was Yunin's fault. I apologize. He handed over the scroll containing the money, still unwilling to concede. You've beaten me again this time. Next time I'll be the one to win. Feeling guilty for having taken Yunin's goods, who exchanged a few pleasantries and left with Zhao Meiming. Am heading back to Mu Yi. Do you want to come play there again? My sister misses you too. Zhao Meiming covered her mouth with a laugh. I need to return to my village too. Don't worry, I'll definitely come find you. She saw through Ihu's intentions clearly. Seeing her like this, who couldn't help but kiss her. Wait for me. Within 5 years I'll become so strong that even if the whole world opposes us, I'll step on auspicious clouds to marry you. Zhao Meiming blushed deeply. I believe you. She hadn't expected that the shy boy, who hesitated even to hold hands just days ago, would be so bold as to take her first kiss. Such a strange feeling. Is this what a racing heart is? After parting reluctantly, the fourth Raikage, still at the evil god cult, stormed into the warehouse. Uzumaki Ihu. You absolute dog. You took every single one of Yunin's supplies. You didn't even leave me a single explosive tag. Uzumaki Ihu. You deserve to die. Meanwhile, Ihu and Zhao Meiming had already boarded a ship back to their respective villages. The sea breeze dispelled Ihu's sorrow at parting from Zhao Meiming. Returning to the cabin, he finally remembered Yunin's goods. Opening one crate, he found rows of sharp standard-issue ninja swords. Judging by the mark, they had been custom-made for Yunin in the Iron Country. Their quality far surpassed the short swords of the Umbu. Combined with the previous crate of explosive tags, these 2 crates alone were worth 10 times the mission reward. Staring at the remaining 7 or 8 crates of Yunin's goods, who realized that this single mission had made him financially independent. This trip had brought him both love and wealth. What a delight! In high spirits, Ihu returned to Konoha and reported the mission to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Due to the involvement of multiple ninjas from Cloud and Mist villages, and the recovery of Konoha's supplies, the mission was barely elevated to its rank. As for the Cloud village's military supplies, Ihu kept them for himself. The third Hokage looked at Ihu and said, Do not leave the village these days. Spend more time with Lady Mito. Ihu felt a bit saddened and replied, Yes, Lord Third, I understand. In these days, Uzumaki Mito decided to seal the Nine Tails into Kushina. Everyone felt a sense of sorrow. This old woman was actually far from her final exhaustion, but she wanted to leave sufficient power to suppress the Nine Tails and aid in completing the seal. This old woman chose to burn her last remaining power for Konoha. Nawaki Ihu and a few others accompanied Uzumaki Mito through her final days of life. She left words for everyone. She told Sarutobi, You are a worthy Hokage. Hashirama and Tobarama must have thought so too. She told Tsunade, Just live happily. I have left you enough money. Go to the casino and have fun. Jiraiya is also quite wonderful. If you like, you can try dating him. He told Nawaki, Don't just think about imitating your grandfather. You must be yourself. No matter what the future holds, you are the pride of your elders. Finally, Uzumaki Mito took Ihu and Kushina into the room for a private conversation. The Uzumaki clan has been destroyed. You don't need to bear any responsibility. As elders we only hope the children live happily. Having said that, Mito took out 2 scrolls and handed them to the 2 respectively. This is the scroll for the Een seal. Ahu, you like that girl from the Mist Village, don't you? I believe our little Ihu can surely win her over. Consider this your wedding gift. And also for Kushina and Minato's wedding. I won't be able to attend your weddings, so I'll give you the wedding gifts in advance. Even though they had prepared themselves hearing Uzumaki Mito's words, the 2 couldn't stop their tears from falling. After a brief preparation, everyone arrived at the back mountain of Konoha. Uzumaki Mito unsealed the seal within her body, and a gigantic 9-tailed fox appeared before them. As soon as it emerged, the 9 tails immediately condensed a massive tailed beast ball. Seeing this, Uzumaki Mito quickly used the adamantine sealing chains to bind it. However, Uzumaki Mito was ultimately old, and for a moment she could not suppress the 9 tails. Seeing this, Ihu immediately entered Sage mode. Sage Art Myojinman. A great gate descended from the sky, sealing the 9 tails' tail and neck. Deprived of chakra supply, the tailed beast ball then shattered. The 9 tails' eyes widened. This is the 6 paths. Uzumaki Mito also looked at Ihu in astonishment. This little one has grown to such a level. Alright Kushina, come here. Now let's prepare to seal the 9 tails. Kushina slowly walked to Uzumaki Mito's side. For symbols seal. Uzumaki Mito sealed the 9 tails into Kushina's body. After the sealing, she herself succumbed to the final straw that broke the camel's back. Her decaying body instantly collapsed, and thus with a smile she departed from this world. Everyone held a funeral for Uzumaki Mito. Ihu used a vast amount of ice release chakra to freeze her body, and sealed it with a sealing technique to prevent anyone from disturbing this old woman who had devoted her life to Konoha. After Uzumaki Mito's funeral, Ihu became a squad leader in the Umbu. Minato was also promoted to Jonin. After seeing the 9 tails tailed beast ball, he seemed inspired and began developing a new jutsu that could combine with the Flying Thunder God technique. Ihu immediately dealt with part of the Cloud Village supplies, repaid Jiraiya's money, and also returned the portion that Kushina. As a price, Ihu would occasionally find his sister to extract some 9 tails chakra. During the sealing of the 9 tails, Ihu's sage body absorbed the scattered 9 tails chakra and began to undergo a transformation. However, Nawaki, who also came into contact with the 9 tails chakra, showed no reaction. Orochimaru began his research on this again. By rough estimation, Orochimaru had gone 5 or 6 days without sleep. I'm really afraid he might one day die from overwork in the lab. Today, Ihu again went to his sister to extract some chakra, but the 9 tails in Kushina's belly stubbornly refused to cooperate. For deeper development of his sage body, Ihu decided to negotiate with the 9 tails. Entering Kushina's sealing space, the 9 tails was completely suppressed by the adamantine sealing chains, unable to move. The entire seal seemed almost redundant, as the fox in the cell was entirely bound in chains. So pitiful. No wonder the 9 tails won't cooperate. If I were it, I wouldn't agree either. How could anyone treat a fox like this? Ihu walked into the seal. The 9 tails inside looked at the familiar brat. You are the brat who used the 6 path sage art the other day. Kurama, I think we can talk. Hearing Ihu's words, the 9 tails instantly erupted, but the chains were too tight and the suppression too strong. Well, the eruption failed. Although its body couldn't move, the 9 tails still roared at Ihu. Where did you learn that name? Who are you? Answer me quickly. At this moment, the 9 tails really wanted to slam the cage in front to create an atmosphere, but after struggling for a while, couldn't move. This current Jinchuriki is inhuman. In comparison, Uzumaki Mito was actually a good person. Ihu did not directly answer the 9 tails question, but instead told a story. Once upon a time, a woman consumed the chakra fruit. Story omitted. Story omitted. Kurama, if I have to say, I should be considered a disciple of Hagoromo Otsutsuki's sage art. Kurama, how about lending me some chakra? Consider it an initial investment. If it truly is as the sage of 6 paths said, I will also protect you all. The 9 tails looked at the human in front and pondered whether to trust him. Over thousands of years, the tailed beasts had experienced a lot. They understood human wickedness all too well. Seeing the 9 tails seemed wavering, Ihu fanned the flames further. I will have my sister remove these chains. Tailed beasts have their own will. This is too cruel. A knockout blow. At this moment, the 9 tails looked at Ihu and felt as if light radiated from behind him. The old man's chosen one is trustworthy. Even if it's also for chakra, no matter what, this brat before me is the first person in thousands of years to treat a tailed beast as his equal. Kushina, who was listening in shock to Ihu's earth-shattering secrets, also loosened the adamantine sealing chains that suppressed the 9 tails, full of apology. Looking at Kushina's expression, the 9 tails felt its pride was insulted. Hey, what's that look? Don't stare at me with that face. The 9 tails then turned to Ihu, recalling his sage mode appearance a few days ago. The greenied youth who called out the names of the 9-tailed beasts. Could it be you? Brat, come here. It'll give you chakra. The 9 tails extended its claw. Thank you, Kurama. Ihu reached out his hand and touched the 9 tails' claw. Remember, don't let anyone know my name. And what are you looking at? You too. The 9 tails glared at Kushina. Both her past violence toward him and her current pitying gaze made the Ninetales extremely displeased. Leaving Kushina's spiritual space, who felt the Ninetales chakra inside him begin to activate his sage body, making him extremely excited. In that instant, who felt his hand turn to ice. Returning home after eating the meal Kakashi had prepared, who guided Kakashi in his training. He had taken Kakashi in for so long but seemed to have just tossed him into the ninja academy without much guidance. Since he had time now, he might as well teach him a thing or two. That night, as who lay in bed contemplating how to collect the tailed beast chakra, next something unexpected happened. Who should have been lying in bed, found himself on a glacier with a nine-tailed fox staring at him. Yo, good evening, who. Who looked baffled. Damn, did I sleep too hard? Why is the Ninetales here with me? He patted himself. I must be dreaming. It'll be fine when I wake up. The Ninetales looked at the dumbfounded person before him, thinking humans nowadays weren't that bright. Hey, you're not dreaming. I'm inside your body right now. I've given you a considerable amount of chakra. Tailed beasts are aggregates of chakra. Such a vast amount of chakra also contains my consciousness. If you want to put it simply, I should be considered a clone. Who took a while to finally accept the fact that a fox was living inside his body. You lousy fox. You already have my sister, and you still want to set up a nest inside me. The Ninetales, not noticing Ihu's expression, kept rambling. Even though I've already given you the chakra, I still need to observe whether you are worthy as a disciple of the Six Paths. Your place here, though a bit cold, is much better than your sister's. Who interrupted the Ninetales' chatter. This fox probably hadn't spoken to anyone for decades or even centuries. So Kurama, how much chakra does this chakra clone of yours have? The Ninetales thought for a moment. 1/3. I'm not really a chakra clone now. As I said, it's a clone. Don't judge me with your narrow human perspective. The chakra I use can be recovered. The Ninetales flicked who on the forehead, directly waking him up. Back in the real world, who sat up abruptly in bed. Damn, that hurts. Kurama, that flick almost killed. A voice sounded in his ear. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. With me here, it's hard for you to die. Now the man and beast were just like the relationship between Naruto and the tailed beasts during the Fourth Shinobi World War. Since the Ninetales chakra was helpful, the other tailed beast's chakra should be too. Lying in bed, who began to plan for the chakra of the other tailed beasts. The Third Shinobi World War was about to begin. This was the perfect time to fish in troubled waters. Who planned not to leave the village for the next year, intending to use this year to thoroughly train Kakashi. The supplies from the Kumogakure incident plus the 2 large sums of money he had swindled from were enough for who to use for a long time, if he lived normally even a lifetime. But thinking about those supplies, Ihu's conscience twinged. That guy was just too honest. Originally who felt no guilt in retaliating against Kumogakure, but as apology had awakened the last shreds of his conscience. In all of Kumogakure, he felt only a hint of guilt toward So to ease his conscience, who decided to spend all that money tomorrow. As long as he didn't see it, his conscience would. With this thought, who fell asleep, and in his dreams Terumi, Mei was waiting for him. Early the next morning, who kept 1 box of ninja swords and 1 box of explosive tags, and exchanged the remaining 6 or 7 boxes of supplies for money. He used this money to greatly expand his property, and now the entire lake belonged to his family. With the small remainder, who got a membership card at the Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant, and deposited all the remaining money into it. Since he couldn't cook, having a card at the barbecue restaurant would effectively reduce Kakashi's burden. Back home, Kakashi had already gone to school. Who went directly to the ninja academy and found Kakashi. Alright, you've accumulated enough. Kakashi, starting today, use shadow clones to go to school, and your real body will train with me every day. If I don't train you properly, I'm afraid you'll have perfectly blended into the ninja academy level. The Shinobi World War is about to start. Don't let Uncle Sakumo wake up and find his son gone again. At this point, Kakashi's chakra was already sufficient. Using shadow clones for school was no problem. They arrived at Training Ground 56. Who waved at Kakashi. Attack me. Come at me with the intention to kill. Without hesitation, Kakashi drew the short blade of White Fang from his back and charged at Who. Who took out a kunai to spar with Kakashi. After a short bout, Who subdued Kakashi. First of all, you attacked me with the genuine intention to kill without any hesitation. You are a qualified ninja. But I'm also really hurt that you didn't even hesitate. Secondly, the White Fang short blade is a fine sword, but even a fine sword can't withstand such crude usage. You need to coat it with chakra. Such a good sword will eventually break if you use it like this. Finally, your movements are too stiff. The White Fang swordsmanship isn't used like that. Hearing Ihu's comments, Kakashi began to reflect on his own shortcomings. Who also brought out the box of Kumogakure ninja swords he had kept. Until you complete your training, I won't allow you to use the White Fang short blade. This box of ninja swords contains a minimal amount of chakra metal, perfect for you now. Over the course of a year, Who did some small missions while also training Kakashi harshly. During the third war, Kakashi had performed too poorly. He had to be thoroughly tempered. Kakashi grew steadily through Ihu's constant sparring guidance and mission accompaniment. Now at age 10, Kakashi's combat strength was absolutely stronger than his 12-year-old self when he became a jonin in the original story. One day just after finishing training with Kakashi, who and a group of jonin were summoned to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage was sitting in his office, as usual smoking with several documents spread on his desk. These are this year's newly graduated genin. I hope you can serve as their jonin instructors. The third Hokage pushed the documents toward everyone. As in the original story, Minato became the teacher of Obito Rin and Kakashi. However, unlike the original, Kakashi wasn't assigned to fill in after his teammates died, and the White Fang incident hadn't made him extreme. The last document was handed to who, Anko Mitarashi Kurinai Yuhi and Asuma Sarutobi. Who couldn't help but complain to the third Hokage. It's fine for normal jonin to lead a team, but why does an Umbu squad leader like me have to babysit? The third Hokage retorted, our Umbu squad leader hasn't left the village in a year. Your squad doesn't even have any members. Making you a team instructor is just giving you something to do. This team was specifically requested by your teacher Orochimaru. He then pointed to Anko's name. She is your teacher's new disciple. Orochimaru specifically wants you to guide her. Hearing that this was his teacher's request, who didn't refuse. After all, he and Nawaki had their own paths. Orochimaru's snake ninjutsu techniques had no successor. He had finally managed to lure someone who could inherit his legacy, but due to his research he didn't have enough time to teach. As a disciple, it was only natural to help his teacher solve problems. After the others had left, one person remained in the Hokage's office. Lord Third, how could I possibly teach students? He said, pointing to Yuhi Kurinai's file. Lord Third, I know nothing about genjutsu. Perhaps? Lord Third, you could introduce me to Yuhi Shinku the Jonin. He could teach me genjutsu and then I would pass it on to Yuhi Kurinai. What do you think, Lord Third? The third Hokage grinned broadly. You're not one to miss out, are you? None of the students in your squad need you to teach them anything. They already have their own teachers. Just take them on missions and ensure their safety. No need for you to act as a middleman here. The next day I too was the first to enter the classroom. Mitarashi, Anko, Yuhi Kurinai, Sarutobi, Asuma. Follow me. I too went to the classroom and took away the 3 young ones waiting to be assigned. On the rooftop I too looked at the trio before him. As expected of someone bearing the Sarutobi name, Asuma already had such thick body hair at such a young age. In the future this guy would be worth 35 million ryo. In just over a decade inflation could balloon that much. Chiriku was worth 30 million and Asuma, being the third Hokage's son, was even more expensive. Thinking about this I too felt even more assured that converting all his money into land was a wise choice. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Uzumaki I2, a sensory-type shinobi. I specialize in sensory ninjutsu, ice release, and sealing techniques, and I have a rudimentary understanding of medical ninjutsu. My hobbies include fishing, and my dream is probably to marry the person I love. Asuma looked at I2 with some doubt. This was the ninja his father claimed was on par with the Sannin, a sensory type. All support ninjutsu. That's it. My name is Sarutobi Asuma. I like sausages and yam noodles. I specialize in wind release and fire release. My favorite person is... He blushed as he glanced at Yuhi Kurinai. Anko immediately stepped in front of her best friend. My name is Mitarashi Anko. I love 3-colored dumplings and red bean soup. Sarutobi Asuma, I warn you. Don't set your sights on my Kurinai. Finally, Yuhi Kurinai stepped forward. My name is Yuhi Kurinai. I specialize in genjutsu. I like octopus with wasabi and hate sweets. Let's go. We have the final test at the training ground. As I too said this, Asuma became especially excited. Here was his chance to show off his strength before his goddess and win her heart. He completely forgot Sarutobi Hiruzen's instructions. Upon arriving at the training ground, Asuma eagerly pulled out a pair of bladed gauntlets. Come on, teacher I2. I2 looked at Asuma's bladed gauntlets and couldn't help but sigh. So rich. This pair alone must be worth several million. The third Hokage really spared no expense for his youngest son. Facing Asuma charging at him, I2 pulled out a kunai, infused it with wind release chakra, and easily neutralized Asuma's. Your attacks are disorderly, Asuma. You should learn proper swordsmanship. Your chakra control is too poor. Your wind blades are just for show. You're wasting chakra on appearances. No sooner had he spoken than I2 found himself surrounded by peach blossoms. But the genjutsu lasted only an instant before it was broken. Anko seized the opportunity. Hidden shadow snake hands. I2 kicked Asuma away while blocking the incoming snakes with his kunai. After the jutsu ended, I2 shunshined behind Kurinai, pressing his kunai to her neck as he looked at Anko. Still want to continue, little junior? Seeing them stop attacking, I2 commented, good coordination. It's impressive for a freshly graduated genin. After all, you're still young and need time to grow. Okay, you all pass. To celebrate the formation of Team 10, I'll treat you to yakiniku. I2 took the 3 youngsters to a yakiniku restaurant. As soon as they ordered their food, they saw Minato and Kushina bringing in another trio. Minato, sister, over here. They all sat in a private room and chatted heartily. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone went home. Everyone was happy, except for Nawaki, who was still suffering in the Ryuchi cave. Normally the sage art of Ryuchi cave works like this: I bite you. If you survive you learn it, if not you die. but because of Nawaki's connection to Orochimaru and Itu, he was a special case. Before ensuring his safety, the Ryuchi Cave could only keep training his adaptability to Sage Chakra. So Nawaki was being constantly tormented by the 3 snake princesses in the Ryuchi Cave. In the following days, Itu finally experienced the joy of being a team leader. He didn't have to do the work but took the lion's share of the pay. Being a team leader was truly the ultimate in slacking off. Life was so comfortable that Itu felt he had become a salted fish. Finally, Asuma couldn't take it anymore. He declared he wanted to take higher-ranked missions, no more cat chasing and dog walking. The other 2 didn't speak, but the dissatisfaction in their eyes was obvious. Alright, let's go check the Hokage's office for a suitable crank mission. They headed to the mission assignment area to look for an appropriate task. Itu pointed to a mission to eliminate bandits. This one. Well, take it. Outside Konoha, the 3 young ones looked around curiously. For those who had never left the village before, this was an unprecedented novel experience. After a day of travel, they arrived at the outskirts of the bandit stronghold. Itu had sensed something was off even from far away. Why are there so many chunin among the bandits? There's definitely something wrong with these people. He turned to face the 3. Take out the flying thunder god kunai I gave you. If you're in danger, channel your The situation has changed. Stay put, the 3 of you. Itu drew a standard short sword and infiltrated the stronghold. Unlike ordinary bandits, the place was disciplined and heavily guarded. Just as Itu was about to sneak deeper for intelligence, something unexpected happened again. Asuma along with Anko and Kurinai charged in. Itu couldn't help but facepalm. I knew it. This guy is trouble. How could 3 genin possibly fight several chunin? Only Asuma, the Peidoin player, could barely hold his own against 1 chunin with his bladed gauntlets. The other enemies watched the 3 kids' futile struggle like a joke. Yusuke, what's taking you so long? They're just Konoha genin. The chunin fighting Asuma seized an opening and struck him down. Just as he was about to deliver the killing blow, Itu appeared in front of Asuma, using the flying thunder god. Thank you for your enthusiastic hospitality toward my 3 subordinates. Now could you tell me where you're from and what your goal is? Asuma, who had thought he was about to die, was deeply moved when he saw Itu suddenly appear to protect him. Teacher, Itu. Itu turned around. Asuma, I believe I told you to stay put. Asuma was filled with remorse. I'm sorry, teacher Itu. It's all my fault that we're in danger. No, Asuma, you shouldn't apologize to me. You should apologize to your teammates. Because of your reckless stupidity, they are trapped here with you. After his lecture, Itu put on a smile. But it's alright this time. Only by making mistakes can one grow faster. Asuma, I hope there won't be a second time. Ice Release Ice Crystal Wall. As his voice fell, a cylindrical ice wall protected the 3. I'm just a sensory-type ninja. I'm not that strong. I only wanted to gather some intelligence, but since the infiltration has failed, well, I do know a few punches and kicks. Asuma kept striking the ice wall before him with his bladed gauntlets. In his view, facing such a number of enemies simultaneously, even a jonin would meet a bitter end, let alone a sensory-type ninja like Ihu. Sensei, let me out. Well, face them together. Asuma hammered at the ice wall, but it showed no trace of damage. Gradually weakened, he fell to his knees. Sensei, please don't die. I truly know I was wrong. As Asuma's voice faded, the surrounding ice wall vanished. Ihu's voice reached his ears. Dramatic kid, why the overacting? If I could be taken down by the scum, I'd be laughed at for the rest of my life. On the side, Kurinai and Anko could barely watch Asuma's behavior. The elders of their team all knew Ihu's true strength and had told them well in advance. Only this brainless one would think Ihu could die. Stepping out of the ice wall, the outside world had become a realm of snow and ice. The enemy shinobi who had been arrogant moments ago were now frozen into statues of ice. Ihu led the 3 youngsters into the deepest part of the stronghold to investigate its hidden secrets. After dealing with a few escaped enemies, he spotted a letter on the table that had not yet been sent. Reading the letter's contents, Ihu couldn't help but grin. Let's go. Back to the village. We got really lucky this time. Wiped out a Sunagakure outpost. Ihu sealed the frozen sand shinobi, who were in a state of suspended animation, into a sealing scroll and took them along. Asuma, take everything valuable here. My sealing scrolls aren't enough. Feeling guilty, Asuma said nothing and silently gathered the stronghold's valuables. He stowed the most precious items into the remaining sealing scrolls. The rest was loaded onto Asuma's back. Halfway along the road, Asuma was so exhausted he couldn't move. Ihu then summoned his personal mount from the Ryuchi Cave, Fabiao. Over the years, the Ryuchi Cave had also poured resources into it. Now its size rivaled Manda's, making it effortless to carry the group back to Konoha. Anko was thrilled at the sight of such a gigantic snake. Unlike Kushina, Anko truly adored snakes. Asuma complained from atop the serpent. Sensei, I could have used the snake to take us the whole way, but he made me carry all that stuff. Ihu turned to face Asuma. This is your punishment for disrespecting your teammates' lives. You must split half of this mission's reward and spoils with Kurinai and Anko. Any objections? Asuma did not protest since the fault was his. The group arrived at the Hokage's office and reported the full mission details to Hiruzen Sarutobi. The third Hokage raised the mission rank to a rank mainly because the Sand Ninja Station there were far too weak. Had there been even one Jonin, it would have been an S-rank mission. However, according to the Interrogation Division, such outposts were not unique. There were several more Sand Shinobi bases entrenched within the Land of Fire housing varying numbers of Chunin and Jonin. Of course, it wasn't that the Sand Ninja had spoken willingly. The Yamanaka clan had no need to pry open a man's mouth. They simply pried open his mind. Capturing the Sand Outpost alive counted as another A-rank mission. Team 10's first assignment above rank was a resounding success. Each person received over 900,000 Ryo. Asuma, looking at the 300,000 Ryo in his own hand, silently regretted his earlier actions. He hadn't expected the mission reward to be so generous. Come on kids, let's celebrate Team 10's first high-level mission. I heard a new ramen shop opened in the village with especially delicious noodles. Sensei's treat. The group arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. The prices were reasonable and the flavor outstanding, so despite just opening, many people were already eating there. As soon as they entered the small shop, the young version of Ichiraku greeted them warmly. Who was also curious. What exactly did the ramen that had Naruto so obsessed taste like? All four ordered the shop's signature dish. The moment the ramen was served, the aroma was wonderful. The noodles were chewy and smooth, and the broth was rich and savory. Ichiraku Ramen truly lived up to its reputation. Not only was the owner warm and simple-hearted, but the taste was unforgettable. In the end, Kurinai finished 1 bowl, Asuma 3, and Anko 8. Who had 9 bowls. Actually, he was full after the 8th, but the competitive spirit of a man can be strangely stubborn. How could he lose to a young girl? So he forced down the 9th. Who stared at the empty bowls before Anko, utterly baffled by how she could eat so much. No wonder she had also been taken as a disciple by Orochimaru. Anko indeed had her own unique traits. As soon as who paid an umbu appeared beside him. Lord who the third Hokage requests your presence. Without another word he vanished, wasting no time. That's the flavor. Aloof. After saying goodbye to the 3 youngsters who arrived at the Hokage's office. The third Hokage was rarely seen not smoking. Who, come and look at this. Who opened the document the third handed him. It contained intelligence gathered from the recent strikes against Sand Ninja outposts. Who, I need you to infiltrate Sunagakure and gather intelligence. Iwagakure has been restless lately. Jiraiya is already investigating. Right now you are the most suitable person in Konoha for this mission. Inside who was already cheering. This time Shikaku, you're going to suffer. But he had to show hesitation on it. He needed to squeeze some rewards out of the third. These ninjutsu should offer you some assistance. The third understood Ihu's meaning. Asking for more money. Got it? Understood. Who picked up the scroll and left. Thank you, Lord Third. I'll depart tomorrow. Leaving the Hokage's office, he first went to Kushina's place and entrusted his 3 students to her care. When Kushina learned her younger brother was being sent on such a dangerous mission, she was furious and prepared to confront the third. At that moment, Kushina was practically Konoha's nuclear deterrent. If she's unhappy, even the third can't stop her. No sis. Even without this mission, I needed to visit Sunagakure. I have the Flying Thunder God and Kagura Mind's Eye. It'll be fine, trust me. Kushina thought it over and figured that made sense. She patted who on the shoulder. Then when you go, don't forget to bring me some local specialties. The next day, as who prepared to leave the village, Orochimaru stopped him. Sensei, this is... In the secret chamber, Orochimaru produced 2 vials. If you are gravely wounded, inject this into your neck. As long as you draw breath, it can bring you back. Who saw the exhaustion in his master's eyes. These vials must have cost him another sleepless night. Don't worry, Orochimaru sensei. I'll come back alive. I'll even capture some Sand Ninja with bloodline abilities for your research. Hearing his disciple's words, Orochimaru smiled. Then I leave it to you, who. Return alive. With that, Orochimaru went back to catch up on sleep. Who summoned the giant snake Fabiao, and headed in the direction of Sunagakure. The shuriken was exceptionally fast and steady. In 2 days, the man and the snake had entered the territory of Wind Country. Once within enemy borders, they had to keep a low profile. Who sent Fabiao back to Longdi Cave first. He then disguised himself as a victim of a sandstorm, paid to join a merchant caravan and traveled deep into Wind Country with them. After half a month of trekking through the desert with the caravan, they finally arrived at Sunagakure. The 2 weeks of integration made Ihu seem as if he had grown up in the caravan. His disguise was flawless. Upon entering Sunagakure, the village's atmosphere was markedly tense. Many caravans were coming and going from the village. Ihu approached to observe, and found they carried exploding tags, medicine, ninja swords, and other necessities for war. While using his divine sense to continuously record intelligence about Sunagakure, Ihu also absorbed the local customs and culture. After a week, Ihu finally understood why Sunagakure was so eager to invade Fire Country. Living in such a harsh desert, seeing the fertile lands of Fire Country would make anyone's eyes turn green with envy. However, what troubled Ihu was that he still hadn't found an opportunity to approach Shikaku in a week. Sunagakure had actually locked the Jinchuriki in prison. That move was truly outrageous. Even other villages, no matter how much they ostracized their Jinchuriki, still treated them as honored guests. Sunagaku's approach was absolutely shocking. It was only due to Monk Bunpuku's good nature. Anyone else would have already demanded to see a bloodbath. After 10 days of lying in wait with no opportunity, Ihu decided to leave. Before departing, he planned to capture a few Kekkei Genkai ninjas to bring back as gifts for Uncle Snake. Ihu wandered through the village all morning without finding anyone suitable to take. Sunagaku is truly poor, not just in money but also in manpower. Just as Ihu was about to give up and go home, his divine sense detected two powerful chakra fluctuations outside Sunagaku. Following human instinct, he chose to watch the commotion and see if he could pick up any spoils. Outside the village, the third Kazekage was fighting Sasori. It was clear that the third Kazekage had no intention to kill, as Sasori was Kyo's grandson. Killing him would be difficult to explain to her. Moreover, talent was scarce in Sunagaku, and the third Kazekage did not want a genius puppeteer like this to die by his hands. At that moment, Ihu regretted not bringing a melon to snack on, or at least some sunflower seeds. It was obvious that the third Kazekage was holding back at every turn, while Sasori showed no mercy. After a while, the third Kazekage gradually fell into disadvantage as Sasori's puppets were coated with poison. The third Kazekage began to panic. A storm of iron sand filled the air, forcing Ihu to retreat a few more steps to avoid detection. Sensing his Bodis abnormality, the third Kazekage increased his chakra output. Opposite him, Sasori's puppets were unusable because iron sand had jammed their joints. Sasori, I'm giving you one last chance. Hand me the antidote and I will overlook this assassination attempt. Without a moment's hesitation, Sasori grabbed a kunai and attacked the third Kazekage. Seeing this, the third Kazekage no longer held back. Iron Sand World Method. Countless iron sand spikes pierced Sasori's body. Watching the battlefield, Ihu was astonished. Was that it? Was his butterfly effect so far-reaching that the third Kazekage survived? As the third Kazekage walked back toward Sunagaku, a bold idea crossed Ihu's mind: a wounded, poisoned Kazekage. It might be possible to make a move. Ihu crept closer to the third Kazekage, then hurled a short blade toward him. True to his name as the strongest Kazekage, even gravely wounded, the third Kazekage reacted in time and intercepted it with iron sand. Using the Flying Thunder God mark on the short blade, Ihu teleported directly in front of the third Kazekage. Ice Release Instant Freeze Punch. Already severely injured, the third Kazekage took the blow, and the lingering poison in his body surged, causing him to spit blood. Yet he still mustered his last chakra, conjuring a giant hammer of iron sand to smash Ihu. But Ihu used the Flying Thunder God to dodge again, and with his chakra exhausted, the third Kazekage's gaze grew vacant as he lost his life. Ihu walked forward and collected the third Kazekage's corpse. He then approached Sasori, sensing that Sasori still showed signs of life. It seemed that, without his intervention, Sasori would have successfully deceived the third Kazekage and worn him down to death. As the feigning corpse saw Ihu take the third Kazekage's body, his heart bled. Then when Ihu turned toward him, he became even more panicked. Most of his puppets had been destroyed by the third Kazekage, and his chakra was less than half. With no other options, Sasori fired a signal flare into the sky before Ihu could reach him. Seeing this, Ihu understood that he would not be able to finish the job today. Wasting time to kill Sasori would mean facing the entire ninja force of Sunagaku. Not worth it. With a reluctant glance at Sasori, Ihu erased his own tracks and ran toward Konoha. But the traces of battle between Sasori and the third Kazekage were too numerous to conceal fully. Sasori had no choice but to defect and head to the refuge he had prepared in advance. After running a distance, Ihu used the Flying Thunder God to teleport directly to the border of Fire Country. The long-distance teleportation left him extremely exhausted. He then summoned the giant snake Fabiao. The man and the snake hurried toward Konoha. For 2 days and nights, Ihu did not dare to close his eyes. Finally exhausted, he returned to Konoha. As soon as he arrived, Ihu went straight to the Hokage's office. Lord Third, I'm back. The third Hokage was overjoyed to see Ihu return. If Ihu hadn't come back soon, Kushina would have pulled out. Good work, Ihu. How did the mission go? Ihu handed over a scroll. Mission accomplished. The third Hokage looked at the scroll, then at the weary Ihu, and said, Ihu, go rest first. I'll count this as 2 rank missions. After greeting the Hokage, Ihu went home to sleep. During the month in Sunagaku, he had been constantly on edge, and the last 2 days he hadn't slept at all. Now back in Konoha, he could finally rest. He slept for a day and a night, and neither Kakashi nor Kushina. When he woke up in the evening, Ihu felt nothing but hunger. A burning hunger, as if his stomach were on fire. He rushed to Ichiraku Ramen, greeted the owner, and began to eat. 16 bowls. Ihu broke Ikaraku's record. After a month of hardship in Sunagaku, eating Ikaraku's ramen tasted sublime. After resting, Ihu first went to Orochimaru's laboratory. Master Orochimaru, I'm back. Orochimaru paused his ongoing experiment and came out to see his disciple who had been out of the village for a month. Ihu, you're finally back. If you had delayed any longer, your sister would have torn down my lab. Ihu immediately took out the scroll containing the third Kazekage's corpse and unsealed it. Master, this is a gift I brought back for you. Orochimaru naturally recognized the third Kazekage. Staring at the corpse before him, he couldn't snap out of his daze for a long time. Was his disciple already this formidable, having eliminated their Kage in an enemy village? For now it seemed the sand ninja hadn't discovered it yet. Seeing Orochimaru's expression, Ichigo felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, he had just been lucky, and stumbled upon a huge opportunity. Orochimaru-sensei, it's a misunderstanding. There are plenty of formidable sand ninja. I wouldn't dare do that. Then Ichigo told Orochimaru the whole truth. Ha ha ha, I deliberately only use techniques that leave no traces. That guy Sasori used a signal flare to chase me away, and he didn't have time to erase the traces of his battle with the third Kazekage. He's gonna take the blame for me this time. Alright sensei, I'm going to report to the third. Orochimaru looked at Ichigo's receding figure with a slight trance. Although luck played a large part, his second disciple's strength had truly reached the Kage level. Unknowingly, so much time had passed and his disciple had grown to a level comparable to his own. Recalling his life, Orochimaru thought perhaps the luckiest thing he had done was to take on these disciples. The eldest disciple, Senju Nawaki, was like an Alaskan Malamute exuding a clear stupidity from the inside out. The second disciple, Uzumaki Ichigo, was like a husky. Sometimes smart, sometimes foolish. Moreover, he was extremely good at wrecking things at home, occasionally bringing things back from outside. The third disciple, Mitarashi Anko, was like a Samoyed. Mischievous, clever, lively, and a big eater. After putting away the third Kazekage's corpse, Orochimaru entered the laboratory again. Sometimes one really feared Orochimaru might drop dead in the lab. Leaving Orochimaru's laboratory, Ichigo headed toward the Hokage's office. Before entering, he heard voices coming from inside. Danzo, Hiruzen, we should take the initiative. Suna's attitude toward Konoha is already clear. If we don't strike now, are we waiting for them to attack us? Third Hokage, Danzo, Konoha cannot be the first to launch an attack. Otherwise it may trigger a chain reaction leading to Konoha being besieged by all the major villages. Danzo, which major war, hasn't seen Konoha facing attacks from multiple villages. By striking Suna at the fastest speed, even if Konoha is besieged, it reduces the pressure by one village. Knocking on the door, Ichigo entered the office. Lord Third, I have something to report. Danzo on the side showed no intention of leaving. Ichigo glanced at Danzo. To be honest, in the 18 years since he had transmigrated into the Naruto world, he had seen Danzo only a handful of times, and every time it was in the Hokage's office arguing with the third. Seeing that Danzo wasn't leaving, the third said, Ichigo, is there anything else to report? Ichigo then explained the matter of the third Kazekage to the third. Since the corpse was Ichigo's trophy, the third felt embarrassed to ask for it. After Ichigo left, both the third and Danzo were beaming with joy. The war hadn't even started yet. The enemy's leader had been taken out by their intelligence operative. This would reduce Suna's morale and strength by at least 30%. More importantly, they couldn't even produce evidence that Konoha did it. Using this as a reason to attack would be too far-fetched. This weakening was a pure freebie. This time the two didn't need to argue anymore. With the third Kazekage dead, even if Suna attacked, their strength wouldn't be too great and Konoha could easily handle it. It was just unknown whether Suna without a Kazekage still had the courage to declare war on Konoha again. After a few days of calm, Suna suddenly announced that the third Kazekage was missing, suspectedly attacked by Konoha, and formally declared war on Konoha. At the same time, the long-dormant Iwa village also made a move. Currently, Iwa had the largest number of ninja in the entire shinobi world. In recent years, Iwa had been almost like a sealed-off village. After the Second Ninja War, Inoki's frenzied development had made Iwa's ninja numbers far surpass those of other villages. Even though Iwa's strength had reached this level, its inherent opportunist nature kept it watching from afar. Meanwhile, Kumogakure and Kirigakure were even more active. Once Konoha showed any sign of weakness, the two villages would swoop in like sharks, smelling blood, devouring Konoha completely. Possessing the richest land and being located at the center of the four great nations, such a situation was inevitable. Currently, because Nawaki was still alive, Tsunade hadn't left the village. Her medical expertise and strength of 100 fists were the bane of Suna's puppet masters and poisons. As a sensory ninja with teleportation ability, Ichigo, along with Tsunade and Orochimaru, was assigned to the Suna battlefield. Minato and Jiraiya were on guard against other villages that might declare war on Konoha at any time. Arriving at Konoha's camp, Orochimaru took full command of the front line with Nara Shikashin as the strategist. Tsunade set up the medical unit and Ichigo joined the sensory unit. Among them, Ichigo saw many famous names: Yamanaka, Inoichi, Aburame, Shibi, Hyuga, Hayashi, Hyuga, Hizashi. One could say the lineup was quite impressive. Konoha intended to take control of the Suna battlefield before the Third Shinobi World War fully erupted. However, after a month of back and forth, sneak attacks, neither Suna nor Konoha had gotten serious. Within Sunachiyo and Raza were at odds, and the Jinchuriki had not yet been deployed. Suna dared not On Konoha's side, they had not yet deciphered Suna's poison. If Konoha suffered too many casualties, it would lead to insufficient combat strength later when facing other villages. Neither Suna nor Konoha had engaged in direct conflict, and the other villages were not impatient. Patience was the most important thing on the battlefield. These villages were old foxes. Without Konoha taking damage, those guys would definitely not get involved. Finally, after a period of stalemate, the Sand Ninja made the first move. Granny Chio overruled all objections and took full command of the front line. That very night she led Suna's elite ninja in a surprise attack on Konoha's camp. Chio led Razapakura and others under the cover of darkness to sneak into the rear of Konoha's camp, attempting to destroy Konoha's rear. Ichigo's Kagura minds I was not idle. If he stacked Sage Mode on top, even Kekkei Tota could not evade him. Konoha, waiting at their leisure, ambushed the Suna group mid-route. Raza exclaimed in panic. Damn it, didn't we put on special cloaks? The Byakugan shouldn't be able to see us. Although Granny Chio was also shocked by Konoha's ambush, she was an old hand from Suna with rich experience. Everyone don't panic. Follow me and break through to the right. Although Konoha had sensed the surprise attack in advance, the preparation time was too short. Granny Chio, with her experience, immediately spotted the weak point in the encirclement. The Suna elite force could not be detained by the hastily assembled Konoha forces. In the end, only Ichigo seized the opportunity to freeze one Sand Ninja, while the rest escaped with injuries. The Sand Ninja, frozen by the ice release, didn't even have a chance to use exploding tags to commit suicide. It was this captured Sand Ninja that provided Konoha with precious raw poison, greatly accelerating the progress of antidote development. Granny Chendai and her team returned to the camp and found one person missing. One is gone, damn it. We must speed up before Mu Yi deciphers my poison. Notify the troops attack tomorrow. After saying that, Chendai walked towards the cage where the monk Fanfu was imprisoned. The next morning the scouts in front of Mu Yi discovered the mighty army of Sha Ren. The Third Ninja World War finally officially began. The Mu Yi ninjas were ready to strike. Facing the Sha Ren army, before them not a single one stepped back. Yi, who drew his dusty Chao Ti Jian with his left hand, and a standard short blade with his right, silently channeling chakra into the blades. As the Shiwan gave the order, the Mu Yi ninjas charged towards the Sha Ren. Against an equal number of opponents, it would be extremely foolish to release ninjutsu together. To strike the enemy chakra on the battlefield was precious, and wasting it before combat would double casualty rates. In this situation, a direct clash, soldier against soldier, commander against commander, was the most favorable choice for Mu Yi. The Shiwan fought against Luo Sha. Gang Shou fought against Chen Dai. Shang Shu fought against Yi Tsong. The one who confronted Yi, who however was a monk. Monk Fanfu clasped his hands together and said to Yi, who, this humble monk cannot control his body and has no intention of joining this war. Please stay as far away from me as possible. I wish to harm no one. Before he could finish, another voice came from Fanfu's mouth. Fanfu, stop talking nonsense. That old hag promised me that if I kill him, she will set you free. You won't have to stay in that cage like a prisoner anymore. Fanfu was stunned. Only then did he realize that the agreement between Shouhei and Chendai was actually for his sake. Hearing this, Fanfu actually shed tears. Shouhei, does this mean you have acknowledged me? Shouhei did not refute but directly took over Fanfu's body. Let's go all out today. Fanfu. No matter how Fanfu tried to dissuade him, he could not convince Shouhei. To Shouhei, this old monk named Fanfu was his only friend in thousands of years, and the first person aside from Lu Dao Shenren who was willing to call him by his name. With a roar from Shouhei, a giant beast formed of sand charged towards Yi, who, I just need to kill you. Seeing this, Yi, who no longer held back and directly activated the Sage Mode. He thrust his short blade into the ground. Ice Blade Storm modified. The desert beneath Yi's feet instantly turned into a vast expanse of white. Hidden beneath the ice and snow were fragments of the short blade engraved with flying thunder god marks. Ice Release Ice Crystal Wall. A wall of ice materialized out of thin air, blocking Shouhei's fist. At this moment, Yi, who not only had to deal with the one-tailed Shouhei before him, but also cope with the Jiwei inside his own body. Jalama seemed to have a particular obsession with beating Shou, he making so much noise that Yi, who could not focus on dealing with the giant beast before him. Seeing this opening Shou, he directly executed the sand waterfall burial. He intended to bury Yi, who alive in the sand. Although Yi, who used the body flicker technique to evade the sand assault the battlefield, he had just prepared was covered by sand, and even the flying thunder god blades were buried deep beneath the sand. Sage Art Bright God Gates. Several pillars pressed down on Shou, he attempting to suppress it. But Shouhei, lying on the ground, turned its body into sand and escaped from the bright god gates. Shouhei was also very surprised to see this technique. This is the old man Lu Dao's. After that, neither freezing nor any other ninjutsu could inflict effective damage on Shouhei. Its home field advantage in the desert was simply too great. It wasn't as if they could freeze the entire desert of Fengjigua. Yi, who was not skilled in water release, or in fact, there was not a single water release expert in the entire Mu Yi camp. Facing an enemy immune to all his ninjutsu coupled with the mental torment from the Jiwei inside him, Yi, who simply gave up. Fine. You fight. Jolama, stop talking, you take over. After torturing Yi, who for a long time, this chatterbox fox finally got what it wanted. In the real world, red chakra began to surge continuously from Yi's body. The opposing Shou, he became visibly more excited. Stinky Fox, today I'll show you the power of your Shouhei master. Yi's eyes displayed fox pupils, and he launched a verbal attack at Shou. He, dead raccoon with just one tail, you dare to run rampant before me. Let me teach you a lesson today. He jumped in anger. I am a badger. Zhou Wei's words were extremely aggressive when facing the one-tail mocking he twice in a single sentence. Watching he charging towards him, Zhou Wei increased the supply of chakra. Ihu's body was enveloped in deep red chakra, and 6 tails danced behind him. Zhou Wei controlled Ihu's body to continuously launch attacks at He claws imbued with ice attribute chakra striking he repeatedly. The others who were still fighting also noticed the situation with Ihu. A few jonin of Muyi were aware of the identity of the Jinchuriki of Zhou Xian Nai. Although the chakra on Ihu puzzled them, as long as it ensured victory they would allow even the release of the 9 tails. Some rejoiced, but naturally others worried. The Sharun were more terrified. And 9 tails Jinchuriki. Can we really win? The Muyi side's morale soared because of Ihu's appearance, while the Sharun began to retreat step by step. Chen Dai looked grimly at Ihu, whose entire body was deep red. You Muyi actually dare to let the 9 tails Jinchuriki leave the village? Da Shiwan also started trash-talking. Since we can control it, why not? Chen Dai's face darkened further. To reverse the disadvantage, she took out a scroll, and 10 pure white puppets appeared before Da Shiwan. The 10 Shikamatsu personnel. Truly powerful puppets. Meanwhile Gangsho, who was fighting Chen Dai, looked displeased. Da Shiwan. If you have time to make sarcastic remarks, why not quickly take down your opponent and come help? Sorry, the opponent's sand gold defense is too strong. I can't defeat him for now. Da Shiwan could be considered the most relaxed among everyone. Luosha was truly weak, so while dealing with him, Da Shiwan could still make verbal attacks on others. Inside Ihu's body, the tables had turned. Now it was Ihu's turn to mentally attack Zhou Wei. Zhou, can you even do it? No way. No way. Our mighty Zhou Wei can't even beat a one-tailed Shohei. Zhou Wei's old face flushed. I only have 1/3 of my chakra now. Naturally it's hard to fight. With that he controlled Ihu's body and began to gather a tailed beast ball. Ihu also started pouring ice attribute chakra into it, achieving a balance among yin-yang and ice chakra. The ice blue-tailed beast ball shot towards Shohei. In the desert immune to physical attacks he did not dodge and charged straight at Ihu. After the tailed beast ball exploded, it caused no damage. A block of ice countless times larger than he sealed Shohei within it. At this moment inside the spiritual world, Funfu and Shohei appeared there. Funfu and Ihu gazed at each other from across the space while Kurama and Shikaku behind them exchanged heated insults. Little friend, you are also a Jinchuriki just like this humble monk. This humble monk apologizes to you for what Shikaku and I have done. Without hesitation Kurama added Shikaku. Give him some of your chakra. Shikaku was taken aback by Kurama's solemn demeanor, then shed his playful nature, and became unusually serious. Kurama, are you saying he is the one from the prophecy? Shikaku pointed a stubby paw at Ihu. Not certain, but his potential is worth our gamble. If that thing awakens one day, perhaps with his power we might truly be saved. Shikaku blinked, his small eyes sat down on the ground, and after a moment of hesitation, a small yellow paw extended toward Ihu. My name is Shikaku. Let me reiterate. I am a tanuki, not a raccoon. Kurama muttered from the side, stupid raccoon. Shikaku instantly bristled. Damn fox, today I'll take you. Ihu placed his hand on Shikaku's claw, accepting the tanuki's chakra, as the power of magnet release surged within him. Shikaku, would you like to come back to Konoha with me? It won't be complete freedom, but it's far better than being in Suna. Shikaku was willing, but seeing the smug fox beside him, he flatly refused Ihu. However, Funfu, standing before Shikaku, saw the tanuki's true desire and graciously offered an exit. Shikaku, let us go to Konoha. We have been imprisoned in a cage too long, perhaps it is time we saw the outside world. Funfu had spent his entire life as Shikaku's cage, and in confining the tanuki he himself was imprisoned as a monster. It was he who trapped Shikaku, yet it was also Shikaku who confined him. A being and a beast who should have loathed each other had instead become friends over decades of coexistence. Shikaku was willing to obey Kyo's orders to attack Konoha's ninja for Fenfisake, and Funfu naturally agreed to go to Konoha for Shikaku. At this, Shikaku still had to act Sundra. Since Funfu wants to go, I, the great Shikaku, will reluctantly accompany you to Konoha. As carefree as the tailed beast's world was, the despair of the Suna ninja on the battlefield was equally profound. Chiyo stared at Shikaku encased in ice, utterly shattered. Konoha had deployed far too many high-level combatants. Konoha was truly playing dirty, even sending in a Jinchuriki. Now that Shikaku had fallen, who could stop that Nine-Tails brat? Wait, Nine-Tails? Uzumaki clan. So it was him. It was he who sensed the surprise attack yesterday, and allowed Konoha to prepare in advance. Chiyo finally identified the culprit behind the war's failure, but Suna's disadvantage was no longer a matter of lacking a single high-level combatant. Suna's morale had plummeted to freezing point the moment the iceberg appeared on the battlefield. Ihu swiftly joined the fray, swinging his blade at the Suna ninja before him, forcing them into a steady retreat. Meanwhile, Suna's elite fighters were pinned down by Orochimaru, and his team making victory all but assured for Konoha. Ihu swung his blade from the east side of the battlefield to the west, and the Suna ninja looked at him with utter terror. Monster! Monster! The Suna line collapsed entirely and Shio had no choice but to order a retreat. But at this stage of the war, leaving was no longer a simple matter. Konoha ninja relentlessly pursued the fleeing Suna forces. Konoha achieved a decisive victory with over half of Suna's ninja casualties. Jinchuriki Finfu and Suna Jonin Yitsong were taken prisoner by Konoha. Chio and Raza, among others, fled the battlefield. Suna's ninja suffered heavy losses, and their Jinchuriki was captured. Although Suna did not declare a ceasefire, they were no longer a formidable threat. News of the great battle between Konoha and Suna spread across the shinobi world within 2 days. Simultaneously, Iwagakure and Kirigakure entered the fray, both major villages joining the war. Iwa declared war on Konoha, while Kiri declared war on both Suna and Konoha. Thus began the 4-village free-for-all, officially marking the start of the Third Great Ninja War. Only Tsunade remained stationed at the Suna front line, while all others rushed to other battlefields. Orochimaru and Uzumaki Ihu, Mist Battlefield. Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato, Rock Battlefield. Umbu members kept a constant watch on the Cloud direction, guarding against a potential sneak attack from the 6th village. Nawaki escorted Yitsong and Funfu back to Konoha. Before leaving, Ihu specifically instructed Nawaki to take good care of Funfu and delivered a letter to the 3rd Hokage. With the 3rd's experience, he could naturally recognize the importance of a friendly-tailed beast. Funfu would be treated well in Konoha. As for Danzo, I am the Hokage in case you forgot. As a precaution, Ihu gave Funfu a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal. Even now, Ihu couldn't understand why Minato insisted on using special kunai. Ordinary ones were far more inconspicuous. The situation in Kirigakure was complex. As an isolated island, Kiri lacked resources to forge weapons, which was precisely why they had declared war on Suna. Other villages wouldn't even touch Suna. Captured land was utterly valueless and would eventually have to be returned. The Bloody Mist policy initiated by the 3rd Mizukage resulted in Kiri having the smallest ninja population among the 5 great villages, but also the highest combat effectiveness. The happiest person on the Mist front line was undoubtedly Orochimaru. Suna had too few bloodline limit users and none of much research value. Mist, on the other hand, was rich in bloodlines. Losing a few enemies in battle was perfectly acceptable. In Orochimaru's eyes, Kirigakure was a treasure trove waiting to be explored. The group established a defensive line on the southeastern side of the Land of Fire, awaiting the Mist ninja's attack. Upon entering his tent, Ihu found Orochimaru already there. Ihu, come with me. Let's sneak into Mist to collect experimental materials. If a fight breaks out, we can use reverse summoning to return. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with an unstoppable excitement as he looked at Ihu. Enemies frozen into a suspended animation could be stored in sealing scrolls. If Orochimaru didn't want live specimens, he would have gone alone. The two infiltrated Kirigakure using snakes from the Ryuchi cave. The people of Mist could never have dreamed that Konoha, the besieged party, would dare to penetrate deep behind enemy lines. Utilizing Orochimaru's black technology, they disguised themselves as villagers and scoured the village for bloodline limit. With Ihu's Kagura mind's eye, they captured 1 Yuki clan Chunin, 3 Yuki genin, 2 Hozuki clan genin, and 2 Kagaya clan genin. A fruitful haul. Ihu had initially wanted to find the 3 tails and 6 tails, but Kurama informed him that he must acquire chakra in order of tail count. The 3 tails was sealed on a ritual altar impossible to approach. As for the 6 tails, its chakra was directly inside the Mizukage's office building. The 3rd Mizukage, a former bodyguard to the 1st Mizukage, possessed unfathomable strength. The two did not linger in Mist. After the captures, they returned to the Konoha camp. However, a major incident had occurred there. One of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan had been stolen. Rishyang Zongjia had just been ambushed by Wuin ninjas during his outing. 2 branch house ninjas accompanying him were killed and Rishyang Zongjia lost a Baiyan eye. Through the Kagura Heart's Eye, Ihu could sense the Wuin ninjas withdrawing in 4 separate groups toward Wuin. However, no matter how powerful the Kagura Heart's Eye was, it could not perceive a single eyeball. Now he could only take a gamble. Ihu chased after the direction with the most people. When he caught up with the Wuin ninjas, he encountered a familiar person, Guede Mingyue, an acquaintance from the Chunin exams who used to constantly come and disturb him when he was with Zhao Meiming. How could he meet an old acquaintance without giving them a slash? Ihu appeared in front of the Wuin ninjas with a body flicker. Yo, dear members of Wuin, do you have something belonging to Mai on you? If there is, can you return it to me? Otherwise, you will die. Ihu's body began to emit chilling cold, the threat obvious. Yes. It is the bloody ice crystal of Mai. A group of Wuin ninjas couldn't help but tense up seeing the young man emitting cold air before them. The bloody in his title was not just the color of tailed beast chakra, but the color of enemy blood on the battlefield. The rosters of all major ninja villages clearly marked. Cannot be matched in force. If encountered, one may abandon the mission without penalty. The last one to receive this honor was the White Fang of Mai. This showed the recognition of Ihu's strength. Even though he was only a Chunin, he had fought his way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the Blood Mist village. The Wuin ninjas quickly adjusted their stance, ready to counterattack. Guede Mingyue, as the squad leader, stepped forward. Xuanhua Ihu, believe it or not, the Baiyan is not with us. Guede Mingyue turned to his comrades and shouted, go quickly. I'll hold him off. Ihu could not help but clap his hands at the sight. What a touching bond of comradeship. Guide Mingyue, I used to think you were just a second-generation heir with nothing but lineage. Now I must apologize to you. You are a true ninja. Guide Mingyue shouted. Don't underestimate me. I am Guide Mingyue, the grandson of the second water-release water-iron cannon jutsu. Ihu still greatly admired Guide Mingyue for sacrificing himself to protect his teammates. Ihu had originally planned to let him go, but then he exclaimed, I am the grandson of the second Mizukage. Freeze him, pack him up and take him to Orochimaru for research. After research extort the Guide clan. Perfect. It turned out that the water transformation technique's weakness was not only lightning release but also ice release. Guide Mingyue was captured alive by Ihu without any ability to resist. His companions, however, were searched and released by Ihu, who respected Guide Mingyue's sacrifice. Now it was too late to chase the other three groups. With no other choice, Ihu returned to the Mai camp. Sensei, I brought you a gift. This is the grandson of the second Mizukage, the purest Guide bloodline. Orochimaru looked at Guide Mingyue with excitement, directly summoned a giant snake to swallow him, planning to research him thoroughly after the war. Sensei, don't kill him. After the war, we can use him to extort the Guide clan. Orochimaru nodded, indicating he would spare his life. After returning to the camp, Rishiang Zongjie, who had lost his Baiyan, angrily questioned Orochimaru and Ihu. Why didn't you retrieve my Baiyan? What are you good for? This head family member of the Hyuga clan was used to bullying the branch family members and had long forgotten his place. Ihu and Orochimaru could not be bothered with this clown. Upon arriving at the Mai tent, the two began their strategic deployment. Konoha would soon receive reinforcements from the Hyuga clan. This small matter was insignificant. It was estimated that in a few days Orochimaru's collection would gain another Baiyan experimental subject. The Mai reinforcements arrived quickly. To counter the Waiyan silent tactics, a large number of sensory-type ninjas were crucial. Rishiang Rizu and Rishiang Richa led 50 Hyuga ninjas as reinforcements. Rizu, as the next clan head of the Hyuga, was extremely disgusted by Rishiang Zongjie's actions. His foolishness had cost the Hyuga clan 1 Baiyan and 3 branch house jonin. He immediately ordered Zongjie to return to the village with several branch house ninjas, and the Hyuga clan would ensure he received due punishment. In the Wuin village, Shigua Shan Hieten Gue brought that Baiyan to the Mizukage's office. He respectfully handed a saltwater jar containing the Baiyan to the third Mizukage before him. Why only 1 Baiyan? The third Mizukage's casual words brought immense pressure to Shigua Shan Hieten Gue. The fear instilled by the third Mizukage's iron-blooded methods was too great. Don't know that Hyuga Zongjia used the lives of 3 jonin to hold us off for a while. I was afraid of trouble if I pursued too deeply, so I brought back 1 Baiyan. The third Mizukage nodded. Alright, go back. The Mai front needs you. Upon hearing this, Shigua Shan Hieten Gue immediately left the Mizukage's office and hurried to the Mai front. Every second spent in the Mizukage's office was torture for him. Back on the Mai front line, Shigua Shan Hieten Gue launched small-scale, surprise attacks against Konoha, attempting to continuously deplete Konoha's effective strength by exploiting the high-quality advantage of the Wuin. Orochimaru was also experienced. The Mai defensive line was connected with the distance between 2 squads not exceeding 200 meters. Each squad had 1 Hyuga ninja to guard against Wuin ambushes. In unseen places, a thick giant snake crawled back. Inside the snake's stomach was Rishiang Zongjie, who was supposed to return to the village. Orochimaru even deliberately fabricated the illusion of a Wuin ninja attack. After all, the Hyuga clan could not check accounts with the Wuin, so he gladly accepted this experimental subject. Rishiang Zongjie had a bad reputation within the clan, often persecuting branch family members, so when they woke up and found him missing, no one went to look for him. Everyone directly returned to the Mai headquarters. With their war merits, even the head family could do nothing to them. Meanwhile, the head family's attention was entirely on Rishiang Rizu, so Rishiang Zongjie's disappearance went unnoticed for a while. The situation between Wuin and Mai fell into a stalemate for a time. Meanwhile, Buffing Shuiman, using his Flying Thunder God technique, instantly killed 50 enemy IWA ninjas. He became known on the battlefield as the Yellow Flash. For a time, the titles Yellow Flash and Bloody Ice Crystal resounded throughout the ninja world as the twin stars of Mai. Zhao Mei Ming led Wuin ninjas in a surprise attack on the Suna ninjas. Kumogakure remained still, and Iwagakure was also on guard against its neighbor. Iwa's wariness of the Yatun-engaged Kumogakure far exceeded that of Konoha. Among the new Mai reinforcements were many new faces, including Ihu's 3 students. The 3 youngsters originally only knew that Ihu was strong, but the war made them understand the true meaning of that strength. Ihu's feat of cutting through Suna's forces was widely spread in Konoha, and he was even called the second White Fang of Mai. Asuma now also believed the truth of the third Hokage's words. He will surpass me. Now Ihu could almost see stars twinkling in Asuma's eyes when he looked at him. He had become much more attentive to Ihu, waiting to learn some skills, so that in the future, he could beat up the third Hokage and turn the tables. Summary of the Ninja World War Trends. Mai vs. Shain Yunin not yet engaged Yenin Wuin. Shain vs. Mai Wuin. Yenin vs. Mai Yunin not yet engaged. Wuin vs. Mai Shain. Yunin versus my Yenin. Kirigakure was deadlocked with Konoha, but Iwagakure's assault on Konoha was quite fierce. The number of Iwanin was simply overwhelming if not for their lack of high-end combat power, and the need to watch Kimogakure on their flank. Iwagakure might have already reached Konoha. As in the original story, Konoha decided to destroy the Canopy Bridge to cut off Iwagakure's supply line, and if not for the greater need for the sensory perception ability of the Kagura's mind's eye on the Kirigakure battlefield, the Iwagakure front actually desperately required Yihu's power. The contamination of Ice Release Hayaton was lethal to lower-ranked ninja. If Iwagakure pushed deep into the land of fire, Ihu would not hesitate to abandon the Kirigakure battlefield, teaching the Iwanin that numbers were useless. Area effect damage would teach them a lesson. After 2 years of training under Ihu, Kakashi was fortunately not as mediocre as in the original story. During a mission, Rin was captured by Iwagakure just like in the original. Unlike the original plot, Kakashi and Obito went to rescue her immediately. To protect Obito, Kakashi lost one eye as in the original. Obito thus awakened the Sharingan. 2 Tomo, Prodigy. This attack was orchestrated by Madara Uchiha. Even though Kakashi's combat power far exceeded the original, the outcome remained unchanged. Sharingan Kakashi still emerged, and Obito was taken away by Madara Uchiha. Far away on the Kirigakure battlefield, upon hearing this news, Ihu couldn't help sighing. Kakashi still became a shadow of his former self. It seems the chakra I left in the White Fang short blade couldn't change the outcome. But this is also an opportunity for Obito to transform. He'll have old Madara squeeze out more benefits for him. Kakashi and Rin returned to Konoha as heroes who stopped Iwagakure. The current Ninja World War presented an eerie balance. On the Kirigakure battlefield, Konoha and Kirigakure Ninja had been deadlocked for months. Might Guy's team was ordered to deliver the 3rd Hokage's orders and intelligence from other locations to Orochimaru. On the way, the three encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, who had intended to circle around and ambush the Konoha camp. Unexpectedly, they blocked the 3 who were escorting the intelligence. Just as the 3 were in despair, a green figure appeared before them. Might Guy first felt joy, then despair. He was about to die anyway, and now his father would have to sacrifice himself alongside him. "Father, what are you doing here? Get out of here. It's too dangerous." Might Due turned around and gave Guy a thumbs up. "Just in time, Guy. They'll hold them off for a while. Take this chance and run to the Konoha camp." Seeing his father still smiling at him in such a situation, Guy's heart was filled with turmoil. "Father, they are the 7 ninja swordsmen." "It's okay, Guy. I still have the 8 gates formation." "But father." "It's fine, Guy. Now is the time for me to uphold my ninja way, to protect my son. Now, Guy, watch closely. This is my final 8 gates." Due took off his outer cloak, revealing the green jumpsuit underneath. At that moment, the jumpsuit was no longer ridiculous. It became the coolest outfit in the world. Just as Might Due was about to open the gate of death, a voice came. "Made it just in time." With that, Ihu delivered a flying kick that sent Might Due flying. "Ah, Dad." Might Guy quickly went to help his father up. Ihu turned to face the 7 ninja swordsmen. "You guys sure know how to sneak around. To think you could circle behind us. Bullying kids is no feat. Let me play with you." Then he thought for a moment and continued his verbal assault. "Oh, no, I'm only 19. Compared to you old-timers, I'm still a kid. You 7 are truly useless, over 30 years old and still only elite jonin. Without your swords you probably wouldn't even be elite jonin." The wielder of the explosion blade, Wooly Shenpa, provoked charged forward with his sword. It was obvious he had broken through. The other 6 also had grim expressions. Ihu's words were indeed maximally taunting to the 7 ninja swordsmen. Ihu donned his ice crystal armor and first encased the people behind him in an ice wall. He then drew his blade to face the charging Wooly Shenpa, using the high weight of the explosion blade to press down on Ihu. Indeed, Ihu was still using the standard short swords from Kimogakure. After all, the enemy had the blunt blade, Kabutawari. Oh, if it broke the Kusanagi sword, he would be heartbroken. So Head used the short swords for now, no loss if broken. But this crate of swords was almost empty. Ahead, have to go to Kimogakure to extract some resources soon. Seeing he had suppressed Ihu, Wooly Shenpa immediately unrolled the explosion blade scroll, revealing a dense array of explosive tags. Explode! Ihu even partially elementalized his body, but the explosion blade's damage didn't even break his armor. This explosion blade barely scratches. Heaven knows, this time Ihu wasn't mocking. It was a heartfelt comment. It enraged Wooly Shenpa so much his eyes turned red. He began madly detonating. The other 6 watched coldly. A months of combat had taught them the terror of this young man before them. If Wooly Shenpa could exhaust the opponent's stamina, that was good. The core of the 7 ninja swordsmen had always been the swords themselves. There was always a large supply of ninja willing to wield them. Even as dull as he was, Wooly Shenpa finally realized this. Just as he turned to curse his so-called comrades, Ihu's blade pierced his heart. As chakra was continuously poured in ice, spread from the wound, covering him until he turned into an ice statue. The remaining 6 began a coordinated assault on Ihu. As for Wooly Shenpa, they were merely glad to see a brainless fool removed from their ranks. Behind the ice wall, Due wanted to break through and help, but Ihu's kick had broken his ribs, rendering him unable to. The six coordinated well in their siege of Ihu. But in truth only the blunt blade Kabutawari and the greatsword Samahata posed any threat. The others couldn't even break his defense. Ihu activated Sage Mode, shedding his broken ice armor. Sage Art Ice Dragon Ward. Dragon Rhyme Cage. Spreading his ice wings, Ihu swiftly crashed into Tonkawai Aaron. The other five had no time to react. The blunt blade was trapped within a massive ice crystal and rendered useless. A large area of the forest was dyed white by the ice release. Even the other five, though not in the attack's direct path, still suffered some damage. At this point in the battle, the weary five swordsmen began to consider retreat. Ihu continuously shot ice crystals from his ice dragon wings behind him. The wielder of the twin swords Hiramakarei failed to dodge, and was knocked down by the ice crystal missiles, which then froze him in successive volleys. The remaining foresaw another comrade fall, and instantly lost all will to fight, fleeing toward Kirigakure. They split up. Without hesitation Ihu pursued Haishulia. Kakashi is about to become a jonin soon. These two swords make perfect gifts for him. Quickly resolving the opponent, Ihu sealed the lightning sword Fang, and did not continue the pursuit. He hurried back to Maidadai and sealed the remaining four swords for safekeeping. Take these swords first, or it will be a great loss if Wuin summons them back. Ihu collected his spoils and the four watched outside warily, only relaxing when they saw Ihu. Brother Ihu, is it over? It's finished. Let's go. Follow me back to my camp. Meitikai and the others looked at Ihu with admiration. Brother Ihu, that was the 7 ninja swordsmen. You defeated them just like that. The 7 ninja swordsmen. I often thrashed them. Since their first battle with Ihu, the 7 had been avoiding him. During major battles they were as slippery as eels running away after the fight. This time they were finally caught. Wuin no longer had the 7 ninja swordsmen. Seeing that the 3 were safe, Maidadai prepared to return to Mai. Ihu immediately stopped Maidadai. Uncle Dai, how about coming to my camp to earn some combat merits? Maidadai was clearly tempted. Is it okay, Ihu? Won't it cause you trouble? Ihu was eager to recruit this expert into his camp. How could it? I know your strength, Uncle Dai. I'm in charge of the entire camp. Let's go. We're heading back. Maidadai was also excited. Many looked down on him for only knowing taijutsu. Despite having sufficient strength, he couldn't get high-level missions and had remained a genin for years, a vicious cycle. After the 5 returned to my camp, Dashuin looked through the intelligence letters they brought, which recorded the war situation of various ninja villages in the Shinobi World War. Currently Yetzong had been redeemed by the Shain ninja. After all, one must harvest chives in batches. Cutting too deeply would kill the chives, which would be bad. Shain had been beaten by Mai once, and now by Wuin. If they weren't strengthened, it seemed Shain village would be in trouble. The letter sent by the 3rd Hokage indicated that among the villages opposing Mai, Wuin was the weakest, and Mui's reinforcements were already on the way. He hoped Ihu and Dashuin could open a breakthrough in the Wuin battlefield. In fact, even if Mai didn't act, the 3rd Mizukage on the other side couldn't sit still. Goju Shirtsong and Zhao Mei Ming were both on the Shain battlefield. With the 7 ninja swordsmen reduced to such a state, the 3rd Mizukage suddenly had no one available. What does the Kido clan say? The 3rd Mizukage looked at the Anbu in the shadows. 3rd Sama, the Kido clan, says the summoning scroll cannot call back the lost swords. Moreover, the young clan leader of the Kido clan, Kido Mingyue, encountered Mui's blood ice crystal a few months ago. Now Kido Mingyue's life or death is unknown. I hope 3rd Sama can bring him back while retrieving the swords. The 3rd Mizukage thought for a moment and said to the Anbu, go to the Shain battlefield and call Shirtsong back. The 3rd Mizukage personally went to the battlefield. The 3 swordsmen who had thought of defecting could only obediently stay on the front lines. The 3rd Mizukage's presence stabilized Wyan's wavering morale, greatly boosting the spirits of Wuin ninja. The scale that had been tipping toward Mai was now balanced again. Mui's reinforcements were on the way and Wyan's people were also hurrying back. Whichever side arrived first would secure victory in this war. Being able to use Flying Thunder God truly allowed one to do as one pleased. Though Yihu's skill could not teleport a large number of ninja, being able to teleport high-level combatants over long distances was already extraordinary. Unlike the previous passive defense, the Mai group launched an active assault toward the Wuin camp. Sage Art Ice Spear. Ihu entered Sage mode, forged an ice spear in his hand, and hurled it at the Wuin camp. The spear exploded on impact, freezing nearly half the camp. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Inside the main tent within the ice house built by the Yuki clan leader, the high-level combatants of Wuin gathered. This ice release. Such strong erosion. If we can capture this kid alive, maybe the Yuki clan can rise to another level. The hot-tempered Kagaya clan leader had already extracted bones and charged out. The 3rd Mizukage also led many experts out of the tent to face the enemy. Quick! Break the ice, some are still alive. The Wuin camp was in chaos. Mai, which had always been on the defensive, had launched a surprise attack that Wuin had not anticipated. The warlike Kagaya clan leader led his clan members charging toward the Mai ninja. Seeing this, Ihu stopped pretending. He didn't even form hand seals or clap his hands. He placed his hands on everyone's shoulders. Sage Art Ice Crystal Armor. Everyone, this armor can block 2 Shrank Jutsu. The chance to crush the enemy is right before us. Our families are waiting for us in my kill. With Yihu's call, everyone charged at the Kagaya clan. The Kagaya clan leader extracted bones and formed a drill. Dead bone pulse dance of the Clematis. The ice armor of several people in front shattered under this attack and they were sent flying. Yihu intended to help but a middle-aged man also emitting cold air blocked his path. You must be Mui's Ice Release Ninja. What a magnificent jutsu. How about coming to Wuin with me? Name your terms. With you the Yuki clan will surely become the strongest clan in Wuin. His response was Yihu drawing his sword. On another part of the battlefield Dashuin blocked the advancing third Mizukage. Third Mizukage, I look forward to seeing you on my laboratory table. The third Mizukage ignored Dashuin's verbal provocation, silently drawing his sword and charging at Dashuin. The green glowing Maidadai faced off against the Kagaya clan leader. Shangshu fought against Ziguishin Hitungui and Lisien Chuanwan. The Hyuga brothers Hinata and Hizashi fought against Pipa Shirzong. Yihu swung his sword at the Yuki clan leader, but a shark-faced man blocked him. As expected of Mui's blood ice crystal, this power is truly irresistible. Water release water iron cannon jutsu. A water droplet carrying extraordinary power flew toward Yihu, sending him flying and cracking his armor. The Kido clan leader and Gonshir Guijiao arrived with several jonin as reinforcements. At this time the Yuki clan leader kept chattering. Thanks to you taking the village's swords. This has damaged the village's foundation. All the village's high-level combatants are gathered here to kill you. How about it? Return the swords and surrender to the Yuki clan. They'll spare your life. These people had no awareness of being cannon fodder. The third Mizukage intended to stall Yihu, so he sent these people to die. Gonshir Guijiao and the Kido clan leader were dripping cold sweat. If circumstances allowed, they would have loved to beat this idiot into the ground. Their original mission was merely to stall Yihu, but now their mission had become how to survive against the pink-haired youth of. Hearing this, Yihu couldn't hold back. Why are you so confident? Acting as if you've already got me. Sage Art Frozen World. The entire forest was contaminated by Yihu's chakra, transforming into a world of ice and snow. Due to the ice armor, Konoha ninja were less affected, while the chakra of Mist ninja below Jonin rank was completely frozen and unusable. Jonin and above were also severely impacted. The Konoha surprise attack force consisted entirely of Jonin, and with the enhancement of the ice armor they were not weakened much. With one technique the situation reversed. All Mist ninja were weakened by at least 30. Except for those using taijutsu from the Kagaya clan and those using ice release from the Yuki clan. Orochimaru looked at the weakened third Mizukage. Your strength has been greatly reduced. Third Mizukage, if you don't show your true abilities you will fall here today. Kisame really couldn't help but curse. With this technique at least half of the Mist camp would be annihilated. The Yuki clan leader was such a liability. As soon as he finished cursing, the Yuki clan leader started running his mouth again. What a spectacular technique, but after using 2 super large-scale techniques, how much chakra do you have left? The Hozuki clan leader was about to cry. Ancestor, stop talking. If you say another word, hell wipe out the Mist all by himself. The Hozuki clan leader's movements were even affected, and he could be frozen into an ice statue at any moment. Greed was evident in the Yuki clan leader's eyes. Ice release 1000 killing water shots. Seeing that his attack left no mark on the ice armor, Yihu directly killed the clown with 2 slashes. For the first time Kisame felt that a teammate's death brought him such joy. Mr. Yihu, although it's impolite, I thank you for taking out that guy. Kisame raised his long sword. Mr. Yihu, I am no match for you, but I absolutely cannot let you pass and harm my comrades. Yihu looked at Kisame. You are a good man. Go. You don't deserve to die here. No. Mr. Yihu, all my life I have killed my own teammates for missions. This time I will use my life to protect them. I hope you will remember the name of this insignificant person. My name is Kisame Hashigaki. Watching Kisame charge at him, Yihu had never admired someone so much. It would be such a pity for such a man to die. I'll remember you, Kisame. You are a true ninja. Yihu swung his blade at Kisame, leaving a wound. Kisame fell wounded and his body was slowly covered by ice crystals. Kisame, don't you regret dying now? Live well. These people are not worth your life to protect. Wait until you find true comrades, then give. Yihu. Sir. As the ice crystals spread, Kisame gradually lost consciousness. After dealing with Kisame, the remaining Hozuki clan leader was about to be frozen into ice before Yihu even acted. Mr. Yihu. If possible, please spare Mingyu's life. The Hozuki clan leader was frozen into ice, and Yihu sent both him and Kisame to a safe place. Although they were enemies, their will was still admirable. Seeing that the situation was lost, the third Mizukage hurriedly ordered the Mist ninja to retreat. Red chakra began to emerge from his body. Seeing this, Orochimaru immediately distanced himself from the No wonder the enemy didn't send Jinchuriki into battle despite being so disadvantaged. Turns out the third Mizukage himself was a Jinchuriki. The third Mizukage's voice was slightly hoarse. All Mist ninja retreat to the village. From today Yagura will be the 4th Mizukage. The tailed beast chakra on the 3rd Mizukage grew denser, and the tails behind him grew from 1 to 6, the color of the chakra changing from transparent to deep red. The half-tailed beastified third Mizukage lunged at Orochimaru, knocking him away with one tail, then began to gather chakra on the spot, to unleash a tailed beast ball. Orochimaru quickly got up and summoned the triple Rashomon, barely blocking the six-tails tailed beast ball. The third Mizukage's body turned from red to blue and swiftly grabbed at Orochimaru. The blue chakra was highly corrosive. The ice armor on Orochimaru was corroded in one hit, and Orochimaru's combat power was also reduced by 30 in the frozen world. Ihu rushed over and injected ice release chakra into Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, you should rest first. Leave it to me. A Jinchuriki naturally needs to be defeated by another Jinchuriki. Orochimaru calmed down and nodded to Ihu. Ihu, be careful of his blue chakra. It is highly corrosive. If it's safe, get me some samples of the six tails. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Ihu exchanged a few moves with the third Mizukage, and was left with many corroded wounds. The nine tails inside him spoke up. Enough, Ihu. Use my chakra. The six tails corrosive chakra is no joke. Kurama, can you communicate with it? The nine tails' ears twitched. No, they are only forcibly using the six tails chakra. Without mutual understanding with the tailed beast, we cannot contact her. It seems we have to fight Hedon. Red chakra began to emerge from Ihu's body, and six tails also appeared. Seeing the nine tails chakra, the opponent seemed even more excited. The blue and red chakras clashed, and the nine tails chakra blocked the six tails corrosion. However, the six tails chakra could not resist the cold air. The third Mizukage's consciousness grew weaker. Forcibly suppressing the six tails and extracting her power consumed too much mental energy. Outside, Ihu kept suppressing. Inside, the six tails kept resisting. Finally, under the two pressures, the third Mizukage went berserk. He lost his mind and fought wildly like a true beast. Ihu used the flying thunder god mark he had left on the third Mizukage during their previous exchange to teleport behind him. For symbol seal. The tailed beast chakra gradually dissipated and the third Mizukage's body emerged. He took the long sword beside him and used it to support himself as he stood up. The seal on his body combined with the erosion of the ice release prevented him from mobilizing even a trace of chakra. Watching the retreating mist ninja, the third Mizukage smiled. The legendary swords can't be retrieved, but at least part of the village's strength is preserved. The third Mizukage turned to look at Ihu. Truly heroes emerge from the young. Ha ha ha. The mist has lost this time, convinced and content. He smiled and gave Ihu a thumbs up. Looking at the corpses of the mist ninja around him, the third Mizukage seemed to be reminiscing. As a Kage, even in death one must go with dignity. The third Mizukage reversed the sword and stabbed it into his own abdomen. The third Mizukage died. Looking at the third Mizukage's body, Ihu couldn't help but feel respect. He was truly worthy of the title of Kage. Teacher, since the third Mizukage is not a Kekkei Genkai user, there's no need to study his body. He is worthy of the title of Kage and his corpse should not be desecrated. Orochimaru nodded. I have already obtained enough specimens from this war. I don't need this one. With the deaths of the third Mizukage and many powerful ninja, the strength of the Mist Village was greatly reduced. Konoha achieved a great victory. Orochimaru stayed behind to guard the Mist defense line to collect experimental materials, and Ihu finally had a rare chance to return to Konoha to rest. Ihu directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Mai. After several massive-scale ninjutsu and an ultra-long distance Flying Thunder God, his mental energy was greatly depleted. The first thing he did upon arriving home was lie motionless on the bed. When Ihu woke up, it was just beginning to grow light outside. The several months of mental tension had finally eased during a full day and night of sleep. After a quick tidy-up, he knocked on Kakaxi's door. Kakashi, am coming in. Kakashi was lying on his bed, reading one of Zillai's previous works, a gradually twisted smile forming beneath his mask. Ihu immediately shut the door. Oh no! I must have woken up too suddenly. I saw Kakashi acting perverted. Hearing the voice, Kakashi put away Zillai's risque novel. If Jukusenai found out, he'd probably be pounded into Mui's very foundations. Ihu took a deep breath and opened Kakashi's door again. Seeing Kakashi back to normal, Ihu looked as if he might cry. So it really was an illusion just now. I must be too tired. Kakashi hasn't gone astray. When Shuamao, Uncle awakens, he'll definitely see a normal Kakashi. After performing this self-hypnosis, Ihu produced two long blades. Kakashi, these are your promotion to Jonin gifts. At the words Jonin gifts, Kakashi unconsciously touched his eye. Abito. Watching Kakashi wallow in despair, Ihu had no way to console him. After all, he couldn't tell him that Abito was with some old man with ulterior motives. Kakashi, pull yourself together. Aren't you supposed to see the future with the eye you still have? Does this attitude really befit that eye? Kakashi put Zillai's risque book into his ninja tool pouch, and placed his hand on the lightning blade Ihu had handed him. The moment chakra was infused, a blue glow emanated from the blade. Incredible! This blade's lightning nature conductivity is amazing. However, Ihu's attention was entirely captured by the risque book Kakashi had stored in his ninja tool pouch. Shuamao, uncle, I failed you. I've raised Kakashi all wrong. The two tidied up a bit and went together to a place that could cleanse the soul. Yao Ramen. Ihu once again broke his own record. On the wall of Yile Ramen, the record for Schwanwa Ihu 17 bowls was posted anew. After finishing the noodles, a newly motivated Kakashi charged toward the training grounds with the lightning blade, while Ihu went to meet the third Hokage. The Hokage's office really needed a renovation. It wasn't soundproof at all. The argument between Tuanzang and the third inside reached Ihu's ears with perfect clarity. Tuanzang, Risen the one-tailed Jinchuriki, should be handed over to the root. Only with root can we ensure he won't do anything harmful to my third. Enough Tuanzang. I've told you many times. Funfu is a guest of my Tuanzang Yunfei. You'll regret this. Ihu's arrival interrupted the classic exchange. Lord Third am back. The third Hokage's eyes lit up at the sight of Ihu. Ihu's achievements were evident to all. Calling him a humanoid nuclear weapon was not an exaggeration. Ah, little Ihu, you've worked hard. The Sha'in and Wuin battlefields are truly grateful for your efforts. Nothing to it, Lord Third. It's simply what any my ninja should do. The third looked at Ihu with increasing satisfaction. Little Ihu, I have a niece about your age. I already have a girlfriend. Please don't. If my sister finds out, she'll tear you apart. The third had no choice but to drop it. In a few days Shuemen will be back, and then the two of you will go to Sha'in village to sign a peace treaty with them. This will build prestige for your future campaign with Shuemen for the fourth Hokage. Remember to squeeze plenty of money out of them. Lord Third, I could never be the fourth Hokage. If I became Hokage, my would probably fall apart in a few days. Imperfectly fine in the ANBU. Ha ha ha. Indeed, your personality isn't suited for Hokage. This time prepare to take over as ANBU commander. Tsunade is unwilling, so Shuemen will be the fourth Hokage. You two have a good relationship. Continue to work hard for Mai in the future. The old man finally gets to retire. Yes, Lord Third. A few days later Shuemen, who had just returned home for a single day, set off with Ihu for Sha'in. Kakashi and Lin went to the Wuin front lines as part of the reinforcement forces to gain experience. Juxanai hadn't seen Shuemen for a long time. He had finally managed to return, and she had been planning a date for the next day. But just one day after his return Shuemen was reassigned again. It was said that the Hokage's office echoed with the third Hokage screams that day. Well, the Hokage's office really should be soundproofed. Ihu and Shuemen used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive directly at Mui's camp on the Sha'in front line. Tsunade was currently distressed about her skin. Seeing the two suddenly appear, she pressed them both to the ground with one hand each. I'll give you 2 days. Settle the Sha'in matter. Staying here too long has made my skin rough. Watching Tsunade grow more irritable, the two felt cold sweat trickling down their backs, afraid that a careless move might make her snap their necks. Tsunadesis, calm down. Calm down. Shuemen and I will sign the treaty with Sha'in as soon as possible. Don't worry. With your natural beauty, how could your skin ever be poor? At that moment Ihu's survival instinct peaked. His sense of crisis had never been stronger. Gradually calming down, Tsunade released them both. She sat down on the camp chair, exuding an incredibly menacing aura. You two need to hurry. Otherwise I can't guarantee your safety. As she said this, Tsunade was smiling, but the crushed paperweight in her hand told them that if they didn't finish quickly they would Without further ado, the two headed to the Sha'in camp to negotiate. But on the way, Ihu, with his extraordinarily wide perception range, sensed that familiar chakra again. This feeling. Mei! Ihu immediately changed direction and rushed toward the source of the chakra. Meanwhile, Zaomiming's situation was far from favorable. After Shirtsong returned to defend Wuin, the anti-advantaged Wuin fell into a disadvantage. She alone was no match for both Yetsong and Luosha. Luosha manipulated his gold dust in a relentless aerial pursuit. Just as the golden sand wave was about to engulf Zaomiming, a wall of ice rose from the ground. Beautiful lady, it seems you've run into trouble again. At the sound of the voice behind her, Zaomiming's breath caught. She turned to see a pink-haired youth walking slowly toward her. Before she could speak, she found herself in a cool embrace. I'm sorry. I'm late. Once again saved by the hero, Zaomiming's entire face was flushed red in Ihu's arms. As he saw this, Ihu couldn't help but kiss her. Their second kiss was still just as sweet. Meanwhile, Shuemen, who was dealing with Luosha on the side, wasn't having such a sweet time. Luosha, as an aerial unit, perfectly countered Shuemen's attack style. Hey! You too! I know reuniting after a long separation makes you both excited, but could you possibly care about whether I live or die? Who turned his gaze toward the direction of Minato. Raza continuously struck the ground with his gold dust from above. Reluctantly, who released the beautiful young woman in his arms, and an ice dragon materialized around him. Unlike before, as the dragon's wings flapped, who also soared into the air, successfully transforming into an aerial combat unit. Shikaku's magnet release is actually quite handy. Combined with the dragon wings for directional control, this can be considered having flight capabilities. Who flapped the dragon wings and charged toward Raza at breakneck speed, colliding directly with him. Though Raza saw it coming, the agility of his gold dust was too low, and in the end, he couldn't evade Who's attack. The instant they crashed, Raza was frozen into an ice sculpture. The gold dust blocks chasing Minato also lost control and fell to the ground. Watching the gold dust land, Minato let out a sigh of relief. Raza had been flying all along and his attacks couldn't even reach the man. Having dealt with Raza who didn't stop, he plunged his blade into the sand, freezing a vast expanse of the desert with ice release. He also trapped Pakura, who had been lurking there ready to ambush. Who tapped the ice crystal encasing Pakura, trying to ambush a sensor-type ninja. He casually walked aside, nonchalantly taking Terumi Mei's small hand, and felt as though he was floating with happiness. Terumi Mei didn't pull away either, and a visible blush crept onto her face. Minato approached with a teasing grin, looking at Who. What's this? Aren't you going to introduce her? You kept your girlfriend a secret from your brother, didn't you? You have no idea how much Kushina complains about her single younger brother. Hearing Minato's words, Terumi Mei's face turned even redder. Who also chuckled. She's not my girlfriend. Minato walked up to Terumi Mei. Sister-in-law, if this kid ever bullies you, just tell me. His sister and I will set him straight. Terumi Mei nodded without speaking, her gentle Kirigakure demeanor hitting its maximum charm. They wisely refrained from discussing the third Mizukage. This was a war between villages and nations, and the third had died with the honor of a Kage. There was nothing to resent. Who and Minato sealed the memories of Raza and Pakura. His relationship with Terumi Mei couldn't be made public just yet, after all who had just killed their Kage. It would be too discourteous to also whisk away their leading jonin. Dragging the two ice sculptures, the trio headed toward the Suna camp. Now only Chio remained as the leader on the Suna front lines. Why haven't Raza and Pakura returned? If we can eliminate the Kirigakure bastards, our pressure will decrease significantly, and once Konoha falls into a disadvantage, Suna might even claim some territory. Sasori, was it really you who killed the third? How could Grandma have failed to notice your change? It's all Grandma's fault. Just as Chio was grieving, Baki handed her a report. After reading it, Chio broke out in a cold sweat. So that's it. Now it makes sense why that Kirigakure brat left the battlefield. Kirigakure has already lost to Konoha. As Chio lamented, who along with the other two entered the Suna camp, bringing Raza and Pakura. Granny Chio, a chilling aura emanated from who, the threat unmistakable. If Chio hadn't seen that report, she would have taught the young upstart a lesson. But the report clearly detailed who's monstrous combat prowess. Chio could disregard it, but no one else in the entire Suna camp would survive walking out. Fine, let's go inside. Inside the tent, Chio and Ebizo were present. We are here on behalf of Konoha and Kirigakure to negotiate with Suna. Impossible. 3,000 tons of gold dust. Why don't you just rob us? 1 ton of gold is roughly 4 to 5 million, lower quality gold dust is about 3 million. That's nearly 9 billion in total. Who smiled. Granny Chio, you jest. Robbing would be much slower. With Raza as your gold miner, 3,000 tons is easy. Granny Chio glared at who through gritted teeth. Fine, we agree. Now give back our one-tailed Jinchuriki. Whose smile turned wicked. Granny Chio, when we redeemed Pakura, we agreed that both villages have no right to interfere in Bunpoku and Shikaku's freedom. Are you going back on your word? His immense chakra radiated out, dropping the temperature inside the tent. Chio could only yield. After friendly negotiations, Suna signed a truce with both Konoha and Kirigakure. Suna officially ceased hostilities with Konoha. After spending a few blissful days with Terumi Mei, who reluctantly parted from her and returned to Konoha. The villagers of Konoha lined both sides of the gate to welcome the two heroes Who and Minato. As soon as he returned, Minato rushed to find Kushina. He had been suffering from Who's PDA for days. Now he could finally see his beloved. In contrast, Who returned to Konoha with little enthusiasm. First day apart from Mei. I miss her. Why does Minato come home to a lover while I come home only to have Kakashi, who loves dirty books, tell me how much I failed as a teacher? Wait, Kakashi is on the Kirigakure battlefield. There isn't even a living soul at home. After a few days of feeling down, who was officially appointed as the captain of the Umbu by the third Hokage. The third son, Sarutobi Shinosuke, became the vice captain. Poor Shinosuke had no idea what kind of boss, and what a hopeless future awaited him. While reorganizing the Umbu, who discovered an interesting child. Uchiha Shursui. Minato and who ran up and down the Uchiha clan regarding Kakashi's eye problem. Their relationship with Fugaku was excellent, but the old fossils refused to budge. After whose persuasive words armed threats, Kakashi finally legally acquired Obito's Sharingan. Around this time, 9-year-old Shursui caught whose attention. Shursui, you are a talented child. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Fugaku immediately agreed on Shursui's behalf. After all, who had become Umbu captain at 20. Taking an Uchiha as a disciple is a godsend. The Uchiha clan must seize this immense fortune. Seeing the clan head's reaction, Uchiha Shursui also nodded in agreement. The name Crimson Ice Crystal was extremely famous in Konoha. No one would refuse such a teacher. With Shursui as his disciple, who was in high spirits. Come Shursui, your master is treating you to a meal. Without waiting for Shursui to respond, who grabbed the boy and left. Upon learning that Shursui was an orphan, who took him straight home. From now on, this is your home. In a couple of days when Nawaki returns I'll have him build a few more houses next door, so you can live there too. Here's 5,000 Rio. Buy whatever you need first and tell me if it's not enough. Shursui was so moved he nearly cried. Uchiha orphans did receive some allowance but it only covered basic necessities. No one had ever been this kind to him. With the addition of Ji Shui this home finally had a bit of human warmth again. Ihu took Ji Shui training every day feeling as if he were raising a child. Arriving at the lake which had been transformed into a beach by Shou He Shangshu, had built a house here for Fanfu. Senior Fanfu, are you getting used to living here? Fanfu greeted Ihu warmly. Young friend Ihu Muyi is truly a beautiful place. Mr. Shangshu even built a residence for us. I can feel that Shou He is also very happy. Fanfu's eyes turned into beast pupils and his voice became sharp. Yo stinky fox. No wonder you had little strength last time. You're incomplete. Zhou Wei's chakra emerged from Yihu's body, gradually forming a small fox sitting on Yihu's shoulder. You dead raccoon, even if I'm just a tiny part of my former self, I can still easily thrash you. Shou He ignored Zhou Wei's verbal attack, staring at the small fox. Zhou? Zhou Lama? How did— The small fox twitched its ears. By entrusting my consciousness to a portion of my chakra, and releasing it outward to create something like a clone. Shou He didn't argue further with Zhou Wei. Instead he returned to the house, and began preparing the plan Zhou Wei had mentioned. Shou He was the most studious of all the tailed beasts. He even knew sealing techniques and ninjutsu. If Zhou Wei hadn't deceived him, he would gain his freedom within a month. Ihu was about to go out for a walk with the fox, when an Nbu member knelt respectfully behind him. Lord Ihu, the situation is urgent. The third Hokage requests your presence. Ihu turned to look at the Nbu behind him. Humph. This time I'm not aloof anymore. In 30 chapters I've become your direct superior. If you stay aloof I'll dock your salary. Understood. You go back first, I'll be there soon. Yes, Lord Ihu. Ihu used the Fei Lei Shen to arrive at the Hokage's office where Tuanzong and the third Hokage were still arguing. Tuanzong Sarutobi Yunin is coming in full force, and you want 2 young brats to lead the team. Third Hokage, both of them have grown. Ihu is now the chief of Mu Yes and Bu. Tuanzong, you should have at least a basic respect for the strong. How could Tuanzong not understand this reasoning? But if Yunin village were dealt with by those two, he would have no chance at becoming the 4th Hokage. Just as Tuanzong was about to continue his arguments, Ihu pushed the door open and entered. Lord Tuanzong, long time no see. Ihu emphasized the word, Lord, heavily. Fearing Ihu's overwhelming strength, Tuanzong muttered a few stubborn words and left the Hokage's office. A few minutes later, Bofeng Shui Men also arrived at the office, accompanied by Xian, with Zhou Xianai, whose face was full of fury. Old man third, are you targeting my Shui Men? After more than 2 years of war, he's been home for less than 2 months and you're sending him to the battlefield again. I don't care. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll let the fox bite someone. Nearby Zhou Wei couldn't bear it anymore and warned Zhou Xianai, I warn you, show me some respect. Otherwise I, as a terrifying creature at the top of Mu Yes food chain, Zhou Wei didn't even know how to threaten her. At that moment Zhou Xianai noticed the fox on Yihu's shoulder. Kawaii. Ignoring Zhou Wei's resistance, she snatched it from Yihu's shoulder. Unable to fight back, Zhou Wei directly fled back into Yihu's body. Where's the fox? The third Hokage broke out in cold sweat. The 2 siblings were like nuclear weapons of Mu Yi, especially Zhou Xianai. She was truly unreasonable not to be trifled with. Well, Zhou Xianai, this is for Shui Men's good. After resolving the Yun-in matter, Shui Men's achievements will be enough for him to succeed as the 4th Hokage. Really? Shui Men, did you hear that? You're going to be Hokage. Shui Men. Lord Third, I'm still too young. I shouldn't be qualified. Shui Men instinctively prepared to refuse, mainly because there were many more suitable people in Mu Yi than him. The 3rd Hokage looked at Zhou Xianai, whose hair was already floating, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Shui Men, don't underestimate yourself. Orochimaru is obsessed with research. Jiraiya and Tsunade have no interest in this. Now the most suitable person to succeed as Hokage in Mu Yi is you. Zhou Xianai also returned to normal and patted Shui Men's shoulder. See, I told you, Shui Men. You are the most suitable person. After the atmosphere finally calmed down, the 3rd Hokage finally got down to business. Shui Men Ihu, 2 days ago, Yun-in officially declared war on Mu Yi. I need you to lead people to intercept them. Yes, Lord Third. Ihu entrusted Ji Shui to Zhou Xianai, then set off with Shui Men to intercept the Yun-in forces. Halfway there, Ihu had a new idea. Attack their home. Shui Men, you lead the team to intercept. I have a Fei Lei Shen mark in Tangjigua. They'll go around to the rear of Yun-in and destroy their supplies. Although this idea was strongly opposed by Shui Men, Ihu opposed Shui Men's opposition, and the opposition was invalid. Ihu immediately used the previously left Fei Lei Shen mark to arrive at Tangjigua, only a step away from Lei Jigua. Seeing that Ihu had already left, Shui Men was very helpless. He could only continue leading the troops to intercept the Yun-in ninja. Ihu infiltrated Yunin village at top speed and sneaked to the place where the Two Tails was imprisoned. After dealing with the Jonin guarding the altar, Ihu finally saw the full view of the altar. Yunin's seal is real. Chakra surged from Ihu's hand. Seal release. Red chakra continuously emerged from the altar, finally condensing into a cat with two tails. Wei, was it you who saved me? The Two Tails' personality was unexpectedly gentle, and its voice was much more pleasant than Shohei's. What satisfied Ihu the most was the Two Tails' appearance. It was definitely the most beautiful among the nine-tailed beasts. Wei's chakra condensed into a small fox on Ihu's shoulder. ULV, long time no see. To make a long story short, give him some of your chakra. The Two Tails put its paws on the ground and rested its head on them. What, Wei, have you found the person from the old man's prophecy? Wei's ears twitched incredibly cute. No, I'm not sure if it's him yet, but his potential is worth a try. The Two Tails looked at the person and the fox before it hesitating. The chakra it gave would not simply disappear after use. After giving such chakra, the tailed beasts would need a long time to recover to their peak. Ihu looked at the big cat before him with a smile. ULV, let's have a fight. Let's see if I am worthy of carrying the tailed beast's expectations. Two Tails heard Ihu's words and slowly stood up. Come on. Let me see what kind of person can be recognized by Kurama. Two Tails' body seemed to be burning with flames, the whole cat appearing noble and elegant. Its blue claws swiftly swiped at Ihu. Nine Tails jumped off Ihu's shoulder to find a safer spot to continue watching. I haven't acknowledged him. I just think this human has enough potential. Kurama, you're still so stubborn. Just as the cat's claw was about to land, a wall of ice blocked Matatabi's. Ice release ice crystal wall. Ice release ice crystal prison. The ice wall rapidly expanded and enveloped Two Tails. Since Two Tails was not a power-type tailed beast, it couldn't break the cage at all. With just 2 moves, Two Tails was defeated. Matatabi had now given up resistance, lying prone on the ground, starting to doubt itself. Were humans all this strong now, or had it grown weaker? Ihu looked at the self-doubting Two Tails and released his technique. Beside him, Nine Tails wore an expression of unsatisfied eagerness. Too fast. He hadn't had enough fun watching. Matatabi saw the technique dispelled, and proactively extended its cat paw, sending its chakra to Ihu. Feeling the touch of the paw, Ihu's desire to take Two Tails away grew even stronger. Matatabi, do you want to come with me to Konoha? It won't be complete freedom, but I can guarantee you'll be free within the land of fire. Two Tails could see the genuine fondness in the human before her. For thousands of years, humans had looked at her with fear, disgust, or greed. Ihu was the first to look at her with such eyes. Later, Two Tails herself didn't know why she agreed to Ihu. Perhaps it was simply because his eyes were pure. Matatabi, before we leave, let's leave a little gift for Cloud Hidden Village. Ihu touched Matatabi, and the one person and 2 beasts teleported to a mountain peak outside the village. Matatabi used a tailed beast ball on Cloud Hidden Village. Although Two Tails was a bit puzzled, it began to gather power. At that moment, Ihu placed his hand on Two Tails and sent his own chakra into its body, expanding the tailed beast ball's size by more than 4 times. The color changed from black to blue. Two Tails was utterly astounded. It had seen plenty of tailed beast chakra being drained, but this was the first time it had seen someone pouring chakra into a tailed beast. Ihu's face was full of anticipation. I've been wanting to say this for a long time. This is a farewell gift. As soon as the words left his mouth, the tailed beast ball was launched by Two Tails. Ihu had specifically controlled the chakra output. In an instant, the entire Cloud Hidden Village turned into an ice city. Let's go. Ihu touched Two Tails and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Two Tails was also a bit resigned. From just now, Ihu had taken the opportunity of contact to secretly pet her several times. However, she didn't dislike it, so she let him. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze had encountered the 4th Reikage A. Facing the AB combo alone was truly difficult, so Minato had to use Killer Bee's safety to threaten A, temporarily stabilizing the situation. Just then, the kunai on Minato's body registered a chakra reaction. 9 Tails had already returned to Ihu's body, and 1 person, and 1 cat, suddenly appeared on the battlefield, drawing everyone's attention. The one with the strongest reaction was the 4th Reikage A, who had been tricked out of a huge sum of money by Ihu last time. Uzumaki Ihu, why are you and Two Tails on the battlefield? What happened to Cloud Hidden Village? Although I really wanted to fight Ihu, it was clear that the safety of the village was. For now, there shouldn't be a problem, but if you don't return to the village within 3 days and break the ice on them, it's likely no one in Cloud Hidden Village will survive. The 4th Reikage grew angrier. Every time he met Ihu, something bad happened. Damn it! Uzumaki Ihu, you win this time. We retreat. Back to the village. Ihu directly added insult to injury. Think twice before you come next time. I didn't even use my full power. His voice suddenly turned icy. If there's a next time, Cloud Hidden Village will be left without even a chicken or dog. The 4th Reikage looked at Ihu and said nothing. He knew he would never be able to defeat this opponent in his lifetime. His own growth period was nearing its end, while the others had just begun. Humph. Uzumaki Ihu. The next time I will be the one to win. The 4th Reikage didn't concern himself with Two Tails. In his view, what use was a tailed beast if the village was gone? As the Cloud Hidden Ninja withdrew, the Konoha crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone looked at Ihu with admiration. Such an achievement was nothing short of legendary. The battle had ended almost as soon as it began. Ihu and Minato led the Konoha ninja back to the village with Two Tails following behind Ihu. Ihu would occasionally turn back to pet this adorable big cat. Matatabi turned a blind eye to Ihu's behavior. The large group returned to Konoha in a grand procession. The third Hokage listened to the Umbu's report, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Having lured away One Tails wasn't enough. Had even taken Cloud's Two Tails. At the gates of Konoha, the third Hokage personally led the villagers to welcome the heroes who had saved them, building momentum for Minato's succession as the fourth Hokage. Matatabi was settled by Ihu in the forest behind his home. When Shikaku saw Matatabi's arrival, the beast was extremely excited. It had no freedom and hadn't seen its siblings for a long time. The third Hokage was already preparing for the election of a new Hokage. If he didn't step down soon, that little girl Kushina would probably tear down his whole building. As joyful as Konoha was, Cloud was suffering. The fourth Raikage traveled day and night, returning to the village in just 2 days. Looking at the ice city before him, A was in despair. Clearing this ice would take a long time before the village could resume normal operations. The villagers and ninja of Cloud were all sealed within the ice crystals. As long as the ice was broken, their bodies would suffer no harm. Under Ihu's deliberate restraint, these people would not be in life-threatening danger unless they stayed inside the ice for a week. I organized the ninja to begin rescuing the people of Cloud. The group worked for most of the day to free every. Misfortunes never come singly. Just as he was about to rest, the fourth Raikage heard news that his father had been ambushed and surrounded. Inoki, having learned of Ihu's exploits on the mist battlefield, had shifted his focus away from Konoha. A few days earlier, Inoki had sent a letter to the third Raikage hoping that the villages of Rock and Cloud could unite against Konoha. On the third Raikage's way to discuss with Hidden Rock, many rock ninja lay in ambush. The third Raikage chose to stay behind to hold off the enemy, which led to this messenger returning to report. The fourth Raikage's heart was in turmoil. This time his father was truly in great peril. He thought of many ways, but none could get him to the rock battlefield within a day to support the third Raikage. Unless the fourth Raikage AI took out a sword fragment inscribed with Eternal Ice Crystal from the sealing scroll. This was something AI had gathered in the Tang country to motivate himself. The fragment constantly reminded him of his failure. Uzumaki Ihu. After a moment of hesitation, AI still injected his chakra into the fragment. Far away in Mu Yi, Ihu sensed the chakra on the flying thunder god mark. Yun-in direction. Normally Ihu would never go to an unknown place, but just like a criminal who enjoys revisiting his crime scene, he was eager to see the expression on Ace's face. After some preparations, Ihu chose to teleport to Yun-in. Ace's expression gradually shifted from expectation to disappointment. Of course, unknown places also harbor unknown dangers. Just as AI was about to give up, Ihu's voice sounded in his ear. Yo! Yeyue, why are you in such a mess? Don't you like the gift I gave you? Upon hearing this, AI immediately looked at Ihu in surprise. AI could swear that this was the first time in his life he had seen Ihu so happy. Uzumaki Ihu, you really came. For the first time hearing AI address him with such delight, Ihu was truly unaccustomed to it. He tapped Ace's head. Not broken were you, foolish from anger? AI suddenly hugged Ihu. Ihu, only you can help me this time. Hey, let me go. Yeyue, I have a girlfriend, let me go. Ihu, my father was tricked by the scoundrels of Yenin. Now he is besieged by many Yenin ninjas. Only you can help me now. AI released Ihu, feeling very anxious. Ihu, as long as you can save my father, Yunin will no longer pursue the matter of the Two Tails. You can take anything I have, even my life, if you want it any time. AI actually knelt directly before Ihu. This man, who had never been defeated no matter how many times he lost, for the first time bowed his head to his opponent for his father. Ihu looked at AI now with deep emotion. After so many battles, it was the first time he had seen AI like this. What use would I have for your life? Ace's heart sank upon hearing Ihu's words. It's still not going to work, huh? But the next sentence sounded like heavenly music to his ears. Just add more money. AI suddenly lifted his head, excitedly rushed forward and hugged Ihu again, completely ignoring Ihu's struggling. Let me go. I have a girlfriend. Let me go. I love my girlfriend very much. After briefly understanding the situation, Ihu looked at AI speechlessly. So this is the reason the third Raikage was ambushed. Joint attack on Mu Yi. AI was extremely embarrassed. From a friend's standpoint, he didn't want to lie to Ihu. Telling the truth would alleviate some of his conscience guilt. Add money. This must add money. AI also nodded. Add heavily. When Dad is rescued, he'll give you all his private savings. After making simple preparations, Ihu teleported with AI to the Shuang country. The two headed to the battlefield, where countless Yenin ninjas rushed forward in one direction. Dad. AI was really a terrible teammate, exposing himself at this moment. Now they could only attack forcefully. Everyone from Yenin village, can you do me a favor and release the person you have trapped inside? Ihu's body began to emit cold air, and ice crystals spread continuously under his feet. Ice. Ice Release Konoha headband blue hair. That's the bloody ice crystal of Konoha. Why would a Konoha expert appear here? Have Konoha and Kumogakure joined forces? As the ice crystals spread across the battlefield, the chakra of the approaching Iwanin was already affected. The news of Kirigakure's defeat had long spread across the shinobi world, and the reputation of the bloody ice crystal had been exaggerated to mythical proportions. Inoki, wary of such a ninja proficient in large-scale techniques, had redirected his hostility toward Kumogakure. Fear spread among the Iwanin. In their eyes, no matter how formidable the third Reikage was, he still remained within the realm of human capability, while Yihu's feats had already transcended human limits. A single combatant more powerful than an entire army. Before this, only two individuals in the shinobi world possessed such strength, one, named Hashirama Senju, and the other Madara Uchiha. Blast Corps Commander Carry refused to believe the rumors about Ihu. A mere rookie has frightened you and Inoki like this. I knew that old man Inoki was no longer fit to be the Tsuchikage. Carry was one of the few elite jonin on the battlefield. In his view, a brat not yet 20 years old had merely exploited the incompetence of Kirigakure's fools to gain fame. Carry was deeply envious. He, the explosion release Carry, had roamed the shinobi world for over a decade as a master, yet he still lacked a title of his own. Gazing at the young Ihu, Carry had already envisioned his future epithet. He channeled his explosion release chakra into his palm. Explosion release landmine fist. Amid the retreating Iwanin, Carry's audacity stood out starkly. In the eyes of 10,000 shinobi, he was the hero stepping forward. Carry's smug expression was utterly infuriating. Before Ihu could act, AI kicked him flying. A contemptible buffoon. AI sneered at the distant Carry, then rolled his wrists and shouted into the distance. Dad, hold on. We're coming to save you. Ihu advanced unhurriedly, the ground beneath him turning to ice inch by inch. It seems none of you care to grant me this favor. Then I'll have no choice but to take matters into my own hands. His tone turned starkly cold as ice crystals burst around him. Charge. There are only 2 of them. With over 8,000 of us, what's there to fear? The claim of 10,000 Iwanin sounded intimidating, but how many actual jonin were there? The elite jonin could be counted on one hand. After a day of the third Reikage's relentless assault, only slightly more than 8,000 remained. By the time they hesitated, Ihu had nearly finished gathering his technique. Sage Art Frozen World. Ice crystals blanketed the entire battlefield, drastically weakening everyone present. Even without the coastal geographic advantage, its power remained formidable. Chunin had their chakra reduced by 70%. Those with lesser strength could no longer perform ninjutsu at all. AI too felt the strain. Standing closest to Ihu, at least 40% of his chakra was frozen. Oh, sorry. Almost forgot about you. As Ihu placed his hand on Ace's shoulder, a suit of ice crystal armor formed around AI, instantly alleviating the debilitating effects of Frozen World. Sage Art Ice Crystal Pierce. Countless ice spikes erupted from the ground. Most of the weakened Iwanin failed to evade. In a single strike, hundreds perished. Sage Art Ice Release Heavenly Ice Flower Burial. I've long wanted to try this technique, Ihu said, gazing at the cloud, resembling the eye of a typhoon, a beam of light piercing through its center. Yi, be careful. This is a true killer move. Don't let it touch you, or I can't guarantee I won't kill you. Countless snowflakes drifted from the light, each containing an immense amount of sage chakra. The sheer number of Iwanin made it impossible to dodge such a wide area technique. Contact with even a single snowflake would freeze half the body. Then more countless snowflakes would cover it completely. AI broke into a cold sweat, watching the devastating losses among the Iwanin. Thank goodness we didn't fight Konoha back then. One of him alone could annihilate every Kumogakure ninja below the Kage level. Just as Ihu prepared to advance, a voice, accompanied by a flash of white light, struck at the two. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Let old man Sarutobi Hiruzen teach you that on the battlefield you must always stay vigilant. Arrogance will cost you your life, but you won't get a chance to correct your ways. The tuition for this lesson is your lives. As a dust release jutsu descended, Inoki's figure appeared in the sky. I see. You evaded the heavenly ice flower burial by exploiting your aerial advantage. Smoke cleared with no harm. Sage art combined with the mind's eye of the Kagura was sufficient to break through the counter-detection of dust release. From the very beginning, Ihu had been carefully watching for Inoki's dust release. At this point, AI also felt an urge to complain. In his memory, Ihu had always been a cool and inhumane character. But fleeing via Flying Thunder God, then returning through the smoke with the same technique, was truly absurd. He didn't want to look at Ihu now. Seeing him felt like discovering his idol had feet of clay. Sage Art Ice Dragon Body Protection. Ihu unfurled dragon wings from his back, activated his magnet release chakra, and transformed into an aerial unit. Inoki's expression was priceless. To survive a dust release strike was unheard of across the shinobi world. When he saw Ihu could even fly, Inoki began to doubt himself. Has Konoha produced another Madara Uchiha? Why does Konoha always spawn such geniuses? In IWA, we can't even find someone to succeed the Tsuchikage. Though his mentality was crumbling, Inoki, as a veteran Kage, initiated a new round of probing. Dust release detachment of the primitive world. A cubic dust release encased Ihu. This time there's no smoke. Let this old man see how you survive the dust release. After the dust release exploded, Ihu's figure appeared on the ground. Anoki squinted. Space-time ninjutsu. The same technique as the yellow flash. A troublesome ability. Ihu looked at Anoki and couldn't help but admire. What an experienced predecessor. Seen through in an instant. Anoki felt no pleasure from the compliment. Being praised like this by a junior felt more like an insult. Brat, don't be too smug. Even Tobarama Senju, who also used space-time ninjutsu, died on the battlefield. Today it'll leave you buried in this land. Earth Release Golem Technique. 3 stone giants appeared beside Ihu simultaneously, their fists swinging down toward him. AI was helpless against aerial targets, so he simply ran toward the center of the battlefield to search for the third ray. Facing 3 stone giants that suddenly appeared, Ihu turned the wings behind him into a shield covering his head. Earth-style Mountain Smasher. A huge hemispherical mountain sealed Ihu together with the 3 stone giants. Earth-style super-weighted rock technique. Ha! Ha! It's over. Brat, you won't even have a chance to use space-time ninjutsu. 5 or 6 large-scale ninjutsu are undoubtedly a huge drain on the 50-year-old Anoki, especially when 2 of them were dust. The ice-style terrain was also continuously draining Anoki's chakra. If they were on the ground, he would have already lost combat capability by now. Just as Anoki was about to deal with the exhausted third raikage, a black laser shot out from the mountain. It struck a distant hillside, creating a huge crater. This is a combination of water lightning and magnet release chakra. For now, let's call it Super Electromagnetic Cannon 1-0. Ha ha ha, old man, you've still got it. Our village's 3rd Hokage is about to retire. You should start looking for a 4th Tsuchikage soon. At your age, shouldn't you be enjoying retirement in the village? Ihu walked out of the hole created by the electromagnetic cannon, not forgetting to taunt Anoki. Hearing his words, Anoki couldn't help but think of the useless brats in his own village. It was truly unspeakable. Another day wanting to retire. I would like that too, but Iwagakure is not Konoha. There are too few people capable of carrying the banner. Kid, how about coming to Iwagakure? I have a beautiful granddaughter. If you marry into the village, you can choose money or secret techniques as you wish. Anoki chatted and stalled with Ihu, while secretly swallowing a soldier pill to restore chakra. Unfortunately, due to the frozen world terrain, the recovery rate was greatly reduced. On the other hand, Ihu had terrain advantage. His chakra consumption was far slower than his recovery speed. Never-ending, truly never-ending. The Uzumaki clan really could be so extravagant. Old man, stop stalling. If you don't leave now, you'll be buried here today. Anoki's stubbornness was well known. How could I abandon my own village's shinobi? Old man. Well said, we're here to help. 2 red figures appeared before Ihu. Han clad in red armor with steam rising from his body and Rashi with red magma oozing from his form. Weren't you 2 supposed to guard the village? What if the tailed beasts go berserk and hurt our own people? Anoki was furious. The tailed beasts were the village's most important trump card. They must not be lost. Neither Han nor Rashi had enough power to fully control the tailed beasts within them, but in the current situation they were far less dangerous than the Ihu before them. After all, even if the tailed beasts went berserk, Iwagakure wouldn't suffer that many casualties. This guy was a ninja born to take on a crowd alone. Han, Rashi, be careful. This guy is extremely dangerous. I've only felt this helplessness against Uchiha Madara. Feeling the environment's weakening effect, Rashi spoke to the 4 tails within him. Son Goku, lend me your power. Lava-style flower fruit mountain. With the 4 tails power, Rashi successfully summoned a small area of magma, temporarily resisting the frozen world. In truth, Ihu could easily overwrite the opponent's terrain with a little effort, but doing so would be too boring. Ihu was now beginning to understand what it meant to be lonely at the top. Anoki landed on the ground and his chakra recovery finally returned to normal. With the lava terrain created by Rashi, the steam on Han's body grew even stronger. Using steam propulsion, Han charged at Ihu first. Boil-style unrivaled strength. Ihu didn't use ice-style to defend. He was curious about the difference between Boil-style's monstrous strength and the Senju clan's technique. Strength fist. Having lived in the Senju clan for years, it was only reasonable that he had picked up some healing jutsu and monstrous strength. The 2 fists met and locked, evenly matched in power. Ihu quickly used his other hand to strike Han's chest, sending him flying. Cracks appeared in his armor. It seems your development isn't complete yet. You can only enhance one part at a time. Not flexible enough. Han looked at the cracks in his armor with heartache. Materials that could withstand Boil-style were hard to find. He had spent his entire fortune on this set of armor. Seeing his comrade in trouble, Rashi quickly activated his lava release chakra mode, his body turning into a lava-like state. The lava terrain was now only half its original size. Rashi was also starting to panic. The gap in power was too wide. If he extracted more of the 4 tails chakra to use Flower Fruit Mountain again, he risked being overtaken by Son Goku. Once the Flower Fruit Mountain vanished completely, the 3 would lose any chance of defeating him. Lava-style scorching stream rock technique. Rashi charged at Ihu while spewing magma spheres at him. Ice-style crystal armor. Ice-style crystal wall. The magma spheres were blocked by an ice wall and Rashi and Ihu engaged in taijutsu combat. Unfortunately his lava release couldn't even break through the defenses. After a while Ihu lost interest, caught his opening and kicked him back. At this point his flower fruit mountain had completely extinguished and the three fell back into the weakening state of the frozen world. Anoki's barely restored chakra was almost entirely frozen and Han's steam became unusable. Damn it! Rashi leaned against a tree spitting blood. Third Tsuchikage, take the others back to the village. He'll hold off this monster. Red chakra began to emanate from his body, and similarly from Han beside him. Lord Third Tsuchikage, retreat with them. If all of Iwagakure's shinobi fall here, the village is finished. The two of us will hold him off. Anoki's eyes reddened as he watched the two forcibly using tailed beast chakra. I am the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. I will not abandon anyone in the village. But I agree on one thing. The villagers cannot all die here. It's a shame. We were so close to killing the third Raikage. Anoki's voice filled with chakra resounded across the battlefield. Shinobi of Iwagakure, retreat. Everyone fall back to the village and set up defenses. The three stayed behind to cover the remaining 6,000 shinobi. Meanwhile the third Raikage watched the retreating Iwanin with confusion, but seized every moment to recover his strength. Old man, hurry and go. We won't stay lucid for long. Iwagakure still needs your leadership. Rashi with four tails swaying behind him forced himself to stay rational and urged Anoki. I am the third Tsuchikage, inheritor of Lord Mu's Will of Stone. I will never let my villagers die before my eyes. I will defeat this monster and bring the two of you back to the village. Hey, you're making me look like a villain, aren't you? Come on. Can you just pull some willpower power-up and take me down directly? Lao Zi and Han ignored Ihu's complaint. Even maintaining their sanity was a struggle now. Lava release flower fruit mountain. This time the magma field was much larger than before. After recovering, Anoki immediately flew into the sky searching for an opportunity. Steam burst from Han's body. He charged at Ihu at a speed far surpassing before, like a beast that had lost its reason. His attacks fierce and swift, each strike unleashing astonishing power. Lao Zi followed close behind, his body wrapped in both lava release chakra and tailed beast chakra. Each attack chipped away a bit of the ice release chakra on Ihu's armor. Anoki in the sky could not find an opportunity for the moment, only occasionally using earth release ninjutsu to assist the two. Dust release would likely hit his own allies, so it was completely unusable. Finally, under the relentless assault of the two Jinchuriki, Ihu's ice crystal armor shattered with a sound, and he was instantly sent flying by them. Anoki seized the opportunity, using the last of his chakra to unleash a large-scale dust release toward Ihu. That should be it. It's over now. Anoki's chakra was no longer sufficient to sustain flight. He had to land again, warily gazing toward the direction of the smoke. Lao Zi and Han had not yet released their half-tailed beast forms. The opponent was likely still alive. Old man, are you looking for me? Ihu placed his hand on Anoki's shoulder, speaking slowly and calmly. Anoki's expression stiffened at the voice behind him. Impossible. I destroyed all the marks across the entire battlefield. Wait. Those are fragments of Han's armor. Ihu formed a new ice crystal armor on his body. Old man, do you still want to resist? Dad. Earth release rock fist jutsu. Anoki's son Huang Tu came running from afar and punched toward Ihu, but the effect was poor. Lao Zi charged over, using his tail to swat Ihu aside, barely holding on to his remaining rationality. Huang Tu. Take the old man away. Han had now completely lost his mind, attacking the nearest Ihu like a raging beast. Huang Tu carried Anoki on his back, glanced back at the two Jinchuriki fighting Ihu, and ran resolutely toward the village. Anoki, having exhausted his chakra, fell into unconsciousness. Four tails now, there's no one else. Let's go wild. Lao Zi fully unleashed his wild nature, releasing the four-tailed son Wukong from within. I am finally free. A red ape with four tails appeared on the battlefield. After gaining freedom, it quickly ran toward Han, who was locked in battle with Ihu. It grabbed Han with one hand, and its tailed beast chakra continuously struck the seal on Han's body. Han's chakra concentration rapidly surged. Soon a massive white deer appeared on the battlefield. Five Tails Mu Wang made its debut. Sun Wukong then called out to Mu Wang, who was about to turn and leave. Mu Wang, wait. I made a deal with the Jinchuriki. As the price for unsealing us, we must stop the human in front of us before the stone village retreats. Mu Wang looked at Sun Wukong with an expression of, are you kidding me? I never made any agreement with the humans. Why should I also have to face that terrifying human? Sun Wukong also looked at Mu Wang helplessly. Hey, at least I freed you. Are you going to let me, a single monkey, face such a terrifying enemy? Mu Wang couldn't refuse this moral blackmail. The one human and two beasts found themselves in a stalemate, staring at each other. The frozen world on the battlefield made the two-tailed beasts very uncomfortable. Humans, stop here. We have no intention of fighting you. We are merely fulfilling our pact with the Jinchuriki. At that moment, red chakra erupted from Ihu's body, and a mini Ninetails appeared on his shoulder. Long time no see, Mu Wang, Sun Wukong. Ninetails. I never thought that among us the first tailed beast to acknowledge humans would be you. The Nine Tails awkwardly turned its head away. Give him a bit of your chakra. The Four Tails and Five Tails also changed expression. Kurama! Have you found the person the old man spoke of? The Nine Tails nodded. I was just suspicious before, but now I think it's him. The two beasts were also carefree. Take it. Since you've earned Kurama's recognition, we trust him too. Clearly the two beasts, aware of Iha's combat power, had no intention of fighting. My name is Mu Wang. Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to Heaven King of immortal apes from the Water Curtain Cave on Flower Fruit Mountain. Putting his hands on the paws of the two beasts, the chakra of the Four Tails and Five Tails flowed into Iha's body. But due to the lack of the Three Tails chakra, these two powers could not be absorbed yet. Thanks. Ihu sat face to face with the two beasts on the ground. Where are you going next? Want to visit Konoha? Shikaku and Matatabi are there. The Nine Tails' ears twitched clearly. He also looked forward to living with those siblings. No, Lao Zi made a pact with me. I and the Five Tails cannot leave the land of Earth within 5 years. Tailed beasts value promises above all. Once a pact is made, they never break it. Ihu, let's go. Well, come back for them in 5 years. The Nine Tails shook his tail, slightly disappointed, but still pulled Ihu away. Sun Wukong and Mu Wang's free time was too precious. He didn't want to waste their time on himself. Mu Wang, Sun Wukong, we're leaving now. Well, come back to see you when we get the chance. Ihu led the Nine Tails toward the third Reikage. On the other side, AI was sitting beside the third Reikage, chattering. The third Reikage's face was visibly darkening. It was clear he was trying hard to restrain himself. Just then footsteps from one side sounded especially crisp on the empty frozen battlefield. The third Reikage warily looked toward the direction of the footsteps, while Ace's expression was relaxed. He knew Ihu's combat strength. That guy's growth rate was like a monster's. The light smoke cleared and Ihu, with the Nine Tails on his shoulder, appeared before the third Reikage. Senior Third Reikage, good afternoon. Danger is cleared, let's go. The third Reikage looked at Ihu, his already dark face turning even darker. Uzumaki Ihu, I have learned about your agreement with my son, but I am the Reikage. Nevertheless, it is a fact that you saved my life. 5 days from now, we duel at the border between the land of fire and lightning. If you win, not only will the two tails be yours, but Kimogakure will also unconditionally surrender to Konoha. AI became anxious on the side. Father. Shut up. I'm not dead yet, I am the Reikage. Ihu seemed to understand something, nodded in agreement, and left the battlefield. At this moment, the third Reikage was also quite excited. He had seen Ihu's combat strength, and fighting a strong opponent thrilled him. Son, after I finish fighting with your friend, you will be the new AI. The one who lost the two tails and failed to lead Kimogakure is the third Reikage. In 5 days you will be the fourth. AI fell silent upon hearing the third Reikage's words. As a man whose mind was filled with nothing but muscles and cultivation, he did not think so far. Nor did he expect his father's intentions to be so profound. Seeing the silent AI, the third Reikage laughed heartily and comforted him. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have the chance to personally pass on the position of Reikage to you. The third Reikage rarely showed a smile. To personally hand over the Reikage position to you is the thing I look forward to most. Meanwhile, using the Flying Thunder God technique, Ihu returned to Konoha and went back to his own home. Little Shursui was inside the house eating. Little Shursui, I'm back. Uchiha Shursui heard Ihu's voice and ran toward him. Teacher Ihu. Ihu picked up Shursui. Let's go. Little Shursui, teacher will take you to eat something delicious. The two arrived at a barbecue restaurant where Yuhi, Kurinai, Anko, and Asuma were already eating. Seeing Ihu arrive, Asuma was extremely excited. Teacher Ihu. Here. Not expecting to see his 3 students here, Ihu said to the boss nearby, Boss, add a table to this one and bring all the signature meat dishes in the restaurant. Asuma was still chattering around Ihu, completely oblivious that Shursui beside Ihu had been led by Anko to sit between Kurinai and Anko. Sometimes being good-looking really makes one popular, and the Uchiha clan was universally recognized as handsome in Konoha. Anko was already enthusiastically picking up food and grilling meat for Shursui. Little Shursui, eat this. It's freshly grilled by big sister. Shursui had never seen such a scene. Anko was too enthusiastic. Sitting between the two girls, his face turned crimson with embarrassment. Anko truly regarded Shursui as a younger brother. Her own senior brother had only taken this one disciple, and she was finally no longer the youngest one. Yuhi Kurinai also took a liking to Shursui. She had never seen such a shy and kind Uchiha before. Coupled with the status of being the teacher's disciple, it directly shortened the distance between them. At this time she only regarded him as a little brother. After all, Shursui was still just a child. Teacher, you were really cool on the Sunagakure, Kirigakure, and Kimogakure battlefields. Asuma didn't know about the Awagakure battlefield yet. Ihu had single-handedly cleared 4 of the 5 great nations. One of the third Kage was defeated, 2 were killed. An extremely splendid record. When Asuma and Ihu sat down and saw Shizui's treatment, he was green with envy. He had never been so close. After eating and drinking their fill, Ihu went to the front to pay the bill. Anko dragged Kurinai and Shursui out to play. Seeing Kurinai go, Asuma followed as well. Seeing this, Ihu also deeply missed Terumi Mei, who was far away in Kirigakure. Their mutual affection was not low. It was just that Ihu hadn't had the chance to confess to her. If I have time, I should go to Kirigakure to see her. No, where's the time? I'll go right now, just go to Kirigakure to find her. Using the Flying Thunder God, he crossed to the Kirigakure front line. Kakashi was still training on the front lines. Rin Noera was in the rear medical unit treating the wounded. Yo, Kakashi, your strength has grown a lot. It seems you haven't had time to read those adult books on the battle. Fortunately, there were few people around, or otherwise being exposed like this by Ihu would make him want to find a hole to crawl into. So how's the lightning blade Kiba I gave you? Not mentioning it was fine, but once brought up, Kakashi spoke through gritted teeth. It's very useful, so. Why didn't you tell me that this sword is one of the 7 ninja swords you snatched from Kirigakure? Do you know how many people have surrounded me on the battlefield during this time? Ihu looked at the agitated white-haired boy and comforted him. I didn't have a chance to tell you yet. Have you seen this person during your time on the Kirigakure battlefield? With a small genjutsu, Ihu showed Kakashi an image of Terumi Mei. No, actually, Kirigakure ninja rarely come out now. The very few who raid the Konoha camp are all after the ninja sword in my hand. Kakashi emphasized the last few words heavily. If it weren't for Orochimaru's protection, Kakashi would probably have lost his life and never seen Ihu again. But this protection came with a price. After the war, Kakashi would have to cooperate with Orochimaru as an experimental subject with a Sharingan. Getting no useful information from Kakashi, Ihu decided to look for himself. No procrastination. Previously, when he and Snake Uncle Orochimaru went to Kirigakure to capture test subjects, Ihu had left a Flying Thunder God mark. He activated it and directly arrived outside Kirigakure village. Although their relationship was good, it was far from the level of giving each other an item inscribed with the Flying Thunder God mark. This concerned both their lives. Holding someone else's Flying Thunder God item meant they could be fatally struck at any time, and conversely the user could also fall into the other's trap. Kirigakure village gave Ihu a big surprise. An old man sat on a chair watching him. Though his eyes were somewhat unfocused due to age, they still couldn't conceal his domineering aura. Uchiha Ban Old Age Limited Edition. This is definitely not outside Kirigakure village. This old geezer must have moved all the marks I left outside Kirigakure to this place. Uchiha Ban. The old man laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. I never expected that after all these years someone in Konoha still remembers me. You are a variable outside my plan, but killing you would be a pity. As long as you stay here obediently, I can Ihu suddenly thought of Kakashi and Rin. So it's this time. Ihu tried to use Flying Thunder God to leave, but Ban was not worried at all. It's useless, young man. A barrier has been set up here. Flying Thunder God can't get out. When everything is settled, I will let you go. Then Lord Ban, this kid will have to offend you. Humph. I originally planned to fight you after you reached your peak, but since you're seeking death, I'll have to send you to meet Hashirama. Ban's eyes instantly turned sharp, his ordinary eyes in their sockets transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan. Rows of ribs gradually appeared around him, finally taking the form of Susanu's flesh and blood form. Susanu compensated for Ban's mobility issues. Ihu was somewhat intimidated seeing Ban's Susanu. His own jutsu was unparalleled when crushing weaklings, but when facing a true powerhouse like this, his level was still lacking. After all, Ihu still couldn't manifest a Susanoo, and the weakening effect of Ice Release had little impact on a giant mecha like Susanoo. So even against the elderly Ban in such a crippled state, Ihu still had no confidence in defeating him. Sage Art Freezing Beam. As expected, the range of Ice Release was insufficient to freeze the mountain-sized Susanoo completely, and Uchiha Ban's light sword shattered the ice crystals with just 2 strikes. Employ my strength. You may attempt the tailed beast mode. I no longer require chakra to facilitate your Bodis metamorphosis. Ihu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although I'm not sure how effective it will be given the current situation, there's nothing worse. Joe Lama. The fox inside Ihu broke into a smile. Counting the time in Uzumaki Mito's womb, it had watched Ihu grow up. This time what emerged from Ihu was no longer red chakra but golden chakra with black edges. A massive amount of chakra surged from Ihu, finally forming a golden fox head. Then the chakra claws seized the Susanoo light blade that was slashing down, and the complete fox took shape at that moment. Sage Art Extreme Ice Crystal Armor. A blue armor appeared on the fox with the claws particularly thickened and lengthened. The Ninetales specially moved its claws to test the new armor. Not bad. Much more comfortable and fitting than the previous Susanoo. Uchiha Madara felt inexplicably uncomfortable upon hearing this. What did he mean? Did the Ninetales mean his Susanoo was inferior to this kid's Ice Release? Madara struck even more vigorously, but the ice crystal armor had been strengthened and iterated many times. Each of Madara's slashes only left a white mark on the armor, and in the next moment all traces would be repaired by Ihu. Madara had never regretted giving away his eyes so much. The attack power was insufficient. His stamina was far inferior to when he was young. The opponent's armor was stacked too thick. Who fights like this? For the first time in decades, Madara lost interest in fighting, so he simply controlled Susanoo to sit down on the ground. I'm not fighting anymore. Anyway, you can't leave this place. When everything is over, I'll naturally let you go. The Mangekyo in Madara's eyes spun wildly at that moment, displaying a bewitching red. Who also knew it was impossible to leave this damn place, so he controlled the chakra Ninetales to sit opposite Uchiha Madara. In the spiritual world, the Ninetales was still provoking. Hit him, who. If you don't want to fight, let me do it. I've wanted to punch him for a long time. We still don't know what ability the Mangekyo in Uchiha Madara's eye sockets possesses, and both sides' attacks cannot break through defenses. If we continue fighting, Uchiha Madara might resort to desperate measures. The Ninetales' ears drooped, the whole fox looking very dejected. Don't worry, Jolama, there will be opportunities later. Defeat Uchiha Madara at his peak with your own hands. The Ninetales obviously didn't believe who. As you wish. Who then dispelled the tailed beast mode. Then let's not fight. Senior Madara, I think we can talk. Seeing who stop, Madara also dismissed Susanoo, and the two sat facing each other on the ground. Uchiha Madara began to paint a rosy picture for who from Hashirama and his story to the Uchiha clan's stone tablet. Senior Madara, haven't you ever thought that if Infinite Tsukuyomi were truly so good, why didn't the Sage of Six Paths use it to bring true peace back then? From another perspective, if everyone falls into Infinite Tsukuyomi, humanity will have no chance to continue. In the end, wouldn't humans be exterminated by this technique? Uchiha Madara was momentarily speechless. He had never considered so many things back then. At that moment, Madara became even more interested in who. He could point out the flaws of the technique as soon as he heard the plan, but now he had no time to consider other possibilities. The Infinite Tsukuyomi plan was already an arrow on the string. It had to be launched. The two talked a lot about their viewpoints, and Madara benefited greatly from his conversation with who. He and Hashirama were overwhelmingly powerful in terms of strength. But in areas like politics, they were far inferior to that guy Tobarama Senju, and even Izuna was much better than the two of them. Senior Madara, don't believe anything too much. When I received the Six Paths inheritance, the Sage of Six Paths once said that there is a mastermind behind the conflicts in the ninja world silently driving them. Infinite Tsukuyomi is absolutely not a technique that can bring peace to the world. Madara also carefully considered Iha's advice. Originally, I wanted to use the power of this eye to erase your memories, but now it seems that with your participation the future might be more interesting perhaps. I'll let you off this time. Try to stop me. Before I execute my plan, perhaps you can make me abandon the moon. Madara removed the barrier. Abito had already turned dark by now. Who would definitely be too late to go now. Madara did not inform who about trump cards like the Rinnegan and Black Zetsu. Uchiha who have awakened the Sharingan are all paranoid. Even knowing the fatal flaw of Infinite Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Madara still wanted to complete it. After Uchiha Madara opened the barrier, who immediately sensed the call from the mist battlefield. Arriving on the battlefield, Kakashi was staring dejectedly at Rin Nohara's corpse. Aside from a large hole in the heart area, a Kusanagi sword was thrust into her abdomen. Who immediately used Flying Thunder God to send Kakashi and Rin Nohara back to Konoha. Lucky you still remembered the chakra I left on the sword. Who quickly pulled out the sword and poured a tube of reagent into the wound. Activating Ice Release, an ice coffin encased Rin Nohara's body. Don't worry, she won't die. Uchiha Obito should still be alive too. If hearing that Rin was fine made Kakashi's anxious heart finally settle, then hearing that Obito was still alive made that heart pound with excitement. Kakashi's smile was obvious even through his mask. Who also saw the change in Kakashi's expression, and suddenly felt his life was bleak. Uncle Shuamao, I've let you down. I thought reading little yellow books was already deviant enough, but I never expected he wasn't just deviant. He's bent. I've raised Kakashi sideways. Kakashi was also immersed in the joy that Obito was still alive, and didn't notice Iha's indescribable expression. Alright, you stay here and watch. I'm going to check the battlefield. Calling Kushina into the room to watch over Rin and Kakashi, who used Flying Thunder God to return to the previous place. The ground had already been cleaned up, leaving no trace. It seemed Obito had also left. Who was originally going to check on the mist, but a flying fist interrupted. Blood Ice Crystal, you're worth a lot. Kakuzu stared at Iha's bounty with truly greedy eyes. A long string of zeros was too many to count. How nostalgic. The last Konoha ninja I fought was Hashirama Senju. Say it, and you might not believe it, but just a moment ago I was fighting Uchiha Madara. Kakuzu ignored Iha's remark, used hardening technique, and charged at who. 500 million Ryo is. Who stomped his left foot, and an ice pillar rose from the ground, sealing Kakuzu. So I'm worth that much. Sometimes I really have the urge to sell myself. Ignoring Jiao Do, Ihua walked toward the direction of the mist. The whole spectacle orchestrated by Ziguishin Heaton Gue. Those in the know understood it was controlled by Uchiha Madara, but the ignorant might mistake you for the Kirin of the mist. I have a plan to restore the mist to its former glory. That boy Obito must have been taken by that old man Madara for training. He probably won't emerge for a few years. Arriving at the hidden mist village, the tense atmosphere contrasted sharply with the relaxed vibe of Konoha. After the third Mizukage's suicide shirtsong took over as the fourth Mizukage in a time of crisis, his iron-fisted methods and strength no less than his predecessor. Walking toward the familiar chakra, anticipation brimmed in Yihuo's eyes. Since he couldn't find Obito, he might as well drop by to see his beloved. Following his perception, he arrived at a manor. Aside from Zhao Meiming, there were 2 chakras at the level of elite jonin. He knocked on the door and heard a voice like a lark from inside. Who is it? Don't you know it's the weekend? No matter whose order it is, you are dead. Dead meat today. Little beauty. Long time no see, have you missed me? Zhao Meiming was also stunned to see the man before her, never expecting Ihua to dare show up in the Mist Village at such a time. You? How did you get here? She pulled Ihua into the yard. Do you have any idea how many people in the mist want you dead? Ihua just smiled unfazed. With his current strength, an ordinary cage-level opponent couldn't even break his defense. In truth, when ninjas met on the battlefield, they fought for their nations and villages. Life and death were matters beyond reproach. The Mist and Konoha had basically ceased hostilities, with only minor skirmishes over the ninja swords. But Ihua had indeed gone too far. Out of the 7 legendary swords, he had snatched 4. Then he led a surprise attack and even killed the Mizukage. So, beautiful lady, would you be interested in having a meal and going shopping with me? The response was a roll of the eyes from Zhao Meiming. You should be grateful that Shirtsong just took over as Mizukage and everyone is busy. Otherwise you would have been surrounded by the entire village the moment you entered. Of course we're not eating here. Taking Zhao Meiming's hand, the 2 instantly returned to Konoha. The 2 walked out of Yihuo's room, and Ji Shui was practicing the body flicker technique in the yard. He seemed particularly gifted in this art. Yuo Sensei, is this the master's wife? Zhao Meiming's face flushed slightly and Ihua smiled sheepishly. Good child, you can say that more often. Be good. Little Ji Shui, go play with your sister Hong Do. Ji Shui instantly understood Yihuo's hint and immediately left with the money Ihua gave him. After the 3rd will left, Ihua suddenly realized he had just kicked out the only one who could cook at home. The planned candlelight dinner at home turned into a private room at a barbecue restaurant. Looking at the lovely girl sitting beside him, Ihua finally didn't have to keep eating others' dog food. Although there was no candlelight dinner, time waits for no one. Ihua conjured a bouquet of roses from behind his back as if by magic. Ming, will you be my girl? Zhao Meiming paused, then squinted with a smile and said, okay. After dinner, the 2 strolled through Konoha's night market, for a long time radiating sweetness. Unfortunately, there were always 3rd wheels to interrupt. While they were shopping around, Hong Do came over with Hong and Ji Shui. Senior brother. Good evening. Is this my sister-in-law? Hong Do familiarly hooked her arm around Zhao Meiming, which made Ihua envious. Zhao Meiming felt that Hong Do's personality was somewhat similar to Jozinai's. She enjoyed being friends with people like them. Thus, what was supposed to be a lovely date turned into a group of 5 because of Hong Do's boldness. Zhao Meiming, however, enjoyed the atmosphere. The blood mist policy of the hidden mist village had made its ninjas fierce and brutal. The peaceful and relaxed feeling of Konoha was something one couldn't experience in the mist village. They played until late, and Ihua used the Flying Thunder God technique to send Zhao Meiming back to the mist village. Ming, I had a great time today. I have a fight in a couple of days. I'll come find you again in a few days. While Zhao Meiming wasn't paying attention, Ihua kissed her on the cheek, and then vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. Zhao Meiming touched the cheek that had just been kissed, feeling it warm. She took out the Flying Thunder God necklace Ihua had given her. She had never felt a day so relaxed and happy. Just as Zhao Meiming was lost in thought, a voice came from inside the house. Who has stolen my little bowtie soul? Zhao Meiming's face reddened even more, which made her mother laugh even harder. When will you bring him home so your father and I can take a look? Ihua returned to Konoha and went straight to Shui Men's house. As expected, Shui Men, Joshinai, Kakashi, and Lin were all there. Don't worry, Lin will be fine. I gave her the special Zhu Jian Cell recovery potion prepared by Deshi Wan Sensei. I asked you to keep watch just to prevent the mastermind from striking again. Looking at the worried faces before him, Ihua tried to console them. Within a month, she will fully recover. Rest assured. The guilt on Shui Men's face lessened a bit after hearing Yihuo's words. He was an unworthy teacher. Twice he had failed to protect his students. Ihua touched Lin's body through the ice coffin, and his soul arrived at a familiar place. Lin was sitting atop a giant turtle smiling at Ihua. Yuo-senpai, Abito is alive. It was no wonder they were a pair. The first thing Lin said after being saved was simply to tell Ihua about Abito. I know. He's currently being trained by a powerful figure. I expect he'll have become very strong by the next. On hearing this, Lin's face lit up with anticipation, as if stars were twinkling in her eyes. At that moment, the giant turtle under Lin greeted the fox on Yihuo's shoulder. Jolama, long time no see. Ji Fu's voice was listless and dispirited, not only because of Lin's loss of vitality but also because that was its. Normally it would find a lake and sleep for a long time. Ji Fu. Long time no see, you're still the same. Hearing this, Ji Fu couldn't help but complain. No, this time I'm really in bad shape. This little girl went too far. She almost killed me too. It then cast a grateful look at Ihua. If not for this human, it would have been reset again. Alas, life is hard. A turtle size. Lin, who was on top of Ji Fu, also felt sorry. I'm sorry, Ji Fu, I didn't expect my actions would involve you too. Ji Fu's voice sounded as if it would shatter. I did nothing at all. I fell asleep and woke up inside your body. Just as I was about to continue sleeping, suddenly I was about to die. Who wouldn't be frantic? Gifu, give him some of your chakra. Gifu, who already held a favorable impression of Ihu, looked at him with eyes full of admiration. See, I told you the one who saved the turtle is definitely no ordinary person. Without even asking further, Gifu gave Ihu a portion of chakra, even more than the other tailed beasts had given. Enough! Enough! Gifu, are you giving so much that you want to come in and share my den? Hearing Kurama's voice, Gifu hastily stopped the chakra injection. Kurama then infused the chakra of the 4 tails and 5 tails which he had temporarily stored into Ihu's body. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ihu and Kurama left the spiritual space. Alright, everyone go back. Lin is fine. It seems she's getting along well with the 3 tails. The crowd finally let out a collective sigh of relief. The 3 sealing technique masters sealed the room with a barrier formation and then departed. Minato's election for the 4th Hokage will be in a few days. Tomorrow we'll visit the Hyuga Uchiha and other clans to canvass for votes. Minato nodded at Ihu, while Kushina beside him was brimming with excitement. Although she hadn't realized her own dream of becoming Hokage with Minato as Hokage, it was essentially the same as her achieving it. The other candidates for Hokage included Senju Nawaki and Shimura Danzo. None of the Sannin were running. The 3rd Hokage old man was probably fuming in his office. Especially Tsunade. If she had participated, no one else would have stood a chance. Jiraiya was too busy chasing Tsunade to have any thoughts of becoming Hokage. Orochimaru. If Snake Sage became Hokage, no one in Konoha could restrain him. As a scientist, his sole dominance would bring no benefit to the village. The next morning, Ihu was woken up by Kushina, who was in a state of extreme excitement. The word Hokage had never felt so close to her. Their first stop was the Uchiha clan. Fugaku had already succeeded as clan leader, and the group had always maintained good relations. Upon hearing that Minato was a candidate for the 4th Hokage, Fugaku was practically floating on air. Excellent. If Minato becomes the 4th Hokage, both the Hokage and the ANBU commander will be more inclined toward the Uchiha. This windfall of fortune has finally come to the Uchiha. Uchiha Madara's spirit has blessed us. Seeing Fugaku's expression, which mirrored Kushina's, Minato and Ihu found it hard to describe. Ahem. Ahem. Realizing his expression had slipped, Fugaku quickly changed the subject. Ihu, look. This is my son Itachi. He's a real gem. You already took Shursui as a disciple. Why not take my son too? Are you sure, brother Fugaku? Ever since Shursui had started acting strangely influenced by Anko, Ihu felt he might not have a talent for raising children. Brother Fugaku, did you foresee the future? You're pushing your son into a fire pit. Brother Fugaku, you might have misunderstood me. Perhaps I really don't have the gift for raising children. Kakashi and Shursui both seemed to have turned out crooked. Ihu's expression was quite dejected, feeling he had already let down White Fang and Shizui's deceased parents, and didn't want to fail Fugaku. Fugaku recalled that Kakashi, before being adopted by Ihu, had been just as cold as Itachi. After Ihu raised him, although Kakashi had become much more laid-back and lazy, his progress in strength was well known. Fugaku thought it over and gritted his teeth. Ihu, Itachi thinks too much for his age and has a cold nature. Only you can teach him. I trust you. After asking about Itachi's situation, Ihu was stunned. Uchiha Fugaku must have a death wish, taking a 4-year-old Itachi to the battlefield. Fine, brother Fugaku, I'll take him. Compared to me, you seem even more unreliable. Having secured support from the Uchiha clan, and inadvertently gaining a 4-year-old disciple, the trio then headed to the Hyuga household. Hyuga Hayashi, having earned merits from the battles against the Sand and Mist, succeeded as the clan leader of the Hyuga. Hayashi and Hizashi, who had fought alongside Ihu through life and death, naturally expressed their support. In a single day, they visited all the major clans of Konoha. The Ino Shikicho trio supported Senju Nawaki, as his wood release was crucial for the Nara clan's medicinal herb cultivation. The Yamanaka clan leader's flower shop had also benefited from Nawaki's help. The roses Ihu had given Terumi, a few days earlier, were grown with Nawaki's assistance. The Ino Shikicho were always united. Even though Choza wanted to support Minato, he couldn't go against the other 2 clans. The Aburame clan was swayed by Danzo, while the Inazuka clan expressed support for Minato. The remaining smaller ninja clans had their own choices, but it was undeniable that almost none of the major clans chose Shimura Danzo. The old schemer had an extremely poor reputation among them. Having visited every clan in Konoha, Ihu set off toward the Land of Lightning. Once the Cloud issue was resolved, the Great Ninja War would essentially enter its final stages. Konoha would emerge victorious, telling the entire shinobi world, your elder is still your elder. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha could suppress you, and I, Uzumaki Ihu, can do the same. At the village gates, the 3rd Hokage led a group of jonin to see Ihu off, which made Ihu's face darken. 3rd Hokage-sama. I wanted to say this when I went to Suna last time. This looks like you're sending me off to die. It's bad luck. The 3rd Hokage coughed and dismissed the crowd. Isn't it more impressive to have more people to support me? Under the 3rd's watch, Ihu and Minato headed to the border of the Land of Lightning. At that moment in Kumogakure, the 3rd Raikage was earnestly instructing from now on, as Raikage, you must always prioritize the village. Lastly, from today you formally inherit the name Son, you are my pride. The third Raikage also set out for the border with A and a few others secretly following behind. The third Raikage saw through them but said nothing. The two arrived at the border simultaneously. Uncle Third, you look much better than a few days ago. The third Raikage was taken aback. He knew Yihu's verbal prowess. A unique linguistic attack power in the shinobi world. He hadn't expected such courtesy this time. Seeming to read the third Raikage's confusion, Yihu spoke. On the battlefield, using words to confuse the enemy is a tactical advantage. But here I see no enemy. Only an opponent waiting for a duel, a great father. The third Raikage hadn't expected such an answer. Ha 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 ha. From tomorrow I am no longer Raikage. Don't call me Third anymore. You are my son's friend. Call me Uncle A. I have been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Who felt his blood boil? Uncle A, since you're retiring anyway, how about coming to Konoha for a few days to recuperate after today's spar? Ha ha ha, good. After the battle I'll go to my village. The great ninja war is also about to end. I've wanted to see Yunfei risen for a long time. With that black lightning burst forth from the third Raikage's body, the visual effects fully displayed. On the other side, ice spread beneath Yihu's feet, and an ice crystal armor appeared on his body. Meanwhile, Shuemen and A sat together, each holding a cup of hot tea and a piece of melon. They're fighting. They're fighting. Joshinai, brought by Shuemen via the Flying Thunder God technique, was extremely excited. Since coming to my village, this was her first time leaving the village. With the strength of Yihu and Shuemen, no one in the entire ninja world could threaten her safety. Not to mention the third Hokage didn't know. Even if he did, he could do nothing about Joshinai. A looked at Joshinai, who was holding Shuemen's arm, and sighed with regret. Bluffing Shuemen was the only person besides Yihu he had high hopes for, to be tied down by a woman at such a young age. What a pity. A, who had been single his whole life, simply couldn't understand why a strong man like Shuemen would get entangled in romance. On the other side, Yihu and the third Raikage had already started fighting. Watching the third Raikage's impressive black lightning, Yihu was filled with admiration. To be honest, regardless of the power of storm release, the visual effects alone were worth Yihu's time and effort to study. The third Raikage was at the peak of his taijutsu ninja prowess. The Hell Stab was far more powerful than the Kagaya clan's dance of the Iron Wire Flower. The armor would shatter after withstanding 2 strikes. In the end, the third Raikage's one-finger thrust could even shatter Yihu's armor directly. In terms of destructive power, the third Raikage's ninja body art was second only to the 8 gates. Storm release was even more powerful in his hands, and the fluidity of the storm release armor granted him far greater defense and flexibility than the fourth Raikage. Both were masters of ninja body art, but the third Raikage was clearly a level above. Fighting against him was a great benefit to Yihu. Yihu absorbed battle experience like a sponge. With Ice Release at his side, it was the first time he had fought someone with taijutsu like this. Fighting so exhilarating. So satisfying. This is the first time I've had such a great fight since dealing with Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. Watch out, this is my final move. Storm Release Hell Stab Extreme, one-finger thrust. Yihu also entered Sage mode, gathering a large amount of chakra into his hand as well. Sage Art Monstrous Strength Freezing Fist. The powerful thrust of Boil Release temporarily gave Yihu the upper hand in strength against the third Raikage, and their attacks left a huge crater on the ground. In the end, the third Raikage was slightly outmatched and fell before Yihu. In the moment the third Felle arrived on the battlefield to catch him, while Joshinai eagerly rushed forward to embrace Yihu. Yihu, you won. You defeated the third Raikage. The third Raikage faced his defeat with great composure. The Cloud Village will no longer pursue the matter of the Two Tails. As for the ceasefire agreement, I'm no longer the Raikage now. Go talk to my son. Bluffing Shuemen along with Joshinai and A held a meeting. The Cloud Village and Leaf Village agreed to a ceasefire, and the Third Great Ninja War entered its final stages. Having had a satisfying fight, Yihu and the Third Raikage went to a nearby barbecue restaurant. Boss, bring us one of everything on the menu. The two devoured the food with great gusto, drinking and chatting happily. They were almost on the verge of becoming sworn brothers. Meanwhile, a message spread throughout the ninja world in the black market. The third Kazekage died at the hands of Xuanhua Yihu. As a result, after returning to my village, the clan leaders looked at Yihu with strange expressions. There are 5 Kage in total. You killed 2, defeated 2, and the last one is from your own village. The third Hokage wasn't scared off by you, was he? The clans that had not supported Shuemen regretted it bitterly. Adding flowers to brocade is not as good as sending charcoal in the snow. If only you had said earlier that your family had such strength. If we had known your combat power was so outrageous, who would have competed with you? As expected, Bluffing Shuemen succeeded as the 4th Hokage with an overwhelming advantage. Simultaneously with this announcement, the news that Bluffing Shuemen was about to get married was also released. The ninja world is exhausted. At this point, it no longer matters who killed the 3rd Kazekage. But Uzumaki Irika, this is just too absurd. Next, are you going to assassinate the 3rd Hokage and collect them all? For a time, the name, Bloody Ice Crystal of Konoha, was unrivaled in the ninja world. The underground bounty exchange even set up a jackpot into which all the bounties on him would be pooled. In just 2 days, Irika's bounty multiplied several times, with the jackpot reaching a staggering 3 billion. Rumor has it that ever since this jackpot was announced, the fourth Kazakage of Sunagakure never stopped his mining efforts, diligently sifting for gold in the desert every day. As the greatest victor of this great ninja war, Konoha was branded by other villages as the mastermind behind the conflict. Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation suffered, and in a sense the third Hokage along with the other four Kage were all messed up by Iruka. The third Raikage as a guest was temporarily staying with Iruka. Sarutobi Hiruzen met with him and the two talked at length. The third Raikage had personally slain Ginkaku and Kinkaku, thus avenging the second Raikage and the second Hokage. Therefore Sarutobi Hiruzen treated the third Raikage with courtesy. Inside Konoha, preparations were underway for Minato Namikaze's wedding. Since both sides had lost their parents, the roles of family elders were filled by Jiraiya and Tsunade Senju. After a month of preparation, Rin also awakened, and even managed to activate Wood Release by utilizing a minuscule amount of most of the Senju clan had integrated into Konoha, and Rin carried a diluted Senju lineage. The Wood Release she awakened was even weaker than Yamato's, but it was more than sufficient for a medical ninja. Tsunade took her as a disciple and personally taught Rin medical ninjutsu. Looking at it this way, Team Kakashi had the most impressive teaching staff, with Tsunade being the least accomplished among his teachers. Orochimaru was absent. The third great ninja war was nearing its end, and he intended to seize this final opportunity to collect a substantial batch of test subjects. As a side venture, he also tricked a boy named Yakushi Kabuto into becoming his disciple. Truly a cause for celebration. Orochimaru had finally found a disciple with research talent. On the wedding day, Kakashi and Rin served as best man and maid of honor, following behind Kushina and Minato. Shursui served as the flower boy. Fugaku below watched him with immense pride. If not for saving face, he would have burst out laughing. The Uchiha clan will flourish under my Uchiha Fugaku's leadership. Truly Madara Uchiha's blessing. Everything is moving in a positive direction. Apart from Danzo, Iruka as the head of the ANBU usually delegated affairs to Sarutobi Shinosuke, but certain matters required his personal involvement. For instance, cutting roots funding. Iruka was searching for Danzo's weaknesses, ready to strike at the first opportunity. Danzo had not left his hiding place for a long time. Minato, starting his tenure with sweeping reforms, began overhauling Konoha. No kidding. This wasn't like the original story where Minato as Hokage stood alone. With Iruka standing behind him, who would dare disobey? The Shimura clan had once refused to cooperate, but after a blue two-tailed cat lounged around their compound for a while, they instantly became obedient. First was the Uchiha issue. Minato stripped the Uchiha of their police authority. Such a thankless duty. As compensation, Minato granted them a compound near the center of Konoha. Fugaku was overjoyed. He had always known what a pitfall the police force was for the Uchiha. Furthermore, Iruka promised to open the ANBU to Uchiha members. Then there was the problem of Root, a malignant tumor. Iruka wanted to disband it outright, but the ninja within had long lost their emotions, obeying only Danzo's commands. For now, there was no way to deal with them. Since the ANBU had already cut Root's funding, let Danzo support them for the Orochimaru's laboratory was also under construction. Wood Release was incredibly convenient. Now Orochimaru could research forbidden techniques without having to hide. The two top leaders of Konoha were on his side. Orochimaru was now extremely grateful he wasn't the Hokage. He could conduct research carefree every day, asking the Hokage for funds, living the good life. The Council of Elders dared not speak out anymore. Minato would still address them politely, but Iruka showed no respect at all. Having a tailed beast park itself at your doorstep was a common occurrence. Mindful of the tailed beast issue, Iruka specially opened a cat cafe in the center of Konoha with Matatabi as the owner. The Uchiha clan supplied many ninja cats to work there. This opportunity allowed the Uchiha clan to ease tensions with the villagers. After all, how evil could a ninja clan that Matatabi was also utterly obsessed with a food called cat sticks. All the cafe's profits were converted into those treats for her. The third Hokage and other high-ranking officials would stock up on plenty of cat sticks at home. As long as the treats were provided, Matatabi usually wouldn't give them a hard time. Cat sticks quickly became a hard currency in Konoha. 4-year-old Itachi was still very young, so Iruka simply placed him in the ninja academy, with Shursui picking him up after school. There was no need to put such pressure on a child so young. As for Iruka himself, he frequently traveled between Konoha and Kirigakure. As the ANBU commander, he claimed it was routine diplomatic work. Within a few months of their marriage, Minato and Kushina conceived a child. Kushina radiated maternal glow. In truth, a Jinchuriki should not become pregnant, as the seal's effectiveness diminishes greatly during childbirth. But Minato, a devoted husband, couldn't bear to see Kushina deprived of her own child. Overruling all objections, he ensured the little life now grew in Kushina's womb. To care for his elder sister, Iruka reduced his trips to Kirigakure. His dates with Terumi May mostly took place in Konoha now. How the tables have turned. Just as Iruka once vied with Kushina over Minato, now Kushina was vying with Iruka. Iruka gritted his teeth at Kushina's behavior, but there was nothing he could do. Since becoming pregnant, Kushina's emotions were highly unstable. Just because she herself couldn't move recklessly didn't mean her chains behind her couldn't. Now Kushina not only had hair like an octopus, her usual berserk movement style, was identical to Dr. Octopus with maxed out aggression. Minato was busy taking care of Kushina, so most of the work fell on the Hokage's assistant Nawaki. Every time one visited the Hokage's office, they would see Nawaki and Shinosuke working overtime. Truly two pitiful men. Tsunade, who had originally planned to leave Konoha, now took on No-Era Rin as her disciple. Determined to take responsibility, her departure plan was once again shelved. Konoha's power was at its peak. Now Irika was somewhat looking forward to the scene of Obito arriving in Konoha. After 10 months of pregnancy, Kushina had tormented Ihu for 7 months. Her belly swelled day by day, and Ihu's days grew ever more hopeful. Finally liberation. Minato had chosen the child's name in advance, Namikaze Naruto, taken from one of Jiraiya's earliest works, also one of the few non-pornographic novels by the Toad Sage. You guys named him so carelessly, and Makoto's child too. Such a haphazard name. Minato scratched his head in embarrassment. Could he admit that the name he'd picked had gotten him kicked off the bed by Kushina? Jiraiya's novel title solved a major problem. Finally, the day of Kushina's delivery arrived. Minato paced anxiously outside while Kushina's cries echoed across the mountain behind the village. Just after Kushina gave birth, a figure suddenly emerged from a spatial rift. Rin Nohara, standing nearby, went blank upon seeing him. Obi. 2. Well, it's said that couples are destined. In the original story, Minato fought Obito for so long without recognizing him, yet Rin identified Obito at a single glance. Rin. Obito's mind went blank at the sound of her voice. He could never mistake that voice. As he was pondering, the Mangekyo in Obito's left eye hidden beneath the mask spun wildly. Ah! Get out! Get out of my mind! After struggling, his voice turned cold. Rin is already dead. I don't know how you created a counterfeit, but a fake is a fake. There's no need for falsehoods to remain in this world. Obito walked toward Rin step by step, moving very slowly. Each stride seemed to cost him immense struggle. Obito! Don't you remember me? Obito appeared to struggle even more violently, every step painfully arduous. Outside, the battle raged fiercely. Sasori Kakuzu and the Six Paths of Pain were trying to hold off Konoha's elites. Hiruzen Sarutobi and the Sannin engaged the Six Paths of Pain. The third Raikage overwhelmed Sasori and Kakuzu. Ihu and Minato seized the moment to use the Flying Thunder God technique and arrived beside Kushina. Obito, so you're alive. Looks like that old geezer Madara Uchiha taught you pretty well. Though you seem a bit mentally unstable. Don't worry, I'll cure you. Ihu, brother. Whirlpool Ihu, die. In the end, Obito couldn't resist the means left by Madara Uchiha, and became a puppet of the illusion. Ihu swung his blade at the charging Obito. The edge passed through Obito's body but caused no harm. Rin sighed in relief, fearing that Ihu might accidentally injure Obito. Seeing Obito match Ihu in taijutsu, Rin was stunned. Obito, he's this strong now. Ihu donned his ice armor. Half of Obito's body was prosthetic. He wouldn't feel pain. But blows that landed on Ihu hurt for real. Hey, could you at least show some concern for me? This kid's strength is no joke. Minato first moved Kushina and Naruto to safety before returning to the battlefield. He was astonished at the situation. If the masked man was truly Obito, his growth rate was terrifying. The moment Obito spotted Minato, he grew even more frenzied. He hated Minato, hated Ihu, and above all hated Kakashi and himself. Everyone had the power to save Rin, yet no one managed to do so back then. Blue chakra bones began to coalesce around Obito, stretching out and forming flesh and blood, giving rise to a colossal azure giant. Obito's two mismatched Mangekyo spun wildly. The blue giant donned a white chakra cloak, and the Susanoo of both eyes interwove. The two-colored giant swung a blue blade and a white blade at Ihu and Minato. Gotta say, Obito's Susanoo looked. Ihu dodged Obito's attacks while commenting, Minato, go help the third and the others outside. He'll handle this kid, Obito. Minato Namikaze nodded and teleported away with the Flying Thunder God. By now Sasori and Kakuzu were in utter agony. Not only could their attacks not land, but even when they did, they failed to break through defenses. Poison was utterly useless. For cage-level shinobi were more than enough to contain the Six Paths of Pain, and Minato's arrival shattered the battlefield's balance. Why isn't Madara done yet? He said. Head released the tailed beasts to create a diversion. Meanwhile, Obito's eyes were not a matching pair. Most of One Eye's dojutsu was being used to control Obito himself. Hence his Susanoo only had an upper body. The ice crystals on the ground still affected him slightly. Fine, one will do. As Obito spoke, the two tails Matatabi appeared behind Ihu, its Sharingan spinning. Two colossal beings besieged Ihu. He couldn't use most of his ninjutsu inside the village. Just as he prepared to counter with a tailed beast transformation, a gray giant materialized out of thin air. Uchiha Fugaku had also arrived in his Susanoo. Seeing Ihu safe, he breathed a sigh of relief. If Ihu and Minato had died, the Uchiha clan would once again be excluded from Konoha's core. Before Fugaku could relax, a nine-tailed fox appeared on the battlefield and slammed Fugaku's Susanoo to the ground. Inside the mental space, Kushina screamed, Kurama, you've got the wrong person. He's on our side. The The Nine Tails released the Susanoo beneath it, still defiant. Old Fox didn't mistake anyone. I just hate every Uchiha equally. The Nine Tails was still mouthing off, though its twitching ears betrayed its guilt. Fugaku stood up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The blow had shaken him badly. Throughout this, Rin had been seeking help from the Three Tails within her. But Isabu was well aware of his own and his Jinchuriki's capabilities. They'd only cause trouble if they joined the fray. Sensing the tide turning, Obito escaped using the Kamui. Ihu was left facing only the controlled Two Tails. Seeing this, Fugaku immediately deactivated his Susanoo. Dojutsu was a finite resource. He had to conserve it. The Nine Tails showed great interest in the controlled Two Tails. Matatabi, proud of her freedom, swaggered before Kurama every day. Kurama had watched with envy. Finally out, he could beat her up to vent his frustration. The Six Paths of Pain, Sasori and Kakuzu, who had been fighting outside, were swept away by a vortex. The greatest destruction of the entire battle turned out to be caused by the Nine Tails pummeling the Two Tails. Having not experienced freedom in a long time, the Nine Tails lingered outside for a while after the tailed beast transformation before returning to the seal space. Kushina, Old Fox had a great time today. Feel free to call me next time. The Two Tails Matatabi lay wounded on the mountain behind Konoha, the illusion broken by the pain. Kurama, you were too rough. The Nine Tails laughed as he replied, that was a Mangekyo Genjutsu. Old Fox had to use some force to snap you out of it. Yet again, Yuri had nothing to say about the Nine Tails' personal vendetta. Why would a free-spirited happy cat ever get angry at a lonely old fox? After the battle, Konoha suffered almost no casualties, and the Akatsuki officially entered the village's awareness. The Rinnegan, unknown powerhouses. Within an organization that had never appeared before, there were so many formidable individuals. What was their true purpose? Jiraiya stared silently at the battle traces. The Rinnegan. Nagato's eyes. The leader looked like Yahiko. What had happened? Why were there 6 Rinnegan? I have to go to the Hidden Rain Village. After a moment of hesitation, Jiraiya spoke to the others. My disciple in the Rain Village has the Rinnegan. I need to confirm their safety. Tsunade punched Jiraiya into the ground, shouting, isn't the leader one of the 3 disciples you took in at the Rain Village? Are you rushing there to die? Jiraiya remained silent, offering no response to Tsunade. He knew all too well how dangerous the Rain Village, but if the Rinnegan had appeared on Yahiko, were Nagato and Konan still safe? At that moment, Ichigo approached, his body still radiating cold, dragging 2 white humanoid creatures. Senior Jiraiya, don't rush. The situation is complicated. Let's clean up today and extract intelligence first. Tomorrow we'll discuss the Akatsuki together. Ichigo tossed the white zetsu to Orochimaru, who was nearby. Sensei, these were watching us from outside the village. Their bodies are like weakened Hashirama cells. I think they'll be valuable. It was a long night. The surprise attack left Konoha's elites unable to sleep, all waiting for the intelligence stored in the 2 white zetsu's minds. The next day in the Hokage's office, Orochimaru stared at everyone with dark circles under his eyes. I saw Uchiha Madara in the memories of these white zetsu. Orochimaru's words caused a storm. Uchiha Fugaku, hidden underground, felt as if sitting on needles. Good news, the ancestor was alive. Bad news, the ancestor was alive. It's over, it's over. Not only has the ancestor manifested, but he's also causing trouble. The next words were even heavier. The one who attacked Konoha yesterday was Uchiha Obito. Ichigo's single sentence plunged Fugaku from the abyss into the depths. Damn, why does it have to be another Uchiha? I've been working tirelessly to draw the clan closer to the village, and you two kick us all out with each move. Everyone still had some impression of Uchiha Obito. Minato's student, the one from whom Kakashi received his sharp. Don't worry. Madara is probably dead by now. Obito is likely just under his control. He has inherited Madara's true techniques. If we can free him from that control, Konoha can gain a cage-level powerhouse for free. Ichigo remained optimistic about Obito's situation, especially since Konoha had suffered no real losses. Upon hearing Ichigo's words, Fugaku felt as if he had ascended from hell to heaven. It's good to be an Uchiha. It's good to be an Uchiha. The clan hadn't produced a cage-level fighter in a long time. Fugaku himself was only a Quasi-Kage with his Mangekyo. From now on, information about Uchiha Obito is a Konoha's glass secret. No one is allowed to speak of it. Ichigo and Minato jointly sealed Obito's information. If word of the attack on Konoha spread, it would be difficult for the villagers to accept him. Orochimaru spoke again. The organization that attacked us yesterday is called the Akatsuki. They continuously recruit powerful missing nin from all the great villages. It's a mercenary-style organization. Jiraiya, don't go to the Rain Village yet. The danger there far exceeds your imagination. If these 2 memories are correct, Hanzo the salamander has been taken out. Tsunade and Jiraiya's eyes widened. They knew Hanzo's strength better than anyone. This intelligence also dissuaded Jiraiya from his decision to go to the Rain Village. No, it was Tsunade's fists that changed his mind. This attack also made Minato realize his own lack of power. He would never forget the helplessness he felt facing the terrifying Susanoo. It seems I must prioritize developing the Rasengan and Flying Thunder God technique. After sharing the intelligence, Orochimaru returned directly to his lab. The 2 white zetsu had research value no less than Hashirama cells. in some ways even greater. It seemed Orochimaru wouldn't sleep for a while. Fortunately Yakushi Kabuto was there to assist him, otherwise everyone would worry he might collapse from exhaustion in the lab. Slowly the others dispersed, needing time to digest what they had heard in the last 10 minutes. Ichigo recounted the full story to Kakashi and Rin. Rin understood that yesterday's fight hadn't been Obito's true intent. Seeing how strong Obito had become, Rin was genuinely happy for him. Kakashi on the other hand felt a sense of crisis. He hadn't expected the guy to grow so fast in just a few years. Neither of them doubted that Obito would return. They had full confidence in Ichigo and Minato, and in Obito himself. One day Obito would come back to them. Life seemed to return to normal, yet not entirely. Minato spent most of his time training, leaving most affairs to the unfortunate number 1 Nawaki. Ichigo trained daily with the third Raikage in Storm Release and Taijutsu. As the third Raikage had put it, Ichigo and A are like brothers. You are also my junior. A little help is nothing. Ichigo had long coveted the dazzling effects of Storm Release. Since the third Raikage was willing to teach, Ichigo was more than happy to learn. After training each day, he dated Terumi, Mei, leading a colorful life. With Ichigo's happy life, naturally someone else was unhappy. The unfortunate number 2 Sarutobi Shinosuke complained that Uzumaki Ichigo, since becoming the ANBU commander, hadn't done a single bit of work. Truly a case of having authority but no duties. Although Konoha remained calm, internally the shinobi world outside was boiling. Rumors were spreading like wildfire across the shinobi world that the third Raikage and third Kazekage had both died at Uzumaki Ichigo's hands. Then a while back Konoha's Nine Tails and Two Tails had run amok, losing control. Uzumaki Ichigo and the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze were gravely injured, and barely clinging to life, no longer handling village affairs. All 3 Sannin had left the village. Konoha was now just an empty shell. In reality Orochimaru had long been holed up in his lab. Tsunade was staying in the nearby town of Tanagawa. Jiraiya was tailing Tsunade. To infiltrate Konoha, the various great villages sent spies who were ordinary people without chakra, naturally unable to trace these individuals' whereabouts. Konoha offered no explanation for the rumors, which outsiders interpreted as tacit admission. While the major ninja villages remained inactive, the Kusanagi impatiently declared war on Konoha. Inside the Hokage's office, Namikaze Minato frowned at the intelligence brought by the Umbu. Go summon your captain. In one yard a man was sparring with the third Raikage in Taijutsu while Guy watched and learned from the sidelines. Lord Ihu, the Hokage requests your presence. The Umbu, no longer aloof, addressed him with reverence. The title of Blood Ice Crystal had been earned through the blood of Kage. Very well, I understand. You may go back. Ihu tidied up and arrived at the Hokage's office, where Minato sat frowning at an intelligence report. Ihu, Kusanagi has declared war on Konoha. I need you to go there and deliver a warning. Fine, for my big nephew Sake, I'll pay a visit to Kusanagi. Ihu waved his hand dismissively at Minato. After finishing this, I'll be away for a while. If anything comes up, just infuse chakra into my flying thunder god Kanai. Minato nodded in approval. Since he had asked Ihu for help, it was only fitting to grant some favor in return. Having secured the answer, he wanted, Ihu strode out of the Hokage's office. After entrusting Shursui and Kakashi to Orochimaru, Ihu departed from Konoha. Using the flying thunder god technique, he arrived at Kirigakure, and skillfully made his way to Terumi Mei's doorstep. Unlike usual, the door was opened by an elegantly dressed woman. Mei? Hello, Auntie. Mei's mother looked at Ihu with growing approval. She knew her daughter's taste was reliable. For years her daughter had been sneaking around with a boyfriend, and today she had finally caught him. Good. She's gone out but should be back soon. Come in. Mei's mother was extremely warm toward Ihu, making him feel rather embarrassed, for he had come to steal her precious cabbage. Come have a drink of water. Tell Auntie, how did you and Mei meet? Just as Ihu was about to start earning favor with his future mother-in-law, a loud shout came from behind him. Blood Ice Crystal. What are you doing in our house? Stay away from my wife. Mei's father, having been on the battlefield, naturally recognized Ihu. To the entire Kirigakure village, Ihu's presence was like a nightmare. Too many Kirigakure shinobi had fallen by his hands. Lava began to seep from Mei's father's body, his entire form poised to attack at any moment. Upon hearing her husband's address for Ihu, Mei's mother's expression shifted. Though she had not witnessed Ihu's performance on the battlefield, as a jonin stationed in the village, from the accounts of survivors, she knew exactly how terrifying the blood ice crystal was. Seeing the change in his mother-in-law's eyes, Ihu felt helpless. Uncle, calm down. I'm not here to fight. I'm just looking for Mei. But Ihu's words only angered Mei's father further. You dare covet my daughter. Today I will perish together with you. For safety's sake, Ihu had no choice but to freeze him temporarily to cool him down. Mei's mother, however, calmed down at Ihu's words. After thinking it over, she decided that even if he was the blood ice crystal, it didn't matter as long as her daughter liked him. Besides, Ihu's conditions were indeed quite favorable. Thus, when Terumi Mei returned home with pastries, she saw a bizarre scene: her mother chatting enthusiastically with Ihu while her father was trapped inside a large block of ice. Uzumaki, Ihu. What are you doing? Let my father go immediately. Ihu, who had been enjoying a pleasant conversation with his mother-in-law, was startled by the voice behind him. "Oh no, I got too carried away chatting. Forgot about my father-in-law." Ihu quickly stood up, dispelled the ice, and released his still defiant father-in-law. "Uncle, are you all right?" Ihu hastily extracted the cold energy from his father-in-law's body, and his condition improved. Terumi Mei, seeing her parents' puzzled looks, explained everything to them in detail. Mei's father ground his teeth in frustration. His little cotton-padded jacket had been taken by the pig that came for the cabbage. Her mother, however, was thoroughly satisfied. Such an excellent son-in-law was hard to find these days. Terumi Mei decided to be straightforward. "We've been together for a long time now. Even if you don't agree, we won't separate. I'll just move to Konoha if I have to. Anyway, Ihu knows the Flying Thunder God technique, so we can come back anytime." Her father was utterly helpless. His little cotton-padded jacket had already started leaking cold before she even married off. Though the journey was bumpy, Ihu managed to take Terumi Mei out of Kirigakure. Their fully funded official date had begun. They wandered leisurely until within the Land of Fire. They finally found the Kusagakure shinobi heading toward Konoha. Suddenly an ice wall appeared before the traveling Kusagakure shinobi, and a voice echoed from afar. "Withdraw to Kusagakure now, and Konoha will overlook this. Cross this ice wall and the only outcome is death." The leader of the Kusagakure group sneered. "Brothers, just as the rumors said, the Blood Ice Crystal and the fourth Hokage are gravely wounded and nearing their end." Hearing this, all the Kusagakure shinobi became electrified with fervor, imagining ninjutsu and riches beckoning them. They charged toward the source of the voice. Truly good advice is wasted on those doomed to die. This time Ihu did not use Ice Release, but took out a coin black lightning of storm release crackling around him. Super Electromagnetic Cannon 2.0. The black super electromagnetic cannon pierced through the forest of Konoha, consuming everything in its path. Terumi Mei was dumbfounded. In just a few months Ihu had progressed so much. After dealing with the invaders, Ihu decided to go to Kusagakure to gather intelligence. He was certain that Kusagakure's declaration of war on Konoha had backing behind it. Upon entering Kusagakure, a single Ice Age technique made the village immediately surrender. It was all Iwagakure's doing. "They promised us an rank ninjutsu and 10 rank ninjutsu unconditionally if we declared war on Konoha." Ihu paid no heed to the Kusagakure village chief's incessant rambling. Guided by his perception, he walked straight to a remote hut in the village. Upon opening the door, 2 red-haired women were huddled together. Seeing the bite marks on the adult woman's arm, Ihu felt a fire burning in his chest. How dare they treat my Uzumaki clansmen like this? Ihu sent Karen and her mother back. He also entrusted them to Orochimaru's care. Frequent use of healing abilities had drained their life force. At present no one in the ninja world, except Orochimaru, could restore the mother's health. After handling the affairs of Xianglin and her mother, Ihu departed with Zhao Mei Ming, leaving behind the now empty Kusagakure. Ihu spared all the villagers, allowing them to settle in other villages, and the valuables within the village were more than enough to compensate for their losses. "Has anything strange been happening in Kirigakure lately?" Zhao Mei Ming tilted her head in thought upon hearing Ihu's question. "Nothing particularly odd, but that Yagura has become far too reclusive. He wasn't like this before." Upon hearing Zhao Mei Ming's words, Ihu confirmed that Obito, as in the original timeline, had chosen Kirigakure as his base of operations. Ihu divulged everything to Zhao Mei Ming, who was both shocked and deeply moved by his trust. Watching her adorable expression of astonishment, Ihu couldn't resist leaning in for a kiss. "If anything seems off, notify me. I'll always be right behind you." After a day of enjoyment, Ihu escorted Zhao Mei Ming home under the fierce glare of her father. One must admit the Flying Thunder God was a brilliant invention. If Chensho Feijian knew Ihu was using it to pursue romance, he'd likely be furious enough to rise from the dead. As night fell after their date, Ihu used the Flying Thunder God to appear beside Jiaodu. "Who's there?" Jiaodu, a seasoned powerhouse, immediately launched a rock fist technique the moment Ihu teleported in. Having been tempered by Storm Release Sage Chakra and Tailed Beast Chakra, Ihu's physical prowess was now unparalleled. He caught Jiaodu's fist with a single hand. "Senior Jiaodu, long time no see." Jiaodu's eyes widened as he muttered to himself. "How is this possible? We never exchanged blows that night. How did you?" "No, this is our first meeting." Ihu patted Jiaodu on the shoulder. "That's right, Senior Jiaodu. I originally planned to seek you out when I went after the Seven Tails later, but I didn't expect you'd already joined the Akatsuki." Jiaodu broke out in a cold sweat. At this time and place no one could save him. He had lived for decades, even surviving his assassination attempt on the first Hokage, and now he was about to fall at the hands of such a young brat. Unable to flee and outmatched in combat, Jiaodu simply closed his eyes, awaiting death. After a long wait with no expected pain, he flew into a rage. A warrior would rather die than be humiliated. "I, after all, am a senior who once fought against Chensho Jujian. How dare you humiliate me like this?" Opening his eyes, Jiaodu saw Ihu's beaming face and grew even angrier. "Don't be upset, Senior. I have no intention of being your enemy. This time I came to ask 2 things. First, where Takigakure hid the Seven Tails Chome. Second, where the Akatsuki obtained their intelligence." Having been betrayed by his own village, Jiaodu despised betrayal above all. Don't even think about it. Though I, Jiaodu, am no saint, I have my principles. Want me to betray the organization? Dream on. Ahu shook his head and raised one finger. 100 million Rio. Jiaodu's green eyes shifted, but he remained silent. 200 million. 300 million. Seeing the intense struggle in Jiaodu's eyes, Ihu knew he had him. Forget it, I'm leaving. Jiaodu's hesitation instantly hardened into resolve. Trading some outdated intelligence for money was merely contributing to the organization, hardly a betrayal, right? Wait, I'll give it. Jiaodu handed over the information with unprecedented speed. This intel came from your own Konoha. Delivered by an Umbu member. Taking the information from Jiaodu, Ihu smiled. Senior Hay Race 300 million Rio. I'll leave the Flying Thunder God mark for now. When I need to find the Seven Tails, I'll come back with more money. Overjoyed at the prospect of more money, Jiaodu suddenly saw his visitor, not as a fearsome enemy, but as his personal god of wealth. Sure thing, boss. Feel free to come again. Jiaodu grabbed the sealed scroll. Ihu handed him his eyes, turning into the shape of Rio symbols. Ignoring whether Ihu was still there, Jiaodu sat on the ground and began counting his money. Seeing this, Ihu didn't disturb him and returned to Konoha. Regardless of the late hour, Ihu knocked on the door next door. A baby's cry rang out, followed by Juxune's. Waffing Shuemen quickly got up to soothe Naruto and Juxunai before stepping out to see the culprit. Before Shuemen could speak, Ihu pulled him into his own room. Shuemen, take a look at this. Waffing Shuemen frowned deeply at the intelligence Ihu handed him, his veins bulging with rage. In all his time knowing Shuemen, Ihu had never seen him so angry. Tuanzang, I Waffing Shuemen swear to kill you. Ihu patted Shuemen's shoulder. No time like the present. Shall we eliminate him today? The two agreed in an instant and headed toward the root headquarters. The root shinobi are no longer human, stripped of their emotions, they mindlessly follow Tuanzang's commands. Those who can be saved, save them. Those who can't, send them to Dashawan Sensei. Though reluctant, Shuemen nodded with a pained expression. True to its name, Root was buried underground where Tuanzang had been holed up for a long time. Ever since taking office, Ihu had been looking for a chance to deal with him, but Tuanzang had just handed Ihu a massive opportunity. The two swiftly eliminated the outer sentries of Root and infiltrated. The barrier of Root proved useless against two sealing masters. Using his sensing ability, Ihu and Shuemen reached the deepest part of Root, where rows of jars lined both sides, each containing a child about 8 years old. Brute. Using children of that age for experiments. The chakra inadvertently leaked from their anger was detected by a sensorine in Root. Who's there? Show yourself. At Shanzhong Lingma's shout, Tuanzang on his seat woke from his slumber. Noticing Tuanzang's displeasure, Shanzhong Lingma explained, Lord Tuanzang, be careful. Unknown intruders have infiltrated Root. Since they had been discovered, Ihu and Shuemen saw no point in hiding any longer. Ihu used Ice Release to freeze the entire Root base, especially the current room where every exit was blocked by thick ice walls. Tuanzang had no escape. Seeing Ihu and Shuemen before him, Tuanzang understood his deeds were exposed, but he had no idea which one. He had committed far too many crimes. Hold them off while I remove the seal. Ihu had no intention of waiting for Tuanzang to bare his arm. These were precious experimental materials, and it would be a waste to let him consume them. Wreathed in storm released black lightning, Ihu reached Tuanzang in the blink of an eye, and plucked out the eye beneath his bandages. Enduring the searing pain, Tuanzang retreated quickly, removing the seal on his arm at top speed. Ihu was too busy placing the newly acquired Sharingan into saline solution to stop him in time. Tuanzang laughed at them, displaying his arm covered in Sharingan. The battle has just begun. Die here today and the position of Hokage will be mine. Danzo gazed at the 10 Sharingan eyes on his arm with absurd confidence. How could I be killed when I have 10 lives? Yet reality proved it futile. Wasn't Xiaojiao beaten to death with 99 lives? A mere 10 lives are nothing against a single person like Ihu. As a sealing master, Ihu at least prevented the tragic scene of Danzo destroying a base before his death. The Root members were all detained, and those deeply corrupted by Danzo were sent to Orochimaru's laboratory. Root ninjas were at least seasoned chunin. Orochimaru's face split into a wide grin as batch after batch of high-quality test subjects entered his lab. Not to mention the rows of would-release test subjects. In Orochimaru's view, these experiments were too crude. Judging by Danzo's methods, none of these children would likely survive. But who was he? He was Orochimaru. In his hands, these children might still have a glimmer of hope. With luck, they might even awaken a weakened would-release. It was said that when the third Hokage heard the news the next day, he was devastated and immediately sought out Ihu and Shuemen to demand an explanation. Usurping power shouldn't be done this way. Just as the third Hokage charged at Ihu and Shuemen, wielding his adamantine staff, a thick stack of intelligence reports struck him like a thunderbolt. What? Danzo kidnapped over 100 children for would-release experiments, used Mangekyo Genjutsu on White Fang to drive him to suicide, and leaked Kushina's childbirth information. He harmed his comrades. He possessed over a dozen 3-Demo Sharingan eyes and even Byakugan. Crime after crime. Danzo's wrongdoings were too numerous to record. Cold sweat poured down the third Hokage's face. He had thought Danzo was merely extreme in his methods, never expecting he had committed so many atrocities. I'm sorry. It was my excessive indulgence that allowed Danzo to do so many wrongs. As for White Fang, I will speak to Kakashi, at least tell him the truth. Actually, White Fang is not dead. Ihu's words struck like a thunderbolt in the minds of the third Hokage and Shuemen. When we discovered Uncle Sakumo's mental problems, his condition was already severe. I could only freeze him and release him after the genjutsu was resolved. Not dead. Thank goodness. Konoha's situation was still difficult. Intelligence indicated that the Rinnegan powerhouse from a few days ago was also provoked by Danzo. The more powerful ninjas Konoha had, the better. All of you stay in Konoha. No one leaves. The third Hokage was now consumed by the mess Danzo left behind. If these people destroyed Konoha, he would have no face to meet the first and second Hokage in the Pure Land. Ihu said nothing to the third Hokage, who seemed a bit obsessed. The third and Danzo were like him and Shuemen, partners who grew up together. Perhaps for the third Danzo's absurd deeds hurt more than his death. Alright Shuemen, now let's test the power of this eye. Ihu, Shuemen and Rin sought out Uchiha Fugaku, who was recuperating in the hospital. Brother Fugaku, when did you awaken the Mangekyo? Keeping it a secret from your brothers is too unfair. Uchiha Fugaku lay on the hospital bed, smiling bitterly. He hadn't been injured by the enemy in the fight but was severely harmed by the side effects of the Ninetales and the Mangekyo. Tsunade and Orochimaru entered at that moment. Tsunade frowned at Fugaku. Fugaku, you should use your Mangekyo sparingly. Hospital examinations show it not only puts a heavy burden on your body but also reduces your eyesight. I'll prescribe some medicine to alleviate it. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. It's useless. The Uchiha records state this is the curse of the Sharingan. The price of using the Mangekyo is the light of the Sharingan. Orochimaru licked his lips. Once he had thought of leaving Konoha to build his own village for easier collection of experimental subjects. Now it seemed completely unnecessary. Konoha was wonderful. There was endless research. He hadn't even finished studying the White Zetsu from a few days ago, and now another Mangekyo Sharingan had appeared. Don't worry, my recent research might help your eyes. Fugaku felt Orochimaru's gaze was somewhat frightening. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Fugaku could only pretend not to see the dissecting gleam in Orochimaru and Tsunade's eyes, forcing his attention to Ihu and Shuemen. Ihu, Shuemen, what brings you here? Ihu took out the batch of Sharingan eyes obtained from Danzo. Brother Fugaku, there might be a Mangekyo among these Sharingan. We need your help to test them. Fugaku was a bit stunned looking at the jars and bottles Ihu brought out. That's at least over a dozen Sharingan eyes. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed at the sight. He had studied Kakashi's and Shizui's eyes, but since they were allies had never had the chance to dissect a Sharingan. Now with so many before him, surely dissecting one or two wouldn't hurt. With Tsunade present, Fugaku began swapping eyes one by one. This one is a Mangekyo. Among the dozen Freedomo eyes, only one was a Mangekyo. Fugaku sensed its power. The ability of this eye is Zhu Tianfu. It uses negative emotions to trap a person in a genjutsu loop. If they can't break free, they become the caster's puppet forever. But this Mangekyo can only be used once, and it has already been used. It's fine as long as it can undo the previous genjutsu. Ihu dragged Fugaku toward the Hatake residence. After equipping the eye, Fugaku understood what had happened. So, he let Ihu lead him out of the hospital. Ah, finally out of the hospital. Fugaku shuddered at the memory of Orochimaru's gaze. Bringing Kakashi, Ihu and the others returned to the Hatake estate. They dug out the frozen Hatake Sakumo. Ihu released the ice and Hatake Sakumo burst out, his mental state still unstable. Fugaku immediately used the right eye's ability to break the genjutsu shackles. Hatake Sakumo's body trembled. Ka! Sure, you've grown so much. I'm sorry for worrying you. With those words, he collapsed unconscious and everyone rushed him to Konoha Hospital. Fugaku didn't want to go back to the hospital, but his Mangekyo was still there. He feared that if he returned too late, Orochimaru would have dissected his Sharingan. At the hospital, Tsunade looked at Sakumo lying on the bed with deep emotion. Hatake Sakumo. He was a legend in their youth. They had all lamented his suicide. Little did they know it was a staged death arranged by Ihu. Sitting by Sakumo's bedside, Ihu's eyes were full of guilt. How could he face him after leading Kakashi down? Fuyue, who had just swapped his eyes back, lay down on the bed next to Baya. Deshiwan toyed with the single Mangekyo Sharingan that Fuyu had removed. Fuyue-kun, since the ability of this eye can no longer be used, could you lend it to me for research? A glint of excitement flashed in Deshiwan's eyes. Fuyu quickly nodded. You flatter me, Deshiwan-sama. This Sharingan's power has already been exhausted. Please take it, Deshiwan-sama. Then Fuyu took out several jars. And these 3-Demo Sharingan, please take them for research as well. Consider this a contribution from the Uchiha clan to Mu Yi. Accepting the Sharingan that Fuyu offered, Deshiwan nodded with satisfaction. Rest assured, Fuyue-kun. While it may be difficult to cure Mangekyo blindness, alleviating it is quite easy. I'll send over the prepared medicine in a few days. Then many thanks to Deshiwan-sama. Upon hearing De Shiwan's words, Fu Yu felt a surge of joy. The Mangekyo was indeed powerful, but its durability was too low. With De Shiwan's help, this pair of eyes should last much longer. After examining Fu Yu, and Bai Gangsho departed heading in the direction of De Shiwan's laboratory. She was probably curious about the Mangekyo as well. The vast hospital room now held only Fu Yue, Bai Ye, and Kakashi. After all, Zhuozhu was too young and Fu Yu's injuries were minor. Mei Qin came to stay with him for a while before leaving. Waking up in the dead of night, Bai Ye looked at Kakashi, who had fallen asleep with his head on the bed, his eyes full of remorse. An accident had caused him to miss his son's growth. Kakashi must have had a hard time these years. Until Bai Ye noticed the little porn book in Kakashi's hand, his expression changed. After sleeping for years, it seemed his son had gone astray. Bai Ye had just recovered, still mentally fragile. He woke only briefly before falling back asleep. After a few days of recovery, Kakashi brought Bai Ye back to the Chi-Mu family home. The courtyard had been repaired by Shangshu a couple of days ago. All the furnishings were the same as before. With Tuanzong dead, the gold coins looted from the Genbu were inexhaustible. Ihus money spent on buying intelligence not only recouped its cost but even multiplied several times. Indeed, money only comes by spending. The ninja world was once again in an uproar. Mu Yes elder Ji Siuen Tuanzong had been assassinated within the village. Those who had been subdued after the destruction of Chaorin village began to stir again. Ji Siuen Tuanzong was a figure contemporary with the Sandai Huaying, known as the darkness of the shinobi. His death in Mu Yi alone was enough to show how weak Mu Yi had become. Luo Sha, who was panning for gold in Sha In, looked at the intelligence with mixed feelings. Sha In had already signed a ceasefire agreement with Mu Yi, and could not easily break it. Otherwise Sha In would not only avoid paying Mu Yi but might even extort more. People from Wu In and Yen In could not wait to kick someone when they were down, sending envoys to Mu Yi to extort. The Elder Council of Yun In also wanted a piece of the pie, so they took this opportunity to send people as well. The ninjas of the three parties converged on Mu Yi, ready to strip Mu Yi of a layer. Shui men had people warmly host them and settled them in the most easily monitored inn. Every move they made was under the watchful eyes of the Umbu. The three villages also held private meetings to prepare a joint pressure. Yen In's aim was money. Wu In's was the ninja sword taken by Ihu, and Yun In wanted Mu Yes by Yen. Their interests did not conflict, so they immediately reached a friendly agreement, planning to jointly pressure Mu Yi tomorrow. All this was recorded by the Umbu and reported to Ihu and Shui men. At that moment in Yun In village, another desk was destroyed by Ace hands. Those scoundrels went to negotiate with Mu Yi without my orders. Ace's eyes turned red with anger. These elders, relying on their seniority, did not take him, the newly appointed Raikage, seriously. It was time to teach these guys a lesson. AI took out the flying thunder god Kanai again, and infused it with chakra, but Ihu did not appear. AI felt somewhat disappointed. He thought Ihu might have misunderstood him. This really wasn't his doing. In fact, Ihu, busy with his date, had no time to bother with AI. His daily training already took up most of his time. Of course, he wouldn't waste his precious rest time on a muscle-brained guy like AI. Besides, if AI was looking for him now, it could only be about the Yun In negotiation. Nothing was more important than his date. After a tiring day returning home, who only then remembered that someone from Yun In had been trying to reach him. He activated the Flying Thunder God to arrive at Yun In village. AI was still up late handling official duties. The Sandai Raikage had fought a battle, taken the blame, and then left without a care, leaving a pile of accumulated work for his son. No wonder the Sandai had agreed so readily when Ihu invited him to Mu Yi earlier. AI thought about his father while reviewing documents. Dad, I wonder how you're doing in Mu Yi. So you used to be this tired too? Ihu just teleported in and saw the scene. Cough cough. Although I don't know how big the difference between Yun In village and Mu Yi is, this amount of paperwork definitely couldn't have accumulated in Ihu poured cold water on AI. And Uncle Sandai is as happy as can be in Mu Yi. He fishes, drinks tea, and enjoys a very pleasant retired life. Ihu casually froze the water on AI. AI felt his heart chill halfway. Just a few days into office, he already felt the urge to retire. I heard that the Yimu next door is searching the entire Yen Ninja village for talented children to take as disciples. I wonder if he has found any. Ihu. This time Yun In village joining the other villages to pressure Mu Yi was not my order. I only found out later. It was these same people who ordered the capture of your sister. They rely on their seniority and don't regard me a junior at all. Since it had come to this, AI simply told in simple terms, every village has its own Tuanzong. Alright? When you go back, tell my dad about my situation here. If he thinks I'm ungrateful and sent people to threaten Mu Yi, hell, come back overnight and twist my head off. As if reminded of the Sandai Raikage's taijutsu education, who saw cold sweat dripping down Ace's forehead. When these guys cause trouble, don't spare my face. Freeze them, pack them up, and send them back. 500,000 Rio per person. Having become Raikage, AI was more generous with his money. This was also spending to buy insurance. He knew well what kind of people those elders were. If they really pissed people off, not only would Ihu not let them off, but the Sandai, who was pretending to be dead and retired in Mu Yi, would also not let them go. who gladly accepted Ace's proposal. Although he was not short of money since someone was eager to give, why not? It was already evening when he returned to Konoha. Ichigo sat atop the Hokage rock overlooking the entire village. The third Hokage walked up from behind. Beautiful, isn't it? This is the village founded by Lord Hashirama and Madara. Since Lord Tobarama entrusted it to my hands, I cannot let it decline on my watch. Ichigo, I owe you an apology regarding Danzo. I thought he was merely extreme. At heart he still loved this village. I never expected it would come to this. The third shuddered at the thought of what he had seen in Danzo's hideout. Danzo had even attempted to kill Nawaki and frame Orochimaru for the human experiments. If Danzo had succeeded, the Sannin might have all left the village. The damage from Akatsuki's attack would have been unimaginable. The third shook his head as if to cast aside these disturbing thoughts. Enough! The future of Konoha now lies in the hands of the younger generation. I am old now. The responsibility of protecting the village falls upon your shoulders. I can finally enjoy a peaceful retirement watching over the children. The third smiled and departed. At that moment he truly and completely entrusted the reins of power and the future of Konoha to these young people. After sitting for a while, Ichigo returned home to prepare for the meeting with the representatives of the three villages the next day. The next morning the representatives were already seated in the conference room. After having a meal and keeping them waiting for half a day, Ichigo finally entered behind Minato. Fourth Hokage. Even if Konoha is the victor of the war, how dare you treat us with such disdain? The IWA envoy emphasized the word victory with a threatening tone that was unmistakable. Ichigo frowned and the temperature in the room plummeted. Ice crystals formed in the cups. The three villages' representatives tensed up instantly. Blood crimson ice. I advise you not to act rashly. There are at least a dozen jonin here. Even you cannot take us all out in an instant. If you do, Konoha will be besieged by all the villages simultaneously. Ichigo smiled and sat down beside Minato. Don't worry. Why would I attack you now? Ichigo's smile sent chills down the spines of the envoys across from him. They stammered so badly that the negotiations could only continue after Ichigo put on his mask. The three villages presented their demands one by one, their cautious tone amusing Ichigo. This only made them even more afraid to speak. The negotiations dragged on for a long time without conclusion, mainly because these people were too cowardly, drastically slowing them. Unable to reach a consensus, they had to continue the next day. As soon as Ichigo stood up to leave, the others flinched. You really don't need to be so afraid of me. If I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't even have time to react. Clearly Ichigo's way of comforting people was effective. Look, some of the envoys were trembling with emotion. That very night an incident occurred. The Kumogakure ninja stole the newly born princess of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hinata. While fleeing they happened to encounter Kushina, who was out for a walk, holding baby Naruto. Kushina was all too familiar with child abduction by Kumogakure. Seeing the Kumogakure ninja carrying Hinata and running out of the village, bad memories began to haunt her again. Kushina had been terrified by the kidnapping incident long ago. As the kidnapper ran toward her, 4 chakra chains slowly extended from behind her back. Get out of my way! The Kumogakure ninja barked, utterly oblivious to the Grim Reaper now standing beside him. The chains bound him from head to toe. Kushina took the child from the Kumogakure ninja's arms and slammed him into the ground with the chains. After repeating this 4 times, the ninja finally breathed his last. Carrying a child in each arm, Kushina was beaming with delight. Hinata, now in Kushina's embrace, no longer cried. She had stopped wailing the moment she was taken from the Kumogakure ninja. Just as Kushina was about to return the child to the Hyuga Hayashi, and Hyuga Hizashi arrived belatedly. Lady Kushina, thank you for saving my daughter Hinata. Hyuga Hayashi nearly knelt to Kushina. How could he have carelessly lost his child? And not a single one of the clan's many Byakugan users had noticed. Don't worry about it, Lord Hayashi. You helped Minato a lot during the Hokage election. Little Hinata is adorable too. Kushina smiled at Hayashi, and the baby in her arms smiled with her. After parting ways, Kushina ordered the accompanying ANBU to clean up the scene. A white-haired ANBU youth reluctantly emerged to handle the mess. With the master's wife's strength, who could actually beat her? Why would she need my protection? Back home, Kushina was in high spirits, cheerfully sharing the incident with Minato in the kitchen. Yes, the kitchen. In a certain sense, Kushina and Ichigo were truly like siblings. After tasting the dishes they had made, even the plates became delicious. Minato listened to Kushina's story with a smile, sharing in her joy. That to him was a profound happiness. The next day the envoys from the other villages used this as a pretext to attack. Konoha must give us an explanation. In addition to yesterday's demands, Konoha must also pay emotional compensation. With Ichigo absent from the meeting room, the envoys spoke more fluently and confidently. Facing the increasingly aggressive ninja from the 3 villages, Minato couldn't help but miss Ichigo, who had left on a mission that morning. Both hailed as the twin stars of Konoha, Minato couldn't understand why these people cowered before Ichigo yet attacked him. Just as the other side was about to continue negotiations, a chill suddenly appeared beside Minato. In public, Ichigo still had to show Minato some respect. Hokage-sama, the mission is complete. Seeing the cat on Ichigo's shoulder, the envoys had a bad feeling. The next words struck them like a bomb. I blasted Kimogakure, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure. The envoys felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, their blood running cold. 2 tails. 1 blast. Ichigo's meaning was clear. They quickly halted the negotiations and sent representatives back to their villages to verify the information. Among the 3 villages, Iwagakure suffered the greatest loss. After all, Ichigo had no acquaintances there, so he had no reservations about attacking. That blast nearly drained the 2 tails chakra. The entire village was frozen in thick ice. For 100 li around there was only ice, no flowing water. The other 2 villages, though in better condition, still sustained heavy losses. After those 2 blasts by Ichigo, the villages finally understood the value of a humanoid nuclear weapon. Once Ichigo truly set his mind to kill, no one in a village aside from the Kage could survive a single technique. The negotiations concluded hastily. The 3 villages paid a large sum of money and metal materials to Konoha, and even paid Ichigo a substantial personal compensation fee. The 3 scapegoats signed the agreement and slunk back to their villages. As the sole victor of this great ninja war, Konohagakure withdrew unscathed and officially exited the battlefield. The other villages were left with only minor skirmishes. By this point, every village had exhausted their capacity to continue the war. The clashes at present were merely to secure greater advantages during negotiations. After discovering the Akatsuki organization, Iwagakure frequently hired them to attack members of other villages. With the Akatsuki's assistance, Iwagakure became the second victor to successfully withdraw from the Great Ninja War. Sunagakure, exploited by both Iwagakure and Konohagakure, was already in dire straits, and they had no remaining funds to compensate Kirigakure. Thus the acting Kazekage Raza devised a plan to compensate with people. The most suitable candidate to appease Kirigakure's anger was his greatest rival, Yakura of the Scorch Release. Raza's position as Kazekage was far from stable. He obtained the title not through strength, but through his ability to generate funds. Once Sunagakure overcame its crisis, he risked being ousted. After everything was arranged with Kirigakure, Yakura received Raza's order to head to Kirigakure for peace negotiations, and without much thought she set off. Meanwhile in Konoha, a certain individual was lamenting to the sky. When will the 6 tails Seiken finally revive? That damned 3rd Mizukage, did he ever consider the tailed beast's feelings when he committed suicide? The 9 tails on his shoulder chuckled. I recall you once admired him, didn't you? No, I have to take another trip to Kirigakure. It should be about time for him to revive. Kushina opened the door and walked in. Oh. Are you off to find a tailed beast or a person? My dear department head, you haven't done a lick of work. Kushina recalled the sight of Hiruzen's son, Sarutobi Shinosuke, when the 3rd Hokage had visited her that morning. It was unbearable. The Sarutobi clan, naturally hairy, had gone bald. Look at how you've bullied Sarutobi Shinosuke. The 3rd Hokage came to me. If you keep tormenting him like this, he won't have a single hair left. Ihu rubbed his chin. Isn't this good? He used to be as hairy as a monkey, but now he looks much better. Seeing Kushina's furrowed brow, Ihu dropped his joking tone. Alright Cecil, be careful. In a few days, he'll find more people to help him. Kushina wanted to say more, but Ihu used Flying Thunder God to dash straight to Kirigakure. Kushina didn't press further. She personally hoped Ihu and Terumi Mei would end up together. He slipped into Terumi Mei's home with ease, but it was empty. After making inquiries, he learned that the Kagaya clan had rebelled and everyone had gone to suppress them. Ihu stealthily approached the Kagaya clan's territory, where countless clan members, madness in their eyes, erupted with bone spurs, and charged at the Kirigakure ninjas. Yagura was leading the suppression with overwhelming force. Red chakra emanated from his body, and 6 tails gradually coalesced behind him. I've searched so long. So the 6 tails has already been captured by Kirigakure. With the 6 tails located, the rest became easy. Ihu was about to leave when he halted. Snake Sensei had no time to leave the village now. As his most filial disciple, he couldn't let this trip go to waste. With that thought, Ihu sneaked into the Kagaya clan's compound. Inside a cage, a white-haired child was carving something on the wall with a bone spike. Who's there? Kimimaro hadn't expected anyone to come at this time. The Kagaya clan were all battle-crazed. Shouldn't everyone be fighting the village's forces? Ihu opened the cage and swiftly subdued the charging Kimimaro, snatching the bone spike from his hand. Kimimaro stopped struggling. I lost. Kill me. Why would I kill you? Trapped in this cage, you've yet to witness the wonders of the outside world. Saying this, Ihu plucked a flower beside Kimimaro. Life itself has no meaning, but only by living can you discover interesting things. Just as you found this flower and I found you. Come with me. It'll help you find the meaning of your existence. After a moment of hesitation, Kimimaro placed his hand in Ihu's. Successful abduction. Ihu brought young Kimimaro back to Konoha. Shursue, seeing the newly taken Kimimaro, was unusually enthusiastic. Having never experienced such treatment in the Kagaya clan, Kimimaro appeared exceptionally shy. Come on. It'll take you both for some barbecue. Kimimaro's face was full of questions. The Kagaya clan were a race where muscles grew into their brains. Eating was merely a means to replenish energy. Young Kimimaro had no idea what barbecue was. Sitting in the shop, Shizui's mind kept wandering to Kurinai. He had first met Yuhi Kurinai in this very barbecue restaurant. After years together, Shursui had come to understand his feelings, but had never found the opportunity to confess. In this regard, Ihu Minato and Shursui were consistently cowardly. After a hearty meal, Ihu took Kimimaro to Snake Sensei for a full physical examination. The Kagaya clan's bloodline disease became extremely severe in later stages. With proper training, Kimimaro could become a cage-level powerhouse. Orochimaru was particularly interested in Kimimaro's data. He had many experimental samples from the Kagaya clan, but he had never seen such high bone density. Undoubtedly, this young boy was a genius. This conclusion was confirmed after the examination. At 6 years old, Kimimaro's physical condition far exceeded that of an average genin. Ihu had struck gold. Orochimaru had also studied the Kagaya clan's bloodline disease. One cause was bacteria entering the body when bones were retracted, another was the clan's poor diet leading to calcium deficiency, and eventually cardiovascular issues. Even the Kagaya clan's cruelty, belligerence, and mental instability might be manifestations of calcium deficiency. Orochimaru handed Ihu a document. As long as you avoid these issues, his bloodline disease shouldn't flare up. I still need Kimimaro to cooperate with some experiments. You can wait for him over there. At that moment, Orochimaru felt that taking in Ihu was the best decision he had ever made in his life. Ihu now realized this wasn't a husky but a treasure-seeking dog. After collecting the experimental data, Orochimaru kicked both of them out of his lab. He still had plenty of research to do. With the data he wanted, he had to continue his own research. Beside him, Yakushi Kabuto, dark circles under his eyes, apologized to Ihu. Senior Oro Kimura Sensei, didn't mean to be rude. The Mangekyo experiment is at a critical stage. His entire mind is on it, and he hasn't rested in a long time. Ihu nodded in understanding. Scientists were truly terrifying creatures, and Yakushi Kabuto seemed to be heading in that direction too. If not for Yakushi Nono watching over Yakushi Kabuto daily, he probably wouldn't have slept for days either. Speaking of Ihu, he couldn't help glancing at Do's hair. It seems to have grown a bit thinner. Do paid no attention to Ihu's gaze and walked straight into the laboratory. His and Master Dashiwan's spirit of dedication to science was not something ordinary people could understand. Back home, Ihu tidied up a room for Junmalu. Junmalu, you will live here from now on. Later I'll have Shangshu build you a house outside. You can live wherever you want then. After settling Junmalu, Ihu returned to Wuin village. Such murky waters were perfect for fishing. Entering the Kagaya clan's territory again, the battle had already ended. The Kagaya clan suffered heavy casualties nearly to the point of extinction. Ihu had intended to sneak into the Kagaya clan's warehouse to grab something, but the battle ended too quickly, and he couldn't find any opportunity to cause trouble. Returning to Zhao Meiming's home, she was sitting in the courtyard, tending to her wounds. She placed a medicated gauze over the wound on her waist, and the pain made her break out in cold sweat. Ihu stepped forward, took out a bottle of medicine, bit it open, and poured it onto Zhao Meiming's wound. Only then did her furrowed brows relax. What did you just use on me? A good thing I got from Master Dashiwan. Don't worry, it's purely natural and harmless. Actually, this was the 1.0 version of the Mangekyo recovery liquid developed by Dashiwan, which was abandoned due to its poor effectiveness. But it was just right for helping wounds heal. Ihu hugged Zhao Meiming, wiping the sweat from her forehead with concern. Does it still hurt? Zhao Meiming shook her head and planted a kiss on Ihu's face. What are you two doing? Just as Ming Fu, who had returned from dealing with the mess of the Kagaya rebellion, opened the door, he saw this scene. His heart nearly shattered. His precious little cabbage was about to be delivered into the pig's mouth. Hearing her father's voice, Zhao Meiming ran back into the house with a flushed face. Ming Fu knew he was no match for Ihu, so he could only glare at him. Ihu couldn't lay a hand on his future father-in-law, so he could only grin foolishly at Ming Fu. Meanwhile, Ming Mu couldn't stand it anymore and pulled Ming Fu away. Young people are cultivating feelings. What's an old man like you butting in for? After the two left, Ihu finally entered the room and saw Zhao Meiming rolling on the bed, hugging a plush toy. Ihu noticed that when Zhao Meiming saw him, she paused, noticeably followed by a series of complex emotions. Ihu first saw embarrassment. Zhao Meiming's eyes darted around as if looking for a crack to hide in, then a flash of killing intent, pain and struggle, finally exhaustion. I let it all be destroyed, defeatist attitude. You saw nothing just now. Zhao Meiming threatened Ihu in a fierce but cute way, and Ihu played along. My eyesight hasn't been good lately. I saw nothing just now. Since Zhao Meiming still had a wound on her waist, Ihu didn't take her out for shopping or a date. Instead, he traveled a great distance to the Muyi food street and brought back a pile of things that Zhao Meiming loved to eat but weren't available in Wuin village. Seeing such a large pile of things, Zhao Meiming's eyes widened. In the blink of an eye, she forgot about the previous incident and focused on the food before her. Ihu, aren't you eating? Zhao Meiming handed him a piece of her favorite pastry. Zhao Meiming didn't like to put on airs in front of Ihu, and as she ate, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster's. Ihu took the pastry Zhao Meiming offered, wiped her mouth. Eat slowly, no one's competing with you. Ihu saw it was getting late, so he prepared to leave. May, I'll come see you tomorrow. These days you and your parents should stay home. The Shui Wuyue clan seems to be up to something. They're not as brainless as the Kagaya. Having said that, Ihu used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. After Ihu left, Mingmu walked in from outside. Oh my, once you have a boyfriend you forget your mother. So many good things and you don't think to share with your mother. Ignoring Zhao Meiming's resentful gaze, Mingmu picked up the things from the table and began to eat slowly and deliberately. Mingmu's eating manner was elegant, but her speed was not slow at all. It's good to have a boyfriend. These things can't be bought in Wuyin village. After eating, Mingmu took a few pieces and left. Zhao Meiming's mouth was still busy. Ihu, who said no one was competing with me? Mingmu handed the pastry she had taken from Zhao Meiming to Mingfu. Try it. This pastry can only be bought in Muyi. We're also benefiting from our daughter. Mingfu had intended to put on airs for a while and then say, I suppose they'll accept it. But Mingmu wouldn't indulge him. She picked it up and ate. Hey, leave some for me. Didn't you already eat in your daughter's room? Mingfu's facade broke instantly. He grabbed the pastry and ate his manner exactly like Zhao Meiming's. Far away in Muyi, Ihu was still immersed in the scene from earlier. He lay on the bed, his mind filled with Zhao Meiming's adorable appearance. My Mei is really too cute. Thanks to Jozinai's reminder, the next day Ihu specially went to visit the balding Yuanfei Shinjiju. No, now it's actually more appropriate to call him Yuanfei Xieguang Kuan. It was said that since Ihu took office, Yuanfei Shinjiju hadn't had a good night's sleep. Every day, he was either working overtime or on the way to overtime. Shinjiju, don't worry. Once my teacher finishes his work, I'll ask him to specially develop a hair growth tonic for you, guaranteed to bring back your former appearance. In a couple of days, I'll find some more people to help you. Just hold on for a few more days. You've been doing it for so long anyway. A couple of days won't make a difference. The naive Yuanfei Shinjiju gladly swallowed the pinthesky promise Ihu painted. Indeed, a big fool like Shangshu couldn't be much smarter. After calming Shinjiju, Ihu found his first victim. Chimu Shuamao. Oh, it's Ihu. Kakashi is inside, I'll call him. Ihu quickly stopped Shuamao. Wait, Uncle Shuamao, I'm looking for you. White Fang stopped in his tracks, feeling a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, the next moment Ihu's voice came. Uncle Shuamao, how about returning to ANBU as a deputy commander? Kakashi is also joining ANBU soon. You can look after him there. Shuamao hesitated. Kakashi had told him the whole story, and it was not an exaggeration to call Ihu the savior of both father and son. After a moment of thought, White Fang agreed to Ihu. First, Ihu had a favor to repay. The second, White Fang had already missed several years of Kakashi's growth, and joining ANBU to look after him seemed like a good idea. The second victim was Riri Richa. Rizu and Richa knew how uncomfortable the position of ANBU deputy commander was. Although it was called deputy commander, the power was vastly different from that of the commander. Look at what Yuanfei Shinjiju has been reduced to. But despite that, Richa still agreed. Joshinai and Ihu helped the Rishiang clan suppress the troublemaking Cloud Ninja. This debt of gratitude needed to be repaid. If Uchiha Fugaku as the clan leader had no spare time, Ihu would have definitely dragged him into working as well. There were really too few suitable people in Konoha for work. The reliable ones hadn't grown up yet, so for now Ihu could only find these two to help. After solving the work issues, it was time for personal matters. Whether Yagura was controlled by a Beto or simply a homebody, it was unknown. 6 days. Watching for 6 whole days, and he never left the Mizukage's office. Forget it. Let's go find the 7 Tails first. Mini 9 Tails appeared on Ihu's shoulder. Sure, anyway, I can keep the chakra stored with me for now. Using the mark left earlier, Ihu arrived beside Kakuzu. At that moment, Kakuzu was busy killing for bounties, and Ihu's sudden appearance made him miss the opportunity, allowing the person to escape. Uzumaki Ihu, pay up. That guy had a black market bounty of 2 million. Senior Kakuzu, I need your help with something. Pay up. 2 million. Senior Kakuzu, I need information about the Takigakure. Where did they hide the 7 Tails? Pay up. Ihu looked at Kakuzu, who could only say, pay up. At this moment, feeling truly helpless. He could only turn around and take out a sealing scroll. Hey race, a deposit 50 million. He'll give you another 50 million after I find the 7 Tails. Instead of the expected delight, Kakuzu frowned. Takigakure is my hometown. A mere 100 million Ryo to make me betray it. Dream on. Ihu understood his implication after hearing Kakuzu's words. Senior Kakuzu, you were once betrayed by the Takigakure. They'll help you get revenge and pay you. With such a good deal, you should be laughing. Boss, at least add a little more. Our organization is a bunch of old, weak, sick, and disabled. How can we make a living without earning more money? Ihu was full of question marks. Old, weak, sick, and disabled. A terrifying organization that gathers class rogue ninjas from all the hidden villages, and you call them old, weak, sick, and disabled. But on second thought, it made sense. Kakuzu was old enough. Konan could barely be considered a weak woman, and Nagato was so emaciated that anyone would believe he was sick. Disabled was even easier to understand. At this point, Sasori was just a piece of flesh with artificial limbs all over his body. Add another 20 million, no more. Deal. Boss is generous. Thank you for the great support. Upon hearing the extra money, Kakuzu immediately changed his expression, his green eyes, even turning into the shape of money. Boss, this way. Let's go to Takigakure and farm gold coins. Who pulled Kakuzu back? No need, he'll take a shortcut. The land of Takigakure was adjacent to the land of fire. If they walked it would take at least a week. Kakuzu looked at the changing scenery around them, and couldn't help but feel envious. If he could learn this technique, his money-making efficiency would skyrocket. Uzumaki Ihu. Want to join our Akatsuki? Ihu was full of question marks. Our Akatsuki offers generous benefits, the leader is immensely powerful, the organization is united and friendly with money and beautiful women. Everyone is a talented genius with lofty ideals. So how about joining? As long as you team up with me, well, definitely empty the exchange house. Hearing this, Ihu was covered in black lines. I'm fine in Konoha. Why would I become a rogue ninja? Let's go. First find the Seven Tails. Although Kakuzu was full of regret about Ihu's refusal, getting the money at hand was the most important thing. Takigakure is just ahead. If nothing goes wrong, the Seven Tails should be in the barrier at the back mountain of the village. The two cage-level powerhouses moved through Takigakure, as if it were deserted, silently infiltrating the back mountain. Breaking the barrier, a broken branch appeared before the two with a slow drip of milky white liquid from the break. Nine Tails appeared on Ihu's shoulder, eyes wide, staring intently at the branch. Damn, why is this damn thing still appearing in the ninja world? The Nine Tails' fur stood on end as it looked at the branch. A severed branch of the divine tree. And it's just as Ihu was about to approach and take a closer look, Kakuzu behind him warned. I advise you not to touch that thing. This liquid is called Hero's Water in Takigakure. Those who drink Hero's Water can burst out 10 times the chakra at the cost of their life. This is also the reason why I never thought about revenge on Takigakure. Once a crisis occurs, every jonin in the village becomes a fearless cage-level powerhouse. Over the years, no one knows how much of this stuff they have stored. Alright, the Seven Tails is ahead. My mission is done once I take you to it. Settle the remaining payment. Ihu turned around and threw a scroll to Kakuzu. Kakuzu took the scroll and left immediately, showing that he still had psychological trauma about Takigakure, or otherwise, he would never leave without counting the money. Ignoring Kakuzu's reaction, Ihu carefully sealed the broken branch into a sealing scroll. Rumor had it that the Uchiha fan was made from this very material. It was extremely tough and could block a small-tailed beast ball without issue. He also stored the Hero's Water underneath. Taking it back, he could let Snake Sage study it, or maybe they could come up with something interesting. Walking deeper, an altar appeared before Ihu. Jinchuriki were not like cabbage. Ordinary people could hardly contain a tailed beast. Just like the previous 8 tails Jinchuriki. Even without Snake Sage causing trouble this time, he still died because his body was incompatible. After Takigakure obtained the 7 tails, presumably no one qualified as a Jinchuriki, so it had been sealed here all along. Opening the seal, a giant insect with 7 wings appeared before Ihu. If the Aburame clan saw this, they'd go crazy. When we get back, well, let Komiai live next door to the Aburame. 1,000 Ryo to look, 10,000 Ryo to touch. Komiai fluttered its wings, stretching its body that had been sealed for so long. Long time no see, Karama. Long time no see, Komiai. I still prefer your appearance when you were younger, at least you had tails on your back, not wings. Komiai ignored Karama's taunt. It was quite satisfied with its beautiful wings. Human, thank you for releasing me. I can grant you one reasonable request. Before Ihu could speak, the 9 tails beside him couldn't hold back. Komiai, come back to Konoha with us. Shikaku, Matatabi, and Isabu are all there. No one will force you into a Jinchuriki. Tailed beasts can live very happily there. Komiai hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Although it had 7 tails, its combat power was among the lowest of the tailed beasts. Finding a bodyguard and a meal ticket was actually not bad. The entire bug Komiai was coaxed back to Konoha, so the matter of chakra was no longer urgent. Using the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha, Ihu was panting heavily on the back mountain. Komiai's combat ability was weak, but its chakra was enormous. Transporting such heavy chakra with the Flying Thunder God was very strenuous. A household settled Chongming in the forest behind their mountain adjacent to the Yunyu clan, yet just shy of touching their territory. Chongming, this is a very simple sealing technique. It seals most of your chakra within your body, achieving the effect of shrinking your size. The seal is fragile. A gentle impact will break it. Chongming was extremely excited about his shrunken body, finding it a novel experience. Flying in this smaller form felt even more exhilarating. The miniature Chongming still retained his adult appearance, only smaller. Joei deeply regretted this. I thought you'd return to your childhood form when you shrank, but it's just a size reduction. Joei was immensely envious of Chongming's ability to fly. Both born of the same father, why was he the only one among the 9 siblings who could take to the skies? Ignoring Juei's resentment, Ihua took Chongming to visit the other tailed beasts. Shoha had transformed one side of the lake into a sandy beach, drawing countless visitors every day. Jiraiya remarked that Yulf's Cat Cafe had become a favorite among Konoha's residents. As ninjas, their profession was high risk and stressful, and cats helped them relax. Thanks to Yihuo's presence, all ANBU members received a 30% discount. Isabu had been sleeping and waking in cycles since arriving in Konoha, impossible to rouse. 5-tailed beasts gathered in Yihuo's home, creating a lively scene. Seeing that each tailed beast had found something they loved in Konoha, Chongming felt hopeful about his own future. Well, except for Isabu. Perhaps for him sleeping was the greatest happiness. After decades of freedom, Chongming was filled with curiosity about the outside world. Whenever he ate something or broke something, an ANBU member would always come to pay. In the ANBU, overseeing tailed beasts or jinchuriki was a lucrative position, as Ihwa provided generous subsidies and benefits. The tailed beasts in Konoha kept their bodies the size of small dogs, so villagers simply thought they were adorable ninja animals. Chiwei bounced around the streets, sampling every food item. Among them, the 3-colored dumplings enchanted him the most. Sitting in the dumpling shop, the plate in front of Chongming was piled high. What a miserable life I led before. Chongming picked up another 3-colored dumpling, crying while eating. Just then a voice called from afar, "Boss, how can you be out of 3-colored dumplings at this hour?" After a day of training, the only thing Hongdo longed for was the dumplings from this shop, yet the owner told her they were sold out. Hongdo felt as if her world had collapsed. Seeing her reaction, Chongming quickly finished the dumplings on his plate and flew away. Chongming didn't know why, but as a tailed beast, he felt an immense fear of Hongdo, who had missed out on the dumplings. When Hongdo came over hoping to spare some dumplings, the only thing left was a table piled with empty plates and an ANBU member about to pay. Meanwhile, after settling, Chiwei Ihwa took his recent gains to Dashuin's laboratory. Inside, Dashuin had just finished his research on the Mangekyo. Do organized the documents and then deliver this potion to Fuyue. After days of hard work, Do finally finished the research. Delivering the results to Fuyue would allow him to go home and rest. But at that moment, Yihuo's voice exploded in his ears. "Master, look what I've brought back." Ihwa produced a broken branch of the divine tree and the hero's water. "This is a branch of the divine tree. They say Uchiha Madara's fan was made from this stuff. It can even block a tailed beast bomb. This is the sap it left behind. Drinking it allows you to exchange your life for 10 times the chakra." Dashuin's interest was immediately piqued, while Do felt utterly shattered. He had been on the verge of resting, but seeing Dashuin's expression, he knew he wouldn't get any sleep for days. Not that Dashuin mistreated his disciples, but given his nature, he wouldn't rest until he had thoroughly studied the materials. Do also didn't want to miss the opportunity to learn from Dashuin, leading to this situation. Yakushi no had repeatedly advised him not to push himself so hard, but Do felt that researching alongside Dashuin was the very meaning of his life. Yet now Do felt that the meaning of life wasn't so meaningful after all. This guy was truly like a husky, tearing up his own home during training and wrecking others' homes when idle. He figured these items were probably acquired from somewhere else. Unexpectedly, Dashuin picked up the branch, examined it briefly, and set it down. "Do, go home first. You haven't rested properly in a week. My body has also reached its limit. Well, continue tomorrow." Dashuin reluctantly put away the 2 items and walked out of the lab with Ihwa and Do. "Ihwa, what you brought back this time is quite interesting. In a while, I'll use this branch to craft a special weapon for you." After tidying up, Ihwa took the initiative to deliver the potion to the Uchiha clan on Do's behalf. Those 2 really needed rest or they dropped dead. Arriving at the Uchiha compound, the clan's reputation had improved significantly. Not only because the Uchiha no longer offended people after being removed from the police force, but also because the cat cafe run by Nibi featured the Uchiha clan's ninja cats. Knocking on the door, it was opened by 5-year-old Uchiha Itachi. Although Ihwa had agreed to take Itachi as a disciple, he was still too young. In Yihuo's view, one should do what is appropriate for their age. At such a young age, Itachi should enjoy his childhood. Starting intense training or thinking too much too early would not be good. "Itachi, how have you been? Are you adjusting well at the Ninja Academy?" Itachi shook his head. "Those classmates are too childish. The Ninja Academy is a complete waste of time." Ihwa pinched Itachi's cheek. "Don't look down on the days at the academy. Training too hard at your age could damage your body. It's perfect to build a foundation at the academy now." Itachi nodded, agreeing with Ihwa. Since Fugaku had asked him to become Yihuo's disciple, he would obey his master. Entering the house, Uchiha Fugaku was inside handling clan affairs. From the thickness of the documents on the desk, it was clear how heavy the workload of the clan leader was. "Brother Fugaku, I'm here to deliver something from Master Dashuin. This potion is a new formula my master developed. It can slow the deterioration of vision caused by the Mangekyo, and even restore some ocular power." Fugaku's eyes lit up with joy when he saw the potion Ihwa handed him. Ever since he awakened the Mangekyo, he had always had the illusion that his eyesight was deteriorating a little each day. This potion would perfectly alleviate his Mangekyo anxiety. "Please convey my thanks to Lord Dashuin." Returning home, Junmalu and Ji Shuei got along very well. Who specially customized a large cup for Junmalu to hold the milk he needed to drink every day. Junmalu, who adhered to a scientific diet every day, had an unexpectedly good temperament, even gentle and obedient. Among these 3 children, aside from Ji Shuei, who was at the right age for cultivation, the other 2 were too young. At this stage, only basic physical training could be conducted. Ji Shuei, true to his reputation as a genius, mastered the Shunshin technique to perfection. Who had also tried to teach Ji Shui the Flying Thunder God technique, but unfortunately Ji Shui had no talent for sealing techniques. Adhering to the principle of taking full responsibility once he accepted them, Who made exclusive training plans for each person. Another hard day today. I am truly too hard working. If Yuanfei Shinjiju, who was still working overtime in the Umbu, heard Iha's words, he would probably cry. Boss, don't you feel guilty saying that? Although Baya and Richa did share part of the workload, they couldn't withstand who constantly stuffing all sorts of strange things into the village. The third Reikage, the tailed beasts, and Jinchuriki, as well as the mother and daughter Uzumaki Xianglin, who needed protection. Each of them had to be guarded by Umbu members on a 24-hour rotation. Plus, the Shiwan's laboratory also needed surveillance in case of an explosion. The expensive equipment inside must be rescued immediately. Since Shui men assumed office, the series of reform decisions made by who had more than tripled the workload of the Umbu. The workload for each individual in the Umbu remained the same, but these matters required reports or applications that needed Shinjiju's involvement, so only Shinjiju's workload had tripled. In the late-night office, Shinjiju was still dealing with the work in front of him. Baya had long gone home to accompany his son, and Richa also had a son who was only 4 or 5 years old. He couldn't very well ask him to stay and work overtime together. So in the end, he was the only one working overtime. After finally finishing the last document, Yuanfei Shinjiju slumped in his chair, head tilted back toward the ceiling, eyes vacant. Having a wife and kids is great, huh? I'm not jealous. I am not jealous at all. It was time for Shinjiju's daily 3 questions. Will there be this much work tomorrow? Do I really have to keep this lousy job? Can I retire tomorrow? Lord Shinjiju. This is today's observation report on the 7 Tails in Konoha. A night shift Umbu placed a report in front of Shinjiju, his eyes beneath the mask full of sympathy and admiration. Shinjiju's just relaxed mind exploded. Just put it there. He'll handle it tomorrow. That said, he still obediently finished processing the document. Yuanfei Xieguang Kuan, after a busy day, finally could go home and rest. Who was completely unaware of the situation in the Umbu. Having already understood Shirtsong's otaku nature, he simply moved directly into Zhao Meiming's home, constantly looking for opportunities to approach the 6 Tails. Mai's father was so angry his eyes turned red, insisting on sharing a room with who to feel assured. Uncle, you don't need to watch me like this. I won't touch Mei before marriage. That's a matter of principle. If I really had that intention, you couldn't stop me anyway. Of course, who only said that last sentence in his heart. He knew that the father in front of him was a true daughter's slave. In the evening, Zhao Meiming brought a list. Who, I want to eat these. 3 portions. Zhao Meiming grabbed Iha's arm and shook it. Who felt the softness at his arm and his heart trembled. He tapped Zhao Meiming's nose and smiled at her. Wait for me, I'll be right back. Back in Konoha at the dango shop, Hongdo and the 7 Tails were arguing. This last skewer of dango is mine. Chongming, you've already eaten so much. The last skewer should be for me. Chongming showed no intention of backing down. I eat a lot. Then what about the other half table of dango? Dog food. I've been locked up for decades, and now that I've finally encountered such delicious food, you won't let me eat more. Hongdo paused, not expecting that Chongming had lived such a miserable life. A flaw. Taking advantage of Hongdo's momentary distraction, Chongming swallowed the last skewer of dango in one go. After swallowing the dango, Chongming flapped his wings and flew away, leaving Hongdo no time to react. The shop was left with only the enraged Hongdo and the silently paying Umbu. Who didn't know whether to cry or laugh when he saw this, because he noticed Hongdo had already looked over. Senior brother, that insect was brought by you, wasn't it? Seeing Hongdo like a zombie, who decisively fled. No way. If he fought back next time, it would be Kushina who would come to beat him. After quickly buying the things Zhao Meiming liked to eat, who hurried back to the hidden mist village. Konoha was too dangerous. He wasn't planning to return for a while. In the Zhao Mei household, Zhao Meiming's face was full of anticipation. Mai's mother looked at her silly daughter with helplessness. The foolish girl was completely under that boy's control. Fortunately, that boy was also foolish, so they were a good match. Mei, I'm back. I bought a lot of things, all your favorites. And so who settled down in the Zhao Mei household. With his belly full, Mai's father had nothing more to say, while Mai's mother was very happy. She was quite satisfied with who as a prospective son-in-law. After staying for a few days, who finally found an opportunity. The Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi were about to sign a ceasefire agreement, and as the 4th Mizukage Shirtsong would definitely make an appearance. Zhao Meiming sat beside who holding a pastry with a bite taken out, her cheeks stuffed full. Who, promise me. Don't kill him. Not only would the Mist Village fall into chaos if Shirtsong dies, but the hard-won stability of the ninja world would also be shattered. Who pinched Zhao Meiming's hamster-like cheek. Don't worry, I'm just confirming some things, and also saying hello to the 6 Tails inside him. Hearing this, Zhao Meiming felt relieved and continued to devour the snacks in front of her. A few days later, envoys from the Sand Village came to sign an agreement with the Mist Village. But strangely, after signing the agreement, the Sand envoy did not leave but stayed at an inn, and neither the Mist nor the Sand announced the ceasefire to the ninja world. Fortunately who seized the opportunity and blocked Shirtsong in the forest outside the Mist Village. Wearing an umbu mask who stood in front of Shirtsong, a long blade in his hand crackling with black lightning. Lord Mizukage, please stay. Shirtsong frowned at the man before him. Uzumaki who? What are you doing in the mist? Uzumaki who? Who is Uzumaki who? Look closely. This is Black Lightning. I am the storm-released Darui of the Cloud Village. Stop pretending, Uzumaki who. I returned for that battle. Even if you turned to ashes, I would still recognize you. Ihu hadn't expected Shirtsong to recognize him so easily, so he decided to stop pretending. He took off his mask and threw his long sword aside. It seems you haven't been controlled by genjutsu. I think we can talk calmly. You once sealed the three tails inside a young girl from her boyfriend was from the Uzibo clan. After seeing his girlfriend die, he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and has since disappeared without a trace. Shirtsong found Ihu utterly baffling. As a cage-level powerhouse who got along well with his tailed beast, the possibility of him being under a genjutsu was virtually zero. Seeing that Shirtsong didn't believe him, Ihu directly called out to Jolama Shichuen. Come out and tell him. Everything we said is true. The Shichuen inside Shirtsong told him that the Jouei disdains to deceive humans, and the Mangekyo Sharingan was truly terrifying. It had been captured long ago by a man with such eyes. After hearing Zekin's words, Shirtsong grew a bit panicked. That guy Ziguishin was truly a blunderer. He not only lost the Three Tails but also brought a powerful enemy to the Wuin village. A member of the Uzibo clan, once driven mad, cares nothing for the peace of the ninja world. Right now he probably only wants to destroy the Wuin village. Think about it, Shirtsong. How terrifying is a powerful man with no bonds and nothing but vengeance in his heart. Shikong's hatred was ultimately overshadowed by his responsibility to protect the Wuin village. So you came to me just to tell me this news? Are you really that kind-hearted? Hearing this question, Ihu knew the matter was settled. I need a bit of the Six Tails Zekin's chakra. After that I will continue to search for that kid, and pull him back from the wrong path. The Six Tails inside Shirtsong saw the Jouei nod at it and understood its meaning. Seeing Shichuen agree, Shirtsong directly gave the chakra to Ihu. In Shikong's view, the intelligence Ihu had provided was invaluable. The safety of Wuin village was above all else. One last question. I've been staking out here for over half a month, and haven't seen you leave once. May I know why? Shirtsong rarely showed an embarrassed expression at Ihu's question. Actually, there's no particular reason. I simply don't like going out. Ihu was still somewhat surprised by Shikong's words. So the fourth Mizukage really was a homebuddy. No wonder in the original story he could become the perfect Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. The compatibility with Jifu was exceptionally high. Having obtained the answer he wanted, Ihu did not linger and left. Seeing Ihu leave, Shirtsong also breathed a sigh of relief. Ihu had left a significant psychological shadow on him from the battlefield. If they were to actually fight, even with the Six Tails' help, Shirtsong would definitely lose. If Shirtsong also died at Ihu's hands, the prestige of Wuin would plummet to freezing point. The restless elements in the village would also rise up, and the village even risked being annihilated. Having achieved his goal, Ihu stayed at the Xiaomei residence for a few more days before leaving. As the head of the ANBU, having been away from Mai for so long, the village must be in chaos by now. He needed to return to Mai quickly. But just as he was about to leave Wuin, Ihu sensed a large gathering of chakra out. Gawking at excitement is ingrained in human nature. If there's a commotion, one must go and see. When Ihu arrived at the scene, the Wuin ninja had already dispersed, leaving only a woman covered in kunai and shuriken on the ground. Yitsong was quite skilled, but after Ihu briefly tended to her wounds, his mind suddenly flashed to Shangshu. After sending Yitsong to the Mai hospital, Ihu went to the Hokage's office and found Shangshu working. Shangshu, do you want a wife? Shangshu looked utterly confused. Without further ado, Ihu brought him directly before Yitsong. Shangshu, I remember that ever since Yitsong was ransomed back by the Sharon village, you've been distracted every day. I'm telling you, spend some good time with her these days and maybe she'll agree. Shangshu's face instantly turned crimson. What nonsense are you talking about? Ihu looked at him with genuine helplessness. You never find a girlfriend. Do you know what your sister asked me before? Your sister asked me if you like men. How absurd. Why would she ask me whether you like men? Just because my girlfriend isn't in the village, she suspects something between us. If you don't find a girlfriend soon, your sister is going to kick me out of the village. Shangshu was rendered speechless by Ihu's words. No wonder his sister had been giving him strange looks, and no wonder Jiraiya hadn't taken him along on his peeping excursions lately. So this was what they thought of him. After entrusting Yitsong to Shangshu's care, Ihu hurried to the ANBU. But when he saw the department still thriving, he felt terrible. Nearly a month away, and the ANBU hasn't been affected at all. So the most superfluous person in the ANBU is me, the commander. Plunged into self-doubt, Ihu returned home only to find it empty. Through his divine sense, he discovered that the two little ones were together with Hong Hongdo and Asima. Entering the barbecue restaurant, he heard Hongdo crying to them, Hong Jishui Junmalu Asima, please help me. Chongming makes the entire Yunf clan line up to buy tricolored dango for him every day so nobody else can get any. I haven't eaten tricolored dango in a long time. Ihu had placed the Seven-Tails Chongming there to attract the Yunf clan. But unexpectedly the Seven-Tails became addicted to tricolored dango, and spent every day in the dango shop, leaving no chance for the Yunf clan members to discover it. It was said that the dango shop owner hadn't smiled since Chongming came to the shop. Previously the owner would beam with joy while making dango. Now forced to work every day, the owner felt both pain and joy. Later the owner came up with a limit on how many each person could buy to curb Chongming's appetite. Chongming was upset for a few days at first, but the Yunf clan changed that. For the first time Chongming saw such eyes, full of love, joy, and excitement with not a trace of malice. The only drawback of these people was that they were hard to spot. So Chongming, having returned to its normal size, dared not touch the ground for fear of stepping on a Yunf clan member. Later Chongming reached an agreement with these people: 1 plate of tricolored dango for 1 touch. So every day countless Yunf clan members lined up at the dango shop just to touch the Seven-Tails Chongming once. Now the smile that had just returned to the dango shop owner's face vanished again. There was truly no way out. No matter how desperate, the owner could only make the dango bit by bit. When the ANBU told these stories to Ihu, they themselves were struggling to hold back laughter. It's okay, go ahead and laugh. Holding it in is bad for your health. It's a good thing that the tailed beast feels a sense of belonging to the village. Today let Zenzizu work overtime to solve the dango shop problem. We can't just focus on the tailed beast and neglect the other villagers. Sarutobi Zenzizu. Upon receiving the news, Xianjiju was so numb that he couldn't even force a smile. He had earlier sought out Nara Luji, the young leader of the Nara clan. Unfortunately he was beaten to it by Shangshu. Indeed, Shangshu's wood release had multiplied the quality of the Nara family's medicinal herbs several times over. Could be said that Shangshu was the Nara's god of wealth, so naturally the Nara people would treat him like a deity. Shangshu, as the Hokage's secretary, works so much every day. It's only natural for our Nara clan to assign him an additional secretary to share his workload, right? Then I Nara Luji secretary to the Hokage's secretary. As the young clan leader of the Nara clan, it's also perfectly normal for the clan to provide me with some secretaries to help with my work, right? The Nara clan's sly maneuvers made Yuanfei Xianjiju grind his teeth in frustration. All Umbu work required confidentiality, and his duties could not be easily delegated to others like Shangshu. Forget it. At least now I have Lord White Fang and Richa to help me out sometimes. Yuanfei Xianjiju started his day's work amidst his pain. Meanwhile Shangshu was still at Konoha Hospital taking care of Yitsong. Upon hearing this news, Gangs Ho was overjoyed. She personally treated Yitsong's injuries, and sealed off the entire floor, forbidding any male other than Shangshu from appearing on that floor. Even Orochimaru was not allowed to come and draw 2 tubes of blood. Gangs Ho was like a mother hen protecting her chick, keeping any danger away from Yitsong. After Yitsong was captured, Orochimaru had gone with Ihu to the mist battlefield. Only Shangshu had contact with her when he was escorting the prisoners back to Konoha. That kid Shangshu didn't even help me draw 2 tubes of blood for my research back then. Orochimaru wasn't short of experimental materials lately, but research was like drawing cards. If you didn't collect all the cards, it felt like ants crawling on your body. At that moment in the Senju Ancestral Hall, Gangs Ho was bowing to the memorial tablet of Senju Hashirama. Grand Elder Shangshu has finally come to his senses. Our Senju clan can continue its legacy. In the hospital room, Shangshu had no idea that Gangs Ho already regarded Yitsong as the hope of the Senju clan. Just as Yitsong woke up, she saw Shangshu busy at the side. Where is this? Didn't I die? Ah, this is Konoha Hospital. You were saved. It was my sister and Ihu who saved you. Shangshu's cheeks flushed red. This was the first time he had actively spoken to a girl, and it was the girl he liked. Yitsong smiled. She also had an impression of Shangshu. It was he who had escorted her back to Konoha back then. Even if he accidentally touched her along the way, he would blush and apologize. Yo, you're finally awake. My brother has been watching over you for days. This is the first time I've seen him treat a girl like this. Gangs Ho outside the door really couldn't listen anymore. Her brother had indeed perfectly inherited the Grand Elder's brains. When she simply asked where she was, you directly told her that her savior was someone else. Want to stay single forever, huh? Pushing her away like that. Sis, don't. I didn't. In the end, even Shangshu couldn't hear what he was saying, making Yitsong cover her mouth and laugh. Gangs Ho was also full of despair. Can't help him. Absolutely can't help him. Grand Elder, your granddaughter has failed you. The Senju clan will end in our generation. Since Shangshu himself was unhelpful, Gangs Ho immediately decided on a roundabout matchmaking. First become best friends, then Shangshu would have a chance. Yitsong, after treatment, most of your injuries have healed. They'll take you out for a walk later. A good mood helps you recover faster. A flicker of hatred passed through Yitsong's eyes. She had fought tooth and nail for the Sand Village, yet the village turned around and sold her out. She deserved to enjoy herself properly. Seeing Yitsong nod, Gangs Ho simply drove Shangshu away, and, looking at Shangshu's eager expression, Gangs Ho could only apologize silently in her heart. Sorry, little brother. Sending you away will at least preserve some goodwill. If I really let you go shopping with her, Yitsong would be so scared she'd flee back to Suna village overnight. Gangsho pulled Yitsong to a cat cafe run by the Two Tails. Inside, all kinds of ninja cats rubbed against people's feet. Yitsong's heart was instantly captured by these little creatures. In the environment of Suna, animals simply couldn't survive. Kittens and puppies were very hard to raise. Yitsong had never seen so many cats in her life. Throughout the day the two went shopping, bought clothes, ate, and had a great time, quickly growing closer. Meanwhile, Shangshu tearfully recounted his experience to Ihu, leaving Ihu with a puzzled expression. Why does this process seem so familiar? First become best friends, then constantly whisper in her ear to promote your own brother. So is this the universal process for all sisters helping their brothers pursue girls? Don't worry, Shangshu. If nothing goes wrong, in a few days Yitsong will become your sister's best friend. Then she'll put in a good word for you, and you'll probably be able to win her over. Shangshu sniffled and stopped crying. Really, Ihu? Ihu patted Shangshu on the shoulder. Don't worry. Your sister's move was exactly the same as mine back then. Meanwhile, at the barbecue restaurant, a drunk Yitsong was hugging Gangsho and crying bitterly. Gangshuji. I did so much for the village. Why did they treat me like this? Wah. Gangshuji, tell me what I did wrong. Gangsho gently patted Yitsong's back and sent the sleeping Yitsong back to the hospital. In the following days, the two ate and drank, their relationship growing better and better. Gangsho's gaze toward Yitsong became increasingly complex. In the end, Gangsho couldn't overcome the guilt in her conscience, so she pulled Yitsong and went to Shangshu's home. Shangshu, Yitsong has already suffered greatly from the village's betrayal. I can't push her into another fire pit. Shangshu's smile froze. Gangsho grabbed Yitsong's hand. Yitsong, we are best friends, so I won't hide anything from you. My little brother likes you, but I think he's not good enough for you. You deserve someone better. Shangshu's smile crumbled. He could no longer hear what Gangsho was saying. Sobs in his throat couldn't be held back. In the end, Shangshu couldn't bear it and ran away crying. Ihu chased after him, leaving only a stunned Yitsong and a chattering Gangsho. Gangshuji, I actually have quite a good impression of Shangshu. Hearing Yitsong's words, Gangsho couldn't help asking, really, Yitsong? You don't have to force yourself for my sake. I know my own brother. Yitsong grabbed Gangsho's arm. Gangshuji, actually your brother is quite interesting. I've never met someone so sincere, honest, and dependable. After a moment of confusion, Gangsho was overjoyed. Indeed, heaven will not let the Senju family perish. Grand Elder bless us. Shangshu ran aimlessly through the streets. His instinct led him to the place he felt safest, Orochimaru's laboratory. Bursting into the laboratory, Shangshu clung to Orochimaru and wailed, Master, I can never be with the one I love again. A door opened and Ihu walked in to see Shangshu weeping while clinging to Orochimaru's leg. Orochimaru was helplessly patting him on the back. Don't worry. Shangshu, Master will knock her out and send her to you. Hearing this, Shangshu cried even harder. Orochimaru was dumbfounded. Why was he crying more as he comforted him? After trying to soothe him for a long time with no effect, and the experiment on the other side reaching a critical point, Orochimaru had to set Shangshu aside and continue his previous work. Left aside, Shangshu gradually stopped crying. He was tired after weeping so long. Spotting a glass of milk on the table, he drank it down directly. Ihu immediately came to Shangshu's side. What did you just drink? Spit it out. Shangshu felt nauseous from being shaken. Ihu, stop shaking me. I just cried too much and drank a glass of milk. Ihu was also dumbfounded. In just a moment of not watching, Shangshu had drunk something dangerous, truly worthy of the title Senju Alaska Shangshu. A mouth that eats anything plus an extremely fragile stomach. Spit it out. That stuff isn't milk. Drinking it could kill you. Hearing this, Shangshu began to force his throat, but to no avail. Orochimaru heard the commotion and rushed over. Shangshu once again grabbed Orochimaru's leg. Master, save me. Orochimaru quickly assessed the situation as Shangshu's chakra surged wildly. He swiftly produced several vials of medicine and injected them into Shangshu's body one after another. Drinking the hero water would cause death because the user's life force is drained by the sap of the divine tree. Hashirama cells can replenish Shangshu's vitality. All we can do now is wait. Under the influence of the two forces, Shangshu began convulsing uncontrollably. At that moment, Tsunade and Yitsong finally found their way in. Entering the lab, they saw Shangshu convulsing as if dancing. After several minutes, Shangshu regained control of his body. The life force extracted by the hero water weakened the erosion of Hashirama cells, while the Hashirama cells replenished the vitality consumed by the hero water. Shangshu's would release achieved a second awakening thanks to the massive chakra generated by the hero water and the enormous amount of Hashirama cells. In the future, Shangshu might even be able to use the true several thousand hands. Phi. TSK. Finally over. TSK. Why do I speak in twitches? Ihu was stunned. Not only did he dance, but his speech was the same. Is that you? Senju Zhaosi. Orochimaru patted Shangshu's shoulder. Don't worry, you're just not used to your suddenly strengthened body. It'll pass in a while. Relieved, Shangshu then noticed Tsunade and Yitsong covering their mouths on the side. You. TSK. When did you guys arrive? Right when you were convulsing and dancing. Tsunade's few words echoed like a bomb in Shangshu's ears. Now Shangshu looked utterly devastated. Was there anything more painful than embarrassing oneself in front of a crowd? At this moment Yi-song grabbed Shangshu's hand. Shangshu, you are actually a very good person. Hearing this, Yi-hu knew that Shangshu was done for. You are a very good person. You deserve a better girl. Just when Yi-hu thought Shangshu was about to receive a good guy card, the following words were unexpected. You are a very good person. Maybe we can try dating first. Even more excited than Shangshu was Tsunade. What is fortune in fools? My little brother finally. Shangshu's habit of speaking in twitches disappeared after a few days. This time he turned misfortune into fortune. His would-release strength was now close to that of Hashirama Senju without Sage Mode. Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction as he watched Shangshu's growth. That bottle of hero water had been processed. Orochimaru had been pondering how to make Shangshu drink it without angering Tsunade. Unexpectedly Shangshu simply drank it on his own. Tsunade could place no blame on him. In 2 days the Senju family's iron tree bloomed. The news that Shangshu had a girlfriend spread through the ninja circles of Konoha. Just when Yi-hu was rejoicing that he would no longer be mistaken for a homosexual, Sakumo Hatake appeared at Yi-hu's doorstep. Yi-hu, does Kakashi like men? Again. Uncle Sakumo, I have a girlfriend. She lives in the Hidden Mist Village. Don't assume I'm gay just because of my hair and looks. Sakumo's eyes lit up. Spill the tea. Tell me in detail, how did you meet? I want Kakashi to learn a thing or two. Yi-hu was speechless. Since being revived, Sakumo Hatake seemed to have unleashed his true nature, acting just like the original Kakashi every day. Truly father and son. Uncle Sakumo, isn't Kakashi quite close to Shizen Kato, who's behind Sister Tsunade? You could set. Sakumo's eyes sparkled. However, that very night who discovered that the entire Umbu knew that he Uzumaki who had a girlfriend from the Hidden Mist Village. Fortunately, the Umbu's discipline was still strong. The news only circulated widely within their ranks. Luckily, after witnessing Shangshu's misery a few days ago, Yi-hu's resilience had improved. Such a trivial matter was no big deal for Yi-hu now. That day news came from the ninja world. The Hidden Mist and Hidden Sand had ceased hostilities, bringing the great ninja war to an end. Yi-song looked at the message, tears streaming from her eyes. So this is the result achieved by sacrificing me. Tsunade felt sorry for Yi-song. She recalled that when Yi-song first arrived at the hospital, not only were her back and body covered in wounds, but her body also harbored hidden poison. Shangshu, you better treat Yi-song well or else you know how I handle things. Shangshu saw the paperweight that Tsunade had kneaded into an iron ball, and somehow recalled that Jiraiya once had 3 ribs broken by Tsunade's punch. Sister, rest assured. I will treat Yi-song well. After dealing with Shangshu's matters, who first went to the newly opened dango shop in Konoha to look for Komiai the Seven-Tails. Komiai, I need your chakra. The man and beast were too familiar with each other. Without asking further, Chome directly gave his chakra to who. Now only the 8 tails remains. Using the flying thunder god, who directly arrived at the Raikage's office. I was sitting on a stool reviewing documents. I have some matters. I need to meet the village's 8 tails Jinchuriki. I looked at who with full vigilance. Uzumaki who, let me tell you, we already gave you the 2 tails. The 8 tails is something the Hidden Cloud will never give up. He is my brother. Who nodded. I don't want your brother. I just need a bit of the 8 tails chakra. A little or a lot. Ai eyed who warily. It was not without reason. Every time they met, who always managed to cost him something. Relax. I won't do anything to your brother. The 3rd Raikage misses you too. How about visiting him in Konoha sometime? This was of course a lie. The 3rd Raikage was having the time of his life in Konoha. No work troubles, tea and chess every day, and occasionally sparring with who. Life was simply blissful. The 3rd Raikage had repeatedly stated that being Raikage was a job unfit for humans. Not only was the workload overwhelming, but he also had to deal with the stubborn old-timers in the village every day. Since retiring, he felt 10 years younger. As expected, mention of the 3rd Raikage softened Ace's stance. I can take you to see Bai, but I can't promise anything about chakra. You'll have to negotiate with them yourself. With that, Ai immediately dropped his work and happily pulled who outside, his eyes gleaming with relief and joy that he couldn't hide. Clearly he really didn't want to work. Ai led who to the Yunlei Gorge, a place who knew well. It was here that he had once unleashed the ice-tailed beast ball toward Kimogakure. Bai, come out. We have a guest. The only response Ai received was leaves rustling in the wind, while a deafening melody echoed from the other side of Kimogakure. Kill. B. On the other side, Killer B had no idea danger was approaching. He was immersed in his own musical feast. The audience below cheered and applauded in unison. Killer B's contributions during the 3rd Shinobi War were undeniable. After all, a hero's eccentricities were understandable. Even if Killer B's singing was atrocious, they couldn't afford to break his heart. I'm dancing and singing up front, you're hanging yourself in the back. Now all the lights shine upon me. The audience's faces visibly contorted in pain. The Raikage arrived and delivered a flying kick, sending Killer B crashing. Everyone please go back. I'll take this kid home and teach him a lesson. The audience could barely contain their excitement at the fourth Reikage center. This wasn't just admiration for the Reikage. It was because once the Reikage put a stop to it, Killer B wouldn't host another concert for at least half a month. The Reikage ordered the concert venue cleaned up and compensated everyone with a small mental distress fee. Stepping into the crater Killer B had created, they found him sitting there bewildered. Shouldn't Big Brother be stuck in the office right now? The Reikage's office can never hear my concert. Who ratted me out? AI patted Killer B's head to make sure he wasn't hurt. By someone's here to see you. Killer B's eyes lit up. Finally someone appreciated his music. Now he had fans from outside the village asking for autographs. Big Brother, where's my fan? Ihu, who had been watching the spectacle, jumped down from a nearby. Hey Killer B, we've met before, remember? Uzumaki Ihu. The light behind Killer B's eyes immediately dimmed. Not a fan after all. What do you want? I need a bit of the Eight Tails chakra. Killer B was about to agree immediately. He was one of the few who knew the third Reikage was still alive. But then he reconsidered. If Ihu hadn't come, his concert wouldn't have been discovered by his brother. If you want Hachibi's chakra, you'll have to get past me first. I want you to stay and listen to my singing. Continue the concert that was interrupted. Ihu had yet to realize the gravity of the situation. Only when he was up close to Killer B's singing would he truly understand what demonic sound piercing the ears and underworld sonic wave technique meant. From a smiling face to a serious expression to a pained grimace, all in 1 minute. Ihu was still holding on, but the Ninetales couldn't take it anymore. Ihu, give me control of your body now. I can't stand this. The Ninetales' eyes were wide open, its paws pressed against its ears. Seeing Ihu hesitate, the Ninetales urged further. Don't hesitate. You've already sensed it. There's no one around here. I'll get the chakra for you. Just let me end this disaster. Ihu didn't want to suffer Killer B's torment any longer, so he let the Ninetales fool around. When Ihu closed his eyes and opened them again, they had turned into beastly pupils. The Ninetales released its chakra, freely red, translucent energy billowing from its body. At the same time, the temperature around them plummeted. A pair of ice claws formed on Ihu's the Ninetales' hands. By the time Killer B sensed the danger, the Ninetales, with 6 tails exposed, had already charged. The collision sent Killer B crashing into a building behind him. As the Ninetales admired its ice claws, Killer B emerged in Tailed Beast Chakra Mode 2. A massive bull bone formed on Killer B's shoulder, and he charged straight at the Ninetales. Lightning Heat Knife. The Ninetales had no time to dodge and used its ice claws to block. Yuki! I know you're in there. If you don't come out, it'll get serious. After waiting in vain for a response, the Ninetales held nothing back. Beating Killer B half to death would force Yuki to appear. The Ninetales channeled Ihu's Ice Release Chakra, covering the Tailed Beast Chakra Mode with full-body ice armor, then used Storm Release to accelerate. Now like a berserker, the Ninetales relentlessly attacked Killer B in his Tailed Beast Chakra Mode, each claw strike dealing substantial damage. After a series of attacks, the Ninetales quickly retreated, charging a Tailed Beast Ball in its mouth. Ihu, give me more chakra. I'm going to forge the biggest Tailed Beast Ball to open Yuki's eyes. As Ihu increased the chakra supply, the Tailed Beast Ball gradually turned from black to blue, and its volume continued. AI, having returned from the office, was heartbroken at the scene. Like a husky tearing through the village. Uzumaki Ihu, I regret bringing you here. The moment AI saw the blue-tailed beast ball larger than a tailed beast, his soul left his body. No one ever told me a husky's demolition skills were this strong. Uzumaki Ihu, shut your mouth. If you fire that, there'll be no Kumogakure left in the ninja world. Just as the Ninetales was about to release the tailed beast ball, the silent Yuki finally spoke up. QB, shut your mouth. Let's talk this out. I'll agree to whatever you want. Hearing Yuki's words, the Ninetales closed its mouth, and the tailed beast ball, cut off from chakra supply, shattered to the ground. Each fragment formed a massive ice crystal at the point of impact. Yuki broke into a cold sweat at the sight. If that attack had hit him, he'd have needed ages to dig himself out of the ice. Alright. Take the chakra. Nyogue had intended to teach Chi Labi a lesson, but never expected that Joei would find such an absurd jinchuriki. Facts have proven that human joys and sorrows are not the same, but the same may not hold for beasts. Just as the Joei within E, who was tormented by Chi Labis, singing the Joei inside Joshinai, was now extremely irritable. After Shangshu's body transformation, his overall aura was half like the divine tree, half like Chensho Jujian. If Yuziboban were added, Shangshu would complete the full collection of things Joei hates most. During this time, Shangshu kept coming to Jozinai's side, causing Joei to be extremely irritable. When Shangshu was with Yi Tsong, his mind suddenly sharpened. Yi, who had told him earlier that Joshinai had used the same strategy as his sister. So, Yi, who has a girlfriend. Gossip is etched deep in human genes. Not only Shangshu, but even Yi Tsong was curious about what the girlfriend of the fearsome blood ice crystal on the battlefield looked like. The two, well, mainly Shangshu, nagged Joshinai for a long time before obtaining the information that Iha's girlfriend was from Hidden Mist Village. Mainly because Joei couldn't stand the aura Shangshu emitted. If Shangshu didn't leave soon, Joei would have to help him. Seeing their expressions, Joshinai was also quite puzzled. It was normal that Yi Tsong didn't know, but Shangshu, you have such a good relationship with Yi, who don't you know either? Who even stayed in Hidden Mist Village for a month recently. Shangshu, don't you know? Shangshu was greatly shocked. Isn't who the captain of the ANBU? Is it really okay for him to be away from Konoha for a month? And is the work of the ANBU so easy that he can slack off for a month? Yuanfei Shinjiju, there is no easy job in the ANBU. It's just that someone is carrying the burden. Shangshu and Yitsong left after promising to keep the matter confidential. Seeing Shangshu leave, Zhou Xinai finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he had stayed any longer, the fox inside her would have started going mad. Inside Hidden Cloud Village, who obtained the chakra of all tailed beasts. At that moment his body rapidly transformed, but he felt something was missing. Zhou Wei sensed Ihus' body, and couldn't understand why the complete transformation hadn't occurred, even with all 9-tailed beasts' chakra gathered. What exactly was missing? Jalama, I remember the Six-Path Sage said that the divine tree turned into the 10 tails and the 10 tails divided into 9-tailed beasts and the ghetto statue. Perhaps the missing part is the ghetto statue. Zhou Wei nodded. Who you have a point, but that thing cannot be found without the Rinnegan, and the Rinnegan only belongs to the Six Paths. Wait, there is actually a Rinnegan. What the? Zhou Wei's claws tightly gripped Ihus' cheeks. Who? Don't go looking for that thing. That thing is the empty shell of the 10 tails. It has no consciousness, it only devours chakra. Zhou Wei was genuinely afraid that who might foolishly try to snatch the Rinnegan and find the ghetto statue. Once a tailed beast is swallowed by the ghetto statue, it's as good as dead. Who stroked Zhou Wei. Don't worry. It's better if that thing never appears in the ninja world. I'm just thinking whether that broken branch of the divine tree can. Hearing Ihus' words, Zhou Wei's eyes lit up. Maybe that thing really could work. Who said goodbye to AI and returned to Konoha eager to try the effect of the divine tree's branch. In Dashwan's laboratory, Xuanhua Ling, the mother of Xianglin, was cooperating with Dashwan in various inspections. The healing abilities of mother and daughter were something that neither Who nor Zhou Xinai possessed. Ever since Who became the captain of the ANBU, every time he went out he would dismantle some people's homes and bring back items of great research value. But the problem was the frequency at which Who brought things back was too fast. Prior to this, Dashwan's research was mainly driven by his personal interest. Studying the truth of things was his greatest joy. But now Who had directly turned Dashwan's hobby into a job, and he hadn't had the choice to research what he wanted for a long. Every time, just as a study finished or even before it was complete, Who would send the next item for research. During Ihus' month in Hidden Mist, Dashwan seemed to have regained that old passion for research. Indeed, a husky with too much energy is not a good thing. On one side, Dashwan was happily collecting Xianglin's data. When he heard the sound he least wanted to hear in the lab. Teacher, I'm back. Is that broken branch still with you? Hearing this voice, Dashwan's whole body jerked in shock. He thought that since last time when Shangshu came crying, Who hadn't brought anything out, so he wouldn't bring anything for a while. Unexpectedly, only 2 or 3 days had passed and Who was back again. When Dashwan saw Who entering empty-handed, he breathed a sigh of relief, but after the relief came a hint of disappointment. As a scientist, the more good stuff the better. But then Dashwan noticed that Ihus' current state was very off. The chakra aura on his body was extremely unstable and his body was slowly transforming. Teacher, I have gathered the chakra of all tailed beasts, but I still feel that I am missing something important. The tailed beasts were once part of the divine tree. Perhaps that broken branch can help me. Dashwan was also considering the feasibility of this. He'll go process that broken branch. As soon as Dashwan left, the lab was left with only Who and Xuanhua Ling, mother of Xianglin. Sister Ling, why are you still here? Wasn't your body healed? Xuanhua Ling smiled gently. Mister. Mister. Dashwan has helped our mother and daughter a lot. I also want to repay Mr. Dashwan, and cooperating with him to collect data also comes with a generous reward. The members of the Uzumaki clan are few. If you have any difficulties or problems you can tell me, and I will help. Xuanhua Ling just smiled. No difficulties. I am very grateful to Mr. Who for rescuing us from that hell of Hidden Grass Village. At this moment Dashwan entered with the broken branch. Who watched as Dashwan put various herbs and the branch into a culture dish like making wine, and he felt it was a bit unreliable. Go in, Who. My method is absolutely safe. Who approached and looked at the culture dish with various herbs floating inside, then couldn't help but complain, Teacher, you're making me look like the snake being soaked in wine. Dashwan just smiled without saying a word. Taking advantage of Ihus' inattention, he kicked him and then added the remaining hero water and the cultivated Hashirama cells before closing the lid. After doing all this, Dashwan walked over to Xuanhua Ling. Come, let's first draw a tube of blood. I want to determine the difference between your blood and Jozinai's, who has no healing ability. After drawing blood, Orochimaru had Uzumaki Rin leave first, as the most pressing matter now was Ichigo's bodily transformation. At this moment his body was at its most vulnerable and Orochimaru dared not let this petri dish out of his sight. The transformation lasted a long time, and during that period the temperature in the laboratory dropped steadily. Helpless Orochimaru had to summon the ANBU outside to carry the lab equipment out. Orochimaru's laboratory housed not only various experimental apparatus and data, but also precious materials like White Zetsu Sharingan and Hashirama cells. It could be said that aside from the sealing chamber, containing forbidden techniques, no other room in Konoha could rival Orochimaru's laboratory. Upon receiving the news, Shinosuke personally led a team to transfer the important items inside. Seeing Shinosuke's current appearance, Orochimaru subconsciously touched his own hair. Kabuto and I have been losing a lot of hair lately. Maybe I should develop a hair growth tonic in a couple of days to remedy that. On the other side, witnessing Orochimaru's gesture, Shinosuke's emotions remained utterly undisturbed. Orochimaru was neither the first to instinctively touch his head, nor he was certain would he be the last. Took a group of ANBU a long time to empty the laboratory. By then the temperature inside had grown even colder and the nutrient solution in the culture tank gradually froze. Eventually the entire tank was covered in ice crystals, slowly forming an ice egg. Orochimaru recorded the data with keen interest. The aura is growing stronger. The transformation is nearly complete. By nightfall the temperature in the laboratory had become unbearable even for Orochimaru, forcing him to retreat outside and await results. As the cold grew heavier, its influence expanded. Fortunately, Orochimaru's laboratory was located in a sufficiently remote area, causing little disturbance to the villagers. A cracking sound emanated from within the laboratory, followed by a terrifying surge of chakra. From Orochimaru's perspective, it felt as if a tailed beast had appeared inside. Ichigo stepped out of the shattered culture tank. Unable yet to control the surging power within him, every step he took caused the ground beneath his feet to birth a profusion of ice crystals. Amazing! Ichigo clenched his fists, feeling the changes in his body. Excited, he threw a punch at the wall beside him, demolishing half the laboratory with that single blow. Kurama emerged from Ichigo's body. If I hadn't witnessed your growth, I'd think you were the 10th tailed beast created by that old man Hagoromo. Ichigo stared at Kurama with a bizarre expression. Kurama, you. Seeing Ichigo's expression, Kurama looked down at himself in confusion and noticed 2 blue paws. Wait, blue. Holy crap. Kurama immediately rushed to a nearby piece of ice, where a pale blue 9-tailed fox stared back at him. How did I change color? Uzumaki, Ichigo, you owe me an explanation. Orochimaru walked in from the other side. It seems Ichigo's chakra has affected you too, Kurama. Ichigo, how do you feel now? Let me draw a vial of blood to see what's different. Orochimaru produced a syringe from somewhere, and without waiting for Ichigo's consent plunged the needle into his vein. But unexpectedly no blood flowed into the syringe. When he withdrew the needle, the puncture wound had already turned. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Ice body technique. Meanwhile, Kurama was still tugging at Ichigo's pant leg. Uzumaki, Ichigo. Change me back right now. I've been that color for so many years, and after just a few years with you, you changed my hue. Ichigo ignored Kurama. It was just a color. He figured the fox would get over it in time. What interested him most now was his own physical state. He could sense that if he wished, he could turn his entire body into ice. Ichigo's body parts gradually turned to ice and Orochimaru's eyes lit up. The Hozuki clan's water body technique had fatal weaknesses, but his disciple's ice body technique clearly lacked such flaws. Ichigo, can you actively control your ice body technique to deactivate it? I want to study your blood. Orochimaru said, his eyes gleaming brighter. Ichigo assessed his condition. Not yet. I need time to master this body. Orochimaru's eyes filled with regret. What a pity. As a scientist, what could be more agonizing than having an experimental subject right before your eyes every day yet being unable to study it? Ichigo picked up the Stilemo blue Kurama and walked out. Sensei, I'll go back first. Once I can control the ice transformation, I'll come see you. Stepping out of the laboratory, the first things Ichigo saw were a despondent Sarutobi Shinosuke and a visibly pained Namikaze Minato. Even with Nawaki's help, rebuilding this lab would cost a fortune and require many hands. The money issue was manageable. Konoha was practically drowning in wealth now, but the manpower problem was truly difficult to solve. A facility requiring such high confidentiality could not be built by ordinary civilians, which meant the ANBU brothers would have to bear the burden once again. The light had faded from Shinosuke's eyes. Ever since Ichigo took over, day after day they played babysitter for the tailed beasts and paid out vast sums, and now they had to build houses and mix concrete as ANBU. Frustration boiled over. When would the ANBU ever stand up? Minato patted Ichigo on the shoulder, only to have his hand frozen by Ichigo's cold. Startled, Minato quickly withdrew his hand and blew warm breath into his palm. Ichigo, your body is really not. Go back and rest for now. I'll have the ANBU handle the laboratory issue. This place is no longer you. Nearby, Orochimaru grabbed the departing Sarutobi Shinosuke. Vice Commander Shinosuke, I have a few suggestions regarding the new laboratory. The more Shinosuke listened, the more numb he became. The more Orochimaru talked, the more excited he grew. He had long wanted to replace this decrepit laboratory anyway, so he might as well seize this opportunity to build a top-tier one. When Ichigo woke up the next morning at home, he found his room had turned into an ice house. Shursui and Kimimaro had found it too cold and moved back to their own residences. It seems growing stronger too fast isn't always a good thing, Ichigo remarked, looking at the bedsheet stuck to his body. Kurama lay curled up nearby. I spoke to the other me. Now we are two completely separate entities. He said his chakra would return to its peak in a while. The chakra of the 9-tailed beasts and a broken branch of the divine tree completely severed me from the original body. Ichigo picked up Kurama. So you've become an independent life form now. Blue, small, and also quite cute. Well, except your chakra is a bit less. Then since I helped split you into an individual, shouldn't I be considered your father? Kurama immediately returned to Ichigo's body, unwilling to engage. The fact that Ichigo's words left him with no rebuttal was supremely irritating. Orochimaru's laboratory was being rebuilt, leaving him unable to conduct research, so he could only review his past study materials. Upon seeing the report on the Mangekyo Sharingan, he finally realized what he had overlooked before. Hatake Kakashi, the chakra reaction of his Sharingan is exactly the same as that of the Mangekyo. It seems there will be research material in the days to come. Orochimaru laughed maniacally on the side, and no one from the Umbu dared to ask. On the other side, Ichigo finally managed to peel the bedsheet off his body. Sometimes when someone says they are sealed by their blanket, perhaps they aren't lying. While Orochimaru was still planning how to bypass the White Fang and trick Kakashi into his laboratory, once it was rebuilt, Ichigo came to find him. Master, I still can't fully adapt to the surging power, and I can feel it. There is still a large portion of power within me that hasn't been unlocked. Do you have any method that would allow me to battle against strong opponents? Orochimaru pondered for a moment and thought of a forbidden technique. One that the third Hokage had strictly prohibited. Master, is this technique really in a place like this? Ichigo looked at the house that resembled ruins, his mind filled with question marks. Seeing his not-so-bright disciple, Orochimaru patiently explained. The dilapidation is just an illusion. Within the sealing chamber of Konoha lies the scroll of forbidden techniques. Techniques like impure world reincarnation were likely sealed here long ago. However, the third Hokage considered that if Konoha were ever at a critical moment of survival, this might help the village overcome the crisis, so he moved the technique into the scroll of forbidden techniques. Ichigo stepped forward and helped Orochimaru open the sealing barrier on the door. The impure world reincarnation technique. I've wanted to study it for a long time. Unrolling the scroll of forbidden techniques, a passage caught their eyes. I am Tobarama Senju. I hereby record the jutsu I created in my lifetime into the scroll of forbidden techniques. Should Konoha suffer a calamity, may these techniques be of assistance. Orochimaru stuffed the entire book into his snake stomach and packed it away along with the forbidden technique notes in the room. He took every single piece of paper with writing, leaving nothing behind. His specialty was scraping the ground clean. Alright, I need to go back and study this first. When I have results, I'll come find you. Orochimaru left with a pile of materials, utterly satisfied, leaving Ichigo dumbfounded in place. So this is how scientists collect materials. Cleaning everything out. Ichigo resealed the now empty sealing chamber and left as well. With nothing to do, Ichigo visited the hidden mist village again, but Mei Terumi was not home. Her father explained that the fourth Mizukage had gone mad, having just taken office yet already selecting candidates for the next Mizukage. Ichigo sneaked to Yagura's location. That recluse had surprisingly left the Mizukage's office, and was training with Hashigaki Kisame and Mei Terumi outside the village. Seeing this, Ichigo had no choice but to return to the Terumi household and wait. Meanwhile, Fuguki Suikazan stood woodenly nearby as Obito sat in the chair, before him his left Sharingan spinning beneath his mask. Looking at Fuguki behind him, a cold glint flashed in Obito's eyes. Rin, I will never forgive those who harmed you. At this moment, Obito's Mangekyo control and his rebellious will had formed a delicate balance. Obito now belonged to the chaotic good alignment. In his eyes, everyone who had hurt Rin was evil and must be. After a day of training, a weary Mei Terumi returned home. When she opened the door, she saw her favorite Konoha pastries on the table, and she knew he had come to see her. Sure enough, as she turned, she fell into a cool embrace. You've been training all day. Are you tired? Ichigo carefully wiped the sweat from her brow. Come eat something and rest. Mei sat on the chair enjoying being fed by Ichigo, her cheeks puffed out. Ichigo, do you know how strict you... The two were affectionate for a long time before Ichigo returned to Konoha. When Mei's parents entered the room and saw the snacks and pastries laid out, they showed satisfied smiles. At least this boy has some conscience. Back home, Shursui and Kimimaro had already tidied up Ichigo's room. Just as he was about to go out for a walk, Nawaki walked in. Ichigo, you weren't in Konoha all afternoon. Tell me, did you go see your girlfriend? What does she look like? Let your big brother Nawaki have a look. Ichigo pushed away Nawaki, who was grinning lecherously. Your business with Pakura hasn't been settled yet, and you still have time to gossip about me. Master Orochimaru will help me find opponents to adapt to my power soon. Brother Nawaki, you should come along too. Mentioning Pakura, Nawaki's face fell. At first it was fine. My sister was happy seeing us go on dates every day, but lately she keeps inviting Pakura out for meals and cat petting. I haven't had a date with her in days. I can't help with that. No one in Konoha dares to mess with her. If I tried to help you snatch Pakura, she and my sister would probably punch me straight into the foundation of Konoha. Kushina and Tsunade were now the most powerful women in Konoha, and their absolute dominance over Ichigo and Minato made the two untouchable. Alas, we can only rely on Jiraiya. If he can win Tsunadesima's heart, she won't have time to steal. Trust me, this is from personal experience. Nawaki's face was filled with despair. By the time Jiraiya successfully pursued his sister, Naruto's son would probably already be born. In the Akatsuki organization at that time, Zetsu brought a new member, Nono Yakushi. Although Orochimaru had not betrayed Konoha as in the original story, the Akatsuki still recruited a rogue ninja from Konoha. With the help of the Akatsuki no Yakushi, successfully used the Ghost Budo technique to acquire 3 Kekkei Genkai: the Dark Release, the Steel Release, and the Storm Release. As for the fourth, he chose the Uchiha clan targeting Shursui Uchiha, who had gained some fame at the end of the Third Great Ninja War. The Akatsuki members had mixed feelings. Several newcomers wanted to take this opportunity to kill Ichigo and make a name for themselves. Kakuzu looked at these people with pity in his eyes. These people all have high bounties, but once they enter Konoha, none will return. I can't kill them for money. Seeing their expressions, Nono Yakushi knew what they were thinking. In his view, these people were merely stepping stones on his path to becoming a strong ninja. Once he successfully obtained the Sharingan bloodline, the next target would be Konoha's Ice Release, or perhaps. Nono Yakushi looked toward the figure sitting in the center. Pain, or more precisely the Rinnegan, in his eye sockets, and a glint of greed appeared on his face. Pain God. After completing the Ghost Budo technique, I will be the immortal and undying true God. After leaving the Akatsuki, Bilyuhu led his men toward Konoha. In Bilyuhu's view, both the Rinnegan and Yihu's Ice Release would become stepping stones on his path to godhood. It's a pity that no matter how I provoked him, Pain refused to engage the Crimson Ice Crystal. Otherwise, after they both suffered losses, I could have directly absorbed the 2 most powerful bloodlines in the ninja world. But the Sharingan is not bad either. That kid named Shursui has an excellent body flicker technique, which can perfectly compensate for my lack of agility. As Bilyuhu was reveling in his bright future, Kakuzu, who had also left the Akatsuki, infused a kunai with this direction. Amigakure, Kakuzu. Without hesitation, Ihu teleported directly to Amigakure. The current strength of the Akatsuki posed no concern to him. The Rinnegan, unable to exert its full power, was utterly non-threatening. Senior Kakuzu, you're looking for me. Sensing the extremely unstable aura emanating from Ihu, Kakuzu couldn't help but marvel. Another breakthrough. Are you the reincarnation of Hashirama Senju or what? Ihu did not understand why Kakuzu was so fixated on Hashirama Senju. Merely because he had once attempted to assassinate him. Uzumaki Ihu. There is someone in the organization targeting your disciple Uchiha Shursui. His name is Bilyuhu. Ihu knew of this man. He was a contemporary of the Sannin, an inspirational figure much like Yakushi Kabuto. No, Yakushi Kabuto himself was a genius, while Bilyuhu's innate talent could only be described as appalling. Be careful. This man has already devoured 3 bloodlines using a forbidden technique called the Ghost Bud Meld. You yourself may have nothing to fear, but your disciple is no match for him. Ihu looked at Kakuzu with confusion in his eyes. Senior Kakuzu, why are you telling me this? Are you also betraying the Akatsuki? Senior Kakuzu? Kakuzu replied disdainfully. That fellow does not represent the Akatsuki. The ambition hidden beneath his eyes may fool others, but not me. A man like that will never submit to anyone. If you let your guard down, he will bite back. Ihu tossed a scroll to Kakuzu. Senior Kakuzu, thank you for the information. This is a token of my gratitude. Kakuzu caught the scroll, and regardless of whether Ihu was still there, he opened the sealing scroll and began counting the money. Ihu did not linger and returned directly to Konoha. Shursui is being targeted. But this is also an opportunity. Bilyuhu had planted informants in Konoha. Though they were not strong, they were more than capable of gathering general intelligence. Shizui's close relationships had been thoroughly investigated. After graduation, Shursui did not join a team, but trained as a reserve member of the Umbu. Unable to enter Konoha, Bilyuhu and his men had no way to reach Shursui directly. Thus they planned to lure Shursui out using Anko Mitarashi and Kurenai Yuhi. Within a few days, Anko Mitarashi unknowingly ate a specially made illusion drug ball at the dango shop she frequented daily, and Kurenai, who had no suspicions about Anko, also fell victim. Shursui Kimimaro, we found a particularly beautiful spot in the forest outside the village. Would you like to come? Anko draped her arm over Shizui's shoulder. Shizui's gaze inadvertently glanced toward Kurenai, and after a moment of hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Kurenai handed Shursui and Kimimaro each a skewer of dango. Have a bite to eat. Well, set off after we finish. The illusion drug Bilyuhu had administered was more of a hypnotic. It implanted a suggestion in both girls. To lead Uchiha Shursui into the forest outside Konoha. Thus the 2 girls behaved as usual. Though Shursui had some doubts, he detected nothing unusual. Meanwhile, Ihu had already been secretly following behind as Shursui and Kimimaro moved toward the village outskirts. The 4 quickly ran out of the village. As they delved deeper into the Konoha forest, a clear spring appeared. Shursui, look. This is the wonderful place Kurenai and I discovered. Isn't it beautiful? And let me— Before she could finish her sentence, Anko collapsed. Kurenai, who had just come over to check on her, also fell, but Shursui managed to catch her in time. At that moment, laughter echoed from a distance. Uchiha Shursui, now you have nowhere to run. Bilyuhu appeared with several men surrounding Shursui and the others. Shursui immediately tried to infuse chakra into a flying thunder god kunai. Wait, why can't I use chakra? Shursui quickly looked at Kimimaro, who shook his head. Don't waste your energy. That's my specially prepared secret medicine. Without a full day's recovery, you won't be able to mobilize chakra. And don't think anyone from Konoha will come to rescue you. No one will be in this area at this hour. Shursui pulled 2 kunai from his pouch and handed one to Kimimaro. Without chakra, Kimimaro naturally couldn't extract his bones. Just as Shursui and Kimimaro prepared to fight to the death, a crisp sound of footsteps came from afar. Teacher Ihu slowly approached from the distance. With each step, a piece of ice crystal formed beneath his foot before it touched the ground, producing a sharp crack. Oh, an old acquaintance. Hozuki Mangetsu, have you come all this way just to deliver your blade to me? Hearing Ihu's words, Hozuki Mangetsu instinctively stepped back, gripping his executioner's blade tighter. Billyuhu patted Hozuki's shoulder to reassure him, then fired a signal flare into the sky. With the signal, countless cannon fodder created by fusing the ghost bud meld with summoned beasts rushed toward them. Crimson Ice Crystal, I'm very interested in your Ice Release too. Storm Release Thundercloud Wave. As Billyuhu unleashed Storm Release, countless thunderclouds formed around him, releasing bolts of lightning. After that technique, innumerable fusion beasts charged at Ihu. Perfect time to test my newly developed Jutsu Ice Release Mystic Ice Dragon Ascension. An ice-formed eastern dragon soared from behind Ihu into the sky, spewing icy breath toward the enemies. Ever since Ihu absorbed the divine tree branch, his ice release had become more vibrant and easier to control. Previously, the ice crystals Ihu created couldn't move on their own. This transformation also solved his problem of being unable to deploy a giant construct. The ice dragon soared through the sky, each attack eliminating a fusion beast. Hozuki Mangetsu, take your men and engage Uzumaki Ihu. As long as we capture that Uchiha brat, he won't dare to fight us. Hozuki Mangetsu stared at Billyuhu in disbelief. Did he really want to think about what he just said? Billyuhu paid no heed to their hesitation. He activated the puppet marks he had secretly implanted in them, forcing them to charge forward, while he himself circled behind toward Uchiha Shursui. Ihu easily repelled the incoming attackers and immediately turned to block Billyuhu. Steel Release Hardening. Billyuhu's body turned to steel, absorbing Ihu's attack and locking him in place. Behind him, Hozuki Mangetsu swung the executioner's blade with full force, cleaving Ihu in half. Even Billyuhu, who had locked onto Ihu, was sent flying by the force of that blow. Shursui rushed to Ihu's upper body and grabbed his hand. Teacher! Teacher! In Shizui's eyes, the 3 tomo merged together and bloody tears streamed down his face. After a series of roars, Shursui suddenly turned back and opened his Mangekyo Sharingan. Today, all of you will perish alongside Teacher Ihu. Shizui's eyes continuously bled tears of blood, and green ribs materialized beside him, growing and extending. The skeletal green arm seized Hiriko, and amid his agonized screams, Hiriko was crushed to death by Susanoo. Hiriko, standing by, gazed at Shursui with eyes blazing. No mistake. This is the legendary Susanoo. The power of a god. Today this power finally belongs to me. Steel Release Hardening. Void Release Absorption Hole. Hiriko relentlessly struck Shizui's first form of Susanoo. Each blow with Void Release absorbed a fraction of chakra. Though young and weakened by a drug, Shursui eventually lost the ability to resist. Ha 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 ha. What an unexpected delight. Uchiha Shursui, I shall remember you forever. The greatest cornerstone on my path to godhood. Just as Hiriko was about to absorb and merge with Shursui, an ice wall blocked his way. What do you intend to do to my disciple? Hearing the voice, Hiriko's eyes widened in shock. Aren't you dead? Ichigo, unaccustomed to explaining his techniques, first secured Shursui, then swiftly retrieved the severed blade. Whether you're human or ghost, no one can stop me today. Storm Release Thundercloud Detonation. Countless thunderclouds blanketed the area. As lightning flashed, all the clouds detonated simultaneously. Hiriko endured the blast with Steel Release, attempting to shatter the ice wall protecting Shursui with the powerful Storm Release explosion. Steel Release. Magnetic Storm Compound Ninjutsu Super Electromagnetic Cannon 3.0. Pinpointing the location with Mind's Eye of Kagura, the electromagnetic cannon struck Hiriko precisely. As the smoke cleared, Hiriko had vanished. Ichigo confirmed his hit. Zetsu, next time you won't be so fortunate. Ichigo approached Shursui. Within the ice wall, Kimimaro watched the approaching footsteps warily. This kid cares about me after all. I had planned to fake Yuhi Kurinai's death, if he hadn't awakened his eyes to help him forge his resolve through loss. Hearing Ichigo's voice, Kimimaro relaxed. They quickly transported Shursui and the others to Konoha Hospital. The first visitors were Orochimaru and Uchiha Fugaku. Ichigo did not conceal Shizui's Mangekyo awakening from his close associates. Orochimaru and Tsunade could help restore Shizui's body and ocular power, while Fugaku possessed the Uchiha clan's secret techniques and usage methods for the Sharingan. Orochimaru licked his lips in excitement at the sight of the unconscious Shursui. Another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. He couldn't approach Fugaku, but Shursui was another matter. Shursui has grown up under my watch after all. Rest assured, I'll prepare the ocular power restoration elixir today. He can pick it up in 2 days. Fugaku gazed at Shursui, his eyes brimming with fervor. A second pair of Mangekyo. No counting Uchiha Ibito, that makes 3. The Uchiha clan will surely flourish under my leadership. I will be the greatest clan head in Uchiha history. Ichigo waved his hand. Master Orochimaru, please return first. After Shursui recovers, I'll bring him to you for a thorough examination. And you, our greatest clan head. Your clansman needs rest. Satisfied with Ichigo's reply, Orochimaru departed while Fugaku quickly covered his mouth. He had inadvertently spoken his thoughts aloud in his excitement. After dealing with a stream of visitors, Shursui finally awoke in the evening. Shursui, you're awake. As Ichigo approached, Shursui eyed him warily. Who are you? What do you intend by disguising yourself as Teacher Ichigo? Seeing Ichigo continue to advance, Shursui leaped from the bed. Stop! Don't come any closer! Shursui activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, trying to ward off Ichigo. Deep down he wished the person before him was real, but every time he closed his eyes, he recalled the image of Ichigo being cleaved in half. Seeing Shizui's state, Ichigo channeled his chakra to release a chilling aura. Believe me now, you've got quite the drama going. Did awakening the Mangekyo scramble your brain? Ichigo glanced at Shizui's empty head and teased him. Feeling the familiar aura and tone, Shursui finally relaxed and returned to bed. Teacher Ichigo. How could? I clearly saw me getting killed. Ichigo partially elementalized his body before Shursui leaving him utterly stunned. Get it now. I went to great lengths to help you unlock the Mangekyo. Don't feel bad. The adult world is like this, full of lies and deceit. Accepting that is proof you've grown up. Years later, when a newly awakened Uchiha Itachi saw his friend Shursui, who had just jumped off a cliff, reappear alive, and well beside him, he would experience the same breakdown. And Uchiha Sasuke wouldn't escape it either. Hiriko lay in another bed. Had Zetsu not pushed him aside, not even ashes would remain. Gazing at the missing left half of his body, he raged impotently. Black Zetsu, observing the despondent Hiriko, sighed helplessly. I'll replace your lost body parts with white Zetsu later and gather materials for your ghetto art. Don't go throwing your life away in Konoha again. Black Zetsu was equally frustrated. Obito was like a split personality these days. Whenever he encountered Rin, even the failsafes left by Madara couldn't control him. Without alternatives to save his mother, Black Zetsu had recruited Hiriko as Obito's temporary replacement. But Hiriko proved just as unreliable. Now Black Zetsu felt only despair. After waiting so many years for a single pair of Rinnegan, the ninja world had produced such a monster. He'll have to pull Obito back and find a way to revive Madara. That anomaly Uzumaki Ichigo is beyond ordinary people's ability to match. Meanwhile, in Konoha's secret chamber, Tsunade and Nawaki stared intently at the jutsu formula. Two white Zetsu writhed in agony, transforming into Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju. Orochimaru excitedly observed the technique's effects, while Yakushi Kabuto recorded data, his eyes gleaming with madness. I might need to visit the cemetery more often. Just resurrected Hashirama Senju was disoriented. This place. Tsunade, you're here too. Did you die as well? Brother, judging by our appearance, this must be my impure world reincarnation technique. We've been summoned from the Pure Land. Young one, why summon us? Is Konoha in crisis? Orochimaru recalled the damage Ichigo, who had yet to control his newfound power, had inflicted on Konoha and nodded. Lord First, Lord Second, indeed Konoha faces an unprecedented disaster. Orochimaru's eyes flicked toward Ichigo. If that exuberant beast couldn't reign in his power, Konoha might be completely demolished. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. Youngsters these days are truly remarkable. The first Hokage exclaimed, patting Ihu on the shoulder, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, before finally settling on Nawaki. Are you my grandson? The first Hokage knew it was impolite to ask, given the boy was much younger than Tsunade, yet the kindred aura could not deceive him. Nawaki was undoubtedly his bloodline. Great-grandfather, this is Nawaki, your grandson. Tsunade pulled Nawaki before the first Hokage. Hashirama ruffled Nawaki's hair. Good child. The first Hokage had passed away before Nawaki was born, so this was Nawaki's first time seeing his great-grandfather alive. No wait, he was still dead. Never mind. Nawaki was seeing the half-dead Hashirama for the first time. Nawaki gazed at Senju Hashirama with admiration. Great-grandfather, my name is Nawaki. I have also awakened the wood release. I will become a great ninja like you. Nonsense. You used a forbidden technique to summon us back for something like this. How did Sarutobi teach you? Before Nawaki could finish, the second Hokage, who had grasped the full situation, was already releasing chakra wildly, enraged, the ground shattered by the immense power. The second Hokage lifted a finger and moisture filled the room. If he wished, the entire house would be destroyed by a water release in an instant. Tobarama, stop. Are you going to attack the villagers? Put your finger down. The first Hokage turned to look at the second, pressing down on him with chakra far more terrifying than the latter's. Got it. Don't recklessly burst out chakra, big brother. Hashirama returned to Ihu's side. Are you also my grandson? Or great-grandson? The aura about you is even more familiar than Nawaki's. Did you have a bloodline mutation? Why has your hair turned pink? And that thing inside you, is that the Nine Tails? Why has it become so weak? Senju Hashirama, like an inquisitive child, bombarded Ihu with questions. My surname is Uzumaki. Ah, it's alright, I understand. After all, Mito always wanted to revive the Uzumaki clan. Watching the first Hokage indulge in wild conjectures, who quickly interrupted. First Lord, I am truly a pure-blooded Uzumaki. What you sensed must be this. Who immediately entered sage mode, and the cold aura froze all the moisture the second Hokage had created. Ha ha ha. The Uzumaki clan has produced such a genius. Mito would be overjoyed. Let's go see what Konoha looks like now. The first Hokage pulled Hu and Nawaki toward the door. Big brother, we are already dead. We shouldn't. Tobirama softened his tone at Hashirama's pitiful pleading and impending gloomy expression. At least, use a transformation technique before going out. Tobirama relented and Hashirama immediately dragged everyone outside. The others followed closely, fearing the impulsive first Hokage might cause trouble. As soon as they left the chakra-sealed room, the second Hokage detected powerful chakra signatures all over Konoha. Big brother, head that way quickly. Those chakras. They're tailed beasts. Kid, why are there tailed beasts chakras in the village? Senju Tobirama roared at the group, then dashed toward the nearest chakra source at top speed. The first Hokage also wore a serious expression as he followed Tobirama. After all, this was a man who would abandon even his best friend for the sake of the village. Any threat to Konoha would be mercilessly eradicated. When the group arrived, the second Hokage was cradling a cat with unbridled affection, while Uchiha Fugaku stood beside him with a smile. When Tobirama had first arrived at Matatabi's cat cafe, he was utterly bewildered. Tailed beasts and villagers coexisting peacefully, Matatabi even giving orders to the aloof cats. When customers come, you must go over and rub against them. They come here for happiness, let them pet you, and they'll buy cat treats for you. The scene shattered Tobirama's worldview so completely that he didn't even notice his transformation technique had worn off. Uchiha Fugaku, upon receiving the news, rushed to the cat cafe and informed the ANBU. Shinzu immediately dispatched ANBU members from the Yamanaka clan to erase the bystanders' memories. Second Lord, I am the current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. This is a cat cafe run jointly by our Uchiha clan and Matatabi. Please don't be alarmed. From that entire speech, the second Hokage only caught the word Uchiha. Why would the inherently evil Uchiha open such a shop? Seeing that Tobirama remained still, Fugaku helped him inside and summoned the cafe's cutest cats. The second Hokage went from ignoring them to utterly enchanted in just a few minutes. After all, who could resist fluffy creatures? When the first Hokage arrived at the cat cafe, this was the sight that greeted him. Tobirama, you? Embarrassed to be caught by his brother, the second Hokage hid the cat behind his back. Just as the first and second Hokage were about to explore elsewhere, Kushina brought Naruto to the cafe. Hashirama looked at Naruto in amazement. Is this my great-grandson? He's so young. This can't be because of sage mode again, can it? Hey, why is his hair yellow? As Hashirama patted Naruto, traces of chakra flowed secretly into the boy's body, unbeknownst even to Hashirama himself. Upon hearing the first Hokage's words, Kushina immediately pulled Naruto away from him. Tsunade quickly explained, great-grandfather, that's the fourth Hokage's son. Nawaki is your only grandson. Stop claiming grandsons and great-grandsons everywhere. The second Hokage next visited Shikaku's beach and Komiai's dango shop. The peaceful coexistence of tailed beasts and villagers in Konoha seemed to open a new world for Tobirama. If the village were ever attacked, wouldn't these tailed beasts help? Unlike the second Hokage's meticulous inspections, the first Hokage had been drawn into a nearby casino immediately after leaving the cat cafe. Hearing the dice, both he and Tsunade felt their hearts enticed. The pair promptly decided to conquer the casino that day. Having confirmed Konoha was safe, the second Hokage looked at Ihu and Minato with newfound warmth and approval. But when his gaze fell on Fugaku, all goodwill evaporated. The wicked Uchiha. The first Hokage wouldn't emerge from the casino for at least a day, so the second Hokage decided to return to the lab with the group. As he flipped through Orochimaru's experiment records, the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Now the second Hokage's expression mirrored the first's when he'd seen the casino. The scientist's thirst for knowledge was uncontrollable. Watching the second Hokage drag Orochimaru and Kabuto into the lab, who felt as though he was seeing the first Hokage pulling Tsunade into the casino. Those two are truly brothers. The next day, the two brothers, first Hokage and second Hokage, reluctantly followed Ihu into the forest outside Konoha. Uzumaki, Ihu, my brother, and I, mostly my brother, will now attack you with full force. Whether you can control your power and continue developing it depends on you. Wood release, deep forest emergence. Ice release, ice crystal barrier. Towering trees rose from the ground, their trunks coated with a layer of frost. The wood release's ability to absorb chakra was blocked by the ice crystals. The second Hokage's water release was difficult to execute under such freezing conditions, so he could only rely on the flying thunder god to find an opportunity for a fatal strike. The first Hokage gathered chakra into his fists and launched a monstrous punch at Ihu. Ihu condensed ice armor on his right hand to block the first Hokage's fist, then simultaneously applied monstrous strength and boil release to send the first Hokage flying backward. Such incredible strength. No. It's not just strength. There's another force mixed in. Then what about this? Wood release, wood dragon technique. Behind Hashirama, the giant tree gradually extended a wooden dragon that flew toward Ihu. Watching the dragon coming at him, Ihu clapped his hands together. Ice Release Ice Dragon Soaring. The ice dragon pinned the wooden dragon to the ground, gathering its breath for an attack. Seeing this, the first Hokage immediately performed the wood human technique. The wood human's arm grabbed the ice dragon by the neck and flung it away. Ice Release Golem Summoning Technique. A giant Snowindus golem appeared before Ihu with the ice dragon coiling around it. A magnificent sight. The first Hokage looked at Ihu's ice dragon and golem, then at his own wood human and wood dragon. Sometimes a counterfeit isn't scary. What's terrifying is when the counterfeit is cooler and better made than the original. The first Hokage's eyes turned into stars when he saw Ihu's summoned golem. Wow! How did you make your ice golem is so much better looking than my wood human. My ice golem isn't just for show. Dragon Cannon Blast. The dragon coiled around the golem's arm. Power quickly gathered into the dragon's head on the golem's hand, and the dragon opened its jaws to release the energy. The wood human tried to block the attack with its arm, but the entire limb was shattered by the blast. Seeing this, Ihu immediately controlled the golem to press the advantage. Standing on the sidelines, unable to intervene, the second Hokage gritted his teeth. One day I will develop a jutsu that lets me summon a golem too. The ice golem drew a blade from its back and cleaved the wood human in two. With only one arm remaining, the wood human was rendered combat ineffective. The first Hokage was thrilled. Even though the impure world reincarnation was flawed, leaving him with only 60% of his original power, that was still enough to dominate the ninja world. Sage Mode Activate. The impure world reincarnation can barely hold on. This is the final move, Sage Art True Several Thousand Hands. Ihu pulled the nine tails out of his own body. Why is it still so small? Forget it. I'll give you some chakra. Wait, why are you fighting that thing? Hashirama Senju is getting... The nine tails' fear of the true several thousand hands was no less than its fear of the demonic statue of the outer path. That old man who said Ihu's power was too dangerous once grabbed the nine tails like a chick and pinned it down, leaving a deep psychological scar. Ignoring the nine tails, Ihu quickly covered it with ice crystal armor, then made the ice golem mount the nine tails and charge toward the true several thousand hands. The ice dragon coiled around the golem, using its breath to help the golem fend off the arms, reaching from the giant Buddha. Sage Art 1000 Arm Cannon. After the barrage of wooden arms came the 5 elemental chakra attacks. Ihu gathered all the chakra from the ice golem into the ice dragon at his side, unleashing an ultra-cold beam that collided with the 5 elemental attacks. Ihu continuously poured chakra into the golem beneath him. The clash of energies lasted for a long time. The impure world body had infinite chakra and never tired. But Ihu, after such immense expenditure, was beginning to feel exhausted. This is the final move, Ice Release Ice Element Summoning. Ice Crystal Phoenix. Anavya. The ice golem was shattered by the 1000 arm cannon, and a massive ice egg appeared before Ihu, shielding him and the nine tails from the Buddha's attack. After the Buddha's assault ended, a cracking sound rang out clearly on the battlefield. Hashirama Senju stared at the ice egg, his eyes filled with amazement and curiosity. As the cracking grew louder, the eggshell slowly split open. A crisp phoenix cry soared into the sky, and before Hashirama's eyes appeared an ice crystal phoenix, as large as the Buddha. Glacial Storm. Anavya breathed freezing mist into the sky, shrouding the entire forest in dark clouds. Countless giant chunks of ice rained down while Anavya flapped her wings, sending icy winds to slow the first Hokage. In the end, the first Hokage's body was gradually encased in ice crystals. The first Hokage at 60% power was defeated. The moment the fight ended, cracks appeared on his face and body. A flash of white light passed and his soul left the vessel. Ihu, I left a gift for you and Nawaki at Orochimaru's place. Remember to pick it up. After the battle, the second Hokage walked over. The impure world reincarnation is still incomplete. My brother's power is too great for this vessel to sustain. Let's go. First, I'll check your body in the lab. The second Hokage grabbed Ihu by the collar and dragged him to the laboratory. Joining them was Uchiha Shisui. The second Hokage had a favorable impression of Shisui. As a descendant of Kagami, Shisui was just like Kagami back in the day. His love for the village was unmatched. Ihu personally witnessed the second Hokage secretly hand Shisui a notebook along with the instruction that its contents must not be known by another Uchiha. After performing physical checks on both Ihu and Shisui and collecting data, Orochimaru and the second Hokage finally, their current primary research subject was Kakashi. Ihu's elementalization and Shizui's Mangekyo paled in comparison to Kamui. When Orochimaru tested Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan ability, they unexpectedly discovered it was a space-time Mangekyo. How could two science fanatics pass up such precious research material? Poor Kakashi emerged from the lab only 2 days later looking completely drained. Alright, I should be leaving too. My brother must be waiting for me in the Pure Land. Actually, the second Hokage had planned to depart that very day, but Orochimaru's experimental data was too tempting. Every piece was a rare treasure for a scientist. It was with these materials that Orochimaru gradually pried the knowledge out of the second Hokage's mind. What the first Hokage left behind was a notebook containing his experiences in creating wood release techniques and some insights on wood release. But peace did not last long before Shursui encountered trouble again. Team Kurenai was ambushed by a mysterious ninja during their mission. Upon hearing the news, Uchiha Shursui immediately rushed to support. Arriving at the scene, the attacker was none other than Hiriko, who had fully recovered. Having successfully merged with White Zetsu and a Sharingan, Hiriko had acquired 5 bloodline limits and greatly enhanced his strength. Uchiha Shursui, what a small world. You won't be so lucky this time. Hiriko hardened his entire body with steel release and attacked Shursui. Worried about Kurenai's safety, Shursui immediately summoned Susanoo and knocked Hiriko away with a spear. Shursui took the chance to approach Kurenai. Sister Kurenai, are you alright? The Sharingan is mine. Kurenai took advantage of Shursui picking her up. She stabbed a kunai into his abdomen and gouged out his left eye. Shursui screamed and leaped back. Half of Kurenai's body was covered in a black substance, and that black hand held Shizui's left eye. Realizing he had no chance of winning, Shursui immediately infused chakra into a flying thunder god kunai. But Black Zetsu showed no desire to prolong the fight. He attached himself to Hiriko and controlled him to flee the battlefield. Black Zetsu went to the hidden mist village and found Obito. He fused the stolen left eye of Shursui with the left eye of Kagami, which was in Obito's left socket, to create an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Shursui, who had never once used Kodo Amatsukami since awakening his eyes, ended up making a wedding dress for Black Zetsu. Using the eternal Mangekyo, Kodo Amatsukami rewrote Obito's memories and will. Obito's left eternal Mangekyo spun wildly. Rin, I will create a world with you in it. I will sever the cause and effect of this world. Heiju gazed at Obito in his current state, a sense of despair creeping in. Come on, man. You were already mentally split and completely abnormal before, but now that you've been cured, it's only gotten worse. What? Does Kodo Amatsukami have the side effect of turning people insane? Obito, what are you going to do? Even though Obito was mentally unstable among the short, Heiju had no choice but to temporarily place his hopes. Call me Uchiha Madara. Fine, fine. Uchiha Madara, what do we do next? Heiju rolled his eyes wildly where Obito couldn't see. First, use the Akatsuki to collect the tailed beasts. In a few years, my left eye's Kodo Amatsukami will be ready again. Then I'll control Nagato to revive Madara and carry out the Moon Eye plan. Heiju nodded in agreement. He had endured thousands of years. A few years were nothing. Before Heiju could say more, Obito used Kamui to leave. When Ichigo arrived beside Shursui, Heiju and Nono Yakushi had already fled. Seeing Shursui missing an eye, Ichigo immediately brought everyone back to Konoha Hospital. Tsunadesis. How is Shursui? Tsunade was still examining Shursui. One Sharingan has been taken. The orbital nerve damage is minor. For now we can find another eye to replace it. Otherwise, if the nerve dies over time, it will be irreversible. Ichigo sighed in relief. Snake-sama still had plenty of Sharingan. As long as the nerve wasn't damaged, Shizui's own eye could be retrieved eventually. Ichigo left the hospital and headed straight for the laboratory of Snake-sama. Oro Kimaru Sensei, one of Shizui's Sharingan has been taken. Do you still have the 3-tomo eye that Danzo left behind? Orochimaru paused his experiments, lamenting the loss of the Mangekyo, as he retrieved a stored Sharingan. Take this 3-tomo eye to Shursui first, and also this right eye of Uchiha Kagami for him to replace. According to the data and research left by the second Hokage, Uchiha Madara broke the curse of Mangekyo failure precisely by replacing his brother Uchiha Azuna's Mangekyo Sharingan. After he replaces the eye, inject this dose of white Zetsu diluted Hashirama cells into his body. Ichigo nodded and took the items from Snake-sama, heading back to the hospital. In the ward, Yuhi Kurenai blew on the porridge in a spoon and carefully brought it to Shizui's mouth. Is it too hot? When she was controlled by Heiju, Kurenai could perceive what happened. She had been feeling guilty about Shizui's injury and lost eye, so she came to take care of him as soon as she was discharged. Seeing this, Ichigo couldn't help but sigh. Shursui truly could protect Konoha's future now. Alright, you lovebirds can stop flirting. Let's treat the wound first. Tsunade picked up the Sharingan taken from Orochimaru and teased them. Shursui and Kurenai both blushed. Kurenai saw Tsunade approaching and voluntarily made way. Tsunade looked at the Hashirama cells in her hand with complex feelings. Back then she had agreed to Orochimaru's research on the first Hokage cells for Nawaki's sake. Unexpectedly, that research had yielded so many innovations. Tsunade injected the Hashirama cells into Shizui's body. As Shursui absorbed them, Tsunade swiftly placed the 2 Sharingan into his eye sockets. Unlike Obito, who had a massive amount of Hashirama cells in his body, allowing direct fusion into Eternal Mangekyo, Shizui's Eternal Mangekyo fusion was very slow. Tsunade covered his right eye with gauze. With the Hashirama cells injected, your left eye can be used normally by tonight. But your right eye's pupil power is still fusing. Don't expose it to light for a week. Tsunade gave further instructions and left. Ichigo saw that he was the only third wheel left in the ward and tactfully left. He was reassured that Kurenai would take care of Shursui. Just as he arrived home, Ichigo saw Hyuga clan matron Hyuga Mie and Uchiha clan matron Uchiha Makoto both carrying babies and entering Kushina's house. Although the Hyuga and Uchiha had a strained relationship, that didn't affect the bond between Makoto and Mie. Makoto and Kushina had been close friends since the Ninja Academy. Earlier Kushina had rescued the abducted Hinata from the Cloud Ninja. The two matrons who originally harbored mutual hostility became good friends through their mutual best friend Kushina. The three mothers had endless topics to discuss about their children. Obito left the hidden mist village and returned to the Akatsuki. Currently Nagato's strength was insufficient. Inside the tallest tower of the hidden rain village, Obito emerged from a spatial vortex behind Nagato and stabbed a syringe into Nagato's shoulder. Madara, what did you do to me? Nagato attempted to repel Obito with Shinra Tensei. Kamui activated and Obito dodged Nagato's counterattack. Nagato stared blankly at his own hands. This feeling. At that moment Nagato's body felt unprecedented ease, like a person weighed down by burdens suddenly shedding all fetters. Even the control over the Rinnegan became smoother. The hostility in Nagato's eyes dissipated. Madara, what did you do to me? Obito shook the empty syringe. Nothing, just a little trick. Obito of course would not tell Nagato that he had injected Uchiha Madara cells. As the original owner of the Rinnegan, those cells naturally helped Nagato control it. Next Obito helped Nagato remove the 6 paths black rods from his back. Nagato was about to stop him, but Obito interrupted. You no longer need these things. A white zetsu enveloped Nagato's necrotic legs and cells, continuously repairing his wounds. Even Nagato's frail body seemed to become stronger. This is... For the first time in 2 years Nagato left the wooden chariot and walked on his own legs. The excitement in his eyes over regaining his legs was impossible to conceal. Obito patted Nagato on the shoulder. Nagato, you have the same eyes as the Sage of 6 Paths. If there is one person who can end the chaos of the ninja world, it is you. Obito continued to paint a rosy picture. Nagato, the tailed beasts represent a village's ultimate power. As long as we capture all the tailed beasts and use their power as a deterrent, we can achieve true peace in the ninja world. Nagato nodded in agreement with Obito's plan. When Obito left the Akatsuki, both Obito and Nagato simultaneously dropped their smiles. Nagato wouldn't easily trust Obito, who wore a mask and dared not show his face, but he was interested in the plan. Sealing the tailed beasts into the outer path statue meant he could use them however he wanted. Obito, on the other hand, mocked Nagato's foolishness inwardly. Everything Nagato pursued was merely a stepping stone for my own moon eye. In the end, I will be the one to succeed. In the end, I will be the one to succeed. Xiao Nan stepped out from the shadows. Chongman, that ban is not trustworthy. Xiao Nan, no matter what peace in the ninja world, is the greatest dream of both of us and Mayan. That ban's conspiracies will not escape my Rinnegan. Xiao Nan, the first step of the organization is to raise enough funds. Then you will use this money to purchase explosive tags. If I truly fail, I can still leave you a power to protect yourself. Chongmen, Jiaodu, you are so noble. You are so great. You used my lifetime savings to pick up girls. But now the organization's members are still too few. We need to go to various countries to find powerful rogue ninjas. What a coincidence. Daitu was thinking the same thing. He was also looking for suitable pawns to monitor the Shao organization. To be honest, when Brother Daitu is mentally normal, he seems to have no brains. But when he is abnormal, his brain works extremely well. Xiao Nan and Jiaodu found Fadewan, who worships the evil god. Someone like Fadewan, who is hard to kill and worthless, is the most suitable teammate for Jiaodu. Unfortunately, Jiaodu was not satisfied with Fadewan. Having experienced the joy of the flying thunder god, Jiaodu was determined to find a teammate who could use space-time ninjutsu. But space-time ninjutsu was too rare. In the end, Jiaodu had no choice but to reluctantly accept Fadewan as his teammate. Xiao's 3 platforms take their places. Daitu also had his eyes on Ganshir Guijiao of the Wu Yin village and Yuzibo Yu of the Mai village, but the time was not yet right, so Daitu temporarily did not recruit them into the Shao organization. At this moment, Yihu, who felt the summoning, also arrived at the Wu Yin village. But this time the one who summoned him was not Zhao Mei Ming, but an old acquaintance, Guideng Mingyue. Behind him were 2 4-year-old children. Yihu, these are my 2 children. Manue Shueyue quickly call him Uncle Yihu. Yihu smiled and patted the 2 little ones on the head, then took out 2 candies from his ninja tool pouch and gave them to the children. Yihu, please take my 2 sons to my... Guideng Mingyu's sudden move of sending away his children left Yihu full of question marks. The Wu Yin village has been unsafe lately. Our Guideng clan has always had few members. By their generation, only these 2 children remain. Hearing Guideng Mingyu's words, Guideng Shueyue quickly stepped back. I don't want to go to Mai. I want to stay in the Wu Yin village and become a new generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Rebuilding the glory of the 7 ninja swordsmen is our duty. Guideng Mingyue lightly tapped Shuyu's head. Unfilial son. Where is the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist in the Wu Yin village? The entire village only has 2 swords left. Who can you replace? I tell you, 4 of the 7 ninja swords are in his hands. If you want to get the ninja swords, go to Mai. Yihu shook his head and held up 5 fingers. 5 swords. Guideng Mingyu's eyes widened. What did you say? Yihu held up 5 fingers again. The rogue ninja from Wu In Pipa Shirzong also died in my recently, including the thunder sword that I gave away. My has 5 of the 7 ninja swords. The 2 brothers Shueihue and Manyue only heard the words ninja swords and 5. They'll go to my. Shueihue has wandered for a long time without meeting a wise master. As long as you give me a ninja sword, I will recognize you as my foster father. Guideng Mingyue pulled away the clowning Guideng Shueihue and took out 2 scrolls from his bosom. These are the summoning scroll for the 7 ninja swords and the secret techniques of my Guideng clan. The summoning scroll is the village's property. I cannot give it to you, but I can lend it to you for research. When Manue comes of age, you must return the scroll to him. The entire ninja world knew that Mui's blood ice crystal liked to collect all sorts of interesting things and bring them back to Mai. Alright, I am very interested in a scroll that can sign a summoning contract with inanimate objects. Back in Mai, after settling the 2 brothers, it was the familiar physical examination procedure. Receiving the child-rearing manual from Uncle Snake, as usual, Yihu left directly, having brought back 2 more children. The Umbu had 2 more people to monitor and protect. Poor Xian Zizu's workload would increase again today. The situation in Wu In was extremely severe. Unlike the original story where Daitu controlled Shirtsong for many years, as soon as Daitu took control of Shirtsong, he was discovered by Zhao Mei Ming and Gonsher Guijiao, who often interacted with him. Qing's Byakugan further confirmed the fact that Shirtsong was being controlled. The Shuiyu clan had been restless in recent years. After Shirtsong was controlled, they became even more rampant and uncontrollable. It was unknown what conditions Daitu promised the Shuiyu clan to pull them onto his boat. For a time, the entire Wuyin village was divided into 2 factions. One was the clan ninjas led by the Shuiyu clan under Shirtsong, and the other was the civilian ninjas led by Zhao Mei Ming. Zhao Mei Ming and others tried many times to dispel the genjutsu on Shirtsong, but they failed. The illusion cast by the eternal Mangekyo was not so easy to remove. Zhao Mei Ming and the others looked at Shirtsong, who had 6 tails exposed with despair on their faces. The blue chakra of the 6 tails was too corrosive. Stimulating acupoints to break the genjutsu was unrealistic, and long-range ninjutsu could hardly break the defense of the tailed beast's coat. Professional matters still need professionals. Xuanhua Yihu, recognized by the ninja world as the 3rd Hokage Terminator and 4th Hokage's nemesis, was the most skilled at such things. When Shirtsong lunged again, an ice wall blocked him. The familiar figure once again stood in front of Zhao Mei Ming. I can't let you charge through, my beloved is still there. Ice Release Instant Freeze Fist. Ice Attribute Chakra covered Yihu's fist, and the moment it struck Shirtsong, it froze him inside an ice block. Just as the people behind breathed a sigh of relief, Shirtsong erupted with astonishing chakra. The 6-tailed Shichuan appeared before everyone. Xuanhua Yihu, you killed Lin. Today I will make you pay for Lin with your life. As the voice fell, a man wearing a tiger skin mask emerged from a spatial vortex. Beside Daitu, a blue skeleton gradually appeared, then grew green muscles and armor. The beast and the Susanoo blocked Yihu on both sides. The 6 tails spat out corrosive gas from its mouth, and Daita Susanoo condensed a long spear in its hand. Yihu first protected Zhao Mei Ming and the others with an ice wall, then summoned an ice dragon that soared into the sky. The mystic ice dragon gathered its breath and sprayed it at the 6-tailed Shichuan. Daitu controlled the Susanoo to block it with the long spear, while behind him the 6 tails had already formed a tailed beast ball in its mouth. The tailed beast ball then struck the ice dragon in the sky, stirring up a cloud of smoke. According to the law of smoke means no damage, as the smoke dissipated, the blue mecha inside revealed its form with the ice crystal dragon circling around it. Yihu controlled the mecha to draw the long sword hanging behind it, and the sword swung out a blue slash. Yueya. Tianshong. The slash was too fast. Daitu could only forcibly dodge it by using the Kamui's intangibility. But the 6 tails behind him could not become intangible. Shichuan, hit solidly by that slash, was knocked out of its tailed beast form. Exiting the tailed beast transformation, Yagura's eyes gradually regained clarity. The Mangekyo Genjutsu had finally been broken under Ichigo's violent assault. Regaining consciousness, Yagura almost cried out in pain. Agony. Excruciating pain. He felt as though he had just crawled out from beneath Seiken's posterior. But Obito had no intention of letting him off. In the false memories implanted by Black Zetsu using Kodo Amatsukami, it was Yagura who ordered Samahata to seal the 3 tails inside Rin, ultimately causing her death when Uzumaki Ichigo extracted the beast. Yagura, Ichigo, and the Leaf's 3 tails Jinchuriki were all guilty of Rin's murder. Yagura, repay Rin with your life. Obito glared at Yagura, his hands forming seals rapidly as red chakra surged once more from Yagura's body. This time Yagura could no longer endure the torment and screamed. A tailed beast coat enveloped him again, and he became utterly feral like a true wild beast. Uzumaki Ichigo, this is the gift I prepared for you. Enjoy it. As Obito's words fell, a spatial vortex appeared behind him and sucked him in. The 6 tails within Yagura still bore the pattern of the Sharingan in its eyes. The entire beast erupted with reckless chakra, causing Yagura's body to swell until it seemed he would self-destruct. Sage Art Millennium Ice Prison. Ichigo entered Sage mode, and 6 colossal ice pillars merged to freeze the expanding Yagura. The Six Tails' self-destruction blasted apart the Millennium Ice Prison. Ichigo hastily erected several layers of ice walls before him, barely deflecting the explosion. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The blast's aftermath had still wounded him. At the explosion's epicenter, Yagura lay in the crater. Only the faint rise and fall of his chest told onlookers that a sliver of life remained. Saiken. Tailed beasts are indeed simple creatures. Treat them kindly and they reciprocate. In its final moments, the Six Tails regained clarity and funneled all the chakra it could spare into protecting Yagura. Just as Kurama had sacrificed its own life to grant Naruto the Baryon mode, the Six Tails chose Yagura, even if it meant prolonging its own resurrection. Meanwhile, as Terumi Mei was still dealing with the aftermath, Obito had already turned to his real objective. Watching Kisame Hashigaki, who had just killed Fuguki Suikezen, Obito's eyes shone with admiration. "Kisame, would you like to leave with me?" Kisame was just picking up the great sword Samahata when a masked stranger emerged from the shadows. Murdering the wielder to claim the blade was the most common inheritance method among the 7 ninja swordsmen. "He couldn't possibly think he has leverage over me just because he saw me kill Fuguki, could he?" Ignoring Kisame's astonishment, Obito continued matter-of-factly. "The shinobi world is filled with lies, betrayal, and slaughter. Just like you born in the bloody mist who had to kill your own comrades. Only my Eye of the Moon plan can reveal the true world and bring lasting peace. Let me free you from this false agony. Who are you really?" "My name is Uchiha Madara. That great man died long ago. Your words aren't worth believing. Show your true face." So this is the rogue Uchiha that Ishigo-san spoke of. Things are far from simple. Upon seeing Obito's true identity, Kisame hesitated briefly before following him out of the chamber. Obito was a dangerous individual. Unmonitored, he could plunge the entire shinobi world into crisis. "Kisame, from today you will join the Akatsuki and report its movements to me." Kisame nodded. The Akatsuki's Nanadame, Anew, formally took his place. With Yagura defeated, the Yuki clan showed no sign of retreat. Instead, they became even more frenzied. They had followed Yagura only because of the conditions Obito promised. But if they could now eliminate everyone present, the hidden mist would fall directly into Yuki hands. Greed for power made them forget the disparity in strength. Under Ichigo's control, the ice giant's long blade carved a deep trench in the ground. "Cross this line and you die." The current Yuki clan head was the younger brother of the previous one, whom Ichigo had killed during the Third War. "What are you afraid of? Summoning such a powerful ice giant and fighting 2 strong opponents. How much chakra can he have left? Didn't you see he was already wounded? If we kill him, not only will the hidden mist be ours, but his ice release secrets and the mystery of his unique ice powers will belong to the Yuki clan." Faced with immense gain, human reason grew cloudy. Even fear was diluted by greed. Ichigo watched their avaricious expressions, placed his hand on the ice giant beside him, and a loud crack echoed from the giant. "Charge! He's out of chakra. The ice giant is breaking." Ichigo shook his head at these fools. "My surname is Uzumaki, folks. Do you understand the weight of those 2 characters?" More and more cracks spread across the ice giant's body, emitting blue light from within. As it strode toward the crowd, every Yuki clan member below was sealed within the ice crystals by that technique. After dealing with the fools, Ichigo released Terumi Mei and the others from several ice walls. Emerging into light once more, Terumi Mei immediately saw the familiar silhouette in the sun. Ichigo approached Terumi Mei and patted her head. "Yagura and the Yuki clan members are still alive. Go deal with the village's affairs first. The hidden mist needs you more now." After resolving the mist coup, Ichigo departed. Based on the color of the Susanoo, he had confirmed that Shizui's eyes were in Obito's possession. Most likely Shizui's eyes had completely taken control of Obito. Terumi Mei began to organize post-war matters, methodically charging all high-ranking Yuki clan members with treason. Yagura's injuries were too severe. Until he recovered, Terumi Mei would temporarily handle village affairs. Since Yagura was the Mizukage, it couldn't be said that he was controlled and attacked the villagers. The incident was officially classified as a rebellion by the Yuki clan. Following the successive uprisings of the Kagaya and Yuki clans, the villagers were filled with hostility and fear toward Kekkei Genkai users. Even though Terumi Mei tried her utmost to explain their innocence, her efforts bore little fruit. Hozuki Mingetsu bitterly regretted his actions. He had sent away his child, given away his belongings, and lent out resources. Yet the anticipated war never erupted, and all his schemes were handled by one man. With Yagura's support, Terumi Mei announced the abolition of the long-standing Bloody Mist policy. From then on, shinobi of the Hidden Mist no longer had to grow up through mutual slaughter. Back in Konoha, Ichigo once again sensed a summoning from the direction of the Hidden Rain Village via the Flying Thunder God. Ihu thought that Kakuzu had another business for him, but when he arrived, standing before him was Kisame. "Mr. Ihu, long time no see." The long sword behind Kisame had now transformed into Samahata, and in his hand, he held one of Ihu's Flying Thunder God kunai. "Kisame, how did you end up here?" "Mr. Ihu, I encountered the Uchiha you mentioned who had strayed from the path. The Moon's Eye plan, the mercenary organization with the Rinnegan and the colossal statue within it. Nothing about this is simple. I urge you to be vigilant. His scheme may threaten the safety of the entire shinobi world." Kisame handed 2 scrolls to Ihu. Mr. Ihu, this is some intelligence I've gathered recently. I was brought directly here by Madara from Kirigakure. I haven't had a chance to deliver the information to the village. I hope you can help me pass it on. 1 scroll is for Konoha. Ihu took the scrolls and nodded at Kisame. Take care. I'll make sure this gets back. Kisame appeared relieved. Ihu used Flying Thunder God to reach Kirigakure, and handed the intelligence Kisame had gathered to Terumi Mei, who was working in her office. She frowned as she studied the scroll. No wonder Kisame suddenly vanished. If he doesn't show up in a few days, he'll be branded a missing nin. The Akatsuki. What a terrifying organization. Don't worry. According to Kisame's intel, their first step is to raise funds. For now, they're just a mercenary group. When the time comes, they'll stop them. Ihu embraced Terumi Mei, giving her a profound sense of security. Back in Konoha, life returned to calm once more. Obito's trail had vanished, leaving only Kisame's intelligence as a thread of hope. The Akatsuki also went into hiding, and news of them rarely reached the shinobi world. Suigetsu pestered Ihu daily for a sword, and while Mangetsu said nothing, his eyes betrayed an almost overflowing desire. I promise you both, once you graduate from the Ninja Academy, I'll give each of you a sword. During this time, Ihu was far from idle. The meteorite from the land of Bear Star Village, the legendary regenerative tool from Sunagakure, the secret techniques of the Kamizuru clan. Anything noteworthy in the shinobi world could not escape the nose and claws of this treasure-hunting hound. The treasures Ihu had accumulated over the years filled Orochimaru's lab warehouse to the brim. By the time Naruto started school, the shinobi world remained peacefully stagnant. Bored, Ihu took up a post as a gatekeeper at the Ninja Academy. Since Ihu took the job, no student had ever succeeded in skipping class. Uncle, please let me out. I really want to try the dumplings from Akabano's shop. Ihu tapped Naruto's head. You just want to sneak out and play again. If your mother finds out you're ditching class, she'll never let you off. Naruto shuddered as if recalling something terrifying and quickly returned to the classroom. After his shift, Ihu went to the forest of Konoha. Shursui looked at him with unbearable guilt. Sensei, do we really have to do this to Itachi? Isn't this a bit too harsh? Ihu shook his head. It's for his own good. He's determined to infiltrate the Akatsuki as a spy. I can't let him go without giving him an upgrade. Here it comes. Ihu swiftly hid in the bushes behind him. Shursui, you called for me. Now Shursui had his eyes tightly shut with blood. Ihu had deliberately dripped on them, making it look as if his eyes had been gouged out. Itachi, be careful. An unknown enemy is lurking in Konoha. My eyes have been taken. Ihu masked appeared behind Shursui and stabbed him through. Shursui collapsed, his body gradually growing cold. Itachi wept as he held Shizui's icy form. The 3 tomo in his eyes merged into a triangular pinwheel shape. Blood tears fell from Itachi's eyes as he stared at Ihu with hatred. Ihu ignored Itachi's vengeful gaze, and instead crouched beside Shursui, patting his cheek. Alright Shursui, stop pretending. Itachi has awakened his Mangekyo. To Itachi's shock, Shursui opened his eyes. Dispelling the ice release chakra, his frozen body returned to normal temperature. Itachi, remember a basic fact: if a person is dead, their body doesn't cool down that quickly. The most straightforward way to confirm death is to check their pulse and breathing or activate your Sharingan to observe their chakra. Itachi had awakened the Mangekyo. He hadn't lost anything, but he didn't feel the joy he had imagined. Back home, he told his father Fugaku about his Mangekyo awakening and his plan to infiltrate the Akatsuki. Fugaku looked at his eldest son with a complex expression. Satisfaction, pride, consolation, reluctance. All emotions mingled. Follow me. Fugaku led Itachi into a secret chamber. His own Mangekyo appeared. Itachi, your father has nothing else to give you. Consider this my gift. A surge of chakra transferred from Fugaku to Itachi's Sharingan. This is the ability of my Mangekyo, Yamada no Orochi. When you use Susanoo, you can wield the Tatsuka blade and the Yada mirror, 2 divine artifacts. Father, Fugaku cut him off. Take care of yourself out there, Itachi. You will always be my pride. Fugaku patted Itachi's shoulder and handed him 2 scrolls. One on the use of the Mangekyo and one on Izanagi. Itachi, before you leave, I need you to help me with something. Itachi's eyes filled with disbelief. Not only Shursui and Ihu, but now even his father was going along with. Reluctantly, Itachi agreed to Fugaku's plan. That evening, when Sasuke returned to the clan compound, he sensed something different about the Uchiha district. Fugaku had bribed every clan member with 2 days off, creating the illusion that Itachi had massacred the entire clan. The deeper Sasuke ventured, the more panic seized him. Each splash of red assaulted his senses. Finally, Sasuke reached home to find his parents' bodies lying on the floor. Itachi stood nearby, his face cold, as he watched Sasuke. Brother, everyone in the clan. Who did this? Itachi hit Sasuke with Tsukuyomi and Sasuke collapsed. It's hard to judge. If Itachi didn't love Sasuke, he wouldn't use Tsukuyomi. If he did love him, he wouldn't use it on his own brother. Makoto reluctantly touched Itachi's cheek. Itachi, take care of yourself out there. Remember to take the medicine Lord Orochimaru prescribed every day. Itachi nodded and left Konoha. Fugaku then sent his younger son Sasuke to the Konoha hospital. The next day, Sasuke awoke in Konoha, hospital, his entire being numb, as he gazed at the empty ward, murmuring something under his breath. "Good morning, Sasuke. Try some of the porridge your mother made." Sasuke looked at Makoto with dull eyes before turning away. "Wait," he swiftly turned back. "Mother." Sasuke leapt out of bed and burst into tears in Makoto's arms. "Mother, I clearly saw you. Itachi left Konoha in pursuit of greater power. When we found you, you were already lying on the ground. Mother, I will definitely bring brother back. That's our promise." Sasuke's eyes transformed into single Tomo Sharingan. Makoto felt a pang of guilt seeing her son so thoroughly deceived, but recalling her husband's words, she bit her lip and continued the ruse. "Then I leave Itachi's return to you, Sasuke." Makoto gently stroked Sasuke's head and fed him the porridge. Long afterward, when Sasuke learned everything was his father's scheme, he founded the Father Sorrow Alliance in a fit of rage. The organization was barely established when Gaara and others rushed to join, and soon the Father Sorrow Alliance even surpassed the Akatsuki in influence across the shinobi world. Konoha promptly issued and Srank wanted notice for Uchiha Itachi. Killed 3 jonin of Konoha, stole secret techniques of the village. Heinous and extremely dangerous. Lying on the hospital bed, Sasuke was immensely bored. Unlike the original timeline where hatred had to be instilled, Itachi's assault this time wasn't severe. Sasuke's coma was primarily triggered by the awakening of his Sharingan. A 6-year-old child opening the eye was far too early. "Mother, I'm truly fine now. Let's go home." Makoto patted Sasuke's head. "No, dear. Sister Rin said you must stay in the hospital for 2 days of observation before you can be discharged." This was of course a lie. If he were released, he would discover the entire Uchiha clan had taken a 2-day holiday, and the illusion that everything before was a genjutsu would be exposed. Fugaku had bribed the clansmen. They simply turned off the lights, spilled some blood, and never actually saw Itachi. Thus no one except the 2 of them knew about Itachi's undercover mission. Meanwhile, Itachi was still fleeing toward the village border. To make it realistic, the clan had given him several rank fire release scrolls, and even sent Umbu to pursue him. "Madara, I know you're here. As you said, I now possess eyes like yours. Tell me, what is the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan?" As his voice faded, a spatial vortex appeared beside Itachi, and Obito emerged from it. "Itachi, you've noticed, haven't you? Using the Mangekyo gradually deteriorates your eyesight, eventually plunging you into total darkness. To solve this problem, you must transplant your brother's Mangekyo. Only then will the 2 Mangekyo's ocular powers combine to grant the Uchiha clan's ultimate power, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan." Obito extended an olive branch to Uchiha Itachi. "Itachi, your talent shouldn't be wasted. Since you crave power, why not join my team? I will help you obtain the power you need." Among the entire Uchiha clan, only Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi had caught Obito's eye. Unfortunately, Shisui had already lost both eyes, greatly diminishing his value. Itachi was younger, easier to manipulate, and most importantly, he had no connection to Fugaku. Obito could never have imagined that Fugaku, that sly fox, raised his children entirely hands off. Even Shisui was only allowed to leave the village after growing up. Itachi, still too young, and living at home, naturally appeared unrelated to Fugaku. When Obito finally made his recruitment offer, Itachi hesitated for a moment before agreeing and joining the Akatsuki. After Kakuzu's meticulous screening, every member of the Akatsuki was a true talent. Those who remained were either not worth much or too powerful. With so few people, they had to pair up double agent duo, Uchiha Itachi Hashigaki Kasame, a mastermind duo, Zetsu Obito reserve present, when Orochimaru betrayed, surface leader duo, Nagato Konan, breadwinner duo, Kakuzu Haiden, eternal obsession duo, Sasori Haiden sick. Nagato controlling Yahiko's body stood at the center. The Akatsuki's ultimate goal is just one thing: peace for the shinobi world. Nagato shared his grand dream with the organization, bringing together these madmen with different ideals under a single purpose. Deidara. Wait, how am I part of this? I haven't even boarded the train. Back in Konoha, Sasuke was finally discharged and returned to the Ninja Academy. Have you heard? Sasuke's brother became a rogue ninja and fled Konoha. They say he killed several Konoha jonin. That's right. They even say the 4th Hokage was injured by his brother. As the rumors grew louder, Naruto slammed his hand on the desk, silencing the entire classroom. Naruto had never revealed his surname at school, so few knew he was the Hokage's son. But raised by Kushina, his combat prowess and sense of justice were undeniable. Moreover, Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke had known each other since childhood through their mothers. Stop it. Brother Itachi would never do such a thing. Shikamaru and the others nodded in agreement. They were friends with Naruto not just because of his background, but because his integrity and optimism had won them over. Sasuke, who had been silent, looked at Naruto with gratitude. Sakura leaned close to comfort Sasuke. Inner Sakura, yes, one step closer to Sasuke-kin today. That evening back home, Lady Hyuga and Hinata were already in the living room. Having been influenced by Kushina, Hinata's personality was not as shy as in the original timeline. Seeing Hinata, Naruto eagerly grabbed her hand and dashed out of the house. Every time she saw him, Hinata recalled the time others bullied her, and Naruto stepped in along with Kushina's warm embrace. Hinata, let's go see Sasuke first. Hinata nodded and Naruto took her hand and rushed toward the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan was no longer what it once was. Without the duties of the police force, people no longer resented them. Instead, they discovered that this proud clan valued bonds more than others. Hey, little Naruto, little Hinata. Auntie just made some dumplings. Take some. Thanking the kind Uchiha aunt, the two arrived at Sasuke's home. Makoto was still comforting the sobbing Uchiha. Sasuke remained silent, quietly refining his chakra on the side. Makoto, while comforting the weeping Izumi Uchiha, cast furtive glances at Sasuke. Why isn't this kid leaving yet? Look how sad my future daughter-in-law is. If you don't go soon, Izumi will cry herself hoarse. Sasuke. We're here to find you. Naruto's voice came from outside the door. Seizing the opportunity, Makoto managed to persuade Sasuke to leave with much effort. Makoto pulled Izumi into her arms, gently patting her back. Don't worry, Izumi. Itachi is just on a classified mission. You mustn't tell anyone about this, alright? Izumi Uchiha nodded obediently. From that time onward, Sasuke stirred up a storm of fierce competition within the entire class, elevating the whole class abilities far beyond normal levels. Inside the Hokage's office, Ihu Asuma and Kakashi each held a document in their hands. These are the students graduating this year. Take a good look. If there are no issues, you can go find your students in a couple of days. Asuma's eyes were full of envy. Back when I first became Ihu's student, the Third Shinobi World War was about to break out. I never got to properly experience student life. Ihu patted Asuma's head. Don't be cheeky. If it weren't for the Third War, would you have the strength you have now? Battle is always the fastest way to turn talent into power. Asuma grinned sheepishly as Ihu glanced at the three profiles in his hands: Hyuga, Hinata, Inuzuka, Kiba, Aburame, all sensory-type ninja. I almost forgot I'm a sensory ninja myself. Let's start with home visits today. Ihu first went to the Hyuga clan. When Hyuga Hayashi learned that Ihu would be Hinata's teacher, the excitement in his eyes was almost overflowing. Lord Ihu, I entrust my daughter to your care. The two were already on familiar terms, so Ihu left without saying. After all, staying in the Hyuga clan meant enduring constant sidelong glances. Today the Inuzuka compound was unusually quiet. Animals perceive danger far more keenly than humans. Ihu's aura pressed down so heavily that even the dogs of the Inuzuka clan struggled to breathe. Lord Ihu, what brings you to Inuzuka today? Oh, I'm Kiba's Jonin teacher. Here for a home visit to check on him. The Inuzuka clan head's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it really be that manna fell from the sky? Rest assured, Lord Ihu. That brat Kiba may be a bit impulsive, and not the brightest, but I swear he's a kind and gentle child. After wrapping up with the Inuzuka head, Ihu headed to the Aburame clan. Half of the Aburame's parasitic insects had been replaced with bees solely to trade honey each month for some chakra or phosphorus powder from Chome. Aburame Shibi, a veteran of the Third War, chatted with Ihu about Shino's situation before Ihu left. The next day in the classroom, Inuzuka, Kiba, Hyuga, Hinata, Aburame, Shino. Follow me. Leading the three to the training ground, Ihu sat down directly. My name is Uzumaki Ihu, a Jonin of Konoha. No particular hobbies, nothing I particularly dislike. You can introduce yourselves too. I'm Hyuga Hinata. I like arranging flowers and sweets. My dream is to become someone like Aunt Kushina. I'm Inuzuka Kiba. I love beef jerky, hate things that lack chewiness, and my best partner is Akamaru. My dream is to become Hokage and make that day dog day. Kiba shook the curled up Akamaru. Akamaru, what's wrong with you today? Why do you look so listless? Akamaru couldn't speak but stared at Ihu with nothing but terror in its eyes. It wasn't just Akamaru. The insects inside Shino were trembling too, constantly warning him to stay away from the dangerous man before him. Alright, same time tomorrow, we'll start the test here. The perpetually invisible Shino finally spoke his first words. Teacher Ihu, did you forget about me? Ihu, who was about to leave, turned around immediately upon hearing the voice. The Aburame clan's low presence was indeed legendary. If Shino hadn't spoken, even Kagura's minds, I wouldn't have detected him. When Kiba returned home, the Inuzuka clan head was already sitting in his house. Kiba, is your teacher Uzumaki Ihu? The family jumped for joy when Kiba nodded. Kiba, perform well in tomorrow's test. If you can learn even a tenth of his skill, you'll surely be the next Inuzuka clan head. Aburame Shino looked at Aburame Shibi in confusion. Father, who exactly is Uzumaki Ihu? Why are the bugs on me so terrified of him? Aburame Shibi patted Shino's shoulder. He's a legend of the Third War, a hero of Konoha. Even the Hokage is no match for him. Shino cherished this opportunity. Becoming his student is your fortune, and the fortune of the entire Aburame clan. The next day at the training ground, Ihu pulled out a flying thunder god kunai. I've hidden 10 of these kunai all over this training ground. Each one has been concealed with various tricks of mine. 3 hours. Find these kunai and you pass. After 3 grueling hours, when Kiba pulled the last kunai from a muddy pit, the trio had finally located all 10. Ihu gave them a thumbs up. Great job, you pass. Team 8 is officially formed. As a celebration, I'm treating you to barbecue. The 4 arrived at the barbecue restaurant only to see Asuma kneeling and apologizing to the owner. The Akimichi clan could eat so much that even a Jonin like Asuma didn't have enough money. With his students in tow, Ihu returned to the joy of having his disciples handle missions, while he collected the rewards. This is Kiba arrived at point A. Hinata has reached point B. Shino, move out. Amid a flurry of chaos, a cat appeared in Kiba's hands, and the daimyo's wife held it in her arms. It was said this cat provided 1/10 of Konoha's drank missions. After finishing the cat-catching task, Kiba couldn't stand the monotony of dranks anymore. Teacher Ihu, we can't take dranks anymore. Team 7 left the village on a crank mission a few days ago. When will we go out for higher-level missions? Ihu patted Kiba's head. Alright, you've done enough dranks. Let's see if there's a suitable crank mission. In the mission hall, Ihu and the three were looking for a suitable mission when Ihu sensed the call of the flying thunder god from the land of... Looks like we don't need to find a drank ourselves. Teacher will take you out of the village for some fun. In the land of waves, Kakashi stared at the two figures in black cloaks with red clouds, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Brother Ihu, hurry up. Who can tell me why guys of this level are showing up in a crank mission? Isn't this the copy ninja Uchiha Kakashi? Jiaodo said while flipping through his notebook, comparing with Kakashi's appearance. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, formed hand seals, and lightning surged in his hand. Even if they are members of the Akatsuki with my current strength, I can at least take down one of them. Ha ha ha, what big talk. Today your grandfather Fei-Duan will sacrifice you to the Lord of Evil God. Naruto tugged at Kakashi's sleeve. Kakashi-sensei, I told you to change your mask. Now they're all saying you have bad breath. At this moment Jiao Do punched Fei-Duan on the head. You want to kill him? Do you know how much he's worth alive? Jiao Do even took out an abacus. The Mist Village has a bounty of 800 million Ryo for the Lightning Blade Fang. In the black market, a 3-Demo Sharingan can sell for 200 million. After squeezing out all his value, I can sell him to the Blood Crystal for at least another 500 million. Then I'll sell these brats to Konoha for 500,000 Ryo each package together. Ha ha ha, I'm going to be rich. Now in Jiaodo's eyes, Kakashi was no longer a person. He was simply a walking treasury. Kakashi can't die. If we capture him alive, you can sacrifice anyone you want for the next few days. Naruto, watching the two still arguing, tugged at Kakashi's sleeve again. Kakashi-sensei, are you going to keep this activated? They'll probably argue for a while longer. Hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi belatedly deactivated the lightning cutter, but it was too late. The immortal duo had already reached an agreement. Jiaodo extended his arms, his fists coated with earth nature chakra, striking at Kakashi, while the two masked monsters behind him simultaneously launched wind release and fire release attacks at Kakashi. Cold sweat broke out on Jiaodo's face. I've already held back. I can't just kill him directly. Jiaodo was clearly overthinking. According to the smoke means no injury rule. With such a large cloud of smoke, how could this attack possibly kill anyone? As the smoke cleared, an earth flow wall carved with a dog head appeared before the two. Naruto tugged at Kakashi's sleeve again. Kakashi-sensei, didn't you say your chakra isn't abundant? Then why did you keep the lightning cutter activated for so long for nothing? And why did you carve a dog head on the earth flow wall? Kakashi. Watching the flying masked monster, Kakashi secretly gathered chakra into his Sharingan, and the three Tomo quietly merged together. Just as Kakashi was about to use Kamui to shred Jiaodo's main body, the sky suddenly became covered with dark cloud. Snowflakes fell from the sky, and a voice came from above. I come with the storm, bringing the wrath of the gods. Who spread his ice wings and slowly descended from the dark clouds. In the distance, Chu Tian and the other two looked at Who with full admiration. They now understood why the people in their clan had reacted the way they did when Who became their teacher. Jiaodu regretted it to death. Why wasn't he more decisive? He and 1.5 billion Ryo had been so close yet so far. Who? It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. I just wanted to capture him for some money. I never intended to kill him. Jiaodu, why are you such a coward now? Didn't you say you even assassinated the first Hokage? What's so scary about a pink-haired guy? Before Jiaodu could stop him, Fei-Duan had already rushed forward with his scythe. Jiaodu might be afraid of you, but I, Fei-Duan, am not. Even if you are the Hokage, I will kill you without hesitation. Today I will sacrifice all of you to the Lord of Evil Gods. Fei-Duan's face was full of madness as his scythe continuously struck at Ihu's vital points. Watching Fei-Duan being toyed with by Who, Jiaodu couldn't help but curse inwardly. This idiot. Cursing aside, Jiaodu still charged forward to fight alongside Fei-Duan. As long as he could help Fei-Duan obtain a drop of the opponent's blood, this battle still had a chance of victory. 5 elements, 5 great chain bombs. The 4 masked monsters and Jiaodu's main body each used a different nature release, launching 5 attacks of different attributes at Who and Fei-Duan. As the smoke cleared, Who, protected by his ice crystal armor, was unscathed while Fei-Duan was covered in wounds from the explosion. Fei-Duan was like a berserker. The injuries did not slow him down, but instead made his attacks even more ferocious. Forget it, I'm done playing. Ice Release Extreme Ice Field. Who stomped his right foot on the ground, and his ice release chakra spread outward in layers like waves. Each layer of chakra that passed through the two bodies caused a layer of ice crystals to form on them. At first they could shatter the ice, but as their stamina decreased, the ice grew thicker and thicker. Jiaodu, what do we do? The ice is getting thicker and we can't get away. Fei Duan, since he didn't use a killing move, it means we still have value. I still have some secret savings. If I die you go and... Jiao Du, where did you put it? Tell me, where am I supposed to retrieve it? Only after Ihus Jutsu ended did Kakashi and the others dare to approach. Ihus Jutsu was far more dangerous than the two Akatsuki members. After cleaning up the battlefield, the group followed the Zina into Boji country. It was poor backward and the people were cowardly and dared not resist. Who looked at Dezina and asked, "Can the poverty of Boji country really be solved by building a bridge? Once you finish the bridge, will the one who caused your poverty just watch you escape his control?" Dezina remained silent. Of course he knew that a single bridge could not break Kada's exploitation. In the end, they would return to square one. You falsified the mission rank. Konoha ninja have the right to unconditionally abandon the mission. From now on we will only help you deal with the enemy ninja and strong samurai. The rest must be solved by yourselves. Facing the resolute and despairing eyes of the crowd, who continued, "Relying solely on us is useless. Even if the bridge is built, so what? Even if we kill Kadu, so what? Kill one and another will come. If you don't resist, you will never have a chance to rise." The bridge construction began. At first only 2 or 3 people stood firmly in front of the workers. Then it gradually became 10, 20 and more people joined the work of protecting the bridge. Later who learned that it was because Mingren went every day to persuade those people that more and more joined the bridge protection work. Indeed, in the art of Toknijutsu, Mingren was the professional. Boji country is just a small place, but in the entire universe the ninja world is also a small place. If a Detong Mu can come today, maybe a Shao Tong Mu will come tomorrow. If who had been struggling with whether to eliminate Heiju and the others in advance now, he had made up his mind. Eliminating Heiju today would only be a temporary solution, not a permanent cure. One day the ninja world would still have to face the Detong Mu clan. After guarding the bridge in Boji country until it was completed, everyone finally returned to Konoha. The children of both squads received records of 2 rank missions. As soon as they returned to the village, who sensed many foreign chakras. Inside the Hokage's office, the 4th Kazekage, the 4th Mizukage, and the 4th Reikage were all there. Upon entering the office, who distinctly sensed something amiss with Raza's chakra, but given the unclear circumstances, he decided to observe first. Now who had a more pressing issue to consider. Had Raza repaid all his debts to Konoha from the Third Great Ninja War? If he died, how would Sunagakure repay the money? Should he resurrect Raza through Edo Tensei to work off the debt? At that thought, who mentally slapped himself. What was he thinking? If he resurrected Raza, then Raza would be his to command. Why worry about debts? Just make him work in debt. Without Orochimaru's interference, the second match passed without incident, but the true upheaval occurred during the 3rd exam. Unlike the original narrative, the Rain Shinobi infiltrated the 3rd stage. The first round showed no anomalies. Yet, as the second round commenced and the 4 Kage observed together, a transformation unfolded. Beneath the arena, Nagato ignored his opponent and reverted to his true form. Summoning Jutsu Geto Mazo, the mobile throne. On the platform, the nine-eyed horror materialized, the roaring of the demonic statue of the outer path echoing throughout. Having received Itachi's missive, who had long since evacuated the villagers to the shelters behind the Hokage rock, thus no great panic ensued at the scene. One by one members of the Akatsuki emerged from the statue's maw. The Konoha collapse plan. No, the 5 Kage collapse plan had begun. Nagato intended to eliminate all 4 Kage at once in Konoha. The demonic statue advanced toward them, and as the Kage rose to fight, the 4th Kazekage struck first. "Don't move, 4th Mizukage," he said, pressing a kunai to Yagura's throat. "Otherwise I can't guarantee your head will remain attached a moment longer." The 4th Kazekage tore off his face mask, revealing the bandaged visage of Beilu, who flared his chakra. "You've caught him, but why should we stop as well?" Lightning chakra enveloped his entire body. He swung a hand blade at Beilu, who. The Reikage's hesitation was non-existent, and a careless Beilu who was sent flying. Beilu's knife clattered to the ground, and a streak of blood appeared on Yagura's neck. Minato ground a pill into powder, and applied it to Yagura's wound, his gaze fixed gravely on Beilu, who. Intel on Beilu, who had long been shared by who with Konoha. On the other side, who maneuvered his Susanoo to assault the demonic statue, forcefully halting its advance. 2 giants wrestled within the arena. In a vacant area, Obito emerged from a spatial vortex. Not only Obito but also the controlled 4 Tails and 5 Tails followed. The 2-tailed beasts howled at the sky as they stepped out of Kamui. The 7 Tails Komiai flew over from the distant forest. Upon closer look, one could see several skewers of tricolored dango in its mouth. Raise bugs for 1,000 days, use them for an hour. Today let Chome save Konoha. As it flew just outside the arena, it noticed a mysterious figure standing at the highest point of the Colosseum. Obito, still observing, sensed the chakra and whipped around. Even with Koto Amatsukami on cooldown, the ocular power of the Eternal Mangekyo was far beyond what the 7 Tails could resist. In an instant, Komiai's eyes transformed into Sharingan. The 3-tailed beasts controlled by Obito entered the arena. Who sighed in resignation at Komiai, which lasted barely a second. Now the enemy had gained another combatant. Ice Release Eternal Prison of Ice. The ice golem, still locked in combat with the demonic statue, suddenly embraced it. crystals froze both the golem and the statue, expanding rapidly until they filled the entire Colosseum, then ceased. Snap! Adiha's fingers snapped. The ice crystals that filled the Colosseum shattered into powder. Though the demonic statue was the hollow shell of the Ten Tails, this attack left it incapacitated, collapsed on the ground. Kushina and Rin rushed in, trying to awaken Obito. Their response was three-tailed beast balls. In Obito's memory, Rin now bore the face of another, yet the orbs subconsciously veered toward Kushina. Who swiftly used Flying Thunder God to evacuate both women. They wanted to enter tailed beast form and join the battle, but who sent these two ancestors away, fearing they'd be controlled by Obito and make the fight unwinnable. As for when Rin learned tailed beast transformation, Isabus words, as long as you stop randomly committing suicide, you can use my chakra anytime. Just don't disturb my sleep. Sitting on a wooden golem, Shangshu barely managed to restrain the three-tailed beasts. Who headed toward Nagato's location, intending to deal with the troublesome Rinnegan first. In the stands, I saw Minato still staring gravely at Bei Luha's direction and patted his shoulder with a smile. Minato, don't be so tense. That blow of mine would severely injure even a Kage. As words had barely fallen when Bei Lu, who his entire body turned to steel, charged at him. Humiliated, transformed his leg into an axe and chopped at Bei Lu, who collapsing the entire stand. Minato's grave expression did not ease. Previous intel had never mentioned that his steel release could cover his entire body. This fellow had grown more than a little in a few years. As the smoke cleared the fully steeled Bei Lu, who blocked his kick, the suction holes of his absorption release continually drained as lightning release armor and a three-demo Sharingan appeared in his eyes. Raikage, your speed is indeed impressive, but before my Sharingan no speed can guarantee victory. Storm release, Dragon Storm return. For lightning, black dragons flew from behind Bei Lu, who toward the Raikage. Only thanks to as resilient body and high lightning resistance was he not gravely wounded. Spiral flash, super round dance, howl triple style. Minato seized the opening as Bei Lu, who finished his jutsu. Three shadow clones each held three flying thunder god kunai. Yagura also seized the moment, using water mirror jutsu to restrain the fully steeled Bei Lu, who Minato and his clones repeatedly used flying thunder god, leaving only golden afterimages dancing across the field. So that's why the toilet was clogged. Minato's performance was top tier. One must admit our fourth Hokage truly has skill. Minato and his three clones attacked from four directions with Rasengan. Even the Sharingan's insight has limits. Bei Lu, who saw the attack, but with strikes from all four sides he had nowhere to evade. Minato knocked Bei Lu, who to the ground. His would-release cells rapidly healed his wounds. Within mere breaths, Bei Lu, who stood before the three Kage completely intact. In an unnoticed corner of the arena, Black Zetsu kept tossing something into the demonic statue's maw. With each item the statue opened another eye. After the last item was thrown in, the demonic statue howled in madness, clutching its head in agony. Having lived for millennia in the ninja world, Black Zetsu had also gathered traces of tailed beast chakra. Though such a patchwork Ten Tails could not activate infinite Tsukuyami under these circumstances, it was the perfect tool for snatching tailed beasts. The maddened demonic statue writhed in pain from its scarce chakra. Instinct drove it to seek the individual with the most tailed beast chakra nearby, and in Konoha that was who, still engaging the six paths of pain, turned to see the crazed statue charging at him. Several attacks later, he had not taken down the statue, but two pains had been caught in the crossfire and destroyed. The demonic statue's form shifted, becoming like withered wood filled with insatiable hunger for every living being possessing chakra. Obito used Kamui to transport Bei Lu, who still locked in stalemate with the three Kage atop the Ten Tails. Excitement gleamed in Bei Luha's eyes as he activated the Kogu Jutsu to forcibly merge with the patchwork Ten Tails. Amid an immensely oppressive aura, Bei Lu, who the partial Ten Tails Jinchuriki, made his debut. Hizura's entire body turned white with two truth-seeking balls floating behind him. Those who knew would recognize this scene from Naruto. Those who didn't might think it was from Sayarhao. Ha 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 ha. Madara didn't lie to me. This is the power of a god, the eternal power of a true deity. Perhaps due to the fusion of the Sharingan, Hizura's expression at this moment perfectly merged with that of the Uchiha for mad laughter, without any sense of incongruity. The Sharingan in his eyes had now transformed into a four-cornered Magatama shape, with both eyes glowing with an eerie red light. Hizuru flew towards the stands, and the two truth-seeking balls behind him transformed into a long staff. Yak paid no heed and charged straight at Hizuru, who had become a Jinchuriki. Unlike their previous, evenly matched fight, Hizuru merely swung his staff and sent Yak crashing into the ground. Although he was merely a weak pseudo-six paths who could only condense two truth-seeking balls, even such a pseudo-six paths was far beyond what any cage level could hope to challenge. The ninjutsu of Minato and Yagura had almost no effect on Hizuru. After a few exchanges, Yagura lost his combat capability and Minato was gravely wounded. After defeating the three Kage, Hizuru did not finish them off but instead quickly rushed to Nagato, who was engaged with Ichigo. He thrust the truth-seeking ball staff straight at Nagato's chest. Thanks to the shared vision of the Rinnegan, Nagato detected the attack in advance and barely dodged it. Hizuru, are you betraying the Akatsuki? Pain. These Rinnegan are wasted on you. Why not hand them over to me? If I could gain the power of the Rinnegan, even Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara would be nothing but dirt. Ha 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 ha. I cannot let those words go unheard. Senju Hashirama stood before Ichigo with his hands on his hips, while behind him stood Uchiha Madara with a displeased expression. In Konoha's prison, Kakuzu felt a familiar chakra and was stunned. Hadn't this legendary figure died long ago? The name Senju Hashirama brought not only fear but also glory to Kakuzu. I survived an encounter with the god of shinobi. I could boast about this for a lifetime. And indeed Kakuzu did boast about it for a lifetime, even though time might have forgotten who he was. When Uchiha Madara saw the Rinnegan in Nagato's eye sockets, he felt even more displeased. His own eyes, and he hadn't even had the chance to use them properly. On the other side, Sasori, who was controlling the fourth Kazekage's human puppet, found a middle-aged man with a short sword before him. Meanwhile, the slacking Itachi and Kisame were occupied by the third Hokage. Behind Nagato came a voice he knew all too well. Nagato, you've grown up. How is Konan now? Has she become a great beauty? On the stand, Zabito, who intended to kill the three Kage, heard the sound of a sharp weapon cutting through the air behind him. Evil Uchiha brat, I will make sure you never leave Konoha today. Senju Tobarama held a kunai and stared at Obito with undisguised malice specifically directed at the Uchiha. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku, who was protecting the villagers behind the Hokage monument, suddenly felt a chill. In an unnoticed corner, slugs were continuously crawling towards the severely wounded three Kage. On Hizura's side, the wood golem and Susanoo attacked him simultaneously. Hizuru could only split his staff in two to barely block their assault. The six paths Obito, possessing an almost complete Ten-Tails, still fell to the beast's tribulation, let alone Hizura's incomplete and broken beast. Hashirama, there's a technique I've wanted to try for a long time. The two exchanged smiles. Madara placed his hand on Hashirama's shoulder, and Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together, a black facial pattern appearing on his face. Sage art would release true several thousand hands. A giant thousand-armed Buddha rose from the ground, gradually covered by blue armor. 2 against 1, and it'll give you 2 hands. Watch this majestic attire, true 998 hands. All the hands behind the Buddha reached out to grab Hizuru, stirring up a cloud of dust. Seizing this chance, Nagato used the Animal Path's ability to summon a summoning beast that swallowed all Akatsuki members. The Animal Path clone outside Konoha used the summoning technique to bring back all Akatsuki members. Let's go. That bastard Hizuru has betrayed us. Nagato did not see that after using Susanoo over the Buddha, Madara and Hashirama's bodies showed varying degrees of deterioration. The improvement of the impure world reincarnation was not complete, their powers were too overwhelming, and the technique was forcibly dispelled. Hizuru lay on the ground as the demonic statue of the outer path inside him frantically devoured his remaining vitality. How is this possible? I am a god, how could I lose? With his last strength, Hizuru threw the truth-seeking ball staff at Tsunade, who was rushing over. Wise geniuses like you will never understand the pain of mediocre ones like us. Hizuru's eyes grew vacant as his last spark of life finally dwindled away. Tsunade. As the words fell, Tsunade did not feel the expected pain. Opening her eyes, she saw Jiraiya spitting blood standing in front of her. Jiraiya's blood-soaked hand touched Tsunade's cheek. Tsunade, I love you. Jiraiya's hand dropped. Tsunade had no time to grieve. Unbeknownst to her, Jiraiya had long since replaced Dan Kata's place in her heart. No matter what, she would not let Jiraiya die before her today. Jiraiya, don't sleep. Didn't you say you love me? When you get better, well, go on a date. In her panic, Tsunade completely forgot that Ichigo's ability could seal a person's vitality and heal them slowly. Tsunade activated the mark of Byakugan, pouring a massive amount of chakra into Jiraiya's body. The fading vitality in Jiraiya began to slowly recover. Tsunade, I think I just heard you agree to go on a date with me. Obito noticed the situation from afar. Ignoring the second Hokage using his multiply implosion tags, he mobilized his Susanoo and arrived beside Hizuru, sucking his body into the Kamui dimension. The dissipating impure world reincarnation Madara gave Obito a secret nod, his eyes full of satisfaction. Ichigo did not stop Obito's action. The shinobi world needed a sufficiently powerful enemy to make them face reality. Before the start of the Great Shinobi War, Ichigo also needed to further enhance his power. I recall there's an Otsutsuki time-traveling fisherman. He would be the perfect stepping stone for my advancement. While cleaning up, Snake-sama Orochimaru dragged over a yellow-haired person tied up with snakes. This should be Inoki's disciple. I've already studied Iwa's explosion release. His doesn't even count as explosion release. After a while, you can sell him back to Inoki. Deidara was truly desperate. He had finally escaped IWA, a cursed den that wouldn't let him practice his art by joining Akatsuki, only to be packaged up and sent back in the blink of an eye. Nagato bro, it's not that I didn't want to save you. Everyone else was running on the ground, but you were flying in the sky. The giant bird was used for aerial surveillance. There was no other summoning beast to swallow you. You can only blame yourself for not being an official member. Deidara had not been in the Akatsuki for half a journey before being captured midway. Now the organization is divided into 3, the leader is weary, and this is truly a time of crisis. Standing opposite Ichigo, Onogi's nose was so flared with anger that he bellowed, Uzumaki Ichigo, do you even realize what you're saying? You claim my student blew up the entire Konoha. As I see it, the terrain of Konoha has sunk 2 or 3 meters. If my apprentice truly possessed such power, would I still be sitting in the Tsuchikage's seat today? Fine. Even if all your accusations were true, that Konoha was solely destroyed by Deidara. Then what about the laboratory 800 li away? Was that also his handiwork? When I went to check just now, the ice shards hadn't even melted yet. That place must have been ruined 7 or 8 years ago. If you claim he did everything, why not say he can fly to the heavens? Anaji was already spouting nonsense in his fury. After all, Deidara could indeed fly. No. If you expect the Hidden Rock Village to pay such heavy reparations, you might as well order us to relocate our entire village. Ichigo's eyes sparkled. It's a deal. From today onward, the Hidden Rock Village is officially renamed as the Konoha Branch Village of the Land of Earth. Anaji had never been so angry in his entire life. The rage of these few hours surpassed all the anger he had ever accumulated. You little brat, stop right there. Do you truly dare to think such a thing? And you'd actually go through with it? Ichigo slumped there with a look of reckless indifference. I've already investigated thoroughly. Over all these years, your village has produced only one talented individual. Deidara. If you miss this chance, I doubt you'll be able to step down from the Tsuchikage position for at least another decade. You. Anaji pointed one finger at Ichigo, while clutching his chest with the other, looking as if he were about to suffer a seizure from sheer fury. Senior Anaji, we don't accept fraudulent claims here. If something happens to you in this place, the village really would have to change its name. Anaji struggled for a while before finally conceding. The Hidden Rock Village can only pay 3 billion ryo. You must return Deidara as well as the 4 tails and 5 tails. Only Deidara can be returned to you. Konoha has never restricted the freedom of tailed beasts. We have no right to buy or sell another's freedom. Besides, even if the 4 tails and 5 tails were given back, could you even hold on to them? But Anaji tried to argue further, but the blue 9 tails that appeared on the table was already baring its fangs at him. Fine. I'll take Deidara for 500 million ryo. Deidara has caused immense damage to Konoha. You won't take him for less than 2.5 billion. 1.5 billion. Any more and I'll walk away. Ichigo immediately changed his tone. Deal. Thanks for your generous support, boss. Onogi's expression was as if he had swallowed a fly. I paid too much. Thanks to the generous aid from the Hidden Rock Village, every building in Konoha was renovated. Even the houses left untouched were torn down and rebuilt. The village flourished with a vibrant post-war vitality. One day, as Ichigo was about to select a moderately high-level mission for Hinata's team to train, Minato approached him. Ichigo. How about this mission? It's rank A, but the reward is absurdly generous. Escort the actress Fujiyuki Setsuna. They specifically mentioned that if they could hire Konoha's bloody ice crystal, they would add extra payment. Extra payment? Are they planning to hire us to topple a nation? Minato shook his head. Perhaps in their eyes you are also a kind of celebrity. If you take this mission, Team Kakashi will accompany you and your squad will get the larger share. We accept. This mission is intriguing. It wouldn't hurt to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the snow country. The truth was, Ichigo didn't really want to travel so far, but they offered far too much money to refuse. On the battlefield against Sasori, Ichigo had collected hair and other biological samples for the impure world reincarnation technique. However, after wasting over a dozen white Zetsu specimens, Orochimaru kicked him straight out of the lab. Now Ichigo could truly understand Kabuto's feelings when he drew cards in the original story. With the plan to produce a golden miner through impure world reincarnation stranded, earning some extra cash on the side was still a decent consolation. After accepting the mission, Ichigo found Hinata's team and told them to pack winter clothes for the escort mission to the snow country. When they learned the escort target was the famous actress Fujiyuki Setsuna, their eyes brimmed with anticipation. And when Ichigo mentioned that Team Kakashi would also be joining, he distinctly noticed Hinata's eyes light up. The next day, Kakashi and Ichigo arrived at the client's location, only to find that Sasuke and the others had tied up the film crew. In all their years as ninja, this was the first time they had seen anyone treat a mission employer like that. Are you afraid the client might run away? Kakashi flickered over and untied everyone. My apologies. These kids didn't know you were filming. Sorry for the trouble. Sanzu-sama shook his head. These children are unaware of the truth. It is precisely because of Konoha Ninja's sense of justice that we entrusted the protection mission to Konoha. The director chimed in with admiration. As expected of Konoha Ninja, the elite bodyguards we hired were all top-notch, yet these children took them down with ease. Even Kakashi with his thick skin felt embarrassed. Sorry. The director waved it off. No harm done. We were already fortunate to invite the copy ninja Hatake Kakashi, but to also secure this legendary figure. Even a legend needs to eat. The price you offered was something even I couldn't refuse. The director laughed heartily. I heard Mr. Kakashi once visited the snow country. They say the rainbow ice wall blooms in 7 colors during spring. Kakashi shook his head. That's just a rumor. The snow country has no spring. The crew discussed this topic for a long time. Ichigo couldn't understand what was so fascinating about it. If he wanted such icicles he could create as many as he pleased. They chatted idly until evening, but Fujiyuki Setsuna still hadn't returned. Sanzu found her and Naruto at a rundown tavern. Miss Setsuna, the ship to the snow country is ready. We must depart immediately. Yet no matter how much they persuaded Fujiyuki Setsuna, refused to set foot on that ship bound for the snow country. With time running short, Kakashi and Ichigo had to resort to other means. Kakashi patted Fujiyuki Setsuna on the shoulder. Shut up. I already said I want. When Fujiyuki Setsuna turned around, she saw a Sharingan with 3 tomo. She was merely an ordinary person, and after resisting Kakashi's genjutsu for a brief moment she lost consciousness. When she awoke again and walked out of the cabin, all she saw was the turbulent sea. At this point, reluctant as she was, she could only accept the outcome. Thus the group traveled and filmed along the way. During the journey many issues surfaced. Setsuna and Sanzu were clearly no ordinary actress and manager. For Ichigo, who had never seen this movie, it was a novel experience. Upon entering the borders of the snow country, the weather underwent a dramatic transformation, the warm sea breeze vanishing entirely. Stepping out of the cabin, one could only feel the bone-piercing cold. Fortunately, everyone had been warned beforehand and had brought their thick clothes. Well, except for Ihu. This temperature was hardly worth mentioning for an ice-release shinobi. Halfway through the voyage, a massive glacier blocked the ship's path. The director's eyes lit up at the sight of the colossal ice formation. Fantastic! This is the perfect filming location I've been dreaming of. Come, we'll shoot the next scene here. On the ship, Ihu had already sensed 3 chakra signatures. 1 Jonin and 2 Chunin. Their chakra in the snowfield was like fireflies in the dead of night, both faint and conspicuous. As a thrill-seeker, Ihu was curious to see what these 3 weaklings were up to, so he didn't raise the alarm. Instead, he discreetly shot a glance at Kakashi, indicating the direction of their hiding spot. But Kakashi clearly didn't catch Ihu's meaning. While the others were filming, he threw a kunai with an explosive tag into the hiding place of Wolf Tooth Avalanche. Hey, what are you doing? Ihu patted the director's shoulder to calm him. Enemies are coming. The director immediately looked around in panic. I'm just making a movie. Why are there real attackers? Kakashi stared at the explosion site. A man in strange armor emerged from under a camouflage cloth, wearing a snow shinobi village headband with long blue hair and arms crossed, grinning at Fubuki Kazahana below. Welcome to the snow country. Has it been 10 years since we last met, Kakashi? Are you going to run away again, Princess Fubuki? Did you bring the hexagonal crystal properly? Ihu stepped forward. Kakashi, 10 years ago. Is this the failed mission you told me about? Kakashi nodded. Their chakra armor is troublesome. Everyone get back on the ship. The group had no time to marvel at Princess Fubuki Kazahana's identity. Survival was more important now. The 6 young genins stood in front to shield the others as they retreated. Ihu simply watched, deciding that the 2 Chunin were barely enough for the 6 to practice on. Kakashi directly confronted Wolf Tooth Avalanche. 10 years ago he had been forced to flee due to insufficient strength. But now, 30 years east, 30 years west. Never bully a youth in poverty. Kakashi taught him a harsh lesson. Seeing the situation unfavorable, Wolf Tooth Avalanche fixed his eyes on Ihu, who was watching the show below. Kakashi, surrender or my next move will take out that little pink-haired one down there. Kakashi. Ihu, hearing the threat, was also baffled. Brother, doesn't your snow shinobi village have internet access? Even if you're cut off from the outside world, at least familiarize yourselves with the most dangerous people in the shinobi world. Seeing no reaction from Kakashi, Wolf Tooth Avalanche struck directly at Ihu. Ice Release One-Horned White Whale. Watching the horned whale charge, Ihu showed no panic, but instead commented with interest. This move is decent, much better than the swallow and ice wall earlier. Clapping his hands, Ihu said, I forget naming it. Ice Release Swarm of One-Horned White Whales Jutsu. Instantly a massive herd of giant whales, several times larger than the one summoned by Wolf Tooth Avalanche, surged toward him, shattering the entire glacier into pieces. Ihu used Flying Thunder God to bring everyone aboard the ship. Sorry, I couldn't hold back. Seems I went a bit overboard this time. The director beside him shouted, Cut! Fantastic. I never imagined we could capture such a spectacular scene. Truly, the dedication of these crew members was admirable. They were willing to risk their lives for a movie. With this small episode resolved, the group finally arrived at the snow country, a land perpetually covered in snow. Now tell us the truth, Princess Fubuki Kazahana. Ihu stressed the word princess. Sandai just started to apologize for the deception, but when he looked up he saw the gleam of gossip in Ihu's eyes. He was practically holding a melon to snack on. Uncle Ihu, what are you talking about? She's just acting as a princess in the movie. She's not a real princess, Naruto said. Sometimes Naruto's extraordinarily long reaction time was truly exasperating. Even a dog could see Hinata's feelings for him, but he remained oblivious, right, Akamaru? Kakashi cut Naruto off. No, Naruto. She is the true princess of the snow country. Ihu sat on a chair staring directly at Sandai. No wonder the reward was so high, and you specified that I must accept the mission for an even higher payment. Under the guise of escorting us, you intended to involve us in the country's power struggle. Quite the scheme. Sandai did not try to defend himself. Crimson Ice Crystal, the hero who killed the third Kazekage, the third Mizukage, and the third Reikage during the Third Great Ninja War. Though the outside world says Ihu killed them, he actually lives in seclusion in Konoha and defeated the third Tsuchikage. With your help, Princess Fubuki can surely defeat Fubuki Dodo and reclaim the throne of the Snow Country. Seeing the growing admiration in Naruto and the other children's eyes, Ihu couldn't help but think that this man knew how to talk and could keep going. The half-century-old Sandai knelt directly before Ihu, but Ihu froze his lower body. Unable to kneel, Sandai still pleaded, "Lord Ihu, I beg you to help us defeat Fubuki Dodo and save the Snow Country from misery. We will accept any condition you propose." Sandai, stop begging them. I have no desire to become the ruler of this country. Some people may live, but their hearts are already dead. I don't want to go through that experience again. You should give up too. Are you idiots? No matter how hard you try, you can never defeat Dodo. Fubuki Kazahana's eyes were filled with despair. Hey, I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Our mission is to protect you during the filming period. Are you denying the strength of Konoha's shinobi? Ihu retorted. Lord Ihu. Sandai's eyes glistened with tears. Ihu's words already implied his intent. Fubuki Dodo's existence threatens the client's safety. We should help you eliminate him. However, given that you concealed the truth, the mission can continue, but it's going to cost extra. Sandai was extremely agitated. No problem. Once Princess Fubuki ascends the throne of the Snow Country, we will accept any sum. Ihu shook his head. I'm interested in the chakra armor those snow shinobi wear. I want the snow shinobi village's technology and all research data. The three ministers agreed without hesitation, for without these things they could never reclaim their power through sheer force alone. Better to use them as bargaining chips than let them remain in the hands of Fonghua Nuteo forever. Fine, I'll help you with this favor. Ihu said cheerfully, for it had been a long time since he had brought something back for Snake-sama. As the group journeyed deeper into the Snow Country, Ihu caught the fleeing Fonghua Xiaoxue for the fourth time, and she finally broke down. Why? I clearly don't want to shoulder these so-called responsibilities. I just want to live peacefully. Why are you dragging? Ihu said nothing but pushed Naruto forward. Freezing people was his forte, but as for Toknijutsu, that was far from his area of expertise. Just as Naruto was about to unleash his Toknijutsu on Fonghua Xiaoxue, the snow beneath them melted, revealing iron tracks. Ihu hadn't expected the Snow Country's technology to be so advanced. He could sense chakra on the tracks, and the fact that they had built a chakra-powered train thrilled him. This trade was a massive win. A whistle sounded from afar. A black train approached, and Fonghua Nudo's voice rang out from it. Xiaoxue, long time no see. Upon hearing that voice, Fonghua Xiaoxue was consumed by fear, her body trembling uncontrollably. Hinata, having activated her Byakugan, stepped forward. Teacher Ihu, those carriages are filled with people and kunai, and there are many strange machines I can't identify. Fonghua Nuteo frowned at Ihu. Konoha shinobi, are you certain you want to meddle in the internal affairs of the Snow War? The land of fire and the land of snow are so far apart. How could they wage war? And even if they did, do you think the Snow Country stands a chance? Fonghua Nuteo, your world is small, but don't assume everyone else is as narrow-minded as you. Fonghua Nudo's face darkened. Kill them. The train's carriages opened, revealing rows of cannons. As the operators turned the mechanisms, countless kunai flew out from each barrel. Ice Release Ice Crystal Barrier. A wall of ice rose before the group, blocking all the kunai. Ice Release Frozen 1,000 miles. The entire train was encased in ice. Only Fonghua Nuteo and Langyashuebing managed to leap off and escape. Fonghua Nuteo stared at the frozen train, his expression grim. That train had cost him a fortune, yet it was neutralized in a single move. But I won't be defeated so easily. A massive airship rose from one side, and countless kunai tied with blue spheres rained down from it. Each sphere burst into numerous ice spikes upon landing. Ice Release Mystic Ice Dragon Soar. Standing atop the ice dragon's head, Ihu gazed at Fonghua Nuteo with delight. A train and an airship. What other surprises did the Snow Country hold? The ice dragon breathed a stream of frost toward the airship. Fonghua Nuteo and Langyashuebing had no choice but to jump off the airship to survive. Langyashuebing landed on Ihu and placed a circular device on him, and Ihu, curious about its effect, did not dodge. Ha 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 ha. No matter how strong you are, once this chakra restraining device we've developed is attached, no one can use chakra. But as Ihu's chakra surged, cracks formed on the device on his abdomen, and it shattered, falling to the ground. Ihu picked up the fallen device. The rewards from this Snow Country mission were far beyond his expectations. A smile of sheer joy spread across his face. Gazing at the stunned duo, Ihu chuckled. At its core, a shinobi's battle is a battle of chakra. This device can only absorb a limited amount of chakra. Exceed that limit and the so-called chakra restraining device becomes nothing but a joke. Fonghua Nudo's eyes darted to the hexagonal crystal necklace on the ground. Ice Release Black Dragon Blizzard. The blizzard stirred up a flurry of snow, blinding the group. When the snow settled, Fonghua Nuteo had vanished along with the fallen hexagonal crystal necklace. Clutching the crystal necklace, Fonghua Nudo's eyes gleamed with excitement. 10 years. Finally he held the key to the Fenghua clan's secret treasure, the very treasure for which he had killed his own elder brother all those years ago. Ihu slowly made his way toward the Fenghua clan's ancestral grounds, curious about what final golden reward Fenghua Nuteo would yield him. Fenghua Nuteo inserted the hexagonal crystal into the groove of the stone pedestal. A blinding light radiated from the pedestal, scattering into a rainbow of colors on the ice walls. The temperature around them gradually rose, and the ice slowly began to melt. Just as legend had it, the snow country would see its spring when the rainbow ice walls appeared. Fenghua Nuteo stared at the snow country, finally blessed with spring, his mind nearly unraveling. So many years of waiting, of immense sacrifice. And the Fenghua clan's secret treasure was merely this, such a thing. I don't believe it. The Fenghua clan must have another treasure. How could this be worthy of being called a secret treasure? Fenghua Nuteo frantically searched for anything that could serve as a weapon, but found nothing until Ihu walked in. So this is the legendary rainbow ice wall of the snow country. Generations of effort merely to bring spring to this land. What a gentle clan. Then Ihu glanced at the manic Fenghua Nuteo. But even the gentlest of clans can produce a few rotten, perhaps driven by the futility of his decades-long pursuit, or goaded by Ihu's words. Fenghua Nuteo sprang up, maxing out the power output of his chakra armor. Ice Release Twin Black Dragon Blizzard. Storm Release Dragon Storm Reversal. Ihu dared not recklessly use Ice Release here. Using too much chakra would mean it would take decades for the heating device to melt the ice again. Storm Release chakra erupted from Ihu's body, enveloping him in dazzling effects. Fenghua Nuteo had lost all reason. To avoid damaging his chakra armor, Ihu had to expend considerable effort. When the others arrived, they were lost in the beauty before them. And when Fenghua Xiaoxue stepped into the scene, her tears flowed uncontrollably. Father truly brought spring to the snow country, yet as his daughter I was nothing but a coward. As expected, nothing was impossible once Naruto's Takenjutsu was unleashed. Fenghua Xiaoxue took on the responsibility as the ruler, freeing the people of the snow country from the brutal tyranny they had endured. Ihu meanwhile gathered a massive trove of experimental data and technological blueprints. So many that Orochimaru's newly built laboratory could barely contain them. Due to its involvement of an entire nation, this mission was elevated to rank. At that very moment, two mysterious visitors from the future were already on their way to Konoha. As Orochimaru and Kabuto emerged from the laboratory after concluding their experiment, they were greeted by the sight of a train, an airship, and an endless array of documents and equipment. Ichigo had practically moved the entire lab there. Oh my god! Kabuto was utterly overwhelmed by the mountain of items piled before him. The stack of documents alone towered over his head. Orochimaru flipped through the documents. These are all records on chakra-based mechanical creations. Kabuto, let's store them for now. They might come in handy later. Orochimaru felt rather exasperated. His second apprentice had finally been quiet for a while, but it turned out he had been brewing something monumental. Orochimaru himself specialized in biology. Mastering these mechanical arts would take him years. Yet what could be more tormenting for a scientist than having knowledge within reach, but being unable to grasp it? Just as Orochimaru was grappling with the mountain of chakra technology, two mysterious figures had already slipped into the village of Konoha through its main gate. Sensei Sasuke, is this the Konoha of the past? Before Sasuke could respond to Boruto, two flashes. One pink, one gold. Streaked by. By the time Boruto realized what was happening, both he and Sasuke were pinned to the ground. Quite cooperative, Sasuke. Didn't resist at all. How'd you get so weak? Did Kakashi's laziness rub off on you in the future? The Sasuke pinned beneath Ichigo suddenly transformed into a wooden log, and the older Sasuke stepped out from the side. Senior Ichigo, you're as energetic as ever. Let's talk inside the village first. The group headed toward the safest building in Konoha, Orochimaru's laboratory. Along the way, Ichigo kept scrutinizing the pineapple-haired boy. So this is the legendary inflammable substance that would even make Amaterasu extinguish itself. The future me actually let this thing be born. Guess I was still too merciful back then. Sasuke, did the future me or Orochimaru Sensei have anything for me to pass along? Sasuke produced a scroll. This is from future senior Ichigo. He said it contains a method to deal with Urashiki. Though he didn't understand why Ichigo would do something that affected the timeline, Sasuke had never known Ichigo to make a mistake. This time too he chose to support Ichigo unconditionally. Sasuke's choice was correct. Unbeknownst to him, he himself originated from a timeline where Ichigo had received assistance from the future. Urashiki's normal time jump destination should have been when Kushina was a little girl, but Ichigo's manipulation caused Urashiki to mistakenly arrive in this era. A gift delivered straight to them. Granduncle, how come you haven't aged at all in the future? Instead of answering, Ichigo knocked on Boruto's head. What kind of education does the future Konoha provide? Your vigilance and strength at this age are frankly pathetic. Sasuke, did Naruto leave education to Anko after becoming Hokage? Granduncle. Ah, Ichigo knocked again. Adults are talking. Children don't interrupt. Boruto rubbed the spot where Ichigo had hit him. Yes, it was the same familiar touch and feel. Had been thumped like this his whole life. Arriving at Orochimaru's lab, Kabuto was still tidying up the pile Ichigo had left. When he saw Ichigo bring in 2 more test subjects, he nearly fell apart. Orochimaru-sensei, look what I've brought you. A genuine Rinnegan. A rare treasure. Hearing Ichigo's words, Sasuke couldn't help but smile. Had heard long ago that Ichigo had a habit of scouring the ninja world for all sorts of valuable items to give Orochimaru for research, and now he saw it firsthand. In fact, by the time Sasuke was old enough to enter Orochimaru's lab, Ichigo had already looted almost every good thing in the ninja world. So naturally Sasuke had never witnessed just how absurd Ichigo's treasure hunting ability was. Boruto looked puzzled. Granduncle, how did you know Sasuke-sensei had the Rinnegan? This era is still ages away from when Sasuke-sensei gets his Rinnegan. Boruto, I don't know how they raised you in the future, but your granduncle will tell you now, never underestimate sensory-type shinobi. On the battlefield, sensory types and medical need are always priority targets. With that, he knocked Boruto's head again. A crisp sound rang out. Sounds good. A good sound means a good head. Boruto's knock was crisp but not pleasant. Clearly an empty skull. The moment Orochimaru's numb eyes caught the word, Rinnegan, a spark of life ignited. Ignoring Sasuke's reaction, he grabbed him and dragged him straight into the lab. Once safely inside Orochimaru's lab, Ichigo finally opened the scroll sent by his future self. To my past self, Obito's left eye has been fused with Uchiha Kageme's eye into an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Beware of his Kodo Ematsukami. I've tampered with Otsutsuki Urashiki's arrival time. Defeat him and consume his power. Only then can you face the coming crisis. At the end of the scroll, I've left you a barrier jutsu to help subdue Urashiki. I hope that when you reach my time, you'll make the same choice to keep the timeline stable. After reading the scroll, Ichigo pulled a white zetsu from a culture tank and performed the impure world reanimation on Madara Uchiha. Madara looked at his cracked hands and understood immediately. Senior Madara, do you still remember me? Madara sat on the ground, one hand propping up his chin as he eyed Ichigo. That ice release brat. What do you want this time? Or do you need me to fight my own people again? Senior Madara, do you recall the question of peace you once spoke of? Madara's expression grew serious. Oh, have you found the true path to peace? No, I don't seek absolute peace for the ninja world. Madara's gaze turned dangerous. Senior Madara, you've heard the name Otsutsuki, haven't you? I can tell you now, the Otsutsuki are plunderers. They are predators. Once the ninja world's power falters, they will turn it into a fruit and devour it. Madara's eyes had already shifted to Mangekyo. He tried to find a trace of deceit on Ichigo's face. Words alone are hollow. Why should I believe you? The fact that Madara asked that question meant he was already at least 60% convinced. Senior Madara, in a few days an Otsutsuki will arrive. Then you'll see that I speak the truth. Before Madara could continue, Ichigo sealed him back into the coffin. The exact time of Urashiki's arrival was unknown, so Ichigo had to prepare in advance. First was the matter of the Nine Tails. The blue half of the Nine Tails within Ichigo had borrowed almost all of its chakra. When Urashiki came, he would target only Ichigo. Turning himself into bait, the next step was to find a suitable place to wait for the fisherman, like a hunter stalking his prey. One that would make Pushi understand that a high-level hunter often appears as the prey. Bringing Danzo and Orochimaru along, Iwa arrived at the Valley of the End. To prevent the other tailed beasts from gathering and attracting Pushi to Konoha, Iwa directly brought all the tailed beasts over. Now that all 8 tailed beasts of the ninja world were gathered here, Pushi would surely come to seize their chakra. Shang Shu's skill in building wooden houses had improved greatly. With a single jutsu, the wooden house came with built-in furniture. That night, Iwa went to Danzo's room. Danzo, I've wanted to ask since the first time we met. Why did you become so weak after growing up? Where did all your chakra go? Danzo smiled bitterly. Pushi tricked me and drained half of my chakra. The other half was consumed during the time travel. Iwa was full of question marks. So your weakness wasn't because of the Rinnegan draining you. Since your chakra limit is fine, why have you always been so weak? What's the use of that ringed eye in your socket? Is the Preta path just a decoration for you? Couldn't you just trade some food from the tailed beasts in Konoha to replenish it? Could it be that Boruto, that incombustible thing, even lowers one's intelligence? Boruto Namikaze is truly terrifying. The next day, Iwa used impure world reincarnation to summon the first Hokage. Shangshu and Hashirama poured their chakra into Danzo. Would release chakra not only quickly restored his own chakra, but also accelerated the recovery of Danzo's eye power. In this regard, Danzo was truly inferior to Madara. Had Madara ever said his eye power was exhausted to the point of being unusable after using infinite Tsukuyomi? Oh, he had his heart ripped out by Black Zetsu, so never mind. Forget I said anything. After waiting for a few days, a white-robed, white-haired fisherman with a fishing rod in hand and a basket at his waist arrived at the Valley of the End. Though there's a slight issue with the timing, this era doesn't have such a powerful ice release shinobi. Once I collect the chakra of those beasts, I'll see who can stop me when I return to the future. At this point, Pushi Otsutsuki had no idea that without his contribution the future Iwa wouldn't have become so strong. Sensing a powerful chakra approaching, Iwa came outside. Pushi Otsutsuki looked at Iwa with disdain in his eyes. Hand over the fox inside you. Don't make me waste more effort. Iwa cleaned his ear. Is that you, Roronoa Zoro? If I don't, you won't just charge at me with 3 swords, will you? Pushi Otsutsuki wasn't angered by Yihuo's nonsense. In the future, he had been beaten soundly by this guy. Going back to a time when he wasn't so strong. Wasn't that the perfect chance for revenge? The one whose intelligence had been lowered by the incombustible thing never considered how he managed to travel back in time right under the nose of a powerful Iwa. Iwa had no idea what Pushi Otsutsuki was thinking. To him, Pushi was already half a test subject in the look in Yihuo's eyes. As if observing a lab mouse. Infuriated Pushi. He swung his fishing rod and the hook shot rapidly toward Iwa below. He wanted to drain all of Yihuo's chakra to make him die in despair. Only that could soothe the wounds he had suffered. Yuo-senpai, watch out. Iwa used Flying Thunder God to dodge the flying hook, then clapped his hands. Summoning Jutsu Impure World Reincarnation. 2 coffins rose before Iwa. Uchiha Madara kicked the lid off with one blow. So this is the Otsutsuki clan you mentioned. Not even half a match for me. Iwa stared at the shattered coffin lid with a dark line on his face. So you're not planning to go back? If you break the coffin, where will you stay? The lid of the other coffin fell, and Hashirama Senju stepped out. Wow. Let's see who summoned me this time. Is this? The Hyuga clan has someone this strong. Hashirama? Madara? Madara-senpai, Hashirama-senpai, this is the Otsutsuki I mentioned before. If they succeed, the entire ninja world's vitality will be plundered. The two who were on the verge of clashing turned their gazes to Pushi Otsutsuki, their hostility growing more apparent. Iwa added, be careful of his hook. If it catches you, your chakra will be stolen. With that, Iwa unsealed the scroll his future self had sent back. A blue barrier covered the Valley of the End, completely cutting off Pushi's escape. Not only that, but his fishing line was also affected by the barrier becoming sluggish. If one looked closely, they'd notice black layers hidden within the blue chakra. That was the deadly element. Zuoju's chakra had fully recovered. 3 super cage levels and 1 6 paths level fighter against a weakened Pushi was far too easy. Sage Art Ice Release Eternal Sin Ice Prison. An ice crystal enveloped Pushi's body, expanding and growing until it shattered into powder, revealing the severely wounded Pushi inside. Don't be too smug. Pushi swallowed the chakra from his basket along with the basket itself. Not enough. Still not enough. Then Pushi swallowed his own eye. A golden rinnegan appeared on his forehead. He stepped into a golden fissure, and when he emerged he had completely transformed. Is this? A birdman? Zuoju threw a kunai at Pushi. As the kunai grazed Pushi's body, Zuoju used Ameno Tajikara to swap places with the kunai. But he was swatted away by Pushi's wing. Sage Art Ice Release 10,000 Miles Frozen. Sage Art Ice Release Frozen World. Sage Art Ice Release Ice Crystal Barrier. Combined with the barrier from future Iwa, 4 layers of space caused the temperature at the Valley of the End to plummet. This is the final move, Pushi. Hashirama charged ahead. Watch my Sage Art Myojinman. Madara and Zuoju both activated Susanoo, firing Indra's arrow, and Yasaka Magatama toward Pushi. Sage Art Ice Crystal Sword. A giant sword of ice crystals formed above the barrier. As it descended, passing through the future barrier, the sword was tainted black by the black chakra. Pushi looked despairingly at the black giant sword in the sky. Again. This cursed black ice. The ice sword fell. Pushi Otsutsuki perished. Madara-senpai, this is what the Otsutsuki are like. According to my intel, Pushi is among the weaker ones. There are many strong Otsutsuki out there. Madara's expression was calm, but inside he was shocked. So this kid wasn't lying back then. There really were celestial visitors from beyond the ninja world always coveting it. Alright kid, I get it. If there are more enemies like this next time, you can summon me with Impure World Reincarnation. When the black ice crystals dissipated after the chakra was exhausted, Orochimaru looked at Pushi's body, preserved by the ice, with excitement. His student's ability was so convenient. The bodies of defeated enemies were kept intact and fresh. He had seen the power of the Otsutsuki just now. Given enough time, he was confident he could unlock the secrets of Pushi's body. But if Pushi wasn't considered strong among the Otsutsuki, it was hard to imagine what the truly powerful Otsutsuki were like. Orochimaru and Kabuto quickly moved Pushi's body to the lab. For them now, unraveling the mysteries of the Otsutsuki was the top priority. A few days later, Orochimaru brought a chakra fruit to Iwa. Iwa, this is the fruit extracted from Pushi. Without a doubt, this is the true purpose behind your future self sending Pushi back. Iwa noticed the faint outline of a fishing rod behind Orochimaru and sighed at how generous Pushi was. Not only delivering the goods, but also the tool for extracting chakra. The moment the fruit touched Ichigo, it transformed into energy and flowed into his body. Otsutsuki Pushi's chakra acted like a key, unlocking all of Ichigo's latent potential. Orochimaru saw the fruit absorbed upon contact and immediately sensed trouble. As the temperature dropped, his ominous premonition grew stronger than ever before. Orochimaru summoned a giant serpent from Ryuchi Cave at top speed, swallowed it, and crawled toward the outside. Thanks to Orochimaru's quick reaction, the giant serpent, having just crawled out of the lab, spit Ichigo out immediately. Dark ice spread across the ground where Ichigo landed, and even the serpent, which had only been in brief contact, became covered in a thin layer of dark ice. but even that thin layer of dark ice was inescapable for the serpent. When Orochimaru curiously touched the dark ice, his entire arm was frozen and sealed by it. Inside the dark ice, Ichigo's Ice Release Storm Release Sage body, and the newly awakened adamantine sealing chains gradually merged together. Ichigo's life level had begun to evolve toward a higher plane. Once his evolution was complete, he would become a being on par with the Otsutsuki. The seven-tailed beasts of Konoha, sensing the situation, arrived one after another. Four-tailed son Goku carefully touched the dark ice with his claw. So cold. This dark ice is of an extremely high level. My lava release is no match for this thing, and it seems the dark ice is continuously growing stronger. Nine-Tails, sitting on Kushina's shoulder, twitched his ears. This old man can no longer sense the presence of the other me inside that brat. Seven-Tails Komiai felt the increasingly cold environment and instinctively stepped back. Even a tailed beast cannot defy an insect's innate fear of the cold. The tailed beasts usually had good relations with Ichigo, and were grateful for the life they now had. So they all injected their chakra into the dark ice to accelerate Ichigo's evolution. Sasuke and Boruto arrived and saw the familiar dark ice, their pupils contracting. Sasuke murmured, "So this is it." So this was when Senior Ichigo obtained this power. Boruto beside him wanted to touch the dark ice, but Sasuke immediately pulled him back. He was all too familiar with this kind of dark ice. It contained at least 3 bloodline limits. If Boruto with his strength touched it, he would become a negative alive. Sasuke, is the education in future Konoha truly so flawed that there isn't even the most basic danger awareness? As the voice fell, Ichigo broke through the dark ice and stepped out. His skin now was unnaturally pale, and his hair color had finally settled into magenta. No, he's just a mischievous kid. Naruto entrusted him to me to temper his character. Speaking of this, Sasuke remembered his own troublesome child. Sarada was perfect in every way except for the headaches she gave him in their communication. Sasuke had spent many years away investigating the Otsutsuki and rarely saw her. Heaven knows how he felt when he discovered that his own daughter was among his father's Avenger alliance. It just so happened that Itachi and his father were very fond of the child. A simple scolding from Sasuke would have Itachi chasing him with a sword. Fortunately, they didn't spoil her ewe between Sakura and the two of them. Sarada was raised well. At this time in the hidden rain village, Nagato glared at the corpse of Bei Liuhu with fury. If it weren't for Bei Liuhu's last-minute betrayal, the previous attack on Konoha would have killed at least 3 village Kage. With that thought, Nagato formed a black rod in his hand and walked toward the corpses before him. Orochimaru was still examining Ichigo, and the elder Sasuke, especially Sasuke. Ichigo could be studied anytime, but it was unknown when Sasuke would leave. Outside Konoha, several mysterious figures with black rods inserted into their bodies slowly approached the village. 5 of them charged into Konoha from 3 different directions. Still inside the lab serving as a test subject, Ichigo's head moved slightly. "We have guests." Ichigo informed the Umbu of the news, and then headed toward the strongest direction, leaving the thinking to the prophet. Arriving at the main gate of Konoha, Ichigo wondered which bold warrior dared to enter through the front. Drawing closer, he saw the figure of Bei Liuhu. "Bei Liuhu, this chakra doesn't feel right either." "Uzumaki Ichigo, this time you won't have the chance to use the impure world reincarnation." Bei Liuhu's voice was cold and stiff. Only when he was close did Ichigo notice the 6 black rods on his body, and the 2 truth-seeking balls behind him. After learning that Konoha was under attack by mysterious powerhouses, Nagato had rushed over at top speed to take advantage of the chaos. The human paths, Bei Liuhu transformed the truth-seeking balls behind him into 2 short rods and hurled them at Ichigo. Then from his mouth he spat out a chakra dragon flying toward Ichigo. Ichigo, who had been looking relaxed, immediately dropped his nonchalant expression. Among the 6 paths of pain, the Preta path and human path only seemed weak because they were separated. "Everyone, get away from here. Don't let that dragon touch you." Ichigo condensed a sword of dark ice in his hand and blocked the 2 flying rods. Then he thrust the sword into the ground, and 4 walls of dark ice sealed the human path's chakra dragon. Dark ice frozen tomb. Ichigo clapped his hands against the ground, and countless dark ice sealed the human path's Bei Liuhu inside. "Come out. Your concealment is meaningless before Censor Ninja." The Hell Path's Danzo and Nagato approached from the other side. One of the Sharingan on Danzo's arm closed, and the newly sealed Bei Liuhu reappeared before Ichigo. Meanwhile, the 3 Sannin faced the Animal Path's Hanzo of the Salamander, who had been transformed. Elsewhere, the independently acting Azura Path's Sasori once again confronted Hatake Sakumo. Seeing Hanzo in this form, even Orochimaru couldn't help but lament to think that the demigod of his time would end up like this, his corpse being used and drained dry. The Animal Path's Hanzo ignored Orochimaru's words, quickly forming hand seals. Crabs, lobsters, chameleons, splitting dogs, Yatagarasu, rhinos, buffaloes, pandas, centipedes. Countless poisonous 6 paths summoning beasts emerged from behind the Animal Path's Hanzo. The 3 Sannin with solemn expressions bit their fingers. Summoning jutsu, 3 giant toads, 2 enormous serpents, and a huge slug appeared before the Sannin. Orochimaru continued forming seals. Summoning jutsu, impure world reincarnation. Several coffins appeared before the Sannin at Orochimaru's call. "I've been waiting for you." Summoning jutsu. Bei Liuhu appeared before Hanzo. Human path soul extraction. The first Hokage who had just been summoned, had not yet regained consciousness before his soul was extracted, forcibly cancelling the impure world reincarnation. Among the coffins, only the second Hokage managed to evade Hizushi's soul extraction by using the Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha Madara clearly saw Hizushi's movements, but he had no reason to act against his own comrades, so he offered no resistance. Without the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, what else can you use to stop me now? A puff of smoke dispersed and all the pains were summoned to the entrance of Konoha. Including Nagato as the Pretapath and the Deva Path, the enhanced 6 paths of pain gathered once more. Uzumaki Ichigo. As a clansman, I do not wish to kill you. Surrender all the tailed beasts and we will leave Konoha immediately. A few days ago Ichigo would have had no chance of victory against such a lineup, but now that he had fused the black ice, he had truly reached the 6 paths level. Black ice crystal armor. Ice style absolute zero. With the crystal armor, Ichigo's body transformed into black ice and his body temperature plummeted to absolute zero. Ichigo struck the ground with both fists, and a vast expanse of earth was tainted by black ice. Each step the pains took on the ground and every contact with Ichigo accelerated the erosion of absolute zero upon them. Except for Scorpion, whose body was entirely replaced by mechanical parts, all other pains made from corpses lost their mobility. As another Sharingan in Danzo's hand, the Hell Path, closed, the group returned to their initial state. Nagato was now considering retreat. He hadn't expected this guy to break through again. Had he been raised on Hashiramas and just cells? Ichigo gave Nagato no time to be astonished. From a scroll, he drew the dust-covered Kusanagi sword and coated it with black ice. Seeing this, Nagato used the Deva Path's power to fly into the sky, then controlled Hanzo of the salamander to remove summoning technique. The salamander, impaled with massive black rods, was summoned by Hanzo and torrents of poison gas spread from the village entrance toward the distance. Black ice crystal barrier. The freezing barrier trapped Ichigo and the pains within, and soon the barrier was filled with poison gas. Nagato looked at the barrier, now turned purple, but there was no joy in his eyes. Just as he was cursing his own treachery, the barrier was flooded with water, and the gaseous poison dissolved into the liquid, which Ichigo then froze into ice. With another of Danzo's Sharingan closing, the pains trapped in the ice reappeared at the village entrance. Neither the Azura Path's self-destruction nor the Human Path's soul attack could harm Ichigo. When Danzo had only one Sharingan left in his socket, Nagato hesitated. All these attacks had been paid for by his own chakra. If not for the injections of Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara's cells, Nagato would have already collapsed. As Nagato was pondering how to retreat, a spatial vortex appeared behind him, and he leaped into it without hesitation. Thank you, Madara. Without your help this time I might have perished there. Ah! In response to Nagato, it was not Obito's pleasantries but a hand reaching for his eye. With a scream, Nagato clutched his bloodied left eye socket. Obito quickly placed the eye into a jar in his hand. After losing one eye, Nagato experienced a wild surge in both his physical constitution and chakra reserves. In the Kamui dimension, Nagato looked at his own hands with one eye. Was the burden of this eye truly so heavy? Was it even his own eye? Nagato's Rinnegan had manifested in his eyes when he was still a child, and he had never known the ease of living without it. Summoning techniques could not be used within the Kamui dimension. Without bothering about the Rinnegan that Obito had taken, Nagato immediately left the Kamui dimension and summoned the 6 paths of pain back. Returning to Amigakure, Nagato went straight to his room. Years of adapting to the Rinnegan had made him able to control a single eye with ease. When his left eye was taken by Obito, he sensed something else within the Rinnegan. 2 days later, Nagato finally understood what lurked within the eye: Heavenly Obstruction Star and Limbo Border Jail. From that day onward, Nagato began to continuously attempt to activate and wield the true power contained within the Rinnegan. Meanwhile, Obito, having obtained one Rinnegan, did not implant it in himself. He intended to use this eternal Mangekyo to unleash a powerful genjutsu. The Akatsuki seemed to vanish from the shinobi world. If not for the intelligence brought back by Itachi and Kisame, Iwa would have suspected that the organization had disbanded. In Konoha, the Umbu members were still cleaning up the traces of battle, especially the poison left by the animal path. Hanzo of the salamander. Once Yihuo's black ice melted even a little, the contained venom would be enough to kill dozens of people. The threat of Otsutsuki Yarashiki had passed, and older Sasuke prepared to take Boruto back to the future. Watching the two about to leave, Iwa could not help but tease Boruto. I will wait for you to be born, and then teach you what it truly means to be a shinobi. Only then did Boruto realize why his future great-uncle had bullied him so much since childhood. He had brought this upon himself. Sasuke pulled Boruto along. Yuo-senpai, Konoha is in your hands. We must return. Just after Sasuke left, Iwa received a message from Ryuchi Cave. The same message also reached Nawaki. Reverse-summoned back, the white snake sage was lying on a chair smoking just like before. Ah! Little Iwa, little Nawaki, this time I called you here for the Sacred Land competition in a few days. As I told you before, the 3 sacred lands are in a competitive relationship. Shikatsu Forest has only the Slug Sage, who does not have a great need for Senjutsu chakra, so almost every competition ends up being a showdown between Mount Myaboku and Ryuchi Cave. We at Ryuchi Cave have not won for a long time. If you can help Ryuchi Cave defeat Mount Myaboku this time, I will give each of you a gift that will satisfy you. Ihua clearly saw the pride and anticipation on the White Snake Sage's face. It seemed that defeating Mount Myaboku was far more important than the victor's prize itself. 2 days passed quickly. Ihua and Nawaki stood across from Jiraiya and Minato. The White Snake Sage could not help but taunt the Great Toad Sage. Has Mount Myaboku run out of people? We at Ryuchi Cave are all young, yet you send an old man to fight. If you really lack people, we might reluctantly allow you to send 2 more. The Great Toad Sage said nothing. The prophecy in its dream had already told it the result. Even if all of Mount Myaboku's combat power were combined, they could not defeat Ihua alone. Watching him approach, the Great Toad Sage spoke. Uzumaki Ihua. Your future has 2 extremes. You may become the savior of the shinobi world, driving away invaders and bringing new hope. Or you may become the one who destroys it, plunging the entire world into eternal stillness. You will face a difficult choice in the future, and if you choose wrongly, the whole world will fall into ruin. Jiraiya tugged at Ihuo's sleeve. Ihua, the Great Toad Sage's prophecies are very accurate. You must never go down the wrong path. Ihua nodded at Jiraiya, signaling him not to worry. The White Snake Sage could not stand Gamamaru's pretentiousness. Don't worry, little Ihua. That old toad only sees fragments of the future in his dreams. By the time he wakes up, he forgets most of it. His so-called prophecies are not necessarily correct. White Snake Immortal's concerns were entirely unnecessary. The words of the Great Toad Immortal had no effect on Ihu at all. After all, even Dezuaju had come before. How could Ihu be unclear about what the future held? Standing on the vast open space of Myaboku Mountain, the 4 began absorbing natural energy to enter Sage Mode. Among them, only Jiraiya faltered, and normally, he relied on the 2 sages Shima and Fukasaku to enter Sage Mode properly. Jiraiya, after all these years, you still can't enter Sage Mode on your own. Standing behind the 2, when Tai couldn't help but flick Jiraiya. At that moment, it truly wanted to slap Jiraiya to death for his embarrassment. Across from them, Manda was struggling to hold back its laughter. Myaboku Mountain really had no one left. They couldn't even use Sage Mode properly before coming to fight. Sage Art Ice Style Armored Chakra Cloak. The 2 snakes behind Ihu, Manda, and Fabiao were equipped with crystalline ice armor. The weapons of the 3 toads opposite could only chip off tiny fragments when striking them. Damn it! Can't break through the defense, Jiraiya? Years of tacit understanding allowed Jiraiya to instantly grasp when Tai's intention. Jiraiya stood on when Tai's head, forming hand seals with both hands. When Tai spat oil and Jiraiya spat fire, Toad Flame Oil Bomb, the high-temperature fire bomb landed and exploded, yet it failed to melt or shatter the armor on the giant snakes. Ihu touched the marks left by the 2 snakes, and they were instantly restored to newness. How could they still fight? Jiraiya turned his gaze to Bluffing Shuiman, his expectant look seemingly saying, Beloved disciple, use your invincible smart brain and flying thunder god to think of something. Shuiman also looked at the wooden giant and ice giant before him with utter despair. If it weren't for Myaboku Mountain, he could have sent both giants away directly with Flying Thunder God, but the arena Myaboku Mountain provided was only so large. The effectiveness of Flying Thunder God was too limited against such giants. In the end, Jiraiya and Shuimen were thoroughly defeated on both battlefields. White Snake Immortal couldn't help but laugh out loud watching the nearly one-sided battle. After all these years, Ryuchi Cave had finally defeated Myaboku Mountain in Sage Arts. Hama won. According to the agreement, for the next 40 years, our Ryuchi Cave will take the majority share of natural energy. The Great Toad Immortal smiled and nodded, then closed its eyes and fell asleep again, unknown what prophecy it would have this time. After seeing off White Snake Immortal, the 2 sages Fukasaku and Shima found Jiraiya and Shuimen. Little Jiraiya, little Shuimen, our Myaboku Mountain hasn't had new disciples in a long time. If you can find any good prospects in Konoha like that ice style kid, be sure to bring them to Myaboku Mountain first. The moment they left Myaboku Mountain, Ihu sensed a call from Kirigakure. Familiar with the route, he arrived at Kirigakure and saw that familiar person. Ihu, run. Obito's left eye rotated. Kodo Amitsukami. Ihu transformed his entire body into elemental form, dodging the eternal Mangekyo Stojitsu. As expected, for someone who has reached the 6 paths level, Kodo Amitsukami is no longer effective against you. Obito took out a crystal ball made from the chakra of Balayu and Pain, and poured all the eye power of his eternal Mangekyo into it. Obito took out a crystal ball made from the chakra of Balayu and Pain, and poured all the eye power of his eternal Mangekyo. In the moon reflected in the crystal ball, the appearance of a Rinnegan with Tomo emerged. Obito's left eye turned white. This eternal Mangekyo had lost its light. Facing the white light already shining toward him, Ihu immediately entered Sage Mode. Sage Art Ice Element summoning Ice Crystal Phoenix Avinia. A giant ice phoenix hatched from an ice egg, letting out a clear cry. The ice phoenix itself blocked most of the light from Limited Tsukuyumi. As Limited Tsukuyumi took effect, Ihu's consciousness grew increasingly hazy. Black ice frozen. Tomb. Black ice gradually covered Ihu's entire body. The ice crystal phoenix guarded beside Ihu, protecting him and Terumi Mei. Obito painfully clutched his left eye and slowly walked toward Ihu. The ice crystal phoenix continuously launched icy breaths at Obito, but all were dodged by Kamui. When he reached Ihu protected by the black ice, the moment Obito touched the black ice, his entire white Zetsu arm was eroded by the black ice. If Obito hadn't discarded that arm in time, he might have been eroded even more. Afterward, Obito tried multiple times to use Kamui to transport Ihu's body away, but the level of the black ice was too high, or Kamui was insufficient to contain the ceiling-capable black ice. Damn it! Forget it, Uzumaki Ihu. By the time you leave that world, our plan will have succeeded. Wait and see. It'll give you a big surprise. Obito's figure gradually disappeared into the space vortex, leaving only the self-sealed Ihu and Terumi Mei lying on the ground, and that ice bird. A few days earlier, Yagura, who had been severely injured in Konoha, returned to Kirigakure after recovering. However, when Balayu had seriously injured them, Obito had already placed a mark on him. When the technique limited Tsukuyumi was prepared, the mark left earlier finally came into use. The moment Yagura returned to Kirigakure, he was attacked by Obito. Thus Kirigakure showed no abnormality, and Yihu's vigilance had been lowered to the minimum. Obito had initially hidden in Kamui space to evade Yihu's perception. If there was anything beyond Obito's expectations, it was Terumi Mei, who broke free from genjutsu control as soon as she saw Ihu. If he hadn't been given time to react, Ihu would never have been able to use 2 ninjutsu to handle the following events before being hit. Ihu's body would have been an excellent choice whether for genjutsu control or conversion into a pain, but Terumi Mei's warning made Obito lose a 6 paths level puppet. The inside of the crystal ball in Obito's hand had been filled with black ice, and he himself could not enter the Tsukuyumi world due to Yihu's self-sealing. Inside the illusion world, Ihu was still standing there, but the figures of Terumi Mei and Obito had vanished, leaving only the battle traces from before. Is this the world of limited Tsukuyumi? Ihu walked toward the direction of Konoha. Since this was a new world where the flying thunder god marks of the original world did not exist, Ihu could only return to Konoha on foot. Through observation and information gathering along the way, Ihu discovered that this world was slightly different from the movie version. The timeline here was several years earlier than the original world. After several days of travel, Ihu finally returned to Konoha. Puzzlingly, the 4th Hokage carved on the Hokage rock was not Sakura's father but Bluffing Shuemen. Ihu extended his perception range of the sage's mind eye. Throughout Konoha, he could not sense the chakra of Shuemen or Kushina. The chakra of Kimimaro Shursui Itachi, and others had all disappeared. Ihu entered a dilapidated house. A yellow-haired child was sleeping soundly on the bed, and the 8 trigram seal on his exposed belly was clearly visible. The world of limited Tsukuyumi was the original world without the existence of Uzumaki Ihu. Just as Ihu was about to approach Mingren, he was stopped by 3 NBU. Who are you? Why are you approaching the Jinchuriki? The ANBU members had already stealthily reached for their ninja tool pouches. Don't be tense. I'm here to confirm something. The ANBU's increasingly taut bodies showed their growing vigilance toward. Seeing this, Ihu sighed helplessly. He gathered chakra in his left foot, then stomped the ground, encasing the 3 ANBU in a layer of thin ice. Ihu carefully examined the room where Mingren lived. The dilapidated house, expired milk, and sparse clothing all testified to the hardships of its occupant. After sealing the ANBU's memories, Ihu left directly. He did not wish to reveal his existence for now. Exposing himself too early in an unknown world would not be wise. After several days of intelligence gathering, Ihu discovered that this world was identical to the original. A world where no one named Schwanwa Ihu existed. Sitting in Yile Ramen, Ihu challenged the world's record for ramen consumption while waiting for Mingren's arrival. Why hasn't this kid come yet? Didn't I secretly leave him some money before? Shouldn't he be happy to come eat ramen now that he has money? After waiting for a long time, Ihu finally heard a familiar voice. Uncle Yile, 1 bowl of ramen. Ihu turned around and saw the excited little blonde running in. Mingren eagerly picked up his chopsticks, waiting for his bowl of ramen. Take my bowl first. I haven't touched it. Ihu pushed the luxurious ramen in front of Mingren. Mingren gulped at the super deluxe ramen piled high with toppings. Is this for me? Forget it. I don't have that much money. Even though he was reluctant, Mingren pushed the ramen back. Seeing the reluctance and caution in his eyes, Ihu placed the bowl back in front of him. It's fine, I'm treating you. Mingren looked at the ramen before him, then at Ihu's kind smile, his eyes brimming with happiness. In all of Konoha, besides Uncle Yile, Teacher Irika, and Grandpa Third, there was now another person who was kind to him. Thank you, Uncle. I'll dig in. Mingren clasped his hands together, his face full of reverence for the ramen. In the time it took Ihu to turn his head, Mingren had already devoured an entire bowl. Boss, give him another bowl of the deluxe ramen. After saying this, Ihu clearly saw the sparkle in Mingren's eyes. He silently ate the bowl Mingren had initially ordered, listening as Mingren shared his stories. When Mingren finished his 4th bowl of deluxe ramen, he finally patted his belly in satisfaction. Ihu took out a tissue and wiped Mingren's mouth. Uncle, why are you so good to me? Mingren's eyes were full of anticipation. If possible, he longed for a family member. Ihu patted Mingren's head. Little Mingren, my name is Schwanwa Ihu. Mingren's eyes gradually grew moist. Schwanwa. Schwanwa, are you my family? Mingren grabbed Ihu's sleeve tightly. The premonition in his heart grew stronger. The years of being despised and the lonely days and nights had been too hard to bear. You can call me uncle. Ming Ren's eyes widened as he looked at the pink-haired man before him, then burst into even louder sobs. Ihu was glad that unlike when he first met Shuiman, Ming Ren didn't punch him. Gently patting Ming Ren's back, he gradually calmed down. Seeing the Anbu who suddenly appeared, Ihu tapped Ming Ren's shoulder. Ming Ren, go home first. I'll come find you soon. Though still young, Ming Ren was heartbreakingly considerate. Reluctant as he was, he let go of Ihu's hand. Following the Anbu, Ihu arrived at the familiar Hokage's office. The third Hokage sat inside holding a lit pipe. Who are you and why are you approaching Konoha's Jinchuriki? The third Hokage pressed his chakra-infused aura toward Ihu. Ihu looked at the unexpectedly tough third Hokage in surprise. Shouldn't the third be weak at this point? Ihu sat calmly opposite the third Hokage. I am the younger brother of Xuanhua Jiushinai. I came mainly to see how my nephew is doing. After several days of observation, I found that Ming Ren is not living well. Since you cannot take good care of him, let me do it. Ihu also released a bit of chakra to counter the third Hokage, and several chains extended from behind him. Seeing the adamantine ceiling chains, the third Hokage paused slightly and withdrew his chakra. Although I am certain you are of the Uzumaki clan, your identity cannot be verified. The Jinchuriki is too important to the village for us to allow you to interact with him casually. The third Hokage smoked his pipe, looking at Ihu with a worried expression. But Ihu wasn't going to indulge him. He placed his hand on the third's shoulder and pressed his chakra down on him. At that moment, the third Hokage felt as if a tailed beast stood before him. He hadn't expected the man to possess such an enormous amount of chakra. The third Hokage dared not take the risk. There was no other cage-level shinobi in Konoha. Even if he sacrificed himself to take the enemy down, the position of Hokage would likely fall into Danzo's hands, and that would spell doom for Konoha. Besides, could the dead demon-consuming seal really handle this Uzumaki? I consent. You may interact with Ming Ren. After a moment of struggle, the third Hokage finally agreed to Ihu's request to take care of Ming Ren. Having obtained the answer he wanted, Ihu turned and left, paying no heed to Danzo outside the door. No doubt those two would start arguing again. Back at Ming Ren's house, as soon as Ihu opened the door, he saw Ming Ren's beaming face. Uncle! Ihu scooped Ming Ren up. The malnourished little blonde was far too light for his age. Ihu's feelings toward this Ming Ren were complex. On one hand, in his original world, he had watched Naruto grow up. On the other hand, this Ming Ren, identical to the one in the anime, was truly pitiable. Ming Ren, do you know your own background? Do you want to know why the villagers hate you so much? Ming Ren looked at Ihu, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face before he nodded firmly. He was afraid to hear that he was the demon fox, but he wanted the truth even more. A few years ago, when the fourth Hokage's wife was giving birth, she was attacked by a mysterious person, and the nine tails sealed inside my sister's body was released. To prevent the village from being destroyed, the fourth Hokage used his life to seal the nine tails into his own son's body. Therefore, Ming Ren, you are the son of the fourth Hokage, Bofeng Shuimen. I'm the son of the fourth Hokage. I'm the son of the fourth Hokage. Naruto's tone shifted from shock and agony to confusion, loss, and doubt. Then why does everyone hate me so much? Why am I called the fox brat? Naruto's voice turned hysterical, and the nine tails chakra began to emanate from his body. Ihu placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder, using ice-natured chakra to calm him down. Entering Naruto's seal space, the nine tails was ceaselessly tempting Naruto to break the seal. Ihu made no move. In the anime world, Naruto was one of the protagonists most deserving of a dark turn, but in Ihu's view, the choice was still Naruto's to make. Ihu had merely told Naruto the truth. Ripping open the seal to let Minato talk with Naruto, and Naruto would make his own decision. Having yet to find a way out of this world, all Ihu could do was advance the plot and seek the key to departure. Telling Naruto the truth wasn't only to save him from the third Hokage's brainwashing, but also to find a way back. Under the nine tails seduction, Naruto had already lifted a corner of the seal with his left hand, and the nine tails' eyes widened. Just as Naruto was about to tear further, a hand stopped him. You must not tear this off, Naruto. Minato Namikaze's chakra appeared beside Naruto and pulled him into a tight embrace. Though it's much earlier than I expected, I'm still so glad to see you, my son. Naruto punched Minato just as in the original story. Seeing Naruto's suffering in the seal space, Minato said nothing more, silently wiping away the tears streaming down Naruto's face. Naruto, I'm sorry. It's because of me that you had such a miserable childhood. Minato held Naruto tightly in his arms. In this moment, he was no longer the fourth Hokage. He was merely Minato Namikaze, just a father. Who formed hand signs using his own chakra to pull out Kushina's chakra from deep within the seal. Kushina stared blankly at the father and son embracing before her. Wasn't her chakra supposed to appear only when Naruto controlled the nine tails chakra? What was happening? Who was that man beside her who looked so familiar? Countless questions flooded Kushina's chakra mind. While the father and son were still crying, Who approached Kushina first. Sis, do you recognize me? Kushina looked at the pink-haired man with confusion. Although your chakra feels truly familiar, I really can't remember where I've seen you before. Wait. Ihu's address of sis. stirred a long-buried memory in Kushina. Who? Who explained his current situation to Kushina, who breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it. Who passed away many years ago, how could he suddenly appear before me? Kushina told who that in this world, he hadn't come to Konoha with her but had died defending the land of Whirlpool. Hu's face was full of worry. Forcing a limited Tsukuyumi without the Rinnegan with Tomo should not be able to trap a 6-paths level being for long. If his counterpart in this world had died long ago, what exactly was the way out of here? Who didn't know that this version of limited Tsukuyumi improved by Obito had been activated at the cost of an eternal Mangekyo, and had sacrificed the original control over the world to achieve the effect of preventing anyone from escaping midway. Inside the seal space, Naruto's family of 3 engaged in a heated discussion about whether to take revenge on Konoha. As for forgiving the villagers, sorry, that option didn't exist. Even if the villagers were unaware of the truth, the damage had already been done. What forgiveness could there be? However, Naruto's kind nature made him have no intention of retaliating. Kushina deeply sympathized with her son's suffering, but as a mother she would always support her child's choice. Naruto, when we're gone you can always turn to your uncle. Mother really wishes she could watch you grow up, get married, and have children. Kushina sobbed as she bid farewell to Naruto, who resealed their chakra, awaiting the moment in the future when it would be needed. Returning from the seal space to the real world, Naruto's face was covered in tears and snot. Uncle, thank you. So I really had parents who loved me. Now I know why everyone in the village shunned me. Who ruffled Naruto's hair. No matter what choice you make, your uncle and your parents will support you. True to his role as a protagonist, Naruto's pure heart remained untainted despite all the abuse. In the end, he chose to stay in Konoha and give up on revenge against the ignorant villagers. Uncle who? I still want to become Hokage. My father gave his life for the village and I want to protect the people who are kind to me. I will tell everyone in Konoha. I am not the demon fox. I am Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha. At this moment, the Ninetales still in the seal space felt as uncomfortable as swallowing a fly. So am I the esteemed Ninetales just a part of your family's play? It's too disrespectful to the fox. Do you not even hide your contingency plans from this involved fox now? Of course, what the Ninetales feared most was the man outside. In the seal space, it could sense the terror of Ichigo, a feeling surpassing even Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, and even on the same level as the old sage of 6 paths. Moreover, for some reason the Ninetales always sensed a familiar aura on Ichigo, yet it seemed somewhat different. Before the Ninetales could ponder further, Ichigo appeared again in the seal space. Seeing it was Ichigo, the Ninetales lay down on the ground and pretended to sleep. Ichigo approached, looking at the lying Ninetales, and couldn't help but laugh. Ninetales, even if you're pretending to sleep, you should at least put some effort into it. Your ears and eyelids are twitching. The Ninetales continued to pretend to sleep. Ichigo started to knock on the sealed iron door. Hey, Ninetales, get up. If you don't, it'll be rude to you. The Ninetales ignored Ichigo and continued pretending to sleep, thinking, I just won't wake up. Can you come in? Seeing the Ninetales ignoring him, Ichigo simply walked into the seal and came before the Ninetales. He leaped onto its face and pulled up its eyelids. Human, you are too insolent. The Ninetales swiped a claw to drive Ichigo off its face, then lunged at him. Seeing this, Ichigo did not dodge and directly activated Sage Mode. When the Ninetales saw that Ichigo didn't dodge, it felt a surge of joy, but what followed wiped the smile off its face. Its attack only caused Ichigo to slide backward a short distance, unable to push him back an inch further. As Ichigo caught the Ninetales attack, his hands began to emit ice-natured chakra. The bone-piercing cold caused the Ninetales extreme pain. If being caught earlier was just shocking, what happened next was terrifying. After the bone-chilling cold on the Ninetales' claw persisted for a while, it turned into the searing heat of steam and the numbing tingle of lightning. Storm release armor. Boil release unparalleled strange power. Strange power. With each technique used, Ichigo's strength increased by several levels and the Ninetales was pushed back a few steps. After all 3 techniques were used, the Ninetales' power was completely outmatched by Ichigo's. The Ninetales, overpowered in strength, was pinned to the ground and pounded by Ichigo. Its eyes widened in shock. It was the first time it had seen a human who could overpower a tailed beast in raw strength. Enough! The Ninetales performed a koi fish leap to a corner, gathering yin-yang chakra in its mouth, as a black sphere grew larger. Not daring to use high-intensity jutsu inside Naruto's body, Ichigo directly used Myojinmen to pin the Ninetales to the ground. The massive tailed beast ball in the Ninetales' mouth shattered due to losing chakra. Ichigo walked step by step toward the Ninetales. With each step, his chakra grew stronger. By the time he stood before the Ninetales, his displayed chakra had already surpassed that of the Ninetales. As the Ninetales watched Ichigo approach, a rare hint of panic appeared in its eyes. It was completely outmatched in both power and chakra, and this guy even knew sealing techniques. The Ninetales now wished it could drag out Minato's chakra, grab him by the collar, and demand why he had set the gap of the sealed door. How can such a door design protect this poor weak fox? Ichigo once again stood on the Ninetales' face, only 2 steps away from its eyes. Kurama, have you calmed down? The Ninetales' pupils contracted. Neither the 6 paths sage art nor its name could be learned or known casually. A blue ninetales slowly appeared on Ichigo's shoulder. Since it had changed color, it had become increasingly reluctant to come out. The blue ninetales jumped onto the real ninetales face and its chakra connected with the ninetales. Part of the blue ninetales memories were shared with the ninetales. I see. I never expected that I was just part of an illusion and even the entire world is false. The entire ninetales became quite dejected. This news was a huge blow to it. Ichigo stroked his chin and said, although it's a world of illusion, the people and everything here are not false. Every person's thoughts and actions are not controlled by the illusion. This place is both illusion and reality. After defeating Kaguya, we can transform the infinite Tsukuyomi into a network using this world as a login platform. Then the two worlds will be connected and this world will be no different from the real world. The ninetales had no mood to comprehend Ichigo's words. Its ears drooped and the whole fox remained dejected. I understand your purpose. Rest assured I have no intention to interfere with that brat again. Leave now. I want to be alone. Seeing the ninetales like this, Ichigo didn't say much. Such a thing would be unacceptable for anyone. Back in the real world, Ichigo ruffled Naruto's hair. Naruto, that fox will never trouble you again. Starting tomorrow your uncle will train you. Naruto was first excited then gradually became conflicted. Uncle, what about the ninja academy? I have friends in my class. I don't want to lose them. Ichigo thought for a moment. Then let's start training now. Naruto, the first technique I'll teach you is the shadow clone technique. Unlike the clone technique you learn now, shadow clones are solid clones. They not only possess consciousness but can also use ninjutsu. When they disappear they send their memories back to the original. This technique can solve your current problem. Naruto's eyes lit up. Uncle, I want to learn this. Without the ninetales interference, Naruto's chakra control was still a mess, but fortunately the massive chakra of the Uzumaki clan was now released. At this point Naruto could be considered somewhat of a genius. Shadow clone technique. As Naruto formed hand seals, over a dozen clones appeared behind him. How about that, uncle? I learned this technique in just 1 hour. The dozen Narutos spoke in unison, giving Ichigo a headache. Naruto, don't create that many clones next time. The memories returned when shadow clones dispel can be a huge burden on the original. You're still young and your mind can't handle the impact of too many clones. Naruto nodded at Ichigo in confusion. It was clear that among all of Ichigo's words, he only heard, don't create too many clones. From that day on, one of Naruto's clones went to school while the original and another clone trained with Ichigo. In the Hokage's office, Danzo vented at the third Hokage. Monkey! Why do you let strangers approach the Jinchuriki freely? You're truly too old to sit in that seat. If Tobirama Sensei had chosen me back then, Konoha would never have become like this. The third Hokage took a puff of his pipe. Enough, Danzo. I have already sent word to Jiraiya. Well, decide everything after he returns to the village. If we strike now and fail to kill him, you know how terrifying a cage-level powerhouse with nothing to lose can be. Monkey, you're too weak. If something happens to the Jinchuriki, that will be Konoha's disaster. Sarutobi, you will regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. This matter ends here. I will not allow your people to approach them. The only response the third Hokage received was the impotent slam of the door, as Danzo heard him say he was the Hokage. Time passed swiftly. After training Naruto for a year, he was finally about to graduate from the Ninja Academy. During that year, the number of root ninjas who died at Ihu's hands was too many to count on both hands, but considering Naruto's situation, Ihu refrained from intervening and decided to let Danzo live a few more days. Jiraiya returned and observed Ihu for a period. He had long been dissatisfied with the third Hokage's treatment of Naruto, so since someone could take good care of Naruto, he was naturally willing to accept it. But Ihu was not a native of Konoha and Jiraiya still harbored some unease toward him. Throughout that year, Jiraiya secretly followed them every few days to watch over them. Although Ihu sensed Jiraiya's presence, he saw through it without saying anything. In both the original world and the original story, Ihu deeply respected this great hero. In the original work, only Iruka and Jiraiya could be considered Naruto's elders. It was understandable that Jiraiya cared about Naruto, and therefore followed him. Today was the day of graduation from the Ninja Academy. For the first time in a year, Naruto came to class in his real form. Iruka stood at the podium looking at the students with a gratified expression. Among them, the most surprising one was Naruto. This past year, Naruto no longer pulled pranks as he used to and his grades skyrocketed. Today is your exam day. If you can successfully perform the clone technique, you will receive your headband and graduate. Shadow clone technique. As Naruto's voice fell, 2 identical clones appeared on either side of him. Uzumaki Naruto pass. Naruto happily picked up the headband, but instead of wearing it immediately like the others, he quickly returned home to wait. The sound of the door opening came. Naruto rushed to the entrance and hugged Ihu. Uncle, today is the day I become a ninja. Can you personally put this headband on me? Ihu took the headband from Naruto's hands and placed it on his head. Naruto, congratulations. From today onward, you are a ninja. In the distance, Jiraiya watched this scene, tears involuntarily streaming down from the corners of his eyes. Minato. That same night, a student who had failed the exam stole the scroll of seals and was caught on the spot. The instigator Mizuki was arrested by the Umbu, and the student who stole the sealing technique was permanently disqualified from becoming a ninja. Ihu knew most of the contents of the Scroll of Seals, so he was too lazy to let Naruto go through the act with the third Hokage. Instead, he would rather spend that time teaching Naruto more jutsu. The next day in the classroom, Naruto was still listening to Iruka's lecture on team assignments, when Kakashi accompanied by the third Hokage arrived at Naruto's home. Unlike the messy and untidy house in the original story, under Ihu's guidance the house was tidy and bright with fresh meat and vegetables in the fridge. Kakashi took out an unfinished carton of milk from the refrigerator. Surprisingly neat. Teacher, your child really resembles you. It's not a good habit to enter someone else's home without permission and rummage through their things. Hatake Kakashi. Just as Kakashi was still reminiscing about the past, a hand rested on his shoulder. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately distanced himself from Ihu. Don't be so tense. Kakashi looked at the unfamiliar man who could approach him silently, and immediately lifted his headband, revealing the chakra. Kakashi had never seen such an enormous amount of chakra before. From the perspective of his Sharingan, the man's body almost seemed to be composed entirely of chakra. Kakashi's clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Years ago he had once seen the Ninetales, but the Ihu before him was far more terrifying than that beast. So had the Ninetales inside Naruto cultivated into a human form and escaped? Shouldn't a nine-tailed fox that takes human form become a cute girl? Clearly the books written by Lord Jiraiya were misleading. No. Kakashi quickly slapped his cheeks to shake those absurd thoughts from his mind. But come to think of it, although this guy was a man, he was quite handsome. Maybe he could use his appearance, dressed in women's clothing, to adapt Lord Jiraiya's novels into a manga. What the hell? Kakashi, what are you thinking? A dangerous guy like this is standing right in front of you, and you still have the nerve to think about this? Kakashi scolded himself internally. Ihu simply assumed Kakashi was nervous due to his chakra level. If Ihu knew what Kakashi was really thinking, he would have shown him true terror. Don't be nervous, Kakashi. I'm Naruto's guardian, Uzumaki Ihu. I was just joking with you. Kakashi looked more closely, and realized the man shared at least 60% resemblance to his master's wife, Uzumaki Kushina. Yet even so Kakashi did not drop his guard. Master Jiraiya, please come and talk to Kakashi. I'm afraid if I take another 2 steps forward he'll attack out of stress. As Ihu's words fell, Jiraiya slipped in through the window. The moment Kakashi saw Jiraiya, his eyes could focus. Jiraiya, alive? At this moment Kakashi's excitement was obvious even through his mask. In Kakashi's eyes Jiraiya was a ray of light in utter despair. If he hadn't been dealing with the man in front of him, he would have loved to ask Jiraiya for an autograph. Jiraiya, standing before Kakashi, suddenly turned and patted his shoulder. Don't be nervous, Kakashi. Ihu has been taking care of Naruto for over a year. He's not an enemy. Though Kakashi hadn't completely let his guard down, he was much better than before. Jiraiya then pulled out 3 books and stuffed them into Kakashi's arms. Thighs is the legendary Platinum Collector's Edition of the Make-Out Paradise Trilogy. Kakashi stared at the 3 books in his arms, feeling as if he were floating on air. Kakashi, this home visit ends here. You now understand Naruto's situation. Kakashi happily left with the books. He trusted Jiraiya's strength. Even if they couldn't win a fight, they could at least escape. After seeing Kakashi off, Jiraiya returned to Naruto's little house. Thank you for taking care of Naruto this past year. I've been too irresponsible as a teacher. Not only did I fail to protect my own student, but I was also unaware of the mistreatment Naruto suffered in the village. Ihu patted Jiraiya's shoulder to comfort him. This great hero had spent his entire life chasing the so-called child of prophecy, losing things his whole life and running endlessly. They talked for a long time until Naruto returned home. Only then did Jiraiya leave. Ihu asked if he wanted to see Naruto, but Jiraiya refused. He feared that if he met Naruto, he would never want to leave Konoha. He could not stop his journey until he fulfilled his uncle. Today we got assigned to teams and I'm in the same class as Sakura. Ihu could not fathom exactly what Naruto saw in Sakura, but he knew that in the end Naruto would surely come to his senses. It was said that the final battle between Naruto and Sasuke had 2 purposes. One was to replace the stone statues of Ban and Jujin. The other purpose was to settle the score. The winner would become Hokage, and the loser would marry Sakura. Naruto wanted to marry Hinata and become Hokage, so he held nothing back against Sasuke. This matter, whether in his original world or here, Ihu had no intention of interfering with Naruto's choice. Such things were best left to take their natural course. The next day Naruto went to the ninja school in high spirits, but returned home with great disappointment. Uncle, our teacher, looks completely unmotivated. He was even late to meet us. Can he really teach us well? Don't worry. He was once a subordinate of your father, and he is a very powerful ninja, just a bit unstable. Naruto, if he tells you to come in the morning, you can leave at noon. If he asks, tell him that a black cat crossed your path, and then you got lost on the path of life. Finally, remember to put a steel plate under your butt before you leave tomorrow. Although Naruto didn't understand what Ihu meant, he trusted that Ihu wouldn't harm him. The next day Naruto slept until he naturally woke up, stayed at home until noon before leaving. Not only that, he also ate something and put on the steel plate, When Kakashi arrived at the meeting point, he only saw Sasuke and Sakura looking displeased. Before he could ask why Naruto hadn't come, Naruto appeared behind him. Naruto, why are you late? Don't you know the importance of punctuality for a ninja? Sorry, Kakashi-sensei. On the way here a black cat crossed my path, and then I got lost on the path of light. Kakashi was all too familiar with Naruto's excuse. He thought that Naruto might have already known his old trick, so he felt embarrassed to say anything more. Then let's start the test. As long as you can take the 2 bells from me, you pass. Upon hearing the test start, Sasuke and Sakura immediately hid themselves, leaving only Naruto standing in place. Kakashi looked at Naruto with astonishment. Earlier Naruto's performance had made him think that Naruto was as meticulous and careful as Minato-sensei, but now it seemed he had inherited more from his mother. Naruto created more than a dozen clones and charged at Kakashi. Even with Yihu's training for a year, Naruto's skills were still far inferior to Kakashi's. Kakashi took out a little yellow book from his ninja tool pouch, and while reading casually dispelled Naruto's clones one by one. Seeing all his clones dispelled in one blow, Naruto summoned more clones, and used Wind Release Gale Palm X12. 12 strong gusts of wind blew Kakashi away. Naruto jumped up in excitement, but he didn't notice that the Kakashi in the air had turned into a log. Naruto, don't get too cocky. Niui's secret taijutsu 1000 years of death. Kakashi appeared behind Naruto, forming the tiger seal with his hands, and thrust them toward Naruto's posterior. Instead of the expected cries of pain from Naruto, Kakashi's fingers were met with an extreme pain. Naruto patted the steel plate on his butt and grinned at Kakashi. Seeing Naruto's smug expression, Kakashi pinned him down and tied him up tightly with rope. Watching from a distance, Ihu couldn't help but laugh. Serves him right. Kakashi probably broke his hand with. After dealing with Naruto, Kakashi prepared to handle the remaining 2. He deliberately showed a weakness to lure Sasuke out. Having seen Naruto release 12 crank ninjutsu simultaneously, Kakashi was no longer surprised by Sasuke's great fireball. He used Earth Release to pull Sasuke underground, ending the fight. In terms of time, Sasuke lasted even shorter than Naruto. Sakura also made a sound because of Sasuke, and was discovered by Kakashi. A simple genjutsu defeated her. Thus all 3 were completely wiped out by Kakashi. Naruto's steel plate trick made Kakashi decide to tie him up as in the original story. Well, try again in the afternoon. Sasuke, Sakura, here are your bento boxes. Don't share with Naruto. Otherwise everyone fails and has to repeat a year at the Ninja Academy. Kakashi's threat did not have much effect on Sakura and Sasuke. No matter what mindset they had in sharing their food with Naruto, the fact that they took such action already placed them above most people. You all pass. Kakashi's eyes were full of relief. After so many years, he had finally encountered students with at least some team spirit. Team 7 was officially formed. With Kakashi helping to take care of the child, Ihu only needed to check Naruto's training progress every few days. Once Naruto mastered something, Ihu would teach him new things. The peaceful days did not last long. It was the familiar Tazuna again, but this time Ihu didn't need to worry about so many. When Kakashi was trapped by the water prison technique, Naruto silently channeled chakra into a kunai marked with a symbol. Just as Zabuza's water clone attacked Naruto, and the others, Naruto and Sasuke used ninjutsu to dispel the water clone, then charged together at Zabuza in an attempt to rescue Kakashi. But even a one-armed Zabuza was more than the 2 of them could handle. With one hand, Zabuza practically ground the 2 into the dirt. Peak moment of my life. Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi all defeated by me. Even Huey couldn't boast such a glorious record. Just as Zabuza's blade was about to strike Naruto's neck, an ice spear knocked the executioner's blade away. Clear footsteps echoed crisply in the building. Looking at the man with magenta hair, Zabuza asked his fatal question. Who are you? Ihu used Flying Thunder God to appear beside Naruto and kicked Zabuza away. I'm just a passing Cayman. Ahem. Just a passing traveler. Remember that. Ice Release Crystal Armor. Zabuza pulled several exploding tag kunai from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them at Ihu. The exploding tags detonated beside Ihu. As the smoke cleared, not even a trace was left on the armor. So who exactly could be killed by exploding tag? Obito, I have no idea. A sea of exploding tags couldn't finish me. Can these things actually? A certain Senju Zhao Si. In a way, Nawaki is truly a benefactor of exploding tags. If Nawaki hadn't been killed by an exploding tag trap in the original story, the exploding tags would have been regarded alongside Fireball and Amaterasu. Fireball and Amaterasu. Such a harsh insult. Then, Ice Release Freeze 1,000 miles. Ice-natured chakra erupted, freezing the entire expanse of water, including the water prison technique that had trapped Kakashi. The now frozen ice sphere rolled away from Zabuza's control. Zabuza looked at Kakashi, now completely incapacitated, unsure whether to laugh or cry. The pink-haired one before him was far more dangerous than Yagura had been. Watching Ihu slowly approaching, even after picking up the decapitating carving knife from the ground, Zabuza felt no sense of security at all. Using the Flying Thunder God mark hidden within the Ice, who flashed behind Zabuza and immediately pinned him to the ground. Kirigakure's Miss Singnin Momochi. Zabuza, let me think. Alright. You failed to assassinate the 4th Mizukage and fled the village. Before who finished speaking, several senbon flew from the shadows. Momochi Zabuza is Kirigakure's missing nin. Please hand over his corpse to the Kirigakure pursuit team. Who held out his hand before Haku, revealing the senbon he had caught. With this strength you can't kill this guy. Besides, I've never seen an Umbu operative acting alone, and using such low-power weapons. Haku's heart sank upon hearing Iha's words. It seemed he and Zabuzasama were likely done for this time. Ah, don't be nervous, you two. Kirigakure is no longer the same. The fourth has stepped down and the current fifth Mizukage has abolished the Blood Mist Village policy. Go back. The village needs you. Hearing Iha's words, Zabuza even forgot to struggle. Yagura has stepped down. The lifelong indomitable demon's tears now flowed uncontrollably. Haku! Come back to Kirigakure with me. I want to see what the village has become. Zabuza, known as the demon, had killed all his classmates during his academy days. However, what few knew was that he himself deeply abhorred this system. After his failed assassination of the Mizukage, he had been searching for a chance to make a comeback. To raise funds for another rebellion against Kirigakure's brutal regime, he had even accepted employment from a scoundrel like Gato. Rules are made for those who cannot survive without following them. Go back. Return to the end of those rules. Iha's Toknijutsu had finally worked for the first time. In fact, Zabuza's obsession with overthrowing the Blood Mist Village ran so deep that even without Iha's words, he would have returned to have a look. Zabuza and Haku left the Land of Waves and set out on the road back to Kirigakure. Who finally remembered Kakashi still frozen inside the ice sphere and released him. With Zabuza and Haku gone, Gato had only a few Ronin samurai left, completely unable to stop Kakashi and his team. Thus the Land of Waves mission ended hastily. Back in Konoha, the Chunin exams were approaching. Who was looking forward to his first meeting with Orochimaru in this world. He could feel the suppression of the boundary Tsukuyumi on him growing weaker. Soon the boundary Tsukuyumi would no longer be able to keep him confined here. The Chunin exam proceeded as in the original story. Ichigo did not interfere. For Naruto, Sasuke, and the others it was an opportunity for growth, and for the third Hokage it was an act of atonement. With the Nine Tails protecting Naruto, he was certainly safe. Ichigo took this chance to sneak to the entrance of Route. First time is always hard, second time becomes easier. This time Ichigo infiltrated deep into the base without being detected. Lord Danzo, Konoha is currently under attack by Orochimaru and the Suna ninja. Is it really wise to just sit here and watch? Ichigo's words were full of respect, but his tone was dripping with mockery. How dare you show disrespect to Yamanaka Fu, who regarded Danzo as his faith, would not allow anyone to speak to Danzo like that. He drew his short sword and charged at Ichigo. Fu, leave him alive. His Uzumaki bloodline is still useful to us. Even though more than a dozen root operatives had already fallen to Ichigo, Danzo still believed Ichigo was at best an elite jonin. After all, the root members he had sent over the past year were only chunin. Reaching the level of a Kage was extremely difficult. If any random brat could be Kage level, then the whole world might as well be an illusion. But what answered Danzo was the fallen corpse of Yamanaka Fu. In the face of absolute power, Fu did not even have the chance to scream. Only then did Danzo take the man before him seriously. You all hold him off first. I need to undo the seal on my arm. While dispatching Root Ninja, Ichigo smiled and chatted with Danzo. Take your time. I won't do anything to you until you've taken off that contraption on your arm. It seems Boundary Tsukuyumi is quite a nice jutsu, Danzo. It lets me kill you once more. Danzo ignored Ichigo's verbal attacks and focused on removing the sealing device on his arm. By the time most of the Root Ninja had been killed by Ichigo, his arm was finally fully exposed. I don't understand what you're saying, old man, but today I will make sure you stay here forever. Danzo proved for the second time with his life that no matter how many revival items you have, they are useless if your strength is insufficient. Ichigo cleaned the blood and dust off himself and left the root base. Before leaving, he threw 2 forehead protectors from Suna and Otogekure at the entrance to show that this matter had nothing to do with him. Having killed Danzo once again, Ichigo was in high spirits. When he arrived at the battlefield, the fight was already in its final stage. The one-tail Shikaku had been driven back by Naruto, and the third Hokage had just used the dead demon consuming seal, preparing for mutual destruction. Seeing this, Ichigo quickly retreated. It wouldn't be good if the old third Hokage took him along at the moment of death. The third Hokage watched Ichigo moving away, a flicker of regret in his eyes. He had genuinely considered eliminating this unstable factor Ichigo before dying. If conditions allowed, he would have even taken Danzo with him. No choice. My time is running out. Orochimaru, that you turned out like this is due to my failure as a teacher. Today let me correct this mistake. The death god behind the third grabbed Orochimaru's soul, but having already sealed the first and second Hokage, the third was completely exhausted. In the end, he could only sever the soul of Orochimaru's hands. Orochimaru, in my current state, I can no longer die together with you. So I will cripple the hands you use for hand seals. I imagine this punishment is worse than death for you. As the third's words fell, the death god behind him cut off the soul of Orochimaru's arms and devoured it. Orochimaru's hands instantly turned black and lost their vitality. The third's eyes gradually dimmed and lost their light, leaving only the powerless raging Orochimaru on the battlefield. Senior Orochimaru, nice to meet you. This is a gift for you. Ichigo tossed a scroll toward Orochimaru, but in his current state Orochimaru would not easily accept something of unknown origin. Senior Orochimaru, your hands were sealed by my Uzumaki clan's forbidden sealing technique. That scroll contains the method to undo the technique. Hearing this, Orochimaru spat out a small snake from his mouth. The snake then swallowed the scroll, which was many times larger than itself. I'll accept your kindness. I'll return the favor when I have the chance. After the snake returned to Orochimaru's mouth, all the Otogekure ninja on the field retreated. Only the unlucky Suna ninja remained fighting desperately. After the war ended, Ichigo brought Naruto before Jiraiya. Naruto, your uncle will be leaving soon. After him gone, Jiraiya-senpai will be your guardian. From now on you can ask him about anything except matters related to money. You can't trust him with that. Naruto understood that his uncle was going back to his own world. Seeing Naruto's expression, Ichigo patted his head and said, "Don't worry, Naruto. When your uncle's business there is settled, I'll come back." Patting Naruto's soft hair again, Ichigo added, "Remember, Naruto, don't cut your hair short in the future. Not only will it look bad, it'll be prickly too." The originally somewhat sad atmosphere was lightened by this remark. At that moment, two members of the Akatsuki organization secretly slipped into Konoha. Sensing their chakra, Ichigo couldn't help but smile. His final target had come to him, and trusting Naruto to Jiraiya's care, Ichigo went alone to where Kisame and Itachi were. When Ichigo arrived, Kakashi had already been taken down by Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Kicking aside Kisame, who blocked his way, Ichigo came face to face with Itachi. "I've wanted to beat you up for a long time. Finally got the chance." Through his Mangekyo, Itachi saw an enormous chakra aggregate. Something even more monstrous than a tailed beast. Walking toward him. By the time Ichigo finished speaking, Itachi's genjutsu was ready. Tsukuyomi. When Ihu was pulled into the Uedo space, he was bound to a cross. You held a long knife in his hand. Within the Uedo space-time, space and mass are all under my control. For the next 72 hours, I will keep piercing this blade into your body. Before you could finish, Ihu had already broken free from the cross. This Uedo you use is really... Can't you find a new way to play? If you really have no tricks left, why don't you go bite a lighter? Seeing Yu's confused and shocked expression, Ihu calmly explained to him. At its core, a ninja's battle is a battle of chakra and spiritual power. Especially in genjutsu, where spiritual power is so weak, how dare you pull me in here? As Ihu finished speaking, the blood-red Uedo space turned black, and the entire space became filled with highly aggressive black ice. Now time, space and mass in this space are all under my control. For the next 72 hours, I will keep plunging this knife into your body. In the Uedo space, 72 hours passed in an instant in the real world. Yu clutched his bleeding eye in pain, while his other Mangekyo stared fixedly at Ihu, who wore a broad smile. "Mister, Yu, are you all right?" Kisame immediately steadied the swaying Yu, who secretly gathered chakra into his right eye. Tianzhao. Seeing Yu's right eye also shedding bloody tears, Ihu knew the legendary Tianzhao, which never extinguishes and never kills anyone, was coming. An ice wall blocked Yu's line of sight, and the Tianzhao black flames were trapped outside. Then both the ice wall and the black flames were sealed and wrapped by the black ice. What? Yu's composure shattered. The Tianzhao black flames, which could use any matter as fuel, were now extinguished within the black ice. Before Yu could react, Ihu appeared behind him instantly. With monstrous strength, Ihu punched Yu into the ground. Yet even so, Yu did not lose his fighting ability. Before Ihu's fist struck his body, a row of red ribs blocked Ihu's attack, but the impact still made Yu cough up blood. Water release great shark bullet technique. The honest Kisame still performed hand seals and shouted the technique's name. Ihu turned back and glared, and the shark in the air froze, instantly falling to the ground. The Susanoo beside Yu extended an arm in an attempt to knock Ihu away, but Ihu instead snapped the skeletal arm in two. Ihu kept pounding Yu beneath him, each strike adding more cracks to the Susanoo. After several blows, the Susanoo was on the verge of collapse. Ihu's fist fell again. With this hit, Uchiha, you would surely die. But just as the fist touched the Susanoo, instead of a shattering sound, Ihu's fist passed through Yu lying on the ground, and Ihu himself grew increasingly ethereal in everyone's eyes. "It seems time is up." Ihu looked at his fading hands, and spoke a few words to Jiraiya, who was rushing over from afar. Though far away, the master of intelligence Jiraiya deciphered them through lip-reading. "Naruto is in your care." Once Ihu left the battlefield, Kisame quickly carried Yu away from Konoha. Although Naruto had mentally prepared for Ihu's departure, he was still deeply grieved when the moment came. After a long while, he finally stopped crying and turned his gaze to Jiraiya. "Are you the pervy sage my uncle mentioned? The boundary Uedo has temporarily concluded." In the real world, within the Wuin village, a crack appeared on the black ice tomb, guarded by the ice crystal phoenix. The awakened Ihu broke through the ice and emerged. The time flow in the Jeshin Uedo was the same as in the real world. In 2 years, the landscape of the ninja world had completely changed. After confirming Zhao Meiming's safety, Ihu rushed back to Mai at the first opportunity. At that moment, Mai had become a village built inside a crater. With his Shinla Sinyan fully open, the only chakras remaining in Mai were those of the 3 tails and the 9 tails. the chakras of the other tailed beasts had all vanished. Arriving at the Hokage's office, Bo-Fong Shuemen was anxiously staring at the intelligence report sent by Yu. The Shao organization's current power was enough to threaten the safety of the entire ninja world, yet as Hokage he felt helpless in the face of this predicament. Ihu, it would be great if you were here right now. Yo, you miss me that much, Shuemen? Yeah, if only you were here at this moment. Ihu. Shuemen reacted and rushed forward to embrace Ihu. It's good. It's good that you're back. After their conversation, Ihu finally learned what had happened in the ninja world during the 2 years he was trapped in the Jeshin Uedo. The Ice Crystal Phoenix and Black Ice he had summoned at the end successfully drove Daitu out of the Wuin village. Mainly because Ihu couldn't carry the entire Wuin village, so there was nothing valuable left. Once she regained her mobility, Zhao Meiming immediately sent the news to Mai. Uzumaki Joshinai rushed to the Wuin village to check on Ihu, and in the end it was the Nine Tails that informed everyone of Ihu's current condition. From that day on, Mai raised its alert level to the maximum, but the Shao organization seemed to have vanished from the ninja world, never showing their faces again. It was not until a year later, after Daitu had adapted to the Lun Huyan in his left eye socket, that he led his forces to launch an attack on Mai. Daida's main body along with the human path, Bailuhu taken from Chongmen, one was super cage level and the other a pseudo six paths. This was a catastrophic disaster for Mai. Because of the human path's ability, the impure world reincarnation technique had become ineffective, and moreover the hell path's Tuanzang with his double resurrection made the resistance extremely difficult. All the tailed beasts living on the outskirts of Mai were knocked unconscious by Daitu and sent to the Yuin village via Shinwei. His remaining targets were only the 3 tails Jinchuriki Lin and the 9 tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Joshinai. Having lost the suppression of Zishui's eyes, Daitu once again showed signs of split personality. No matter how hard he tried, he could never bring himself to land an attack on Lin. In his mental derangement, Daida's attack was directed at Mingren on the other side. Mingren! Mingren! Chutian stood in front of Mingren and Joshinai stood in front of Chutian. After the attack, Mingren, seeing Chutian and Joshinai lying on the ground, felt extremely angry and self-reproachful. This extreme emotion stimulated the awakening of the chakra within him. Mingren walked toward Joshinai lying on the ground. Julama, lend me a bit of chakra. The Nine Tails, who was still frantically pouring chakra into Joshinai to keep her alive, was stunned upon hearing this voice. Axiuluo. Why are you inside Mingren's body? Mingren's eyes narrowed, a resolute smile appearing on his face. It's a long story, Julama, but can you lend me your chakra first? The guy in front of us won't give me time to explain to you. As Mingren's voice fell, a massive amount of chakra began to transfer from Josunai's body into his. Your aura. It reminds me of my brother. Naruto, or rather Ashura as he should now be more aptly called, forcibly activated the Nine Tails link mode with the aid of the Nine Tails chakra, and the golden fox blocked Obito in front of him. Although I do not know why my brother's aura appears on you, the person behind me is extremely important to this child. I cannot permit you to take another step forward. Ashura's Nine Tails link mode, though powerful, was ultimately limited since the Nine Tails itself was not within him. The amount of Nine Tails chakra was finite, and after the Hell Path, Danzo paid the price of 4 Sharingan. Ashura's chakra also ran dry. Just as Obito was about to press his advantage, a fishing hook pierced through his body. His combat instincts made him subconsciously activate Kamui to evade the attack. When Obito turned back, he discovered that the one who had ambushed him was none other than Orochimaru, the cold-blooded, and Nawaki. Although Orochimaru's appearance had not changed much, the horn on his forehead told everyone that he was now different. Ashura looked at Nawaki, a glint of surprise in his eyes. The wood release at this moment was most opportune. Ashura stood behind Nawaki, continuously guiding him to use would release chakra. Would release true several thousand hands. Unfortunately, Ashura's condition was too poor. With only Nawaki's chakra, he could only summon a Buddha statue slightly larger than a tailed beast. From afar, Shursui and Fugaku, upon seeing the wooden Buddha, simultaneously leaped onto its shoulders, and their Susanoo slowly enveloped it. Orochimaru repeatedly cast his fishing rod toward Obito, but due to Kamui's existence, the rod that could extract human chakra never once landed a hit on Obito. Obito, who had already seized 5 tailed beasts, looked at the Susanoo-clad Great Buddha before him and Orochimaru holding the fishing rod, and began to feel the urge to retreat. But his intention to take the 3 tails Jinchuriki Rin away with him before leaving vanished without a trace the moment he saw. My objective has been achieved. Everyone of Konoha, we shall meet again. A spatial vortex sucked Obito in, and along with him disappeared the 6 paths of pain that he controlled, as well as Kakuzu and Haiden, who were in prison. Although Konoha managed to repel Obito's assault this time, it also suffered heavy losses. Almost all the tailed beasts were captured by Obito. Minato immediately sent the news to Kumogakure, and prepared to convene the 5 Kage summit in the Land of Iron. However, without a marking in Kumogakure, Minato's speed could not match Obito's after all. By the time the news reached Kumogakure, it was already too late. Killer B, who was still holding a concert, saw the man emerging from the vortex before him, and immediately distanced himself from Obito. You audience members, leave here first. A great battle is about to break out. Killer B drew his 7 swords, and held them with various parts of his body, then charged at Obito like a meat grinder, launching an ultra-high frequency assault. This time Obito did not use Kamui to evade. Instead he picked up the Uchiha War Fan and blocked Killer Bee's attacks one after another. Alright, I've had enough fun. The human path Haruto appeared behind Killer Bee at some unknown time and struck him on the neck, knocking him unconscious. However, the unconscious Killer Bee was not seriously injured. The Eight Tails did not need to expend most of its chakra to sustain the Jinchuriki's life. Red chakra emerged from the unconscious Killer Bee's body, and as the chakra accumulated, the Eight Tails Gyuki made its formal appearance. No sooner had it emerged than it began to condense a tailed beast ball in its mouth. But before the tailed beast ball could be fired, a chakra longsword pierced through the Eight Tails' chest. From the Eight Tails' perspective, the figure of Obito before it slowly dissipated. The real Obito with a blue skeleton activated grabbed the Eight Tails' horn and dragged it away. The weakened Eight Tails, watching its body being continuously pulled into the spatial vortex and noticing the Rinnegan in Obito's left eye socket, understood its own fate. The spatial vortex devoured the Eight Tails, leaving only a severed octopus leg on the ground. Obito swept his gaze and noticed that the octopus leg contained an unconscious Killer Bee. However, since over 90% of the Eight Tails chakra was already in his possession, there was no need to take the leftover scraps from Killer Bee. When Minato Namikaze arrived at Kumogakure, he only saw a listless Killer Bee lying on a sickbed. And Minato quickly reached an agreement. Kumogakure became the second village after Konoha to request a 5 Kage summit. It was unprecedented for two villages to jointly request the summit. Even Iwagakure, which had been thrown into chaos by the Akatsuki, came to the Land of Iron at once to watch the commotion. Within just 3 days, the 5 Kage gathered in the Land of Iron. Due to Yagura's extremely high frequency of injury before who was ambushed and entered the Tsukuyomi boundary, Yagura was once again injured and hospitalized. With wounds from last time not fully healed, and the additional damage from Obito, Yagura officially retired. Mei Terumi officially succeeded as the 5th Mizukage, while Yagura stepped down to a secondary role. At this 5 Kage summit, standing behind Mei Terumi were Yagura and Ao. The 5 Kage summit proceeded smoothly. There was no Sasuke coming to pick a fight nor Obito coming to declare war. After all, he had just captured the tailed beasts, and sealing them alone would take a long time to complete. The 5 villages reached a consensus on opposing the Akatsuki, but the Akatsuki disappeared at this time. Obito did not continue his operations to capture the 9 Tails and 3 Tails. Even after who returned, no Akatsuki members appeared anywhere. Black Zetsu looked at the many slackers in the Akatsuki with helplessness in his eyes. He could not understand why these infamous rank rogue ninjas had become like this in the organization. I've just gathered intel. The 6 Tails will revive within the Land of Water in 3 days. Next, the leader will assign the mission. In the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze released who and handed him the intelligence scroll on the desk. Itachi sent word. The 6 Tails is about to revive, and the Akatsuki is already preparing to act. Who silently pondered as he looked at the intelligence in his hand. How should he hold back so that the Akatsuki members could reasonably take the 6 Tails away? Meanwhile, Madara Uchiha in the Pure Land had been contemplating whether the Moon's Eye plan was still worth pursuing. As it stood now, the so-called Moon's Eye plan would likely lead to the destruction of the ninja world. In Amigakure, Obito also sat on the high platform in a daze. He had little interest in the so-called Moon's Eye plan. Since the moment his left eternal Mangekyo lost its light, Obito had been in a dazed state. Especially when he went to Konoha last time to capture a tailed beast, and saw the girl who was the 3 Tails Jinchuriki, Obito fell into self-denial. In Obito's view, his heartbeat upon seeing Rin was a betrayal of Rin. And Nagato didn't even know what the Moon's Eye plan was, let alone complete it. Poor Black Zetsu never dreamed in his wildest dreams that the only one among the high-level combatants in the ninja world who wanted the Moon's Eye plan to be realized was actually who from the opposing side. Finally, after deliberation, Konoha decided to send who, Shursue, Sasuke, and Naruto to the Land of Water to prevent the Akatsuki's actions. Sasuke followed the other 3 onto the road to the Land of Water with excitement. He had trained hard with Shursue and Fugaku for so many years precisely for this moment, to bring back his older brother who had defected from Konoha in pursuit of power. Flying Thunder God, activate. Brother! As soon as they arrived at the outskirts of the Land of Water, Sasuke caught sight of Itachi Uchiha standing in the distance. Seeing Sasuke running toward him, Itachi led Sasuke in another direction, until they reached a mountain far from the battlefield, where Itachi finally stopped. Itachi, how much longer will you hide from me? Is power really that important to you? Enough to abandon the village? Abandon your family? Seeing that Itachi was unmoved, Sasuke activated his 3-Demo Sharingan. Since I can't convince you, I'll defeat you and bring you back to Konoha. Sasuke pulled out a folded giant shuriken and threw it. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Countless giant shuriken appeared out of thin air and flew toward Itachi. Facing dozens of shuriken, Itachi calmly activated his Sharingan to enhance his insight. He dodged all the shuriken with taijutsu alone. Amid the sounds of clones, dispelling smoke covered the entire field. Sasuke pulled the steel wire hidden on his arm, causing the shuriken blades on the ground with lightning-natured chakra to strike from behind at Itachi, who had just dodged the attack. The chakra on the wire was still detected by Itachi's Sharingan. Itachi lightly jumped to dodge, then activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, pulling Sasuke into a world of genjutsu. Itachi dispersed into countless crows before Sasuke. Realizing he had fallen under a genjutsu, Sasuke attempted to break Itachi's illusion by disrupting his chakra. How naive, Sasuke. Shursui and father also possessed eyes like mine. Have all these years not taught you the gap between a 3-tomo Sharingan and a Mangekyo? The crows reformed into Itachi's upper body behind Sasuke. Itachi locked Sasuke's neck tightly with his arm slowly extending 3 fingers of his other hand towards Sasuke's eyes. By now you must know of the Mangekyo's curse of blindness. But there is one among the Uchiha who broke this curse. Madara Uchiha of old gained the eternal Mangekyo by transplanting his brother's eyes. Though your Mangekyo has not yet awakened, I cannot wait until that time. Itachi's fingers drew closer to Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke erupted with lightning nature chakra, the searing pain of electricity enveloping his body, breaking Itachi's genjutsu. The Itachi binding Sasuke behind him vanished. The real Itachi approached slowly, finger outstretched. Now clear-headed Sasuke immediately formed hand signs and Itachi followed suit. Fire release great fireball technique, X2. In a simple jutsu exchange, Itachi's fireball was clearly several times larger than Sasuke's. The moment they collided, Sasuke's fireball was consumed by Itachi's. Even the simplest of ninjutsu revealed the gap in their power. Watching the fireball hurtling toward him, Sasuke quickly dodged to the side. Sasuke concentrated lightning nature chakra in his hand. The lightning blade Chidori formed. Meanwhile, in the real world, Ihu was drinking tea and conversing with Itachi, while a frenzied Sasuke kept attacking the air. Teacher Ihu, is it truly all right to leave the Akatsuki now? His power is already formidable. Without intelligence, the shinobi world could be destroyed by this organization. Ihu nonchalantly patted Itachi's shoulder. You and Kisame were already discovered. If nothing unexpected happens, the Six Tails resurrection site is not here. If you return to the Akatsuki now, you'll only walk to your death. Itachi's pupils contracted. Damn, Kisame. Ihu shook his head. Relax, I froze Kisame and sent him back to Kirigakure in cold storage. At that moment, Sasuke, who had been fighting the air, stopped. He looked at Itachi and Ihu calmly drinking tea, confusion filling his eyes. Brother. How? Uncle Ihu. The next instant Sasuke collapsed. No longer needing to pretend, Itachi instantly used body flicker to catch him. Seeing the familiar concern in his brother's eyes, Sasuke understood that the Uchiha Itachi he knew had returned. Looking at the weakened Sasuke, Itachi's face was filled with reluctance. Sasuke felt an inexplicable familiarity with Itachi's expression. Then a spatial vortex appeared before Sasuke. A masked figure emerged. A cold gleam flashed. Sasuke, watch out. Itachi shielded Sasuke. A blood-dripping longsword pierced through Itachi's chest. Sasuke stared blankly at the blood-soaked Uchiha Itachi before him. The 3-tomo in his eyes converged into a 6-pointed star. Itachi! Blood tears streamed from Sasuke's eyes. He began to scream in collapse. Dazedly standing up, the 6-pointed star in his eyes shimmered with eerie light. Seeing Sasuke like this, the masked man immediately removed his mask. Sasuke, calm down. It's all fake. Kakashi sensei. Meanwhile, Itachi, who had been lying on the ground, stood up as if nothing had happened. He quietly wiped away the blood from the blood pack on his body. Only then did Sasuke recall Itachi's expression. It was exactly the same as Makoto's in the hospital. In the same tone Shursui once used with him, Itachi said to Sasuke, Sasuke, if your comrade is seriously injured, the first thing you should do is confirm if they can still be saved. No matter how grave the injury looks, at least check their breathing and pulse. Hearing this, Sasuke completely broke down. So before you left the village, what I saw wasn't genjutsu. It was all a play you put on together. Itachi calmly nodded. Sasuke, it was for your own good. Shursui and I both went through this. Don't tell anyone in the clan or it won't work in the future. Devastated Sasuke wished he could put on a mask and join the Akatsuki, right then creating a world without deception. But before the plan could even begin, Ihu dragged him back to Konoha. As Ihu had predicted, the Six Tails resurrection site was false. Only Kisame and Itachi had been dispatched. Moreover, Kabuto had been captured by Obito. Kabuto, Sasori's hidden agent, had his mind cleaned by Orochimaru, but traces left by Sasori still lingered. Using these marks, Obito captured Kabuto while he was visiting the orphanage's director. By the time Orochimaru arrived, it was too late. On the orphanage floor lay only the seriously injured Yakushi Nono. Orochimaru gazed at the orphanage ruins in regret. He had already prepared the Otsutsuki blood agent for Kabuto. He had come to call Kabuto to the lab for injection. Be careful. Kabuto's own combat strength may not be high, but he holds the control over the impure world reincarnation of the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha. If he falls under the control of the enemy's Sharingan, the consequences will be dire. After successfully seizing the power of Hoshi, Orochimaru had handed control of the first Hokage and Madara to Kabuto. He hadn't expected the enemy to steal the opportunity. Ihu hadn't expected that despite all twists and turns, Kabuto would still become a dream-fulfilling master. At that moment, phantom images of impure world Madara appeared in all 5 great shinobi villages. I am Madara Uchiha. After Hashirama and I founded Konohagakure, the chaos in the ninja world ceased, but wars only escalated. To achieve true peace, I will merge the nine-tailed beasts into their original form project, the infinite Tsukuyami, onto the moon, and bring true peace to the ninja world. Come stop me from obtaining the last two-tailed beasts. The fourth great ninja war begins now. In Amigakure, Black Zetsu was in despair. Do all Uchiha have some kind of sickness? We could just feed chakra, merge the 10 tails, activate the infinite Tsukuyami, and win. Why do you have to start a fourth great ninja war? Having lived for so many years, Black Zetsu still had emotional control. Lord Madara. We didn't capture the 3 tails, so we substituted with partial chakra. The 6 tails we just captured along with the imprisoned 7 tails and 8 tails have been sealed. The 9 tails contributes the most chakra to the 10 tails. Should we capture it or substitute with partial chakra like the 3 tails? Still lost in his own world, Madara paid no heed to Black Zetsu behind him. For him now the Moon Eye plan was no longer important. According to the intelligence Konoha obtained from the Pooh clan, the so-called Divine Tree was merely a tool used by the Otsutsuki to seize the life force of the ninja world. The entire shinobi realm was nothing but food in their eyes. Even Pooh himself was just an insignificant member of a branch family. The true powerhouses of the Otsutsuki had yet to appear. The peace of the ninja world was worthless in the face of its survival. The ninja world needed a powerful enemy to unite it. Rather than waiting for the true Otsutsuki elites to arrive and annihilate the shinobi realm, let me Uchiha Madara administer a preventive injection first. Ha 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 ha. Lord Madara. Lord Madara. Black Zetsu's repeated calls finally drew Madara out of his reverie. Turning back, Madara looked at the pitch-black figure with undisguised disdain. Previously, all his thoughts had been consumed by preparations for the Moon Eye plan. Now that he had leisure to examine this thing, he wondered, was this truly the will incarnation of the great Uchiha Madara? First absorb the 8 tails. In the coming battle I will seize the 9 tails. How is the White Zetsu army? Rest assured, Lord Madara. With Hashirama Senju accelerating the process, we now have 150,000 White Zetsu troops, and they are still being generated endlessly. In these years I have also collected the flesh and blood of many powerful warriors. The Impure World Reincarnation Army is ready as well. Madara nodded in satisfaction and entered Nagato's room. Inside, Nagato was still struggling to adapt to the Rinnegan. From Madara's perspective as an Impure World Reincarnation, a shadow of the Wheel Tomb had already formed behind Nagato, and a second shadow was slowly taking shape. Sensing the unfamiliar chakra approaching, Nagato opened his one natural eye. The mechanical eye on the other side also glowed to life. Uchiha Madara, what are you doing here? Nagato's voice was ice cold. Madara had not deliberately concealed his Rinnegan within the Akatsuki. The Impure World Reincarnation body possessed the Rinnegan, and the immense pressure that I exerted on Nagato's body made him grasp the general outline of events. Uchiha Madara was the owner of this Pero no. Now it was just one Rinnegan. He had been nothing but Madara's pawn from the beginning. Uzumaki Nagato. After a while, Madara left the room with satisfaction. Nagato watched his retreating figure with deep admiration. Such an Uchiha Madara was worthy of his allegiance, and such deeds were worthy of the name Akatsuki. The same thing happened with Obito. Obito's eyes regained their clarity. That pure yet foolish gaze was exactly as it had been before. That night, while on duty at the hospital, Rin saw a masked figure in the distance silently watching her. If she had not awakened, would release and enhanced her perception, she would never have noticed him. Obito! Hearing Rin's voice, Obito hurriedly activated Kamui. A spatial vortex began to draw his body inside. Obito, don't go! Rin grabbed a scalpel and pressed it against her own neck. Upon closer inspection, blood seemed to be trickling. Seeing this, Obito immediately halted the Kamui transfer. Rin, don't do anything rash. Put the knife down and we can talk calmly. Toward anyone else, Obito would be ruthless and decisive, but facing Rin, he was like a child. Step by step, Obito cautiously approached Rin. When he drew near, the blind spot was fully exposed. There was no scalpel at all. What Rin held was merely a steel chopstick smeared with ketchup. By the time Obito realized he should leave, it was too late. During the Kamui transfer, he could not use intangibility. Obito stood helplessly as Rin wrapped her arms around him and burst into uncontrollable sobs. In the end, he could only lightly pat her back. Rin, I'm sorry. Rin wanted to say, I don't blame you or I love you. But at that moment she could not stop her tears. All she could do was hold Obito tightly. Inside Rin, the Three-Tails Isabu, who rarely slept, watched the scene with glee. Yes, that's it, Rin. Kiss him. Win him over. If not for the fact that all the other tailed beasts except the Nine Tails had been sealed into the demonic statue of the Outer Path, the Three Tails would have convened a meeting to discuss how crucial it was to choose a good Jinchuriki. Rin, I have to go. Hearing this, Rin held him even tighter. With tears in his eyes, Obito slowly pried her hands off him. Rin tried to grab him again, but a red glow flashed in Obito's eyes and her movements froze. Obito stepped forward and wiped the tears from Rin's face, but the more he wiped, the more his own tears fell. Rin, if I survive this war, I will definitely come back and marry you. A spatial vortex appeared in Obito's eyes. At the last moment he touched Rin's cheek. If there is a next life, I will confess to you very early on. Sorry for making you wait so long. Back at the Akatsuki, Obito walked slowly into the depths. With each step his resolve hardened. War brings casualties. The ninja world not only needed unity but also had to preserve strength to fight the Otsutsuki. Obito touched the Rinnegan in his left eye socket. Rin, I'm sorry. I'm going to be late and break my promise. Every villager witnessed Uchiha Madara declaring war upon the ninja world. Less than a year later, the 5 Kage summit convened once more. Minato held Kabuto's intelligence dossier. This is our Konoha shinobi Yakushi Kabuto. Some time ago he was abducted by the Akatsuki organization. Kabuto once mastered Konoha's forbidden technique impure world reincarnation. In the coming war, the enemy might use this art to summon the souls of formidable deceased shinobi. The other 4 Kages fell into silence. In recent days numerous graves had been desecrated across every village. Those who rested within would be revived to stand against them. The threat of the Akatsuki cannot be resolved by a single village. Should their plan succeed, all will fall into the infinite Tsukuyami that Madara spoke of. In times like these, our unity is the only path to victory in the war ahead. Even the obstinate Inoki did not oppose this. The psychological shadow cast by Uchiha Madara years ago remained profound. Especially after witnessing the man's projection, the tension was as palpable as ever. Yet Inoki still sought to gain advantage. Then 4th Hokage, who do you propose should command the alliance of 5? Mifune, who had maintained neutrality, stepped forward. The Kazekage is too young. The Tsuchikage has cooperated with the Akatsuki multiple times, and the 4th Mizukage was once under their control. Thus I suggest the command be chosen between the 4th Hokage and the 4th Reikage. Standing behind Minato, Ichigo silently remarked, thank goodness, we didn't reveal all intelligence. If we count Uchiha Madara, both major bosses are from Konoha. Seeing no objections, Mifune spoke again. For fairness, let us hold a vote. Mei Terumi was already half a Konoha shinobi. Without hesitation she voted for Minato. She would never believe that burly 4th Reikage knew how to wage war. Inoki, seeing this, chose to vote for a timely favor was better than a mere addition. If A became commander, he would remember Iwa's support. The final decision fell to Gaara, the 5th Kazekage. Gazing at Minato Namikaze, he recalled the boy who had protected him during the Chunin exams. Coupled with as brutish demeanor, he ultimately chose Minato after careful consideration. Once the commander was selected, each Kage immediately returned to their villages to mobilize shinobi for battle. Back in Konoha, Sasuke was preparing for eye transplant surgery. Ever since he awakened his Mangekyo, the boy had grown unbearably arrogant. If a stray dog glanced at him, he would incinerate it with Amaterasu. If a cat meowed, he would summon Susanoo to obliterate it. Ahem, just a jest. With the great ninja war looming, maximizing combat power was paramount. Under Itachi's persistent insistence, Sasuke would receive the eternal Mangekyo. Itachi, now equipped with a spare 3-tomo Sharingan, felt an odd constraint within his eyes. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break through to the Mangekyo level. As Itachi continuously channeled his ocular power against the barrier, a red rib cage materialized beside him. With each surge, a third rib appeared until his chakra was fully depleted and the Sharingan deactivated. Ichigo patted Itachi's shoulder. Don't be disheartened. Once Sasuke adapts to his new eyes, let him infuse some ocular power into yours. It might allow you to temporarily activate the Mangekyo. Sasuke was training with his new eyes, while Naruto had long departed from Mount Myaboku. Minato led the remaining Konoha shinobi to the Allied forces base. Gaara, as the commander-in-chief, stood on the platform and delivered a fervent speech, raising the troops' morale to its peak. Below stood nearly 100,000 shinobi, and a handful of samurai, an alliance of 6 nations representing 60% of the ninja world's power. It was not that the alliance lacked numbers, the rest were all on the opposing side. The 5th Division comprised samurai alongside the Sensing Division headquarters and Raiding Division. When the units were formed, other nations realized how overwhelming Konoha's strength was. Every division had a Konoha elite at its core, and Konoha boasted more experts than all the other nations combined. Ichigo strode to the front of the formation. You've heard Commander-in-Chief Gaara's words. I am Uzumaki Ichigo, captain of the 3rd Division. What we are about to face may be your former mentors or comrades. Prepare yourselves mentally. Move out. After 2 hours of marching, the unit arrived at a forest. Countless white zetsu emerged from the ground, and among them lurked several impure world reincarnated shinobi. Ichigo recognized many familiar faces. Due to Ichigo's unique jutsu, the 3rd Division, though small, consisted entirely of elites. Against the mid-level white zetsu they fought with effortless grace. As a sensory-type shinobi, Ichigo stood at the battlefield's center monitoring the situation. Then several figures slowly approached him. Yo! Old acquaintances. I never expected all 7 of you to be resurrected via impure world reincarnation. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, now reanimated, had only Koryuere Kushimaru wielding the new Abari. The rest held nothing. Feeling the reawakening of their bodies, their faces were alight with excitement. Until they looked up and saw Ichigo grinning at them like a grim reaper. Nearby Kisame, clutching Samehada, felt a chill run down his spine. The terror Ichigo had inflicted upon the 7 swordsmen had even tainted the next generation of blade wielders. Just as Ichigo prepared to send the 7 swordsmen back to the afterlife, a cold voice rang from ahead. Ninja art, hidden mist jutsu. The forest terrain was ideal for the silent killing technique. In the thick fog, no one could distinguish tree from foe. The third Mizukage stepped out from behind the 7 swordsmen. So it's you. The little one back then has grown so much. I never thought I'd have the chance to cross blades with you again. Beware. This time my body carries no hidden wounds. As the third Mizukage's words fell, the mist thickened, reducing visibility to naught. The only sounds were the screams of comrades falling. Ice Release 1,000 miles freeze. Under the astonished gazes of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the thick mist dissipated directly within a few breaths. How is this possible? Even wind release couldn't blow away the mist yet. One ice release made it vanish. Watching the illiterate group opposite, who helplessly explained to them the essence of the hidden mist technique is still water release. The so-called mist is merely tiny water droplets. Ice release freezes those droplets, causing them to fall, and the mist naturally dissipates. The third Mizukage nodded upon hearing Yihu's words. It was the first time he had heard such an explanation. However, the 7 ninja swordsmen did not believe Yihu's nonsense. The 7 continued to use the hidden mist technique, but on Yihu's ice release field, no matter how much chakra they output, not a trace of mist appeared. Yihu shook his head upon seeing this. Now he truly understood Snake Uncle's feelings. When he talked science, they talked about bonds. When he reasoned with them, they talked about dreams. Too lazy to continue reasoning with these illiterates, Yihu called Guijiao and the others over. Don't resist for now. I have something interesting to show them. Then Yihu produced a scroll in front of the 7 ninja swordsmen. That is... Amidst the exclamations of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Yihu unrolled the scroll. The scroll inscribed with the 7 characters break, great, long, blunt, explode, thunder, double, was displayed before the opposing 7 ninja swordsmen. With a flash of yellow light, 6 ninja swords flew out from within. Kakashi held the thunder sword. The brothers Shuei Yu and Man, Yu held the explosion sword, and double sword Ague Jiao lifted the Samahata great sword. Yihu looked at the remaining broken sword and blunt sword on the ground, lost in thought. Too many swords, what to do? Online waiting quite urgent. The opposing 7 ninja swordsmen watched the 2 unwanted swords on the ground, grinding their teeth in envy. Truly, some are dying of drought while others are drowning. At this moment, Yihu's eyes caught a man with bandages on his face, staring at the 2 swords with great longing. You are Zai Bujan, right? I've heard of you from Mei. Come choose a sword. From today, you are a member of our Konoha 7 ninja swordsmen. Zai Bujan looked at Yihu with surprise and disbelief. Lord Yihu, is it really okay? Seeing Yihu nod, he eagerly walked toward the 2 swords. Before the decapitating sword and the blunt sword, Zai Bujan hesitated for a moment, then picked up the broken decapitating sword. This thing had been broken by Shursui when he first awakened his Mangekyo. Yihu had once thought of mass-producing the decapitating sword using its infinite repairability, but most of the repair metal was concentrated in the hilt, and the broken blade had virtually no repair capability. Zai Bujan swung the broken sword in his hand, then walked over to Shuei Yu with a satisfied expression. Yihu picked up the remaining blunt sword Kabutawari from the ground. If no one chose it in the end, he would give it to Sanai Baishi so he wouldn't have to use stones to hit people in the future. Watching this scene, a ninja in IWA clothing couldn't help but quip. For a moment, I can't even tell which side is the real 7 ninja swordsmen. Aren't these guys supposed to be able to assassinate even Kage? Why are they dying so neatly and losing their swords so uniformly? You don't know this, said the Konoha ninja beside him, patting his shoulder. During the third war, Lord Yihu alone killed 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. These swords are all Lord Yihu's trophies. The several ninja swordsmen couldn't bear such humiliation, and immediately charged forward to take back their swords. Yihu wanted to stop 2 of them, but the third Mizukage, drawing his blade forward, blocked him. Last time my old injury flared up and I couldn't control the 6 tails power, losing my reason and allowing you to seal my chakra and defeat me. This time it won't be so easy. The third Mizukage's combat power had soared after being reincarnated via impure world reincarnation. From Yihu's perspective, in terms of swordsmanship alone, he was now on par with White Fang. I really don't understand how you were reincarnated. I clearly handled your corpse properly. The third Mizukage shook his head. For me, this is a good thing. It was too frustrating to lose to you like that back then. You all must be careful. Among the reincarnated ninja, I also saw the third Kazekage Hanzo of the Salamander and other strong ones. Don't let us, a bunch of already buried guys, defeat you by accident. Earlier, Yihu had wondered how the ninja swordsman he had killed, and the third Mizukage, had been reincarnated. Now that even the third Kazekage was present, it was likely that Snake Uncle's laboratory had been broken into. This level of security not only made Yihu think of 2 places that were absolutely theft-proof, one called Sector 13, and the other called Hikari's laboratory. Now the thing Yihu was most puzzled about was whether that guy Pushur could be reincarnated. Could foreign species also enter the Pure Land? Black lightning flickered over Yihu's body, special effects maxed out. He drew the dusty Kusanagi sword and engaged the third Mizukage in battle. Blood Ice Crystal, you have grown stronger again. It seems I have been dead for too long. Even my best swordsmanship can no longer match yours. At this moment, the only one among them still possessing a ninja sword, Li Xianchuan, one crept up behind Yihu. Die, Blood Ice Crystal. Yihu sidestepped to avoid the sewing needle's thrust, and in one encounter sealed him with a sealing technique. So stupid trying to ambush a sensor-type ninja. No wonder you all ended up wiped out. With such intelligence, it's a miracle you survived this long. The third Mizukage then picked up the long sword sewing needle from the ground and charged again. In his hands, the sewing needle's power was several times greater than when Li Xianxuan one wielded it. It was said that the third Mizukage was also a powerful ninja, who could skillfully wield all 7 ninja swords. From the looks of it, the rumors were true. Too bad this is a battlefield, or otherwise, I would definitely want to test my skills against you with all 7 swords. The third Mizukage looked at Ihu with a calm expression. This body still lacks a bit of zest in combat, but even so I am content. This time you have won again. Uzumaki Ihu. Then the ceiling formation that Ihu had set up during the battle began to glow on the ground, and the third Mizukage inside was slowly sealed. After dealing with the third Mizukage, Ihu separated his companions from the remaining 6. You all go handle the other enemies first. Leave these old friends to me. Ihu sheathed the Kusanagi sword in front of the remaining 6, then casually picked up a kunai from the ground. Unlike the beast who uses full force even against a rabbit for you 6, I'm sorry. I couldn't find a shorter weapon than this. Ihu looked at the expressions of the 6 with great delight. The look of you can't stand me but can't beat me was truly a joy to behold. Ice-style crystal ice barrier. Several ice walls sealed Ihu and the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen together. Now enjoy the gift I've prepared for you. Ihu's body merged into the ice wall behind him, while the ice-natured chakra within the barrier grew increasingly dense, until the entire enclosure was filled with crystalline ice. The addition of many powerful shinobi from Konoha made all battlefields proceed smoothly, except for the 4th Division. Lord Ihu. The 4th Division's Captain Gaara is requesting reinforcements. The enemy has summoned the 1st Hokage, 2nd Hokage, 3rd Kazekage, and 4th Kazekage through the impure world reincarnation. The allied shinobi behind Ihu were dumbfounded. The ancestors who had long since passed away were now truly attacking them. Ihu was also quite surprised upon hearing the news. Only Black Zetsu, that old schemer, could have obtained the body tissues of the 1st generation Kage. It seemed that old grave robber had been digging up tombs throughout the ninja world for all these years. Ihu used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the battlefield where Shursui and Fugaku were already holding off the attacks of the reincarnated shinobi with their Susanoo. Fortunately, Kabuto's strength was not yet formidable. He couldn't forcefully control multiple reincarnated shinobi at once, or they would have been annihilated long ago. The 2nd Tsuchikage's dust release was constantly deployed. The only technique the 2 Susanoo had to evade. Fugaku's ordinary Mangekyo had already shed tears of blood due to prolonged use. The 2nd Reikage rushed toward Fugaku at incredible speed. Fugaku intended to block the attack with his Susanoo, but his severely depleted ocular power could no longer sustain it. The Susanoo dissipated on its own before the Reikage's hand blade even struck him. Now reduced to 3, Tomo Fugaku slowly closed his eyes as the 2nd Reikage closed in. At this moment there was no chance of survival. A sound of metal collision echoed beside him. Fugaku opened his eyes to see Ihu's Kusanagi sword blocking the 2nd Reikage's hand blade. Uchiha Fugaku coughed up some blood. On the other side, Tsunade, sent by Minato, quickly rushed forward to heal him. Orochimaru and Jiraiya moved forward to hold off the 2nd Tsuchikage and 2nd Mizukage. In the distance, the 1st generation Kage were leisurely watching the spectacle with Hashirama holding dice. Kazekage, let's start another round. If I lose this time, it'll create another oasis for the Wind Country. The 1st Kazekage, Redo, shook his head. Lord Hashirama, you already owe the Wind Country over 20 oases. I'm curious how you intend to fulfill these debts, especially since we are all under the control of the impure world reincarnation, and have no freedom. Hashirama burst into laughter and unhesitatingly sold out his grandson. Don't worry, my grandson has also awakened would release and is now in Konoha. By the way, since all the 1st and 2nd generation Kage are here, where has Tobarama gone? Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at the daimyo's residence, Tobarama Senju and Obito Uchiha emerged from a spatial vortex. Kid, are you sure you want to do this? You'll become the enemy of the entire ninja world. Obito scratched his head with a foolish grin. Some things just need to be done by someone, don't they? Lord 2nd Hokage, you didn't oppose our plan when you heard it, did you? Tobarama looked at Obito Uchiha with eyes full of relief. He swore that this was the first time in his life he had ever looked at someone named Uchiha with such an expression. Regardless of the outcome of this operation, Obito Uchiha would become the most heinous criminal in the ninja world for assassinating multiple daimyo. Zhao Meiming, Shangshu, and Yitsong walked over as well. 2nd Grandpa, everyone is inside. When do we make our move? He was extremely excited. For him, who had always been a well-behaved child, this was clearly a thrilling mission. Qianshou Feijin glared at Shangshu. What make our move? Have all the ninjas inside been cleared out? Isn't our mission to use a barrier to protect the noble daimyos? Shangshu looked utterly perplexed. Seeing this, Yitsong patted the back of his head. If you don't understand, just obey and do as you're told. That's all. Qianshou Feijin sighed helplessly. If the Senju clan were really left to Shangshu, it would be doomed. But then he thought that aside from Shangshu, there was only Tsunade left in the family. Let's just focus on Shangshu's problems. Ninja Art 4 Red Yang Formation. Although Yitsong's strength was inferior, this barrier didn't need to be so large, so she managed to activate it nonetheless. Dai-Tu looked at the barrier that also protected him and revealed a cruel smile. Daimyos, sacrifice yourselves for the greater cause. With the screams from inside, a fire ignited the house within the barrier. Those who stood at the pinnacle of power in the shinobi world all died here. Even if someone tries to hold someone accountable in the future, there's nothing they can say. I activated the 4 Red Yang formation and 4 cage-level ninjas couldn't protect you. Besides, with the daimyos dead, who in the future can still hold anyone accountable? The slaughter ended. Dai-Tu walked out of the barrier covered in blood. Then from the Kamui space he released Konan, whose chakra had been sealed. Lord Second, the talisman controlling you has already been removed by me. Next I beg you to send her to Konoha and ensure her safety. This is Nagato's request. Chensho Feijian had to admit that while Uchiha Madara was not much of a person, his judgment was truly good. Both Nagato and Dai-Tu were fine children. He could tell that both of them intended to sacrifice themselves. On the other side of the battlefield, the first 5 Kage who had been watching the show began to lose control of their bodies except for Hashirama. Be careful. The control of the impure world reincarnation has suddenly strengthened. In the distant cave, Kabuto's half of his body was now covered by black zetsu. What a useless waste. These impure world ninjas are wasted in your hands. With this chess piece, the final victor will surely be me, de Tongmu Chinxiang. Black Zetsu looked at the man beside him wearing white Magatama attire and began laughing maniacally. Watching the 4 first Kage reluctantly approaching him, who briefly accumulated natural energy and then entered Sage mode. Ice Element Summon Absolute Zero Hero. Ice Element Summon Ice Crystal Phoenix Avinia. Ice Element Summon Blue Ice White Night Dragon. Ice Element Summon Ice Barrier Dragon, Trident Dragon. A warrior clad entirely in white stepped out from a gate of ice energy. As everyone knows, cloaks and capes are symbols of the strong. Seeing Absolute Zero Hero's cloak flutter in the wind, his aura rose significantly with each additional ice elemental creature summoned. The Blue Ice White Night Dragon's body was covered with a chakra layer that could block all ninjutsu. As soon as the Trident Dragon and Ice Crystal Phoenix Avinia appeared, they activated Snowy Weather, further enhancing the strength of ice elemental beings. The Trident Dragon's ice elemental power spread across the entire field. Under multiple boosts, the aura of Absolute Zero Hero was now comparable to the Nine Tails. The strength of the other 3 giant beasts was also above that of the 8 Tails. The 4 first Kage stared in shock at the 3 giant beasts and Absolute Zero Hero. Are the young people of today so extraordinary? Even if we were at our prime, defeating these guys wouldn't be easy. The first Mizukage looked at the ice snow giant beast before him with great satisfaction. This is unmistakably a genius from my Kirigakure's Yuki clan. It seems my Kirigakure has already risen in the ninja world. Ha ha ha, you 3 don't need to show me face, don't hold back. The first Tsuchikage looked at the Trident Dragon before him with a grave expression. This was not a matter of going easy, this creature's strength was already close to his own power when he was alive. The first Kazakage Retsudo remained silent. Being skilled in ninjutsu, facing the ninjutsu immune Blue Ice White Night Dragon, his strength was reduced by at least 60%. A sure loss, brother. Dai-Tu, who had just dealt with the daimyos, arrived at the battlefield via Kamui, and saw such a scene. Brother who kills slower. The people from other battlefields haven't arrived yet. If this side ends so early, how will we realize our plan? Having consumed 30% of his chakra in one go, who heard Dai-Tu's words and simply started slacking off. If they kept fighting like this, the allied forces might not even get to see the 10 tails. Seeing the one-sided situation, Dai-Tu quickly sealed the tailed beasts from the demonic statue of the outer path into the bodies of impure world ninjas temporarily. The 6-tailed beasts, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, appeared on the battlefield, greatly relieving the pressure on the first Kage. But he dared not help too much. If these 4 were killed, and who summoned even stronger beings, he wouldn't be able to protect these Kage. After containing the 4 first Kage, who directly went after the other impure world ninjas. Seeing this, Dai-Tu was quite frustrated. Brother who don't leave me alone to balance the battlefield. At least put in some effort, okay? At this moment, Sarutobi Shinasuke, who was handling intelligence in the command center, suddenly felt much better for no apparent. Most of Black Zetsu's energy was spent controlling the 4 first Kage, leaving the other impure world ninjas with great freedom. The second Mizukage was having a great time playing with a group of allied ninjas. Hozuki Genjutsu, while teasing the allied ninjas, watched the situation on the battlefield. Originally wanting to be sealed as soon as possible, now he only wanted to continue watching the show. Who saw this and ignored this entertainer. His primary target was Mu, that old schemer. Under Sage mode, Mu's immunity to perception via dust release seemed like a joke. In just an instant, who perceived Mu's location. Approaching the Trident Dragon, Mu's darkened eyes indicated he had been completely controlled. Dodging the ice spear thrown by who, Black Zetsu stared at who in shock. How? This guy's dust release can block perception, plus the earth release camouflage should make me undetectable. Watching Mu reveal his figure, who couldn't help but sigh that Moonlight Gale's transparent release bloodline had become a joke. Earth release can already turn invisible, and his skill had plenty of imitations with similar effects, Just after Mu dodged Ihus' attack before he could do anything, the trident dragon grabbed him with its hand from the air. For chains extended from behind Hu and pierced through Mu's body in the trident dragon's grip. Under the adamantine sealing chains all are equal. After subduing Wu, Ichu directly sealed him. In this opening, the three-forked dragon lost an arm under the first rakeage strike. Ignoring the injured three-forked dragon, these were merely pawns offered to the enemy. Once they had eliminated Absolute Zero, they would understand what true surprise meant. On the other side of the battlefield, Gaara was severely restrained in his fight against Raza, let alone facing the even more formidable third Kazekage. Had Inoki not been assisting, Gaara would have long been captured. Before Ichu could act, Itsong, who had heard she could finally beat Raza, arrived riding the wooden man created by Shang Shu. Raza, I've finally found the chance to take my revenge. Behind Itsong, Shikutan fireballs blazed like the sun, crashing down upon Raza as he manipulated his gold dust. Under the extreme heat of the fireballs, Raza's gold dust melted into liquid gold. If not for his impure world reincarnation body, even if he survived, he would have ended up like Wu. The sand ninja behind Gaara gazed at Itsong as she leaped down from the wooden man, their faces brimming with excitement. It's Lady Itsong. Lady Itsong is alive. Gaara looked on with curiosity. Was she also a ninja of our Sunagakure? Lord Kazekage, you may not know, but Lady Itsong is the hero of Sunagakure, who sacrificed herself during the Third Shinobi World War. But the slap came swiftly. Itsong's voice rang across the battlefield. Raza, you bastard. I risked my life for the village, and you sold me out to Kirigakure. Itsong had done it deliberately. To let everyone hear. The Sunagakure ninja in the allied forces turned their gazes toward the Kirigakure ninja. The days of fighting side by side had established a basic trust among them. What she said is true. When we signed the armistice with Sunagakure, it was agreed that Itsong's life would be traded for peace between the two villages. Upon hearing the Kirigakure ninja's affirmative response, the last hope of Sunagakure's ninja died. Coupled with the earlier scandal, that the fourth Kazekage had blamed the fifth for his wife's death and treated him outrageously, the fourth Kazekage's reputation plummeted to its lowest point. At this moment, Raza truly died with no peace. The melted gold dust enveloped most of Raza's body, and Itsong fought with increasing fervor. The Shikutan's temperature rose higher. The nearby gold dust liquefied into golden liquid, while the distant gold dust lost its magnetic power and fell to the ground. As more and more golden drops fell upon Raza, this ninja, who had spent his life manipulating gold dust, ended up imprisoned within his own weapon after death. The third Kazekage was defeated by the combined efforts of Shang Shu, who had come to assist, and Orochimaru, who was reluctant to reveal his full hand. The second rakeage was successfully sealed under the joint assault of Ai and Shursui. With nothing else to occupy him, Ichu had no choice but to face the second Kazekage Seimin. As the founder of puppetry, Seimin wielded his puppets with extraordinary skill. Unfortunately, Kabuto had not provided him with any puppets. As expected, Seimin did not last long before being sealed by Ichu. Now the only remaining second Kage on the field was Genjutsu Hozuki, who had concealed his body within Gaara's pyramid. At that moment, several figures ran over from the distance. The third division has arrived to support. No matter who stands before us today, they will fall under my exploding blade. Great-grandfather. Suigetsu stepped back as he faced Genjutsu Hozuki. The name Genjutsu Hozuki was a legend among the Hozuki clan. Techniques like the hydrification technique and the steam implosion had never been replicated by any Hozuki after him. Oh, a young lad from the Hozuki clan. You're full of vitality. Suigetsu smiled nervously, while tucking away the leaf emblem of Konoha on his clothing. If Genjutsu found out he was on Konoha's side, a severe beating would be unavoidable. Though clan extermination was unlikely, for the Hozuki clan had always been small in number. Genjutsu Hozuki then threw a deathly question. How is Kirigakure now? Which generation is the current Mizukage? How was Suigetsu supposed to answer? That the village had been ravaged by the blood mist. That most of the 7 ninja swords of the mist had been lost. That the Kekkei Genkai users had been nearly wiped out. Or that the 4th Mizukage had been hospitalized so often that he passed the title to the 5th. Great-grandfather, rest assured, everything is fine in the village. The Mizukage has already passed down to the 5th. Suigetsu hesitated, then decided to speak words that would appease his ancestor. But after racking his brain, he could think of nothing good to tell him. Finally, under Genjutsu's hopeful gaze, Suigetsu could only utter those 2 sentences with nothing more to add. Hozuki Genjutsu listened to those 2 sentences and kept waiting for Suigetsu's further words. Seeing that he couldn't utter a third sentence for a long while, he comforted him. I already know, I just want to know some details. It's fine, your great-grandfather's mental endurance is quite strong. Speak. Hozuki Genjutsu thought that even if the village's pillar wasn't the Hozuki clan, it didn't matter. With the combat power displayed by Ihu alone, no other force in the entire ninja world would be a match for Kirigakure. Either way, at least it was good for the village. Suigetsu, hearing Hozuki Genjutsu's words, just gave up as if smashing a broken pot. Since great-grandfather already knows, I won't hide it any longer. Ever since the 3rd Mizukage implemented the blood mist policy, the number of shinobi in our Kirigakure has been the smallest among all villages. During the Third Shinobi World War, the third Mizukage fell in battle. The 7 swordsmen of the mist existed in name only 2 swords remained in the village. The fourth Mizukage assumed command in times of crisis but spent most of his time hospitalized. The Kagaya and Yuki clans rebelled one after another, ruining the reputation of Kekkei Genkai shinobi in the village. Recently the fourth Mizukage was severely injured and hospitalized yet again. The fifth Mizukage succeeded, but fortunately the blood mist policy was lifted and the village improved a lot. Hozuki Genjetsu's face turned from red to black and then back to red. Then Hozuki Genjetsu pointed at Ihu. What about him? Isn't he from our Kirigakure's Yuki clan? At this moment Ihu also arrived here. Sorry Senior Genjetsu, my surname is Uzumaki. The sealing technique unfolded and the Ihu and Hozuki Genjetsu before Suigetsu gradually dissipated. What had been before them all along was a mirage. Hozuki Genjetsu's genjutsu was indeed formidable, but unfortunately he encountered Ihu. After dealing with the scattered impure world reincarnation shinobi, the melee between the giant beasts and the first generation Kages on the other side gradually reached a conclusion. Because the trident dragon lost an arm while dealing with the second Tsuchikage, it gradually fell into a disadvantage, and ultimately fell under the taijutsu of the first Reikage. The power of Absolute Zero, which had been overwhelmingly suppressing the others, instantly dropped by a notch. His power has decreased. It seems that every time a giant beast is taken down his power drops significantly. The other 2 Kages decisively abandoned the first Mizukage to assist the first Reikage and the tailed beasts. Since this man is from your Kirigakure, let you the Mizukage handle the strongest one. First Mizukage, what the hell? The Blue Ice White Knight Dragon and Avinia were powerless against the siege of 6 tailed beasts and 3 Kages. The White Knight Dragon had its wings broken and fell to the ground, while Avinia was shattered, and gradually turned into an ice egg named Igvinia. As the White Knight Dragon was shattered by the group, Absolute Zero's power was reduced to the level of an ordinary tailed beast. By the time the 3 men and 6 beasts arrived before Absolute Zero, the first Mizukage had already been frozen into an ice block. Without any enhancement, Absolute Zero was no match for any Kage and was defeated without much resistance. Watching Absolute Zero kneeling on the ground, the group immediately prepared to finish him off. Crack! A crisp cracking sound echoed in everyone's ears. From the moment of his appearance, Absolute Zero had been absorbing other summons and the cold energy on the field. He compressed and stored this cold energy inside his body. When he was defeated, it was precisely the moment when true Absolute Zero erupted. The white light inside the cracks on Absolute Zero's body grew brighter and brighter. With a deafening explosion, the bodies of the 6-tailed beasts and 3 Kages were completely frozen by Absolute Zero. So that's what Absolute Zero means. Uchiha Madara jumped down from a distant hillside. Although he was speaking to Ihu, his gaze couldn't help but drift toward Hashirama, who was grinning foolishly on the other side. Uchiha Madara couldn't help muttering to himself. If only this guy were on the opposite side. If I had the chance, I'd really want to fight him again. At that moment, Obito also used Kamui to appear beside Madara. Obito formed hand seals, and the 6 frozen-tailed beasts were once again devoured into the demonic statue of the outer path. Then Obito threw the purple gold gourd, the pure vase, and a large sealing scroll into the mouth of the demonic statue. With the previous experience of turning into an incomplete Ten-Tails, this time the demonic statue transformed into the Ten-Tails much faster than in the original. At this moment, the other 4 allied shinobi forces finally arrived. Seeing this scene, Obito breathed a huge sigh of relief. These guys finally made it in time. He was truly worried that the Ten-Tails wouldn't last long and would be eliminated. Entering the battlefield alongside the allied forces was another masked man. From his visible eyes, it was easy to tell that he was an impure world reincarnation shinobi. The masked man in the Magatama robe looked disdainfully at the allied shinobi forces below. Even though he had lost to the power of so-called bonds, he still looked down on those who relied on others to gain strength. Just like how Kaiba was always defeated by Kiribo, that so-called weak monster, and never thought of creating a Blue Eyes Kiribo over the years. He never understood the power of Kiribo Dragon until the very end. Before true power, no matter how many ants there are, they are just ants. Madara below looked at the man on the peak with a displeased expression. For some reason, this man gave him a sense of both familiarity and disgust, as if another version of himself stood up there. Before Madara could ponder further, the demonic statue behind him roared and transformed into the first form of the Ten-Tail. The Ten-Tails, seeing the 9 tails inside Kushina below and the massive chakra inside Ihu, became restless. Obito and Madara quickly leaped onto the Ten-Tails' head, using the Hashirama cells inside them to link with and control the Ten-Tails. Without further ado, a conical-tailed beast ball gradually condensed in the Ten-Tails' mouth. The 9 tails inside Kushina saw this tailed beast ball and became grim. Kushina, dodge quickly. This is something we can't block. Nara Shikaku quickly connected to Inoki. Tsuchikage-sama. We need IWA shinobi to control the ground beneath the Ten-Tails to deal with this tailed beast ball. Otherwise, everyone will die under this technique. Inoki also understood the urgency. Through the sensory ninja on the field, he conveyed the command to all IWA shinobi. Fellow IWA villagers, the earth is our most reliable comrade. Push the land beneath the Ten-Tails to disrupt the direction of the tailed beast ball. The ground beneath the ten-tails suddenly rose and the tailed beast ball was launched to a farther location. Minato seeing this sheathed his flying thunder god kunai. Since the tailed beast ball was unstable it was best to resolve it this safely. Shikaku continued to command. The raised land suddenly fell trapping the ten-tails in a pit. Iwa Shinobi sprayed lime and sand into it while Kiri Shinobi poured in water. Then Konoha Shinobi used fire release to dry it trapping the ten-tails inside dried concrete. Heaven only knew how grim Obito's expression was beneath that seemingly calm mask as he was already straining to suppress the power of the ten-tails. Were the allied shinobi forces truly not joking? This concrete was about to fully submerge the ten-tails. Madara cast a disdainful glance at Obito, yet silently exerted his own effort to control the ten-tails' power. But in moments like these there was always some troublemaker stirring things up. The ten-tails is trapped. Everyone attack. Someone among the allied forces shouted that very phrase, and the shinobi actually charged forward hurling countless shuriken and kunai toward Obito and Madara. Madara being an impure world reincarnation with Susanoo could easily brush off these shuriken. But Obito had no such luxury. Most of his chakra was consumed in controlling the ten-tails, and what little remained was siphoned by the Rinnegan. Faced with a hail of shuriken and kunai he could only evade using Kamui. Just then an ambitious kunai severed the connection between Obito and the ten-tails. You shouldn't have severed it. Madara shook his head as he observed the now uncontrollable ten-tails beneath him. The thrashing beast forcibly broke its link with Madara. The seemingly solid concrete crumbled like tofu before the ten-tails. The beast easily leaped out of the pit built by the allied forces, its body gradually shifting from crawling to standing, unleashing a deafening roar. Ichigo, upon seeing the ten-tails about to charge at the allied shinobi forces, ceased his leisurely stance. Ice element fusion, ice prison dragon, trident dragon. The egg-shaped Venia on the ground, and the two ice dragon corpses sank into the energy gate as if submerged in water. The next moment the energy gate on the ground soared into the sky. A three-headed ice dragon strikingly similar to the trident dragon emerged from the gate. The trident dragon, empowered by the two other ice beasts, had been reborn from hell. Though the standing ten-tails had become gaunt, its chakra had grown even stronger. Far away the free-spirited Hashirama Senju entered sage mode, ready to assist Ichigo with Myojinmen. Meanwhile Black Zetsu, controlling Kabuto in the cave, seized the opportunity to restrain Hashirama. Hashirama Senju, did you truly think I couldn't control you? I have been waiting for this moment. The mysterious masked man who had been watching the battle from the sidelines slowly approached the imprisoned Hashirama. Black Zetsu. Big brother, stop pretending. I always wondered why Sasuke was such a blabbermouth. Turns out the root is you. Get on with it. Your third uncle can't hold on much longer. Red light emanated from the hole in the masked man's hand, and the black marking on Hashirama's face gradually faded. Not only the sage chakra but also Hashirama's own chakra was drained clean. With his last ounce of strength Hashirama struck the masked man's mask, but the man did not bother to dodge. The mask shattered under Hashirama's blow, revealing a face strikingly similar to Madara's. You are? My name is Indra Otsutsuki Indra. Indra gazed at the dark absorption hole in his palm, his expression brimming with satisfaction. That cheap substitute for the Predapath had proven unexpectedly effective. Having achieved his goal, Black Zetsu abandoned Kabuto's body, and possessed the nearby Nagato lying on the ground. Black Zetsu, what have you? Black Zetsu forcibly made Nagato form the hand seals for the Rinne rebirth technique. Nagato, gravely wounded by Indra, was utterly powerless to resist Black Zetsu's control. As Nagato completed the seals, a head, representing the Uzumaki clan's life force, gradually turned white. In the distance, a circle of white light enveloped Indra. As the light grew brighter, Indra's impure world reincarnation body transformed into flesh and blood. The chakra Indra had absorbed moments earlier merged with his body the instant he regained life. Indra sat cross-legged. The new chakra washed over his body, and every cell and meridian within him greedily absorbed the freshly generated chakra. After circulating through his body, the remaining chakra flowed into Indra's eyes. When Indra's eyes opened again, a pair of 6 Tomo Rinnegan gleamed within their sockets. Meanwhile, the Sage of 6 Paths, who had been observing the shinobi world, was drawn by Indra's immense chakra. Upon seeing the 6 Tomo Rinnegan in Indra's eyes, he knew the shinobi world was now facing a massive crisis. Immediately the Sage of 6 Paths pulled Naruto, who was training at Mount Myaboku, Sasuke, adapting to his eyes in Konoha, and the still lingering Ichigo on the battlefield into a separate space. The Sage of 6 Paths began recounting the story of Kaguya and himself. Wait! Ichigo interrupted the sage's recollection. Lord 6 Paths, when you told me all this before, it was only a fragment of your chakra that could not answer my questions. But now I have some doubts I'd like you to clarify. I'm sure you've noticed Urashiki, who came back from the future, while observing the shinobi world. Is there a possibility that Kaguya did all this to resist the imminent arrival of other Otsutsuki? And from what I understand, you two, mother and son, might need some communication instead of immediately resorting to violence. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Though Urashiki Otsutsuki is weak, we don't know the strength of the other Otsutsuki. Perhaps we can try to bring Kaguya over to the Shinobi Alliance. Hagoromo Otsutsuki pondered Ichigo's words. He once believed his mother was merely obsessive, wanting to monopolize all chakra leading to her actions. But combining her past and Yurishiki's arrival, perhaps she was simply lacking a sense of security. If we had used a gentler approach to counsel mother back then, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way. The Sage of Six Paths' gaze shifted from hesitation to disappointment. Although both sides were at fault in this matter, as a son, he had failed to notice the obvious unease in his mother's eyes at that time. How painful it must have been for his mother to be sealed by her own son for so many years. Perhaps I was wrong. A total of 10-tailed beasts, including the blue nine-tails, emerged from the water behind Ihu. Old man, don't be too sad. Everyone makes mistakes, or what matters is to correct and make amends. Rest assured, old man, based on my many years of observing humans, once she beats you twice, her anger will surely dissipate. Well, I estimate that for your situation, maybe a dozen beatings might calm her down, I guess. Upon hearing the blue nine-tails' words, the Sage of Six Paths was initially touched, but then the scene shifted dramatically. A beautiful young woman beating up a brown-haired old man. The Sage of Six Paths used chakra to seal the nine-tails' mouth, then called Naruto and Sasuke to his side. I will pass on the power of the Six Paths to you. I hope you will wield this power well to protect the ninja world. Then the Sage of Six Paths looked at Ihu with apologetic eyes. After all, it wasn't right to make someone work without even paying them. Ihu, you have already forged your own path to strength. My chakra would only be a burden to you, but I have a piece of information that will surely interest you. I once sensed chakra similar to mother's in the body of a monk who cultivated natural energy. At first I thought he had simply absorbed the chakra of the divine tree. But considering the information we now have, I suspect he must have come into contact with another Otsutsuki. Hearing the Sage of Six Paths' words, Ihu knew he was describing Ishiki. He had already been planning to deal with Ishiki first after bringing Kagaya over. The sage's information was a huge help. The Sage of Six Paths looked at Naruto and Sasuke with deep emotion. Every reincarnation of Azura and Indra's chakra, no matter how good their relationship was at the start, would eventually become enemies. Naruto, Sasuke, you two are different. Perhaps the fate of Azura and Indra's reincarnates fighting each other will be broken by you. The ninja world is in your hands. In the real world, the Ten-Tails' body had become plump, and it spat out a giant flower from its mouth. Meanwhile, the three-headed dragon had already fallen at the feet of the Ten-Tails. Obito and Madara showed grave expressions as they saw the Ten-Tails finally transform into this form. We can't let the Ten-Tails continue to evolve. If it turns back into the divine tree, it will be uncontrollable. Obito immediately used Kamui to reappear on top of the Ten-Tails' head. Just as Madara thought Obito was about to become the Ten-Tails' Jinchuriki, Obito stopped his movement. What the hell are you doing? Madara deliberately did not call out Obito's name. The proud Madara would never let Obito become a sacrifice for the plan. Only by keeping his identity hidden could Obito live openly in the ninja world later. Obito, who had already crouched down ready to merge with the Ten-Tails, now stiffly stood up. No one noticed the black mark shaped like an eye that appeared on the back of Obito's head. A Kamui vortex appeared beside Obito and Indra emerged next to him. Repeating Obito's previous actions, he absorbed the Ten-Tails' colossal body into himself. How is that possible? That face. Those eyes. As the Ten-Tails completely vanished, Indra, now pure white, floated in the air with several truth-seeking balls appearing behind him. At that moment, Ihu's voice reached everyone's minds through sensory ninjutsu. Everyone, I am Uzumaki Ihu, a Konoha shinobi. Uchiha Madara is not the enemy. All actions are to draw out the mastermind hiding in the shadows. After this war is won, all fallen shinobi will be revived. But if we fail, everyone and every living thing in the entire ninja world will die. Ihu did not rashly advance. He observed Obito's condition. When Obito stood on the Ten-Tails' head, Ihu sensed that Obito's chakra had changed, becoming remarkably similar to that of the Indra beside him. Judging from the way Indra appeared, not only had Obito been taken over, but his abilities had also been stolen. The only uncertainty now was whether Indra could control Obito's actions, and whether Obito's original abilities still remained. As the allied shinobi still dared not advance due to fear, two green figures, continuously moving forward, stood out conspicuously among the stationary alliance. Son, before we fully grasp the enemy's abilities, little Ihu must not act recklessly. Now is the time for Konoha's blue. No, it's time for the Crimson Beast to strike. Guy took off his Jonin vest and turned to look at Kakashi behind him. Kakashi, this move was originally prepared for you, but using it in a time like this does not mean it was wasted. Watch closely, Kakashi. This is my final 8 gates. 8th gate of death. Open. 8 gates formation. 2. Might Guy and Might Dai, father and son, kicked off the air and soared upward toward the floating Indra. Although the two were fast, any attack was useless against Kamui. Don't stop. His ability has a time limit. Don't give him a chance to catch his breath. Ihu's voice reached the ears of both Guy and Dai. Guy looked at Dai and Dai nodded back. Evening L2. First step 2. Fifth step 2. 10 fist blasts struck at Indra from different directions. With Kamui's time limit, Indra tried to defend with truth-seeking balls. Kamui. Kakashi teleported the truth-seeking balls in front of Indra away, forcing Indra to continue using Kamui to resist the fist blasts, while the balls kept plugging the gaps. On the other side, Kakashi repeatedly used Kamui to transfer the balls away. The next moment, a black eye-shaped pattern also appeared on Kakashi's face. Without Kamui's aid, the truth-seeking balls finally enveloped Indra, blocking the attacks from Guy and Dai. I see. The two of you have a pair of eyes. Too bad you were just a bit short. Kamui's time limit is almost up. Outside, Obito and Kakashi, under Indra's control, entered the Kamui dimension. Madara approached Ihu. Ice Release Brat. According to the stone tablet, when one with the power of the Rinnegan approaches the moon, the eye for infinite Tsukuyomi will open. Senior Madara, the power of the 8 gates is not limited to this. Watch, they will show you what it means to be a genius of hard work, a mortal body truly capable of slaying a god. Dai's body was the first to succumb to the side effects of the Gate of Death. In the distance, Dai assumed a starting sprint posture, his remaining chakra burning wildly, and a blood-red dragon crashed into Indra. The truth-seeking balls shattered under that kick, and even space began to distort, rendering Kamui unusable. As the smoke dissipated, Dai lay on the ground, his body charred to a crisp, with only a faint thread of chakra barely sustained. Night Kai. Before Indra could catch his breath, a second, even larger crimson dragon charged toward him. He had no time to form truth-seeking balls, nor could he use Kamui within the distorted space. The crimson dragon engulfed the already wounded Indra. At the end of the deep trench, only half of Indra's body remained on the ground. A pool of black liquid swiftly coated his remaining half. Indra's fading vitality stabilized, and the missing half of his body began to slowly regenerate. Obito emerged from the Kamui space and sent the gravely injured Indra inside. So this is the 8 gates? A suicidal technique. Who would have thought that after thousands of years something so interesting would appear? Pity it can only be used once. What else can you block me with next time? Inside the Kamui space, after finishing reading Obito's memories, Indra finally relaxed. The only ones in the entire ninja world who could open the Gate of Death were those two. Once his wounds healed, he would soar into the sky and activate the infinite Tsukuyomi, claiming all chakra as his own. Outside the Kamui space, the allied shinobi were still immersed in awe of Dai and Kai's astonishing combat prowess. So strong. And I used to mock his attire. Are all Konoha ninja this ridiculous? Alright, pull yourselves together and follow us. This place is no longer our battlefield. We must head to where the 4 Kage, excluding Minato, led the allied shinobi away from the battlefield. Back at the original spot, the 3-demo Sharingan in Itachi's eyes silently lost their light. Kai and Dai, who had been lying charred on the ground, now stood unharmed beside Itachi. Kai curiously swung his arm. Though Lord Orochimaru had explained it before, experiencing it firsthand is still astonishingly magical. Seeing the technique succeed, Tsunade rushed forward to replace Itachi's eyes. Behind her, Fugaku held a sealing scroll containing at least over 23-demo Sharingan. Itachi used them freely. I've brought the clan's entire stock this time. We have plenty of Sharingan. Madara still wanted to fight these two seemingly comical taijutsu masters, but since he couldn't help, the least he could do was not cause trouble. Assuming that fellow would take a while to emerge, Madara decided to first check on Hashirama and Nagato. Under the leadership of the 4 Kage, the allied shinobi arrived at a mountain. A massive blue chakra cannon stood atop the peak, with Orochimaru pulling countless conduits from behind it. All you need to do is inject your chakra into these pipes. I will handle the rest. I took a conduit first and smiled at Orochimaru. You truly deserve to be Yihu's teacher. This chakra cannon has completely transformed in just a few days since you received it. Orochimaru sat at the control panel and began adjusting the cannon. Thanks to the research sample Ihu brought from the snow country, I managed to complete the modifications in just a few days. The combined chakra of the allied shinobi plus that of the 3 Tails and 9 Tails is enough to condense 3 powerful chakra shells. With the Raikage leading the way, the following shinobi poured their chakra into the pipes. Only after all their chakra was contributed did they manage to form a single shell. Kushina, let me handle this. Today I'll teach the kid a lesson on behalf of the old man. Kushina and Rin stepped forward and picked up the chakra conduits to charge the cannon. When the last trace of tailed beast chakra was injected, the chakra cannon was finally fully charged. The tens of thousands of allied shinobi collapsed on the mountain, their chakra drained. Even the 9 Tails inside Kushina had grown gaunt from overexertion, and the 3 Tails had fallen into a deep slumber. Now there's truly nothing left. The 9 Tails lay weakly within the ceiling space, while Kushina stroked its... On the other side, Madara also arrived at Hashirama's location. Hashirama knelt on the ground, his condition so poor he couldn't even stand. Edo Tensei did not grant true unlimited chakra. In the original tale, the reanimated Minato couldn't use Flying Thunder God due to insufficient chakra. Hashirama's chakra had been completely drained by Indra, and he still hadn't recovered his mobility. How pathetic, Hashirama. Madara slumped beside Hashirama. Black Zetsu's actions had clearly revealed his betrayal. In the end, everything was a lie. The infinite Tsukuyomi was a lie, the content on the stone tablet was a lie, and even the so-called will of his own was a lie. Looking back on his life, the only thing that might have been real was the Konoha he had once abandoned. Hashirama might have been pitiful, but Madara was truly the one in disgrace. Hashirama. This time I was wrong. It was the first time Hashirama had seen Madara like this. The proud Madara now had regret in his eyes. Come back, Madara. There has never been a rogue ninja named Madara in Konoha. Gathering strength from somewhere, Hashirama placed his hand on Madara's shoulder, looking at him with hopeful eyes. Under Hashirama's intense gaze, Madara turned away. Alright. If Hashirama hadn't been sitting right beside Madara, he might not have heard the word. Ha ha ha, it's settled then. After this war ends you will return to Konoha as a Konoha shinobi. Madara stood up, placed his hand on Hashirama's shoulder and nodded. A surge of powerful chakra flowed from Madara's arm into Hashirama's body. With the chakra infusion, Hashirama gradually regained his mobility. Let's go. Show the enemy the power of the shinobi's reaper and the god of shinobi. Because Indra had only absorbed a large amount of Hashirama's unjust chakra, without transplanting his cells, his recovery speed was considerably slower than that of the original Madara Uchiha. When he emerged from the Kamui dimension, he saw Guy and Dai watching him fiercely, their hands already poised to open the Death Gate and activate the 8 Gates formation. Cursed I Samga. Before them, Guy and Dai, who were about to activate the 8 Gates formation, suddenly halted their movements. They slowly turned toward Ichigo and Itachi, still maintaining the opening stance for the Death Gate of the 8 Gates. Obito and Kakashi, who had emerged from the Kamui dimension, understood what was happening. Just as they were about to send everyone into Kamui, Ichigo interrupted. Don't send us in just yet. Itachi again formed the hand seals for Izanagi, transforming the controlled state of Guy and Dai, father and son, into a dream, as if nothing had happened. A colossal ice wall encased everyone. Seizing this opportunity, Ichigo quickly had Obito send everyone into the Kamui space. Ichigo had already grasped most of the information about the opponent's techniques. Ichigo intended to spar with Indra for a while, but Indra showed no desire to continue the fight, turning and soaring into the sky. As Indra approached the moon, a Rinne Sharingan opened on his forehead. All chakra is mine now. Father, I will prove to you that I am your most outstanding son, the one most worthy to inherit the ninja sect. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Sage Art Ice Crystal Armor. Ichigo armored himself in advance to resist the infinite Tsukuyomi. At that moment, Indra's Rinne Sharingan reflected on the moon, which emitted a blinding white light. Countless colossal trees erupted from the ground, binding those caught in the infinite Tsukuyomi and suspending them upside down. Their chakra slowly flowed through the trees into Indra's body. Chakra is surging into my body. Father, do you see? I am the strongest. Far away, seated inside the chakra cannon, Orochimaru aimed at Indra in the sky. I see. As Orochimaru pressed the button, a massive amount of chakra gathered at the cannon's muzzle, and a chakra shell was. The high-speed chakra shell struck Indra in the sky with pinpoint accuracy. The shell's power was several times greater than that of the Ten-Tails-tailed beast ball. Even the shockwave from the midair explosion blew Ichigo far away. Though Indra survived the blast, he was gravely wounded. He rapidly descended from the sky as black Zetsu spread from his sleeve over Indra's entire body. Believing black Zetsu intended to heal him, Indra offered no resistance. It was not until a searing pain struck that Indra realized something was wrong. The 3 conditions, most of the ninja world's chakra, the Yin-Yang power, and the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki body. I have finally fulfilled them all. Mother, you are about to be resurrected. Indra, now swollen into a sphere, was filled with hatred and regret. He had always known that his uncle harbored ill intentions, yet he had let his guard down for the sake of power and allowed himself to be taken advantage of. With Indra's departure, the final boss entered its 3rd stage. Kaguya Otsutsuki made her entrance. Though he did not know how strong Ishiki and Momoshiki were in terms of sheer presence, Kaguya's oppressive force was beyond that of Tenpushi. Lady Kaguya, I know your story. I believe we can have a proper discussion. About the other Otsutsuki. Kaguya's pupils contracted at Ichigo's words, but her hands did not stop. More chakra coursed through the tree branches into her body. There is no need for discussion. I will turn you all into white Zetsu, my weapons against my clansmen. You just need to obediently provide me with chakra. If reasoning won't work, then I'll have to beat you into submission first before we talk. Sage Art Ice Release Eternal Sin Ice Prison. Ice crystals continually enveloped and expanded around Kaguya. However, the moment they began to encase her, she shattered them with her taijutsu. If the Hyuga had inherited even 1% of Kaguya's taijutsu, they wouldn't have been suppressed by the Uchiha for so many years. Even without the Mangekyo, it was difficult for a Hyuga to defeat an Uchiha of the same level. Sage Art Ice Element Restoration Ice Prison Dragon, 3-Headed Dragon. As chakra was infused, the 3-headed dragon that had fallen to the ground resurrected like a phoenix. At the same time, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha arrived on the battlefield. Naruto and Sasuke watched the battle from a distance. Should Ichigo and the others fail, the two of them would use the Sage of 6 Paths chakra to overdraw their potential, forcibly enhancing their combat power to seal Kaguya. 80 Divine Air Palm Strikes. Madara's Susanoo was shattered by Kaguya's attack before it even landed, and Madara and Hashirama, who were inside the Susanoo, fell from the sky. Madara, this enemy is absurdly strong. This is the first time I've seen a Susanoo be forcibly smashed apart. Madara turned to look at Hashirama, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you, blockhead. Kagaya raised her hand and shattered the nearby three-headed dragon, then swiftly grabbed Madara and Hashirama. Hamura Hagoromo, my children. Seeing this, Ichigo shouted toward the sky. See, old man sage of six paths, no mother doesn't love her own children. Even after all these years she still loves you. As Ichigo's words fell, Kagaya's hair strangled Madara and Hashirama into pieces. Alright, maybe now hatred outweighs love. Ichigo's remark seemed to anger Kagaya. Several protrusions appeared on her back, and a bone shot from her hand toward Ichigo. Ichigo's remark seemed to anger Kagaya. Several protrusions appeared on her back, and a bone shot from her hand toward Ichigo. Black Zetsu, concealed within Kagaya's sleeve, began to act arrogantly, relying on his mother's authority. This is the bloodline net formed by fusing all chakra natures, not something comparable to your so-called bloodline limit or bloodline elimination. Kagaya did not understand why Black Zetsu insisted on explaining his technique to who, but since he had already said it, she let him be. The all-killing ash bone flew halfway before being blocked by an ice wall. As soon as the bone touched something, it turned to ash and dispersed, causing the ice wall to crumble and dissipate along with it. This thing is truly terrifying. Perhaps it was because Kagaya had been soft-hearted at the time. When she smashed Madara and Hashirama, she did not use Six Paths chakra, so the two were able to recover. Hashirama crouched on the ground holding a twig, poking at the ice wall debris, his eyes full of wonder. Both Madara and Hashirama were well aware of the hardness of Iha's ice crystals. Even Susanoo could not easily cleave through such an ice wall, yet it had shattered so completely against this tiny bone. In the distance, Orochimaru felt Kagaya's powerful chakra, and licked his lips in excitement. After finishing his aim, he fired the remaining 2 chakra bullets at Kagaya's location, then picked up his fishing rod and headed toward the battlefield. The legendary goddess of the Otsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra. He truly wanted to study her. On the battlefield, Kagaya's body suddenly sent her a warning, as if something terrible would happen if she didn't leave immediately. The next moment, a sound of something cutting through the air arrived. Black Zetsu, hidden in Kagaya's sleeve, was all too familiar with that sound. Indra had been severely wounded and ambushed by him just moments ago. Mother, get away from here. This is a weapon created by those ninja. The chakra projectile flying from afar was now visible to the naked eye. Seeing Kagaya attempting to dodge the attack with Aminamanaka, who smiled and spread his hand toward Kagaya. Black ice frozen tomb. Before Kagaya could raise her hand, she was immobilized by the black ice. Her chakra flow hindered and Aminamanaka was interrupted by this technique. Kagaya tried to shatter the black ice, but its sealing power greatly slowed her ninjutsu usage. Who transformed his entire body into an elemental form, and layer upon layer of armor and ice walls covered him. Sir, the times have changed. After the multiple layers of defense were complete, the first chakra bullet landed. Kagaya used all the chakra she could mobilize to protect herself. An explosion sounded, blasting a huge crater into the ground. Kagaya gasped for breath. Blocking this bullet had consumed too much of her power. She needed to absorb more chakra through infinite Tsukuyomi. But before Kagaya could catch her breath, the second bullet came. At this distance, Aminamanaka was too late. Kagaya could only mobilize chakra again to block this shot. The explosion sounded again. Who wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and leaped out of the gourd-shaped crater. The shock waves from the 2 explosions had also injured him considerably. Who slammed his hands on the ground and black ice filled the entire crater. The newly regenerated Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha looked at the massive hole below, numbed by the sight. After being dead for so long, too many new things had emerged in the ninja world. When Orochimaru arrived, he saw Who recovering on the side and the crater filled with black ice. It seems the battle is over. I think from today onward my laboratory will have a satisfying subject for experimentation. Who shook his head. With his Kagura's mind fully activated, he clearly sensed that Kagaya and Black Zetsu's chakra had already left the crater below. Senior Kagaya, come out. Your concealment is meaningless in front of a sensory ninja. As soon as Iha's voice faded, Kagaya emerged from the ground on one side. Mayfly technique. Black Zetsu had never found this jutsu so useful. Kagaya had also tried to destroy the black ice with all-killing ash bone. But the black ice pressing down on her was no weaker than her all-killing ash bone. When the bone touched the black ice, it had no effect at all. In the end, Black Zetsu had to use the Mayfly technique to escape the crater. As soon as Kagaya returned to the surface, her gaze fell entirely on Orochimaru. Pushi. No, you are not him. Kagaya stepped back in fright, then quickly steadied herself, staring at Orochimaru with, Who? What is this? Miss Kagaya is clearly very strong, yet she doesn't know it. Senior Kagaya, Pushi has already died at our hands. Now I think we can talk about other more interesting matters, such as Otsutsuki Ishiki. Senior Kagaya, aren't you curious? The Ten Tails is a tool used by your Otsutsuki clan to devour planets. Why does the ninja world still exist after the fruit has been born? The 2 of you must have brought 2 Ten Tails, so where did the other one go? With every word Who spoke, Kagaya's expression grew more serious. After ambushing Ishiki and taking the fruit, she had been single-mindedly focused on resisting other clan members' invasions. She had truly never considered these questions. Ishiki's ability is to enlarge and shrink himself and inanimate objects. After you ambushed him, He survived on a remnant body and shrunk himself to parasitize a monk. Because the Tentails devoured an incomplete Otsutsuki, it couldn't absorb all the energy of the ninja world. Kagaya's gaze toward who no longer held the intense hostility it had before, and now there was more confusion in her eyes. How do you know this? Who did not answer her question but continued speaking on his own. Don't you think it's illogical to use infinite Tsukuyomi this way as a technique to gather chakra? Kagaya docile. First, turning all humans into white zetsu through infinite Tsukuyomi cuts off the sustainable development of chakra. Moreover, the potential of white zetsu is far lower than that of humans, and their usefulness against other Otsutsuki is also inferior. Kagaya looked at Who and Orochimaru, then nodded firmly. I think we can transform infinite Tsukuyomi into a platform that requires chakra to use, employing genjutsu to realize functions impossible in the real world. Not only will it harvest chakra from the strong, but it will also enhance the ninja world's strength to resist the invading Otsutsuki clan. Kagaya's eyes sparkled. It was clear she was tempted. Iha's existence showed her the potential of humans. Tens of thousands of white zetsu could not compare to a single Who. The enemy of my enemy is a friend. Perhaps humans could truly stand against her clansmen. Additionally, there is someone who has something to say to you. Kagaya tilted her head. To be honest, Kagaya was truly the epitome of a naive sweetheart. As Iha's voice faded, the sage of six paths appeared before Kagaya. Yui. The moment he appeared, tears welled up in Kagaya's eyes. After thousands of years longing for her son, had finally overcome her hatred. Mother. I'm sorry. Lu Daoxianren had prepared many words before, but upon seeing his mother, all those words stuck in his throat, and eventually condensed into a single apology. I'm sorry. Huey saw that Lu Daoxianren only existed as a soul and chakra, and her eyes were full of distress. But after seeing that Lu Daoxianren was actually in a stable state, Hui's love for her son began to decline rapidly. While Lu Daoxianren was still thinking about how to apologize to his mother, Hui's palm, covered with six paths chakra, before the Uchiha throw and the Otsutsuki elbow, the first technique to appear in the ninja world was the palm of love created by Huey. It is said that this technique has the same effect as Garp's fist of love. Yes. Hit the face. I remember when Mito caught his granddaughter in the gambling house, that's exactly what he did. Called it making up for a lost childhood, ha ha ha. Huey did not gather much chakra in her hands. The slaps only hurt, and could not cause any actual damage to Lu Daoxianren, so Ihu did not stop her. It would be good if Hui's thousands of years of anger and grievance could be vented like this. A few hours later, Huey got off Lu Daoxianren. After patting the dust off her clothes, she came before Ihu again. Earlier you said Ishir is still alive. So where is he? Ihu pointed at Lu Daoxianren lying on the ground on the other side. He knows. Huey kicked Lu Daoxianren, who was lying on the ground. I didn't use much strength just now. Don't lie there playing dead. Blue Jiawei was laughing wildly inside Yihu's body. After being kicked twice, Lu Daoxianren immediately got up to lead the way for Huey. On the way, Lu Daoxianren patted Ihu on the shoulder, expressing his approval and gratitude. Although on the surface Lu Daoxianren was still leading the way for Huey and Ihu, in reality, his chakra had already entered Yihu's body. Laughing quite happily, aren't you? Jalama. Today I might as well help you make up for that missing part of your... Inside the sealed space, the Nodiac-grown Blue Jiawei had no power to resist in Lu Daoxianren's hands. With his left hand grabbing its neck, he spanked its bottom with his right hand. Ihu watched the fun and followed the group toward Yishi's location. Because of the infinite Tsukuyomi, Yishi's chakra was easy to distinguish. Ihu entered Sage mode and clapped his hands to the ground. Sage Art Ice Element summoning Ice Barrier Dragon Heaven Spear Dragon Sage Art Ice Element summoning Ice Barrier Dragon Light Spear Dragon Sage Art Ice Element summoning Ice Barrier Dragon Trident Dragon. Under Yihu's intentional control, 3 dragons were summoned in 3 corners of the battlefield. The dragon that emerged from the frost gate shot a breath of ice into the sky at the center. The 3 dragons opened a hemispherical barrier. Learning from the lesson of Hui's previous escape from underground, the ground was also covered with a barrier. Sage Art Black Ice. The entire barrier turned black after Ihu touched it. Dashuin recalled the future barrier that had trapped Pushi back then, and this felt exactly the same. This barrier can nullify all space-time ninjutsu. Let's go find Ishir now. The group followed Yihu's Sage Art Mind's eye to the location of Yishi's parasitized body Tsushin. Their Ishir sat high up, holding a glass of wine, looking very elegant. Huey, I never thought you would break the seal one day. I thought you would be sealed by your son forever. Back when you ambushed me, didn't you think you would end up like this? Ishir gently put down his wine glass and stood up. Uzumaki Ihu. What a perfect vessel. I haven't gone to find you yet, but you came to me yourself. Ihu shuddered suddenly. In this life, Dashuin didn't covet his body, but Ihu forgot that there were plenty of perverts in the ninja world who craved others' bodies. Ishir waved his hand toward Ihu and the others, and everyone was pierced by black rods. Ban and Jujin, who were in the impure world reincarnation body, were particularly affected because the black rods blocked the flow of chakra, and their impure world reincarnation bodies even began to crumble. Ishir slowly walked toward Ihu, who was restrained by the black rods. I've noticed you for a long time. Your body has great potential. After all this time of growth, your vessel has finally matured enough to bear my power. Now I will harvest the fruit that belongs to me. Even though I didn't plant anything, Isher touched Yihu's face as if admiring a work of art. But time was pressing. Under this state the black rods could only trap Hui for a few minutes. Isher immediately engraved his chakra onto Yihu's body. The pattern of the karma formed on Ihu. Your body belongs to me now. The next moment Ihu, who had been half kneeling and immobile, turned into black ice. The hand that Isher touched the black ice was sealed. Ice clone technique. A technique that could only be used after fusing tailed beast chakra and divine tree branches, enabling the manipulation of ice-based summons. Couldn't be used before and it wouldn't be needed later. But its first use turned out to be surprisingly effective. Seeing Isher trapped, Hui stopped pretending. She shattered the black rods on her body and struck out at Isher. 80 Gods Vacuum Strike. Yishi's pupils contracted sharply. With half his body already sealed by black ice, he couldn't use Sukuna Hikona to shrink himself. The 80 Gods Vacuum Strike hit Yishi's body. Sixian's body instantly collapsed. Isher had not engraved the karma on anyone else. At this moment Isher had no choice but to directly engrave the karma on Sixian's body. Otsutsuki Isher formally gained a real body. Otsutsuki Isher revived. After recovering his true power, Ishiki also transformed back into his alien form, one black eye and one white eye appearing particularly eerie. Although forced to complete his reincarnation, Ishiki remained in an extremely composed state. I never imagined this planet's energy would be so abundant. Even a mere maidservant like you now possesses such formidable power. Wait until I seize that kid's body, then I'll devour you, and use the 10 tails in my hand to consume the remaining energy of this planet. Back in the clan, even the old patriarch is no match for me. I will become the god of the Otsutsuki clan. Ishiki was very fast. Having regained his strength, he immediately used Dekokuten to summon black cubes, and suppress Madara and Hashirama, who had not yet broken free from their restraints. Lady Kagaya, buy me some time, I'm going to hit him with a big one. From Kagaya's Byakugan perspective, she could see the massive amount of chakra gathering inside Yihu's body. Kagaya immediately assumed a gentle fist stance and attacked Ishiki. Since Kagaya could see the scale of Yihu's charging technique, Ishiki must also be able to see it. But sometimes the art of language is truly wondrous. Yihu's request to buy time made Ishiki subconsciously assume that this move required a period of chakra accumulation before it could be unleashed. Therefore Ishiki's initial desire to attack Yihu was not so strong. Forbidden Art Bankai. What? Ishiki's eyes were full of disbelief and hatred towards that sneaky bastard. Buying time, my ass. Did your skill even need any casting time? As Yihu's voice fell, an icy aura filled the entire barrier. 3 4-petal ice flowers floated behind Yihu's head. But besides that, there was no change inside the barrier. Playing tricks. Ishiki attempted to approach and seize Yihu's body, but the Yihu before him kept attacking him at a speed he could not comprehend. Even the extremely fast shrinking black rods or the black cubes of Dekokuten could not hit Yihu. How can this be? What did you do? Seeing things spiral beyond his understanding, Ishiki began attacking indiscriminately in all directions. But every attack was dodged by Yihu, who instead seized the opportunity to strike him several times, inflicting considerable damage. Ishiki, now lying on the ground, gradually calmed down. He observed everything inside the barrier. From Kagaya, who had been caught in the attacks, to a single falling leaf. The moment he saw the leaf fall, Ishiki's pupils contracted. I see. It's not that your speed has become faster, but that we are now too slow. A cracking sound rang out, and another petal disappeared from the ice flowers behind Yihu. Ishiki returned to his original composed demeanor. From the moment you used this technique, the petals behind you have been continuously breaking. If my guess is correct, when all the petals are gone, your technique will be undone. Yihu put on a "how did you figure it out" expression. Hilarious. He made the ice flowers so obvious precisely to confuse the enemy. So what? Isn't the reason you didn't directly take over Jigen's body for thousands of years because his body strength wasn't enough? How long can you last in the heavy acceleration now? Heavy acceleration. Good name. Don't worry, after I take your body, I will carry forward this technique. Ishiki shrank his body trying to dodge Yihu's attacks, and by time, when the petals of the last flower began to shatter, Yihu's attacks became noticeably impatient. Ishiki had just been revived. Jigen's body could still be used for at least 2 days. How long could Yihu maintain this form? In his view, Yihu's body was already in the bag. Finally, after enduring in the heavy acceleration space for a long time, Ishiki heard the sound of the last petal shatter. Ishiki, when the last petal shatters, it means this technique is complete. I never admitted to what you said. Thanks to your arrogance and lack of resistance, this technique was completed so smoothly. Watch closely, Ishiki. This move is called Eternal. Inside the barrier, time and space around Ishiki became slower and slower. In Ishiki's eyes, all of Yihu's movements seemed to be slowed down countless times. A single word from Yihu's mouth appeared to take an entire lifetime in Ishiki's perception. At this moment, Orochimaru, who had been coasting in the distance, walked over from the edge of the barrier. He carefully stored away the ninjutsu scroll that controlled the barrier's self-destruction. If detonated, the barrier would become an absolute zero cryogenic bomb, a true final move for mutual destruction. So this is Otsutsuki Ishiki. Looks very valuable for research. And that move of yours earlier? Has your ice release been developed to the point of touching time and space? Watching Kaguya still poking at Ishiki's body, Orochimaru couldn't help but sigh that he was truly getting old. He had long since stopped helping Ihu in training, and now, on the contrary, Ihu was constantly helping him search for experimental materials. Lady Kaguya, since the enemy is already dealt with, how about we first undo the infinite Tsukuyomi? Kaguya formed hand seals and dispelled the infinite Tsukuyomi that had covered the entire ninja world. Everyone was ejected from the illusion world, and the tree vines that had wrapped people up like dumplings also released their hold. Is it over? We won. Cheers resounded across the entire battlefield. Obito and the others also emerged from Kamui's space. The war is over. Then I should do what I need to do. Obito formed hand seals. Outer path. Orochimaru interrupted Obito's technique with a fishing hook. The Rinne Tensei technique is not omnipotent. In this war, many people no longer have intact bodies. Even if their souls return, they cannot truly come back to life. You only need to revive the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Uchiha Madara. He'll figure out the rest. Obito nodded with difficulty. Normally, using Rinne Tensei to directly revive impure world reincarnation bodies could only bring back one person. But since he had a body made of white zetsu, his vitality far exceeded ordinary people, so perhaps he could revive three. After summoning the second Hokage, Obito continued the unfinished technique. Outer path Rinne Tensei. 3 beams of white light appeared on the impure world reincarnation group. With Obito's roar, the 3 successfully revived. Orochimaru took out Pushi's Tomo Rinnegan and handed it to Madara. Mr. Madara, I'm entrusting you with the Izanagi. This eye has been recording since the point before the war started. However, the coverage area and number of people this time require mental energy and chakra that ordinary people cannot bear. So it'll have to trouble you, Mr. Madara. Uchiha Madara didn't say much. He had mostly been coasting through this war, so having something to do now was actually Izanagi. As Madara activated the Rinnegan of that pusher, the ninja who died in the war were transformed into dreams, and that Rinnegan also lost its light. Every single part of Otsutsuki Pusher's body was well utilized by Orochimaru without any waste. As it stands now, Ishiki should not escape the same fate. The resurrected Akatsuki members were immediately taken into custody by the allied shinobi forces. Their final verdict would be decided after the 5 Kage conferred. In the war council room, Ei grew impatient seeing the Hokage not arriving. What's up with Minato Namikaze? Don't think just because Konoha contributed the most in this war you can ignore us 4 villages. With my friendship with who at least I can guarantee he won't kill me when he hits me. The other 3 Kage couldn't help but roll their eyes. How can you say that in such a proud tone? I heard someone has complaints about Konoha. A tall man walked in from outside the door, followed by a displeased-looking Tobarama Senju, and a completely indifferent. Inoki's eyes widened as he heard that familiar voice again. Sure enough, after the man sat down, he removed the Hokage hat that had covered his entire face, and Uchiha Madara's stern face was reflected in the eyes of the 4 Kage. Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, officially retired just over 10 minutes ago. Now the Hokage of Konoha is the 5th Hokage, Lord Uchiha Madara. Who thoughtfully explained to the 4 Kage, while Tobarama Senju beside him was rolling his eyes so hard. Tobarama silently moved a few steps away in the opposite direction. Originally he thought who was a decent person, but now he might need to reassess who. Tobarama stared blankly at the ceiling. Why exactly did he come to guard Uchiha Madara, right? It was his elder brother Hashirama Senju who insisted on coming. He feared his brother would do something embarrassing like bowing down, so he forcefully took his place. F5th Hokage. Inoki looked at Uchiha Madara before him, as if he overlapped with the Madara, who had once come to negotiate in Konoha. Uchiha Madara nodded with satisfaction at Inoki's words, touching the cape behind him. It was hastily made for Madara by a highly respected old woman in the village, though to Madara she might be younger than him. To show respect for Madara, the group completed the Hokage handover ceremony in Konoha before coming to the meeting, which is why it took so long. After all, the 4 were Kage of their villages, so they quickly composed themselves. Regarding the verdict on the Akatsuki members, I personally believe that most of them were originally strength missing nin from various villages, and Akatsuki has repeatedly attacked Konoha Sunagakure and Iwagakure to seize tailed beasts. Their nature is extremely heinous. These people should be punished. Inoki and Ei made no effort to hide their hostility toward Akatsuki. On the IWA side, the 4 tails and 5 tails were taken by Akatsuki, the village was badly damaged, and even Inoki's carefully chosen successor was almost lured away. As for Kumogakure, needless to say, Killer B was like S own younger brother. As an older brother, he naturally stood by his younger brother. Madara's brows furrowed at this point. Who, the veteran spokesman, took his role. Everyone, this war orchestrated by Akatsuki not only promoted unity among the ninja villages, but also exposed the mastermind coveting the entire ninja world. Moreover, it was the Akatsuki members who revived the ninja who died in this war. If Akatsuki hadn't exposed these hidden dangers in advance, the future ninja world might have been truly devoured by the Otsutsuki. With that, who unrolled the Otsutsuki intelligence scroll and placed it on the conference table. The more they read, the more shocked they became, the detailed intel on the Otsutsuki, made the four Kage break out in cold sweat. Who is everything written here true? A powerful clan that steals the energy of the entire ninja world, each with the strength of the six paths. Who rolled his eyes at Ei. The Sage of Six Paths is right outside. Shall I call her in, so you can meet her? There are also two Otsutsuki lying in the lab. Shall I take you to visit them? I quickly waved his hands to show he believed Who. He didn't dare offend the Sage of Six Paths, and he didn't want to enter Orochimaru's lab for a second time. Madara tapped the table to bring the discussion back on track. Akatsuki has merits as well as faults. In that case, let Akatsuki serve as a neutral organization in the ninja world to atone for their actions. Madara's tone left no room for negotiation. The four Kage's attention was entirely on the Otsutsuki intel. Akatsuki was now irrelevant. Who added, this great ninja war is just the beginning of breaking down barriers among the villages. Unfortunately, even though we dispatched 4 cage-level fighters to cast the 4 Red Yang formation during the war, the daimyo of each nation still fell victim to the mysterious strong. We suspect there are still hidden Otsutsuki in the ninja world. To prevent our esteemed daimyo from being killed by mysterious enemies again, Konoha has decided that from now on the Land of Fire will be self-governed by Konoha with no daimyo appointed. The Land of Water will from now on be self-governed by Kirigakure with no daimyo appointed. Mei Terumi reacted quickly. She had thought who killed those daimyo to cultivate a batch of easily controlled puppets, but unexpectedly who directly overturned the system that had persisted in the ninja world until now. Out of trust in who, she immediately stepped forward to support his decision. Seeing this, Ei also gritted his teeth. The Land of Lightning will from now on be self-governed by Kumogakure with no daimyo appointed. Seeing 3 villages all made this decision, Inoki, realizing a great change was about to occur in the ninja world, also made the Finally, Sunagakure, Gaara, under the circumstances, also chose national self-governance. With the 5 great shinobi villages leading, the smaller villages would gradually form a landscape of ninja self-governance under their guidance. In the future, everyone in the ninja world will have the right to become a ninja and obtain chakra. Chakra will be used for daily labor like farming, and the chakra technology obtained from the Land of Snow will gradually spread throughout the ninja world as production tools. The 4 Kage left the meeting room in a daze with Hu's plan, not feeling that who was giving them empty promises. Although they hadn't witnessed the power of the chakra cannon on the battlefield, the craters on the ground alone were horrifying to behold. Orochimaru truly had the ability to popularize chakra across the entire ninja world. In just a few tens of minutes, he repeatedly shattered and reorganized the worlds of the 4 Kage. Looking back now, Akatsuki, whatever let them be. Back in Konoha, Hashirama looked at Madara wearing the Hokage Heiori with excitement. Madara, this robe suits you. Sorry it took so long for you to wear it. Madara embraced Hashirama as he stepped forward, his Sharingan scanning every person present. Images of ninja from all villages united in the 4th Great Ninja War flashed through his mind. No, Hashirama, I feel now is just the right time to wear it. In the Hokage's office, Uchiha Ban was processing the documents accumulated during the 4th Great Ninja War with his Mangekyo Sharingan, and the piles of papers on the desk were disappearing at a visible rate. Ban, a new casino has opened in the village. Let's go check it out. Without even knocking, Zhujian strode in. Ban closed his Mangekyo Sharingan, rubbed his forehead tiredly, and said, Zhujian, I've wanted to ask this for a long time. Isn't the daily workload of a Hokage not that much? Even after the 4th war has dragged on for so long, there are only this many documents. How did you manage to wander around every day without ever being seen working? Senju Zhujian looked at the 3-meter-high stack of completed documents on the table, and broke into a cold sweat, recalling the days when he clung to Fijian's leg begging for help with his work. Guiltily, he answered Ban's question, well, it's all thanks to my hard work and sweat. Yes, entirely by my own effort was I able to finish everything so quickly. Ban knew Zhujian too well. He understood exactly what that expression meant. Seeing through it without exposing it, Ban still spared Zhujian's dignity. Wait a moment. Let me finish with these, then I'll go with you. Ban activated his Rinnegan, quickly cleared the remaining documents on the desk, and left the Hokage's office together with Senju Zhujian. Before leaving, he cast a glance at Shengshu, who was struggling in a small sea of papers. Looks like we need to find 2 more people to help. Back on the streets, the villagers warmly greeted Ban. Their loved ones had been resurrected by Ban on the battlefield, and the Uchiha clan's reputation had turned around in the village over the past 2 years. The villagers now knew that these Uchiha who appeared cold-hearted were actually just Sundra. Though Ban tried hard to suppress his joy, Zhujian still noticed the upturned corners of his mouth. When the 2 arrived at the casino, Gangsho was already inside winning big, while Zilai nervously clutched the cash box in his hand. Grandpa, come quick. Come quick. For Gangsho, apart, when something bad happened, the only time she could win was when Senju Zhujian was around. The gambling luck of the grandfather and granddaughter was about the same. Open. Lost again. Open. Open. After a whole night, Ban looked at the pile of money in front of him and didn't know what to say. He swore he really hadn't used his Sharingan to cheat. Those 2 beside him were practically throwing money at him, leaving him no chance to lose. After a night of hard fighting, Zhujian and Gangsho left the casino with satisfied expressions. They had lost money but gained happiness. The others followed them out dejectedly. Today's new gambling god Uchiha-ban was the only winner on the floor. On the other side, as soon as he returned to the village, Senju Feijian plunged into Deshuan's laboratory. Having been dead for so long, Feijian was seeing such a luxurious and comprehensive lab for the first time. The collection of experimental specimens inside were unheard of, sourced from all over the ninja world. Judging by the quantity, it seemed that everything of research value in the ninja world had been transported here. Dashawan, you've taken on an excellent disciple. On the side, Ihu scratched his head a little sheepishly. In the ninja world, anything that I Uzumaki Ihu set my eyes on would sooner or later end up in Snake-sama's lab. Even if a piece of explosive tag fell on the ground, it would have to bear the Uzumaki name. By the way, Ihu, are you really sure about teaching that woman the mutual exploding tag jutsu? According to her, she has 600 billion explosive tags. If all those tags detonate, the altitude of an entire country would drop 10 meters. Ihu smiled nonchalantly. As a neutral organization that maintains balance, it should have some leverage. Daida's cold sweat had soaked through his clothes. He was lucky he had only taken one of Nagato's eyes back then, and not pushed further, or otherwise an ocean of explosive tags could have drowned him. At that moment, Nagato, living in Konoha with a pair of ordinary eyes, stared at the sea of explosive tags. Shaonan was showing him deeply lost in thought. Wasn't this far more useful than the 10 tails? Alright, Daitu, bring out the medium you used to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi before. Let's transform the world of the infinite Tsukuyomi into an online world. Daitu took out the no-lusterless eternal Mangekyo, and the crystal ball condensed from the 10 tails chakra. I'm sorry, Shizui's Sharingan has lost its light. Huey picked up the eye and linked it with the crystal ball to connect the node of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Although the moon outside showed no change, the trees in Konoha that had lost their vitality regained it. Zhujin, who was about to go home on Konoha's main street, ran excitedly toward the revived tree. Ban followed helplessly. Gongsho, having struggled at the casino for too long, had no energy left to join the commotion, so she went home. The Tsukuyomi tree sensed Zujin's powerful chakra and extended a branch. As Zujin's chakra infused the branch, something like a bandage wrapped around Senju Zujin. When the cocoon formed, Zujin entered the online Tsukuyomi world. When Senju Zujin opened his eyes again, he was still in Konoha, but the great tree had disappeared, and the Hokage rock behind him, which should have borne Ban's face as the fifth Hokage, now showed Gang's house likeness. Before Zujin could explore, Ban, Ihu, Feijian, and Daitu entered the online Tsukuyomi one after another. As the caster, Huey seemed unable to enter, and could only watch their actions from outside. Everyone, welcome to the world of the online Tsukuyomi. This is a world without Uzumaki Ihu. With an extremely complicated expression, Senju Zujin stared at Gang's house face on the Hokage rock. Is this world's Konoha really okay? Won't little Gang gamble away the whole village? Worried about Konoha's situation, Senju Zujin immediately activated his sensing ability to its fullest. At that moment, apart from ordinary civilians and very young children, not a single ninja remained in the village. Senju Zujin crouched on the ground in utter dejection, as if a dark cloud hung over his head. It's over. Konoha must have been ruined by little Gang. The village Ban and I worked so hard to build. Ihu gave a brief explanation of the background of this world. What? The Uchiha clan was wiped out. What? The Uchiha clan was wiped out. The first shout came from an angry Zujin. The second from Feijian was laced with obvious delight. Ihu pointed to Daitu standing nearby, then added, and there's also Uchiha Itachi. Senju Feijian looked at Daitu with great satisfaction, his eyes filled with unprecedented goodwill. Daitu, good child, I knew from the first time I saw you that you were a promising talent. Rest assured, the position of the sixth Hokage will definitely be yours. Whoever fights you for it, I'll have a serious word with them. Ihu couldn't help but cough. In the original story, the top echelons of Konoha all played a part in the Uchiha clan's annihilation, especially Danzo, who was truly the vilest of villains. However, the third Hokage and the others in the real world had yet to act, and who decided not to expose them, allowing them to enjoy their final years in peace. The chakra we consume here in the real world is collected through the Tsukuyomi tree. Part of it sustains Kagaya's technique, while the remainder is gathered to power chakra machinery and chakra weapons. First, let's test the arena function. Who tapped on the virtual panel. The invited individuals clicked to confirm, and were transported to a virtual arena. By paying chakra, they could select different opponents for sparring. Any character from the original world was available. Madara leaped down from the spectator stands and selected Might Guy with the 8th gate from the panel. I've long wanted to challenge the Crimson Dragon of the 8 gates. Let me see the arena's effect for myself. Seeing Madara's fierce eagerness, who graciously jumped to the stands, leaving the battlefield to him. As Might Guy materialized before Madara, the arena expanded countless times. Madara stared intently at Might Guy, whose body exuded steam of blood. Come on, show me your true strength. Might Guy. The next second, Madara, who had been kicked to death by Might Guy, reappeared in the observation seats. 5 minutes. I win. Tobarama, you better prepare 10 billion Ryo for my gambling fund. Tobarama Senju crossed his arms, glaring in displeasure, and spat on the ground. What a waste. You couldn't even last 10 minutes, Uchiha Madara. The evil Uchiha truly cannot be trusted. Tobarama wasn't upset about the 10 billion Ryo itself, It was mortifying to lose to Hashirama Senju in gambling. I finally trusted you and you made me lose so badly. Damn it. Next they experimented with other features like the timetilated training chamber. More importantly, the online Tsukuyomi was essentially an infinite Tsukuyomi. The excess chakra was channeled to the moon to create a surveillance barrier detecting any intruder entering via imperceptible layers. After completing the online Tsukuyomi tests, they joined the Fourth Great Ninja War out of curiosity. They were eager to see what the war would have become without Iha's interference. Naruto, locked in a fierce battle, felt a familiar chakra and froze. Uncle Six Paths Obito seized the opening, hurling a truth-seeking ball straight at Naruto. Naruto, snap out of it. Dodge. Kurama inside Naruto shouted frantically. Just as Kurama prepared to forcibly evade the attack, a hand caught the incoming truth-seeking ball. Long time no see. Naruto, you can't afford to daydream on the battlefield. Madara and Hashirama were simultaneously released from Kamui. Is this Obito? Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, such a weak Six Paths. Hashirama remarked, eyeing Obito's pure white form. Having witnessed Six Paths powerhouses like Indra Kagaya and Ishiki, Obito indeed seemed lackluster. After becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, he lost access to his own abilities. Aside from truth-seeking balls and raw chakra, he was even less formidable than a standard Superkage. Then Kagaya's voice echoed in their ears. I've already negotiated with this world's version of myself and that ungrateful son. Release this world's me later. Yin-Yang chakra will seal Ishiki. Hesitant about using the Obito before them as a sacrifice, the group deliberated. Let him. This world's Obito killed his own master and mistress. A beast. Let him atone as a sacrifice. Ihu declared. All nodded in agreement. Their chakra converged, summoning 5 colossal entities. An ice titan, a wood golem, 2 Susanoo forms, and Kurama. Surrounding Six Paths Obito. Under the combined assault, Obito quickly lost his combat capability. Madara and Hashirama lifted the unconscious Obito into the air. As they injected chakra into him, a Rinne Sharingan bloomed on his forehead. Under Madara's control, the infinite Tsukuyomi was activated and countless Tsukuyomi trees burst forth across the shinobi world. Perhaps due to the infinite recursion prohibition, the trees ignored Ihu and the others even though they didn't resist. A colossal amount of chakra flooded into Obito's body. Before he could regain consciousness, Black Zetsu swiftly took over. Kagaya Otsutsuki was officially resurrected within the online Tsukuyomi. With Kagaya revived and the infinite Tsukuyomi lifted, they exited the online Tsukuyomi. The modification had been a resounding success. Back in the real world, Ihu found Kushina waiting for him at home, clearly in a foul mood. Ihu. Today I went to the Hyuga clan to propose and those elders kicked me out. They said even the 4th Hokage himself couldn't force the Hyuga bloodline to flow outward. I don't care, Uzumaki Ihu. Your nephew and his fiancée are deeply in love. A bunch of old fogies want to stop them. Minato is too much of a Gudetoushus to have any authority. This job falls to you. Ihu stroked his chin, eyes gleaming with excitement. He loved being the villain. Meanwhile, Hayashi Hyuga paced in his room, his wife comforting him. Thanks to Tsunade staying in the village, Hyuga's wife was alive and well. Those stubborn elders are nothing but trouble. Naruto is a fine young man. Even if they don't fight, they should at least understand what happened in the Fourth War. The thought of Hinata softened Hayashi's expression. If not for Hinata's own affection, he would never have agreed to marry off his daughter. His Hinata was kind, innocent, pure, and beautiful. Though she ate a bit too much. Before Hayashi could dwell further, a freezing aura engulfed the entire Hyuga compound. I've heard. The Hyuga clan doesn't marry off their women. Ihu finished, and over a dozen ice giants encircled the compound. What business is it of you old men if 2 young people love each other? Where were you when the shinobi world faced annihilation? Now you want to preserve blood purity. Iha's overwhelming pressure crushed the Hyuga elders, suffocating them. In their extreme terror, they turned hopeful eyes to clan head Hayashi. Hayashi let them stew for a while before stepping in to save them. These elders were too accustomed to a life of ease. They needed to learn a lesson and remember their place. With Ihu acting as the stern enforcer, matters between Mingren and Chu Tian proceeded much more smoothly. Since both were still young, they were only engaged for the time being. The ones truly getting married were Zhao Meiming and Ihu. After so many years of dating, it was time for their relationship to reach a conclusion. At this moment, Ihu was sitting before Ming's father and mother. The sealed scroll on the floor was filled with treasures, while Da Shiwan was still conversing with Ming's father. This child Ihu has been with Ming for so many years, we all understand his character. Humph. After guarding for so many years, he finally couldn't hold back and came to claim her. Ming's father interrupted Ming's mother's polite remarks, but a closer look would reveal no malice in his eyes. Instead, the reluctance in his gaze was almost overflowing. Uncle and aunt, please give me the chance to take care of Ming. Ming's father struggled for a moment but finally accepted the reality. There was no choice. After all, his daughter only had eyes for this rascal. When do you plan to get married? Zhao Meiming finished her work and returned home only to hear her father say that sentence. She had thought their visit to the village was just to see her, not expecting that after waiting so long, he had finally taken that step. Ihu knew too well how difficult Shiri Hong's situation was in the original story. Therefore before he was sure he would not die at the hands of the Daetongmu clan, he never spoke to Zhao Meiming about marriage or had deep intimacy. I'm sorry for making you wait so long. As the Shuai-ing Zhao Meiming also knew what the ninja world was up against. Ihu had been preparing for the future of the ninja world all along. It's alright, I know. I know everything. The couple's wedding was prepared quickly. As heroes who saved the ninja world, Ihu and Zhao Meiming's wedding received blessings and gifts from all the major villages. At the wedding, Ihu personally placed the ring on his beloved girl. Looking down at the guests, he saw Shiri Hong and Ji Shuai Kakashi, and Jingyin Hongdo and Jun Malu Yitsong and Shang Shu, all of whom had even gotten married earlier. Everyone below was paired up. This had truly become the love story of my village. The third Thundershadow forcefully dragged away the fourth AI, who wanted to perform the cloud-hidden dance on site, and Kilabai, who was about to start singing. Chensho Feijian pulled away Uchiha Ban and Chensho Jujian, who wanted to have a dance battle at the wedding. Fortunately, every village had a few reliable people, so Ihu's wedding could proceed. When Ihu woke up the next morning, he looked at the lovely girl lying beside him and a happy smile spread across his face. The promotion of the online Uedu was very successful. Hui's chakra replenished quickly. She released the 7-tailed beasts within her and filled herself with the chakra from the online Uedu. After the tailed beasts gained freedom, only the 8 tails returned to Cloud Hidden Village. The other tailed beasts stayed in Mai. The 4 tails and 5 tails opened a volcanic hot spring and a sauna in the village, while the other tailed beasts returned to their own businesses. At this moment, Da Shiwan found Ihu, who was still at home sticking close to Zhao Meiming. According to Yi Shi's memories, turning the 10 tails into the divine tree requires sacrificing one of the Daetongmu. Before this, he lured a person named Daetongmu Tao Shi to come and serve as the sacrifice for the 10 tails. He wanted to seize your body, then directly eliminate Tao Shi, his biggest competitor, and return to the clan to become the... In other words, Tao Shi is coming. The barrier spread by the online Uedu outside the ninja world sensed 2 people breaking into the ninja world. Ihu and Dashi Wan quickly transported Yi Shi's body to a place far from Mai. 2 white figures flew over the End Valley. Yi Shi, you told me that if I help you deal with these troublesome natives, you would give me half the power of this planet. Is that true? Yi Shi. Yi Shi. As Tao Shi touched Yi Shi's body, the latter immediately collapsed to the ground. Not good. A blue-black barrier trapped Jin Shi and Tao Shi, who were trying to leave. Ihu walked up to them with one hand in his pocket and a mischievous grin. Yo, you're here. Tower. Welcome to the ninja world. Dad, what about the rest of the story? Xuanhua Ihu tucked Xuanhua Iong, who was lying in bed under the blanket. Daddy will tell you the rest tomorrow. Now. Sleep well. In Da Shi Wan's laboratory lay numerous corpses of the Daetongmu clan, each marked with their invasion time and